Chapter 51. 3 hours later, different technical teams in the surrounding star fields gave different answers. Some firmly believed that the show on Vogue was a good show using virtual splicing technology, so there was no need to worry at all. However, some technical personnel believed that this was secretly assisted by the Federation, so they had to prepare early. However, there was also a common good news. The commander of Vogue had not yet, and would never be able to fully control the underground river of the melting cave. So Vogue will remain in extreme poverty and ignorance for a long time, and even with the remote blood transfusion from the Federation, it will not be able to form a climate. After seeing the final conclusion, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they looked back at Volk's New Year's Eve party and felt upset. They wanted to stop watching it, but they always felt that their eyebrows were twitching. They could only watch it while looking gloomy and asked people to contact the Federation to inquire about the situation, to see how the Federation could suddenly secretly send so many new equipment to Vogue. At the same time, the Independent Army saw 9 active members of the Federal Security Team answer this is fake after the host asked is this true? They couldn't help but burst out laughing. And Yuan glanced at Mo Siming beside him. So, this technology is real? Drone swarms cooperate with the search of mechanical dogs. Xingxia has really completely controlled the underground river? Mo Siming sighed that if he hadn't seen these equipment with his own eyes, and operated them, even he would never believe that Vogue Planet could have such technology, but this is probably the effect that Xingxia wants to see, whether you believe it or not. If you really believe it, you have to prepare to enter the military competition cycle, and if you don't believe it, I will officially start selling it. There are ways on both sides, and it can also make the high-level officials of the surrounding star fields unable to test the depth of the water. She is really amazing. The third brother of the Independent Army sitting behind Mo Siming shouted, and everyone turned around to see his eyes were bright and admiring as never before. Old Ma also mentioned that after the party, there would be a large number of people trying to come to Vogue before the snow melted. Yes. Mo Siming sighed, and suddenly thought that something was wrong. If they could use new technology to complete the panoramic live broadcast of the party during the Ice Age, wouldn't it be the same to restore communication with the Federation? Just as Mo Siming was thinking this, the federal government personnel who received the news from the star field around Vogue received the following reply after sending a signal requesting contact from Vogue. Hello. The target you want to contact is not in the service area at the moment. Please try again later. Federal personnel. You are kidding. This is a unilateral rejection of their contact, right? In a blink of an eye, after 2 traditional songs and dances and skits, the scene in the underground river appeared on the screen like a death warrant for the relevant technical staff in the office of the high-level officials in the surrounding star fields. The goods that were supposed to be destroyed appeared on the screen in the form of a news report, and at the place where the goods were found, which was Area C of the underground river, a history museum had sprung up along the corridor of the underground river to form a bright space that combines the work site and the external visitor area. The high-level officials in the surrounding star fields instantly widened their eyes, and the members of the relevant technical staff also subconsciously began to have difficulty breathing. They had just predicted that the planetary commander would never be able to completely control the underground river of Rongdong, and then the planetary commander turned their evidence of crime into a history museum, as if to say, I not only control the entire underground river, but I can also start work to change the channel of the underground river and ensure that it will not be harmed here. This kind of absolute self-confidence and arrogance, before the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star regions could say anything, a member of the relevant technical staff team jumped out in frustration and shouted, this must be fake. How could this historical museum be built in such a short time? As a result, just as he finished speaking, the project leader of the Design Institute responsible for the design and renovation of the historical museum stood up and responded to the host. It is indeed difficult in terms of time, and the planet commander also asked us not to disturb the normal work of the staff in the adjacent appraisal room even during the renovation, so we all got together to think of many ways. Fortunately, after referring to the thickness and structure of the surrounding side walls, we decided to adopt a solution from the inside, without changing the outer support. It only took 1 day for our engineering team to build the entire space. After that, a new engineering construction plan was adopted, and the design and color matching of the entire museum. It also follows the tradition of underground rivers, which give people a gloomy and dark feeling with a heavy sense of history. Only at the end, where we are standing now, is it unusually bright and warm, and wants to tell everyone, even if the present and the future seem very difficult, don't give up. As long as you don't give up, it will be bright in the end. Yes, it is also a silent wish. That's right. The project leader of the Design Institute applauded and took out a sign, which stated the specific opening and exhibition time and said that the exhibits would also include some research supplies that the planetary commander had seized from the Dr. Screaming building. The planetary commander also wanted to use this historical museum to warn everyone, falling behind will be beaten. With a bang, there was a sound of a water cup being crushed in the office of the high-level officials in the surrounding star field. When the technical team members looked over, they found that their immediate boss was almost mad, but think about it, they have always been treated as blood-sucking bags. How can we not be infuriated when the Volker planet is now clamoring to rise? But that's not all. What's even more amazing is that in this live broadcast, the identity information of the children of the corresponding goods was partially published after verification, and some were marked as non-citizens of this star field, suspected of being abducted and sold. With just this sentence, the high-level personnel of the surrounding star fields had to start worrying about the chaos in their own home. After all, there were many murders and robberies, and few people dared to offend. They usually put such things on the table, so they demanded to immediately cut off the communication channel for the people of their own planet to watch the evening party, and ban the corresponding live broadcast account of Vogue Planet. However, as soon as the technicians took action, they were shocked to find that the platform carrying the live broadcast had been successfully invaded and controlled by the data invasion team from Vogue Planet. At the same time, after the other party noticed that they had exceeded their management authority, they began to counterattack and track them while invading the networks of other important government departments. This forced the electronic warfare personnel to start the defense battle of their own important targets for a while, and at the same time, they had to explain why the Spring Festival Gala program on Vogue Planet could still be broadcast normally. To put it bluntly, this was an electronic warfare that started quietly. Finally, after having to report the situation, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star regions gnashed their teeth and cursed in anger, and contacted the federal personnel. Does the Vogue Planet really want to go to war with us? Has the federal side considered the consequences? When the federal personnel heard the news, they felt as if they were still in a dream, and had not fully woken up. Did they hear it right? The Vogue Planet was at war with the surrounding star regions, and it was an electronic war. Does Vogue have talent that can fight electronic warfare? No, let's not talk about talent first. Let's talk about the corresponding infrastructure. Does Vogue have that infrastructure? Besides, it's the Ice Age now. In the past Ice Age, all the people on Vogue were in the melting cave, and even the starship flights were melted. Now, it's amazing that they can broadcast the New Year's Eve party for the surrounding star regions, and they also have to fight electronic warfare. We reasonably suspect that you are the mastermind behind this. The people from the Federation finally reacted and cursed the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields. Are they itching to deliberately create a gimmick of a party first, and then engage in electronic warfare? Are they finally going to use this as an excuse to directly go to war with Vogue Planet? The high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields. No, isn't this your Federation's own plan? The high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields who originally wanted to complain, but were slandered instead, before they could completely get angry, they heard that the Vogue New Year's Gala, which seemed to be showing off in the office, had come to the last program Unforgettable Tonight. With the beautiful lyrics, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields could no longer suppress their resentment. They almost went to the office of the corresponding electronic warfare personnel and scolded them by their ears, asking why they hadn't cut off this unfortunate program, and why they hadn't banned the live broadcast account of Vogue Planet. They were all waiting for an Unforgettable Tonight, right? The relevant technicians were silent, just madly tapping their light computer keyboards. At the end of the song Unforgettable Tonight, all the cast and crew members returned to the stage to sing the song together, and the host also called out to the camera affectionately, "Citizens of the planet Volker, no matter where you are, please remember that the motherland is with you. I wish you happiness, health, good fortune and peace in the new year." Yes, these beautiful wishes will turn into distant concerns, caring about every citizen of the planet Volker who is working hard outside. When the snow melts, come home often to visit. We are at home, waiting for you. Coincidentally, when the host finished speaking and all the shots ended, the problem of overstepping authority that had been bothering the electronic warfare personnel in the surrounding star fields disappeared quietly. Of course, it was not completely disappeared, because the electronic warfare personnel of the planet Volker actually left them a forward message in the firewall, and when they worked hard to decipher it, it was Unforgettable Tonight, a group of electronic warfare personnel. It's really a ghost. Chapter 52. It must be said that the New Year's Eve party held by Vogue was very successful. The people saw new cultural heritage and hope, and to the outside world, in the words of the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields, it was both a deterrent and a bribe. The new planetary commander wanted the talents who had left Vogue to return to their homeland to serve her, but he was not prepared to use radical methods, so he showed the best side of Vogue at present, which was very smart. But this kind of goodness is only limited to the stage, right? Humph, notify the agricultural department to cut off the food export to Vogue next year. People, no matter how powerful they are, have to eat. And find Agent Searles for me. It seems that Vogue is a must-go now. Turning around, the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields found that their subordinates did not move. Just as they were wondering, they heard the other party bluntly say that the Federation had sent a serious protest and bluntly said that they were looking for trouble. He also asked them, "Do you understand Vogue Planet, or do we understand Vogue Planet?" The high-level officials in the surrounding star fields, The subordinates in charge of contacting the Federation, It seems that we have to go to the Federation as well. While the surrounding star fields and the Federation were arguing with each other, in the Federation office where Xingxia was on Vogue Planet, she received a contact from Yuan, the leader of the Independence Army, just after the party ended. In addition to congratulating Xingxia on the successful party, Yuan also mentioned that the current situation was a bit worrying. "I have a feeling that you have completely blocked the way out of the peace talks. Although you have inherited a lot of wealth from the arms faction and the population export faction, in terms of agricultural products." At this point, Yuan was obviously a little hesitant and unconfident. She always felt that Xingxia knew everything and must have her own plans, so if she said more, it would be. But before she could lower her voice, Xingxia took the lead. "You said, say everything you want to say first, don't be afraid." Yuan, Finally, Yuan analyzed the dietary structure and survival needs of the people on Vogue Planet for a long time, and said frankly that if the surrounding star fields wanted to retaliate against Vogue Planet, they would definitely start with the materials for making nutrient solution and commonly used staple food raw materials. After all, these were all very dependent on imports in the past. Xingxia hummed, thought about it, and asked Yuan if she had any corresponding countermeasures for this. Yuan was stunned. She seemed to have not thought of this yet, which made her stand up and look around the bustling cave. She felt that since Xingxia came, even she couldn't help but want to be lazy. Xingxia smiled softly and reminded Yuan that since he was the leader, he must carry the burden for everyone. This is an obligation that cannot be avoided. Others can fall into the warm. Only the leader can't leave Roxiang. You must maintain your calmness and sharpness from beginning to end. Yuan, I understand, then I will call everyone to discuss, and then write a decision report for you. Hurry up. Understood. 2 minutes later, Mo Siming received a report on the dietary structure analysis of the people on Vogue Planet in Rongdong compiled by Xiao AI, the intelligence system beside Xingxia. Coincidentally, Yuan and the others were discussing this matter. Mo Siming understood and took the report immediately. He saw that this dietary structure analysis clearly pointed out that after this period of research, it can be seen that the people on Vogue Planet tended to have a single dietary structure in the past. To put it bluntly, it was all because of the situation. The surrounding star fields were crazy about using low-quality calcium and magnesium that they didn't need to overdump on Vogue Planet, and use low prices to eventually form a best-selling nutrient solution that Vogue people praised and consumed in large quantities. To be honest, it's better not to have these raw materials. The third brother in the Independent Army was very angry after reading the analysis report. Yuan looked at him and calmed down. At the same time, he said frankly that the focus now is not to be angry but to consider substitutes. Once the surrounding star fields really form a trade blockade barrier to Vogue Planet, then if you want to be self-sufficient in extraordinary times, you must find corresponding alternative raw materials. But if you want to be self-sufficient, the large amount of permafrost on Vogue Planet cannot meet the needs of arable land. Old Ma took a puff of cigarette, and the second brother wiped the weapon in his hand, and said frankly that if you want to expand the arable land, you can either knock down the mountain or move the current urban land and the forests in the rich area. If this kind of thing is really done, it will only make people think that the planet commander is completely crazy. Maybe the external pressure has not been relieved yet, and the internal has collapsed first. Yuan, An hour later, Xingxia took the initiative to contact Yuan to ask her if she had any corresponding countermeasures. Yuan was silent for a while, and threw out a relatively compromised plan under Xingxia's final questioning, but this also requires moving the current private land of Vogue Planet. In short, there is a possibility of using force. Yeah, I think the same. Xingxia nodded approvingly, but these are all private lands, you can't be too crazy. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, Xingxia shrugged her shoulders, saying that buying land does not necessarily have to be violent. She has money now, so she can just buy it with money. A yuan, eh? For a moment, she was speechless. After subconsciously following Xingxia's usual strong style, she actually forgot that land can also be purchased. This trading rule, for a moment, I really couldn't tell who was crazier between them and Xingxia, and you also missed one point. Even if you want to buy land, you must do it quickly during the Ice Age. Now the situation is unclear. It is easier for the high-level military faction in the hot spring area to waver and make concessions. So what do you mean? Watch the morning news later. 3 hours later, when everyone in the Volker planet's melting cave was still immersed in last night's party, a Volker planet's first 5-year plan from the planet commander Xingxia stunned everyone. In this 65-page plan, not only did it list the shortcomings of Volker planet in various aspects at this stage, but it also pointed out the path to be taken in the future to build a complete industrial chain with Volker characteristics, and at the same time accelerate the social construction of various fields. From the agricultural field, it is necessary to increase the area of arable land, to maintain the red line of arable land, but also to create a vegetable basket and rice bowl project that belongs to the people of Volker planet to ensure that people eat, drink and use well. In terms of social infrastructure, in addition to replanning the existing urban system, it is necessary to start road construction and form a transportation network between all villages and towns on Volker planet. Not to mention the part of industrial development and improvement of people's livelihood. All 4 words are daydreaming. Ha ha, there is no need to worry now. The planet commander can kill himself. Yes, I dare say that if she can do the agriculture part of this plan, I will eat shit every day. Great ambition, but insufficient strength. The high-ranking military personnel in the hot spring area, who were originally extremely worried, gathered together to look at the 5-year plan with great excitement, and almost opened champagne to celebrate happily. They were originally worried that the planetary commander might control part of the underground river, and would be held accountable by the online people in the surrounding star fields. But what if the planetary commander killed himself after 8 months or even a year? Isn't this like sitting at home and having blessings from heaven? Suddenly, the door of the luxurious villa in the hot spring area was knocked. When everyone turned around, they found that it was the planet commander himself who brought the army to the hot spring area, and the population export faction elders such as Imo Siming who followed her. A bad premonition suddenly came to their hearts, but Xingxia took a look at the party of the senior members of the arms faction and added happily, I thought you were not living well here, but now it seems that I was worrying too much. What do you want to do? Okay. Xingxia smiled and waved at them, and then asked Wei Jie to take out the money from the treasury, saying that she came here today to discuss a conscientious business with the senior members of the arms faction, in short, to buy land. The senior members of the arms faction, do you think they are stupid? How can the land in their hands be sold just like that? As if sensing the disdain on the faces of the senior members of the arms faction, Xingxia snapped her fingers, and the model of the underground river suddenly appeared in front of them. This was an extremely complete 4-dimensional model that could even be enlarged to see the details. Xingxia even added that the underground river is now monitored in real time, so this originally secret place is no longer a secret. By the way, during the party, I specifically instructed the technical team to restore your online communication with the surrounding star fields. How is it? Is the communication going well? A group of high-ranking military leaders, thinking of the warning that they would be cooked into a dish after the Ice Age, the faces of the high-ranking military leaders were not very good, and at this time, Xingxia also said something that shook the hearts of the army. You should think about it, the land is not something you can take away from Vogue, but the wealth is in your hands, and it is a treasure that can flow with the family. With just this sentence, it must be admitted that the high-ranking military leaders were more or less moved. After all, who can complain about too much money? So there will be a second person to follow the first leader, and Xingxia was also very considerate, and deposited the money paid to them into their designated untraceable encrypted account in front of them. At first, Wei Jie thought Xingxia had a way to get the money back after seeing how much money was spent, but after asking carefully, he found out that the money was really given out like that. No, then why bother? Wei Jie couldn't figure it out. According to Xingxia's current force value, wouldn't it be better to suppress it directly? But Xingxia sounded the alarm at this time. We have to comply with federal law to take back these lands now. As for the people in the surrounding star fields, who want to take them away after taking them back, the law does not support it. To put it bluntly, the money given now is nothing more than taking back the original leased land, and this news is naturally to be informed to the people to motivate them to fight. In the morning, after going to the General News Bureau, Xingxia went to the hot spring area. In the afternoon, Before Wei Jia finished his lunch, Xingxia arrived at the General Agriculture Bureau located in the core area of the Milk Cave. This place had just been established, and even the sign was written by the current director. It was tattered and hung outside the laboratory door. If you didn't look closely, you would think you had entered a small workshop. How is the research on soilless cultivation and permafrost cultivation technology going? Xingxia had just entered the laboratory when she heard the wailing sounds coming from inside. The director of the General Agriculture Bureau even dripped a drop of eye protection into his eyes and sighed, "Impossible, impossible. With the existing data, even if we can guarantee good weather and good harvests, it is still difficult to increase production. Then, change the mountains in the northwest into arable land." Ah! A group of researchers from the General Agriculture Bureau wailed again. How should this be changed? Call your researchers, gather the reserve members of the Federal Security Team, as well as the corresponding technicians and repair workers on behalf of. Half an hour later, in Xingxia's office, she sat at the table, listening to the debate of the plan, and Xiai asked in her ear, "Master, you can tell them directly about the terrace plan and soilless cultivation technology. Why waste time listening to their debate? Anything else?" Xingxia interrupted Xiai's reminder. In her eyes, there are indeed many things she can give directly to the people of this planet, but there is a lack of struggle and knowledge. After she retires, won't the problems continue to come to her? It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. Xingxia was considering when to give this group of researchers some decisive advice, when suddenly a greeting letter from the Space Bureau pulled back all her thoughts. He Peng, her former boss in the Space Bureau, not only congratulated her on her successful retirement, but also came to ask how she felt about her retirement life and whether she had adapted to this planet called Walker Planet. The most infuriating thing for Xingxia was the question, how was it? Did you soak in the hot spring you imagined? With a bang, everyone turned around and found that their planet commander had already stood up and faced their argument as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. "I'm going to soak in the hot spring. Is there anyone who wants to go with me?" The researchers, technicians and repair workers who were arguing said, "Let's go together." After saying that, Xingxia walked out of the office without looking back, looking quite anxious, leaving the people who were discussing subconsciously pointing their fingers at themselves, as if asking whether they were included in the together. 15 minutes later, in the hot spring area, everyone seemed to collapse and fell into the hot spring, letting the warm current soak their whole body. Not far away, Xingxia was taking photos crazily. After taking the photos, she immediately sent them back to the Space Bureau with a note, "Look how comfortable this hot spring is." Without waiting for the reply from the former boss of the Space Bureau, the researcher of the Research Institute here suddenly looked at the hot spring pool built in a stepped shape along the ridge and shouted, "Got it! Got it! Got it! Got what? The way to turn the mountain into arable land. Look, terrace fields." Xingxia. She turned her head to look at the researcher, who was extremely excited. Well, this is a lucky coincidence. But what Xingxia didn't expect was that just as she finished thinking so happily, the researchers over there turned their attention to her again, and firmly believed that the planet commander was invincible. Xingxia? Chapter 53. Since the idea of terraces was decided, how to build these terraces and provide subsequent heating and water supply became a new topic. The researchers did not delay at all. After taking a hot spring bath, they headed towards the mountain that was about to be reclaimed into terraces. Xingxia also took advantage of this period of time to check the place where the grain was stored in this area, and took a look at whether the grain route was still smooth. In fact, according to the current temperature, as long as a certain heating is maintained, there will be no problem with the storage of grain. Moreover, in previous years, these grains were an important tool for the arms faction and the population export faction to make a lot of money in the 3 months after the cold winter period. However, the situation was completely beyond Xingxia's imagination. The death of crops caused by hypothermia almost shattered Xingxia's beautiful imagination. Facts have proved that even if it is a tool for making a lot of money, as long as it is associated with the word civilian, it will not be taken seriously by the top leaders. Fortunately, in the initial plan, Xingxia only regarded this part of the grain as a backup reserve and did not fully include it in the plan, otherwise it would be really in the dark. Find the person in charge of this place. Midsummer had just finished saying this when she heard a man coming over with a heating lamp in his hand, saying that he had been in charge of the gate for a long time and there had been no problems. What could be the problem now? All the crops are losing temperature, and you say there is no problem. Before Midsummer could say anything, the researcher who was in charge of food reserve management beside Midsummer couldn't help but curse out loud. Who knew that the other party was very arrogant, and said that it was the same in previous years. This year, it was because the planetary commander paid attention to it that they worked hard for a long time to repair the heating equipment here. Are you saying that the loss in previous years was greater than this? Xingxia had a new understanding of the living conditions of ordinary people on Vogue Planet. The gatekeeper not only nodded affirmatively, but also said that there was nothing wrong with using the damaged items to make nutrient solution. Besides, they were all for the untouchables in the melting cave to eat. It was good enough to have something to eat. Xingxia, After thinking about it, she turned around and asked Wei Jie to arrange for a full-body checkup for the people as soon as possible. Full body? No, all the people? Wei Jie was stunned for a moment, but Xingxia not only nodded affirmatively but also said that there was a long time to arrange it slowly, and there was no need to rush. After arranging this matter, Xingxia began to carefully look at the 3 containers in front of him for storing crops. It can be seen that they have been used for a long time and have a corresponding quality. Not only that, many fine stripes can be seen that have been cracked by frost. Even though the outside is roughly reinforced with cotton, foam, and heating boards, it can't keep warm in the severe cold. The researchers of the Food Reserve Management Bureau couldn't help sighing while measuring with professional instruments, feeling that the warmth-keeping technology here is not as good as the simple storage devices in their group. If you want to overhaul these 3 mountains, it will cost a lot of money. Yes, basically obsolete and unusable. Xingxia pondered for a few seconds and asked the staff of the Food Reserve Management Bureau to rescue as many crops as possible. Then Xingxia contacted the general representative of the food planning group and asked him to bring people and food storage devices immediately. An hour later, Xiao Ai reminded that a big storm was expected to come in 5 hours, and they had to find the corresponding shelter. Xingxia took a look at the current situation. If they only relied on the existing personnel and transport vehicles, it would be impossible to transport the 3 mountains of food before the big storm came. Wei Jie didn't know what news he heard and reported to Xingxia while cursing. The senior executives in charge of the hot spring area heard that they wanted to move the food reserves here and asked them to pay a sum of money first. They were going to drive them away. Drive who away? Planet Commander? The general representative of the food planning group found it incredible when he heard the news. How prestigious is the Planet Commander on Vogue Planet? How could anyone stand up to stop her? Send all the spare troops, including the mechanical dogs, to me, notify the police station to send all the corresponding spare personnel, and also send all the spare long-distance starships. Suddenly, a large group of people rushed out with guns. Everyone at the scene immediately looked at the other party with vigilance. The other party said bluntly that if they wanted to move the 3 mountains, they had to pay. Even if the Planet Commander came, they had to pay, otherwise they would treat it as robbery. Aren't you all also citizens of Vogue Planet? Crowd, if you stop us and let the food spoil, you won't get any benefit. We don't know that. We have been here to help watch the food for generations. If you move it away, we will have no way to survive. If we have no way to survive, we will have to fight you to the death. Xingxia looked at this group of people. Xiuai concluded through scanning and big data comparison that these people were not on the list of citizens of Vogue Planet. At this time, Wei Jie suddenly reacted and came to Xingxia to tell her that there might be such a group of people stationed in the mountains that she had bought before. This group of people probably did not belong to any forces, but they obeyed the orders of the high-level officials of the hot spring area and did not consider themselves citizens of Vogue Planet. Suddenly, Xingxia stretched out her hand to signal everyone to step back. When she walked out, the group of people on the opposite side subconsciously pointed their guns at her. At that moment, everyone unconsciously became nervous. We misunderstood you. So you can call someone in charge to come out and talk. As for these food, we will not take them away, but can we reinstall the heating equipment? No. You have to put it back as it is. The other party's shouting directly made all the people on Xingxia's side angry, but Xingxia continued to wave her hand to signal them not to move. It will be in 5 hours. Before Xingxia finished speaking, the personnel who went to the mountainous area to check the specific construction conditions of the terrace fields urgently contacted Wei Jie and said that a group of people suddenly ran out of the mountainous area and detained them, saying that they would be shot if they did not pay. The situation became urgent for a while. Wei Jie thought that this was a big problem. On one side was the researchers and on the other side was the food. If he had to choose, he could only give up the food and turn to protect the researchers. After hearing this situation, Xingxia also asked the group of indignant guys in front of him, are they also responsible for the management of the mountainous area? After the group of people holding guns looked at each other, one of them seemed to have an idea and shouted directly, what if it is us? What if it is not us? At the same time, Wei Jie received Mo Siming's reply, just 2 words, no. The fact is that as soon as these people showed up with guns, Wei Jie sent a message to Mo Siming, asking him to ask the high-level officials of the Hot Spring District Arms faction whether they could manage these people. He admitted that his idea was naive, and sure enough, Mo Siming's reply to him was very realistic and cruel. Mo Siming even asked him in a reproachful way, will the high-level officials of the Hot Spring District miss such a good opportunity? They just need to find an excuse, and they can pretend that they don't know what's happening here. I asked the independent army if there are any people who can help. Looking at Mo Siming's reply, Wei Jie couldn't help but take a deep breath. Far water can't put out a nearby fire. Now it depends on what Xingxia is going to do. When he turned to look at Xingxia was standing there with a frown on her face. He saw that the other party had gathered more and more people, and had many light weapons in their hands. But the problem was that before the arrival of the federal security team, they were all ordinary people who were unarmed and had little combat experience. If they really fought, the consequences would be disastrous. Among them were people from the food planning group. It was too abominable. The people on the other side were too abominable. It would be better if the army was brought here to suppress them earlier. Wei Jie regretted, and was secretly anxious. At this time, he only heard Xingxia ask a question. Since you have been helping to look after the food here for generations, can your children be sent to other planets for further study? Don't you think you can capture our children to threaten us? The other party suddenly became excited, and Xingxia opened his hands to the other party in a surrender gesture again. We are government personnel serving the entire population of Oak Planet. Naturally, we will not capture your children to threaten you. It sounds good, but you are not going to make a profit for yourself? Don't you know that our planet commander? Well, didn't you watch the previous Spring Festival Gala? Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel again, Xingxia glanced at the time and said that a big storm would hit in 5 hours. If the matter was not resolved now, it would not be good for both sides to remain deadlocked. Humph, if this matter is not resolved, it is you who are anxious. As soon as the other party said this, who would have thought that Xingxia actually admitted that he was wrong and nodded. You are right, we are indeed very anxious. After a group of people looked at each other again, their attitudes suddenly softened a little, and said that they could negotiate, but they had to be searched, and could not bring anyone in. Okay, I will talk to you alone. I go too. And me. Me too. I follow too. It was strange. The people who were so scared just now they didn't know what kind of tonic they had taken. One by one, they didn't wait for Xingxia to finish speaking, and said that they wanted to follow the planet commander into the negotiation field. They had occasionally seen such a scene once or twice in the past among the high-ranking personnel of the Hot Spring area, but those who stood up and wanted to die for others were mostly the confidants of the high-ranking personnel of the Hot Spring area, and some children. Thinking of this, the group of people who were responsible for guarding the Hot Spring area all frowned unconsciously, but surprisingly, Xingxia turned around to comfort those who chose to stand up, asking them to stay here and not to conflict with anyone. No, let me go, Planet Commander, you can't get into trouble. The general representative of the food planning group took the initiative to come out and hold Xingxia's hand. He wanted to say something touching, but in this sudden attack, he fell down without warning when Xingxia made a move. This change stunned everyone present, but Xingxia didn't seem to think there was anything strange about her behavior. She supported the general representative of the food planning group and asked the people around him to send him to the ice-breaking police car, and then turned around to instruct the few security personnel present, asking them to protect the people at the scene no matter what. Finally, he turned to look at Wei Jie. Wei Jie thought that Xingxia would ask him affectionately if he was willing to accompany her again, but he heard Xingxia coming over and telling him, "Remain restrained, and do not use force no matter what." Are you sure? Wei Jie thought of all kinds of terrible possibilities, but Xingxia looked at him firmly again and told him, "I just notified the federal security team to bring a large number of explosion-proof shields. You must maintain a high degree of restraint no matter what happens, and do not use force." Wei Jie, after thinking silently for a few seconds, Wei Jie looked up at Xingxia again. After confirming Xingxia's determination, he nodded seriously. "Okay. You will follow us alone?" "Alone?" I didn't expect that Xingxia would choose to follow them alone after fiddling with it for so long. The people with guns on the opposite side were a little surprised, so much so that the people who shouted couldn't help but repeat alone these 3 words twice, but Xingxia smiled and nodded with a relaxed expression at this time. "Why, I will go with you alone, you are still not at ease?" The crowd with guns, 15 minutes later, Fu Qianshan came with a large force. He heard that there might be a violent incident here. Special forces were called in to deal with the chaos, but when he arrived at the scene, he saw only Wei Jia walking back and forth anxiously, while the others sat quietly and didn't say anything. What's going on? Seeing the large icebreaker police ship coming over, the people who were responsible for guarding them seemed very nervous. Wei Jia was about to mock the other party, but thinking of Sheng Xia's words stay restrained, he immediately stood up to stop the large icebreaker police ship and asked the special forces to guard their own people here first. We don't need to guard. What's wrong with you? Didn't we save you when we saved the food? That's right. Don't argue. Wei Jia saw that both sides were about to argue. He immediately stopped his own people and asked the special forces to send all the civilians here back to the icebreaker police ship. We are not leaving. We have to wait for our planet commander. The planet commander is still inside. Wei Jia glanced at Fu Qianshan and signaled Fu Qianshan to knock out these extremely excited researchers and send them back to the icebreaker police ship. However, Fu Qianshan frowned and stared at the people on the opposite side, who were also frowning at this side. Xing Xiao went in alone? Without waiting for Wei Jia to say anything more, Fu Qianshan waved at him, then took the initiative to walk to the guards on the opposite side and reported his identity and name, and said that he wanted to go inside to see the planet commander. I know you. You are the current top leader of the federal security team, a lucky person who was temporarily promoted. That's right, so I have a deep relationship with our planet commander. Can you let me in to see her? The guard looked at him, and then at the scary large icebreaker police ship behind him. He was wondering what to do if he was allowed in, and the outside world got out of control. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A loud noise suddenly erupted in the mountains not far from here. Was there a riot? When Fu Qianshan reached out to pull the person closest to him and arrest him, Wei Jia suddenly reached out and held his hand. Xing Xia said that no matter what happens, don't use force. You? Chapter 54. Just when the two were in a stalemate, the guns on the opposite side were quietly pointed at them. What surprised them was that it had come to this point. Fu Qianshan, Wei Jia, and the crowd behind them all had no intention of retreating and were all glaring. But it was obvious that the weapons in the hands of the special forces, the federal security team, and the police officers were all loaded in the moment, but they all held their guns down and did not use force. How is it? At this time, in the negotiation room, Xing Xiao looked at the elder of the family opposite and asked him if he was satisfied with the result of the bet. The elder of this family had a red book next to him, with a few big red words "Serve the people" written on the cover. The elder added some water to Xing Xiao, then pulled over an old surveillance camera to look at the personnel on both sides. At this moment, not only was there a huge icebreaker police ship opposite them, but the officers and soldiers on the police ship were also silent. Looking down, you can see Wei Jia standing alone between the two groups, shouting loudly. The planetary commander said that no force should be used under any circumstances. We must trust our planetary commander and believe that she can return safely. Fu Qian took a deep breath and then squatted down beside Wei Jia without any warning. Following his action, the researchers of the institute and the members of the federal security team, who were originally very excited, also squatted down. At this time, Wei Jia also turned around and looked at the people on the side of the great elder. The planetary commander said that no force should be used. We listened to her, but we also hope that you can treat our planetary commander well. After saying that, Wei Jia immediately folded his arms and sat down facing the muzzle of the guns of the people on their side. This was a gesture of weakness and silent protest and warning. Seeing his gesture, the people who were originally going to be sent to the icebreaker quickly broke free from the control of the federal security team members and ran behind Wei Jia. They sat down like him and fearlessly faced the muzzles of the people on the side of the elders. But the next second, the federal security team members quickly blocked them and held hands to form a human wall. When the elder was looking at him in surprise, he heard Xing Xia, who had put down the hot water cup, say quietly, "Since I came to Vogue Planet, I have seen many people who cannot choose their own destiny because of the times. Compared with them, you have choices. Choosing to believe in you is also a gamble. The future is a gamble no matter what, but the future belongs to the young people, and what kind of future you create for these young people depends on your current choices." The elder, do you have time to go to the Rondong? I think some things are always seen and heard. At least I can promise you that the future Vogue Planet belongs to the people on the planet. The elder, At this moment, even if he still wanted to refute that Xing Xiao was just playing a show, the people on Xing Xiao's side seemed to be too immersed in the play. Even in the mountainous area, the captured researchers kept explaining to them that turning the mountains into arable land was to ensure that all the people had food to eat and get rid of the current situation of being strangled by the alien forces. The researchers were so excited that they even took out their own plans, and they kept playing to them tirelessly, even if it was like playing the lute to a cow. Look, the nutrient solution that the people of Oak used to like to drink was all the leftovers from the aliens, and they were casually served to us, and we had to drink it with gratitude. The planetary commander bought this place with great difficulty. If we can achieve even 80% self-sufficiency in food, at least we won't be embarrassed when we go out of the alien domain in the future. Hey, don't turn your head away. Look at these data. Oh, and you don't know how well we eat in the melting cave. What does this depend on? This depends on the raw materials of food that we can provide ourselves. Now that you have occupied this mountain forest, you will find it useless in winter. And if the people in the hot spring area really care about you so much, why do you still eat nutrient solution here? Look, the quality of this nutrient solution is not very good. Aren't fresh fruits, vegetables, and staple foods delicious? I say, you can detain us, no problem, but you have to think about it. What can this place do for your life when it becomes a cultivated area in the future? What a great improvement in quality. The family members, who were in charge of guarding the researchers, who chattered like sparrows, all had a lot of sleepy faces. They didn't say they were tired, but they were tired of listening. However, these researchers really didn't know how to be tired. They even complained about their poor food, which made them very upset. To be honest, they were used to seeing people who sold out their superiors, and even their souls, for the sake of profit. Now they suddenly ran into such a group of researchers, who talked about ideals, and the people, and were extremely enthusiastic. On the grain reserve area where Xingxiao was, there was another group of researchers, who were extremely cold, and full of anger, but continued to restrain and suppress, and even dared to face the gun with their flesh and blood. Civilians and federal security teams, police officers, it can be said that Xingxiao's current energy has indeed affected every class on the planet Volker, and are everything for the people. The governance concept also shocked the elder, but what made the elder feel even more incredible was that Xingxiao was willing to compromise with this group of researchers for food and give him and his family the right to autonomy, and propose the concept of national respect and great integration, which was something that the high-level officials of the hot spring area had never given them. However, the young planetary commander in front of him, who looked young, could calmly propose this concept of autonomy and, after failing to seek companions, took a step back and first sought alliances to protect his own people and the food outside. By the way, Xingxia said that the rescued food could also be distributed to them. If an alliance was formed, she would find a way to cooperate with them, and let them also obtain this part of the food. At the same time, the resources in the current melting cave could also be shared with them, including basic education and adult education. To be honest, these conditions were simply too tempting for the elder. You know, if nothing else counts, the opening of educational resources alone is enough to drive him crazy, but Xingxia added layers of pressure on this condition, which made him subconsciously guard against it. After all, it was not a big pie that fell from the sky, but a trap. However, whether it was a bet or repeated verification, Xingxia's side seemed to be flawless. The elder began to hesitate for hours. At this time, Xingxia seemed to understand his emotions and looked at the storm countdown on the light brain and said nonchalantly, "The storm will sweep here in 4 hours and 15 minutes, and the food outside will miss the best treatment period. I don't know what these foods mean to you, but to me, they are very important. Or not so important." The elder, Before he could think about what Xingxia meant by important and unimportant, Xingxia had already stood up. "I will go out and wait for your decision. Of course, even if the alliance today fails, I will come again for the stability of Vogue Planet in the future." Having said this, the great elder reached out and grabbed it in front of the fleeting opportunity. "Alliance, I can give you a certain degree of freedom of movement, but your people must also accept our supervision." "No problem, thank you." I didn't expect Xingxia to be able to say thank you to them at this time. The great elder's expression changed again and again. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he felt that it would take time to verify it, so he just followed behind Xingxia in silence. When Xingxia returned to the crop storage container, the people who were silent, squatting or sitting quietly could not help but get excited when they saw her. They looked like they saw a hero returning. The elder couldn't help but look at Xingxia a few times. Xingxia just smiled, and gave a thumbs up to all of them. She looked quite playful. "Comrades, we only have 3.5 hours to rescue these grains. Let's get started." Accompanied by Xingxia's order, the family guards on the elder's side were surprised that no one complained. All of them, including the officers on the icebreaker police ship, came down to help transport these grains, and the blast shields that were originally brought were piled on the other side. Some members of the federal security team even put down their guns just to carry more crops. As for Xingxia herself, she rolled up her sleeves and joined in. There was no extra sound in the long team of food transfer in front of them. In order to save time, everyone spontaneously found what they had to do. What was more valuable was that when they were doing these things, there was no need for anyone to stand up and hold a whip to maintain order like beating slaves. Instead, the people from the elder family, who were guarding next to them, really had a bit of the flavor of supervisors. For a moment, everyone from the elder family subconsciously looked at the elder. Give them all the food? Suddenly, someone behind the elder asked, and the elder followed up with a sentence. They will also give us some, they won't take it all. Hey, did you hear that? The food you took away also includes our share. The elder thought that their people's words would shake the enthusiasm of the people in the food transfer team in front of him. But the other party just gave them a meaningful look and continued their actions. Comrades, are you tired? Fu Qianshan suddenly shouted this, and then all the members of the federal security team and the police department shouted back. Serving the people is not tiring. At that moment, not to mention the people from the elder's family were stunned. Even the researchers and employees of the food planning group were stunned, and then the employees of the food planning group also began to shout this slogan. To serve the people, for the people of Vote Planet, and for a better future, the people from the great elder's family watched in silence as the other side shouted slogans with great enthusiasm while transferring the food in the 3 mountain-like containers bit by bit. Half an hour later, the researchers who were released from the mountain area heard that the planetary commander was busy rescuing food here, and almost just escaped from danger and came here again, strongly demanding to join this action. Xingxia didn't say much, just gave them a look, and the group of researchers, who were still chattering just now, had silently joined the army of transporting crops. The great elder looked at the sky and the long team at this time, then closed his eyes, as if he had made a great decision, and shouted, Our people, go too. Rescue food together. What, great elder? A snowstorm is coming. The crops that are not saved will be useless. Save these rations. When the people from the great elder's family joined the team at first, they were worried that the people from the planetary commander would not give them a good face. But they didn't expect that the other party just looked at each other, and then naturally let them join. The staff of the food planning group also gave them a popular science of the new food storage device, and said that if they didn't know how to store the part they wanted to take away, they could also give them some of these food storage devices. The people from the great elder's family, 2 hours. Afterwards, the two sides chatted with each other without knowing when, and the mountain of crops that seemed impossible to be moved in 4 hours was successfully moved in 3 hours and 10 minutes. At that moment, everyone raised their hands excitedly to celebrate the victory, and Xingxia also walked to the side of the elder and said intentionally or unintentionally, You see, it's not that difficult to become a companion. Elder, Humph, he snorted and remembered a sentence in the red book that Xingxia showed him, and said it. From now on, we are comrades. Chapter 55. After hearing what the elder said, Xingxia gave him a thumbs up, and then arranged for people to board the icebreaker, and turned to ask the elder if the place they were living in was well protected from the cold, and if they needed help to reinforce it. The elder was silent for a while, and suggested that instead of reinforcing the place they lived in, he wanted to go to the Rongdong led by the planetary commander to take a look. Of course, this also included the basic education section that Xingxia had promised them before. Xingxia glanced at the sky. Then it's better to do it now than to choose a day. How about the people who are selected to follow us now? Elder? At this time, the people in the family behind the elder all looked at the elder nervously, fearing that the previous reckless going to the meeting alone of the planetary commander would be learned by their own elder. Fortunately, the elder still had his own reason and arranged a group of people to follow Xingxia. Xingxia originally wanted to leave a remote monitor for the elders to see the team, but was rejected by the elder, and said that since he chose to believe in Xingxia, then I hope Xingxia can protect them. After all, they are colleagues. Xingxia listened to the meaning of the elder's words, and guessed what the people in the hot spring area had done to them. I am afraid that even if there are surveillance cameras, they cannot be controlled by the elders. It is better not to watch it, so that you will not be soft-hearted when making cruel decisions. Suddenly, a woman rushed out with emotional curses. She spoke a language that was completely different from the common language of Vogue Planet. But through Xiaoai's language search and real-time translation, Xingxia could understand her words and lock the origin of the current family through these words. One of my children has been sent away by you, and another child has been taken away. Now there is only the second child. Where do you want to send him? Your career is your career, but my child is not my child. Ami, come down and go home with me. I don't want to see you die again even if I am expelled from the family. Don't stop me. Seeing that the people from the elder's family tried to knock out the woman, who was almost crazy, Fu Qianshan couldn't bear it. When he stepped forward to ask what was going on, the crazy woman suddenly pushed the people around her away, rushed over and bit Fu Qianshan's arm, and began to beat Fu Qianshan madly and sobbed and muttered, "Let my child go, you demons. Get out." Fu Qianshan was pushed back several steps because of her brute force. Judging from his expression, he seemed very surprised that he was attacked inexplicably. The elder felt that something was wrong and stepped forward to forcefully pull the crazy woman back to his side. He was worried that Fu Qianshan would be angry, but when he turned around, he saw Fu Qianshan. The astonishment and a bit of sympathy in the deep eyes? "I'm really sorry." As soon as the great elder said this, Xingxia said, "Let her go with us. We have a hospital and her child. It's not a good thing to let a mother worry about her child like this." As soon as this was said, everyone in the great elder's family looked at Xingxia in astonishment. They didn't expect that the planetary commander was not only not angry about the problem of Ibrahimovich, but was even willing to provide medical resources. You know, since Ibrahimovich's little daughter disappeared, Ibrahimovich's mental condition has been very bad. They have asked the big figures in the hot spring area more than once, hoping that they could send Ibrahimovich out of Oak Planet for treatment, but they were all scolded for being worthless. So Ibrahimovich was sometimes sober and sometimes crazy in the family, until today he suddenly ran out like this. Are you really willing? Leave it to us, after all, we are colleagues." The elder was so excited that he could not speak, and Ibrahimovich was helped by his son Xiaomi to board the icebreaker. An hour later, everyone returned to Rongdong in the severe cold. The general representative of the food planning group immediately gathered people to start processing the transferred food. Seeing this, Xingxia asked Wei Jie to notify the students, teachers and researchers of the agricultural college to come together. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for practice. Gathering together to discuss can also help each of them master the knowledge points in the book. As for your sightseeing tour, let our journalist friends and the guides from the Adult Education College practice it out first. Ibrahimovich subconsciously grabbed his son's hand when he heard the word practice in Xingxia's words, and whispered in his ear to tell him that if anything went wrong, he should remember to run, and he would save him even if he risked his life. But what surprised everyone was that the people who came to pick them up for the tour, whether reporters or guides, were all very young girls. These girls had a light in their eyes that they had never seen before, so lively and shining. Even Ibrahimovich was surprised and asked these young girls, "Where are your families? You are so young and you have to work. Aren't your family members worried that you will get hurt?" Coincidentally, Xingxia had just told these girls to pay special attention to Ibrahimovich, so in response to Ibrahimovich's question, one of the girls smiled and told them that there were boys from the same class who were originally scheduled to receive them today, but considering Ibrahimovich's mental state, in order to prevent her from being scared, all of them were replaced by girls. As for us coming out to work, our families are very supportive. Oh, now Rongdong is no longer the same as it used to be. You will know if you follow us. Come on, get on the tour bus first. We are going to school. Now is class time. You can visit the campus first. After visiting the school, you can go to the food area for dinner. Perfect. All the warriors in the family got on the tour bus in a daze. However, when they passed the security checkpoint, they were asked to remove all their weapons. This made everyone who had been relaxed suddenly feel uneasy again. Fortunately, both the reporter and the tour guide comforted them softly, so they temporarily handed over their weapons in displeasure. After passing through 3 cold-proof gates, everyone finally saw the new melting cave. They saw that the current melting cave was completely different from what they remembered. What was more valuable was that they could actually see the scene of children running and playing freely in the melting cave. Those are kindergarten children. This place is very close to the school section. Strange, it seems that school is not over yet. The reporter just asked this question, and heard the teacher's voice not far away. "Okay, do you remember what our main task is today?" "I remember." The children who were still fighting suddenly gathered around the teacher and said in a baby voice, "We are going to visit the police and soldiers." Listening to the words from the children, Ibrahimovich and the others were frightened. "What, police and soldiers? Aren't these people we must stay away from? How do parents in the melting cave teach their children? Wait, school, can it be?" As soon as we entered the school area, we could hear the music played by the loudspeaker that sounded like a sports meeting, followed by noisy cheers. At this time, the tour guide stopped the car and asked the staff on duty at the door. It turned out that today was the Safety Knowledge into Campus specially organized by the Federal Security Bureau, the police station, and the fire department. Activity day. Hey, it's just right for you to join in the fun. Coming quickly, it's time for the children to play tug-of-war with the Federal Security team members. When Ibrahimovic heard this, a terrifying scene of a group of Federal Security team members eating children with ferocious faces appeared in his mind. Without saying a word, he yelled for his son to go and protect the children. How could the children win the tug-of-war against the notorious Federal Security team members from Volker Planet? Could it be that the Federal Security team members would shoot the entire campus with guns in a moment? Seeing Ibrahimovic and his friends' anxious faces, the guide thought they were interested in this activity, and immediately asked them to get on the bus and head to the event site. However, he had no idea that Ami and his friends had secretly grabbed the handles on the bus, and were ready to remove the handles from the bus and use them as offensive tools when they arrived at the event site. Finally, the tour bus arrived at the event site. Ami and his friends had already removed the handles on the seat of the tour bus with a roar. When he looked up, he saw a rope on both sides. On one side were 6 members of the Federal Security team. They were unarmed and had nothing. On the other side of the rope were 2 teams of children. They were gritting their teeth and listening to the teacher's instructions to pull the rope back step by step. Finally, the rope crossed the center line. After the 6 members of the Federal Security team wailed, the 2 teams of children on the other side couldn't help cheering and celebrating their victory. At this time, the guide turned around and was about to say something, but was shocked by the weapons in Ami and his friend's hands. No, what do you want to do? Ami and his friends, that child. Suddenly, Abu trembled and stretched out his finger. Looking in the direction of her finger, the guide found that it was a class for the transition from primary school to junior high school. This class was also amazing. It was composed of the street-roaming children who sold addictive products, where the actor was, and the scouts who were rescued from the arms faction. When the 2 groups of children first met, they liked to argue with each other about who was more powerful. But now, seeing them sitting on the playground with their legs hugged and laughing, they really became a collective. I think we will be more powerful, right? With the roar of the actor, all the children in the class shouted, yes. Seeing this, the members of the Federal Security team immediately moved out the shooting targets and obstacles to set up the venue. Then what you are going to compete with us next is the shooting accuracy after the obstacle shuttle run. Do you have the confidence to beat us? Yes. Finally, under the coverage of the lively sound of the activity venue, Abu shouted the sentence that he had been waiting and fighting for a long time. That's my Xiaomai. Ami, go find your sister. I won't make a mistake. That's my daughter Xiaomai. Chapter 56. What? Before Ami could understand, Abu had already gotten off the car and headed for the class for the transition from primary school to junior high school. In her memory, there was also such a scene with loud gongs and drums. But the difference was that the smoke and scattered broken limbs kept telling her the danger of the battlefield. But she kept crying and shouting her daughter Xiaomai's name and kept moving forward. It was dark, and the light of the war illuminated the dark sky, but she still couldn't find her Xiaomai. Xiaomai disappeared in this war-torn land. Sometimes she hated herself for not stopping the person who took her daughter away, and let her daughter disappear without a sign. So now, she was determined not to let Xiaomai disappear from her sight again. In the school's playground in Rongdong, a new round of obstacle course running had just begun. Suddenly, a man jumped out of the crowd and hugged a confused girl in the primary school to junior high school class without saying a word. He hugged her tightly and kept murmuring, Xiaomai, my Xiaomai. The actor almost subconsciously pointed the gun in his hand at the strange woman, but the Federal Security team member who was traveling with him stepped forward and pressed the gun in the actor's hand. Don't point the gun at your own people. Teacher? Who are you? Don't steal my Xiaomai. Who are you? How did you get in? Wait, she is the person I brought to visit today. With the appearance of teachers, Federal Security teams, and internal security forces, the situation became chaotic for a while, but fortunately, with the strong command and comfort of the school leaders, the chaos did not last long and returned to calm. The girl called Xiaomai looked up at the woman who hugged her, and had already burst into tears, looking very confused and a little uncomfortable. She had forgotten that she had any family in the world. After the school leaders had arranged for everyone else, they asked the children in the primary to junior high school class to go back to class first. 345. The actor reached out his hand to Xiaomai, and Xiaomai also subconsciously reached out his hand to him. However, when Abu heard this number, he felt sad again. She should have been happy and safe, But now she didn't even know her own name. This made her hold 345 tightly, but she couldn't let 345 hold the actor's hand. Xiaomi, your name is Xiaomai. I'm your mother. Don't you remember? Abu squatted down and tried to talk to the little girl in his arms, but the little girl's reaction was indifferent, as if asking Abu, did you really recognize the right person? At the same time, Xingxia also learned the news and rushed to the school. After arriving at school, due to the insistence of Abu and the little girl, the school leaders had to let the two of them, and the family members such as Ami who surrounded them sit down on the playground temporarily. In the classroom, the students at this moment. Everyone hid behind the window and looked towards the playground, including Shizi and other members of the class. Is that 345's mother? That's great. I didn't even know if I had a mother. Shizi couldn't help but curse when he heard it. She's obviously a crazy woman. Didn't you see that 345 doesn't like her? Indeed, facing this mother who suddenly ran out to hug her and kept calling her Xiaomai, 345's first reaction was to resist. In her memory, her only mother was called 345. She was a very warm girl in the Boy Scouts, who would take care of her, leave her food, and hold her to sleep. Unfortunately, 345 didn't live long. One day, the leader of the Boy Scouts called 345 away, and 345 never came back. When she asked where 345 had gone, the leader said to her, you will be 345 from now on. So she has been using the name 345. Even after entering the school and listening to the teacher explain the meaning of the name and encouraging them to rename themselves, she has been calling this weird name. At first, some people from the Shizi side wanted to bully her because her name was weird, but before she could fight back, Shizi took the initiative to stand up and protect her. What's so strange about her wanting to call me this name? I'm still called Shizi. I'm on the stage. People should have dreams and respect the dreams of others. Hey 345, this string of numbers is very meaningful to you. At that time, 345 nodded blankly, and Shizi nodded heavily. Well, then you will be called 345 in the future, no change. 345. From then on, in her heart, Shizi was her new brother. And since this incident, strangely, the two groups that originally didn't care about each other gradually merged together, and finally formed a unified class collective. With the appearance of Xingxia on the playground, Abu seemed very nervous, so that he held 345's hand tighter and tighter. When 345 saw Xingxia, he subconsciously wanted to get rid of Abu beside him. So without waiting for the two people to say anything, 345 decisively kicked Abu first, and took the moment when Abu leaned back and ran to Xingxia. No! When Abu was about to collapse, she found that Xingxia picked up the child, and then came to her to comfort her. Don't worry, no one can take your child away. 345 was a little confused in Xingxia's arms, and looked at her strangely, but Xingxia had already leaned into her ear and asked her. This had lost her daughter before. Are you willing to comfort her first? 345's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded her head vigorously. Xingxia smiled and rubbed her head as if to praise her. After putting her down again, Xingxia asked 345 to take her mother to the conference room first, and the others also went to the conference room to wait. The hospital staff will arrive soon. Suddenly, 345 asked worriedly, will she take me away? Even though her hand was holding Abu's hand at this moment, her eyes were still staring at Xingxia worriedly until Xingxia promised her, don't worry, I won't let anyone take you away without listening to your ideas. 345 was relieved again. Half an hour later, with the arrival of the medical team and a detailed explanation of how to complete the parent-child comparison, the school leaders listened carefully to Abu's story and asked 345 to retell her childhood memories. The final result was that the two were indeed mother and child. However, when the paternity test results came out, 345 got angry. I don't know her, she is not my mother. After hearing this, Abu burst into tears and kept repeating the words he had said many times before. When you were taken away from me, you were so young. All these years, I have been asking God to help me find you. Now I finally found you, but you don't remember me. God, this is my punishment. Seeing that 345 was about to leave in anger, Xingxia immediately stopped her and asked Abu and the others, what do you want now? Abu immediately clasped his hands together in front of Xingxia with tears in his eyes, as if praying to God, thank you for saving my child, please be a good person and return my child to me. Seeing that Xingxia was unmoved, Abu cried even harder, she is really my Xiaomai. Xiaomai, you still have a brother, this is your brother Xiaomi. Me. When 345 was about to refute something, Xingxia covered her hand with one hand, which made 345 realize that the planet commander had something to say, so she suppressed her emotions for the time being. I think the decision on this matter is not in your hands. As soon as Xingxia said this, a group of people on Ami's side seemed very excited. Although they knew that it was indeed not right to snatch the child directly, and looking at the situation here, the children should be well taken care of. But can the best care be compared to the care of their mother? But Xingxia reached out to stop them from excitedly opening their mouths to refute and proposed a new plan. You can settle down here. What? For a moment, Abu and the others were dumbfounded, especially Ami. When he came to his senses, and was about to scold the planetary commander, was this her original intention? She wanted to force them to stay for combat power, which was simply shameless. But she heard Xingxia calmly say, there is a complete medical system here, which is good for your mother's physical condition. Besides, after not seeing each other for so long, there must be a process of mutual familiarity and reacquaintance. If you really love your daughter, you should consider your daughter's feelings instead of demanding to take her away, right? Abu and Ami, After saying this, Xingxia stood up again. Your sightseeing tour today is not over yet. There are still many places in the Rongdong that you have not visited yet. How about visiting them first, and then considering my proposal? After an unknown amount of time, someone from the Ami family asked in a deep voice, what if we don't want to stay after the tour? Then send you back safely. After saying this, Xingxia reached out to stop the other people who tried to speak. I hope you won't look at me and other people in the Rongdong with the old eyes. Good people shouldn't have guns pointed at their heads. I am friendly to you, but I also hope that you won't speculate about me with malice. Can you do that? Sorry. The tense atmosphere between the two sides finally eased again, and at this time Xingxia also contacted. The great elder of the Ami family told him that Abu had found her daughter Xiaomai. Not to mention the great elder, even the other people in the family behind the great elder were extremely shocked. They originally thought that the children who were taken away from the family had died long ago, but they didn't expect that there were children who could be rescued. 345 was also called over to say hello at this time, but after saying hello, 345 firmly stated that she didn't want to leave Rongdong. Besides, everyone in the Boy Scouts was rescued by the planet commander. They had no reason and shouldn't leave the planet commander. Do you have other children? The great elder was a little speechless for a while. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, he said that he also wanted to come to Rongdong. Xingxia welcomed this and arranged for the federal security team to invite the great elder over after looking at the weather and time outside Rongdong. The next morning, the top leaders of the arms faction in the hot spring area heard a loud noise, like an excavator digging outside the house before they woke up. They got up and looked outside, but found that there were signs of groundbreaking in the western mountainous area. Although the land had been sold to the planetary commander, it was guarded by the horse gang. Logically, they should not let the planetary commander break ground so easily without paying the hidden money. As a result, when they called the communication, the horse gang hung up directly. Not only did they hang up, but they also quickly replied to them. From now on, we are the planetary commander's people. Oh my god, is this planetary commander a witch? She is so quick to seduce people. Why does she fall wherever she goes? The top leaders of the arms faction were still cursing. Someone was looking at the scene in the telescope and shaking his head and cursing. They are really crazy. They are going to transform the entire western mountain area. Can we still soak in the hot springs in this mountain area if they change it? Oh my god, they are really a bunch of lunatics. There is no other way. Contact people from other gangs immediately to see if there is anyone who can stop them. Damn it, they only know how to watch the scene at ordinary times, and they are useless at the critical moment. Unfortunately, when the high-level officials of the arms faction sent messages to the 8 major families responsible for guarding the entire hot spring area one by one, the replies they received were either perfunctory or more money. After asking the high-level officials of the arms faction, "Are you all going to stand on the side of the planet commander?" they received a unified reply, "Yes, what do you want?" The high-level officials of the arms faction, At the same time, after being invited by the chief elder of the horse gang family, the other independent family leaders, who were responsible for helping to look after the place or doing other things in the entire hot spring area, were also invited to the Rongdong. In the past, they did not participate in the specific disputes between the bigwigs of Vogue Planet, but only guarded their own territory and regularly paid tribute to the bigwigs in the hot spring area. However, after hearing that someone in the horse gang family found his child in the Boy Scouts after 10 years, most of them wanted to try their luck. After all, there were many children in the Boy Scouts, who were either robbed or had to be paid as tribute. On this trip, the scenery in the Rongdong seemed like a dream paradise, and the planetary commander was willing to give them the respect. The children who were lost and found again also made them determined to turn from darkness to light, and follow the planetary commander from now on. Xingxia did not expect that there were citizens from other star regions outside the citizen system of Vogue Planet, but it was a pleasant surprise to get their support. Now the farming area has started construction, and the remaining issues to be solved are the problems related to granary and seed management, as well as untie the knots of these children who have been found and can only watch them being found, but no family members are looking for them. Shizi, are you okay? Xingxia moved her eyes away from the plan and looked at the Shizi, who was hiding not far away from her. Looking at his face and eyes, you can tell that he has cried many times. Chapter 57. The actor said nothing, but turned his head away. These days, many of the former scouts suddenly have their own parents and brothers, which makes the actor and his group of children extremely envious. Although the children in the scouts said that they didn't know these people and would never leave Rongdong, the actor could see that they had gradually accepted and rejoiced from the initial resistance. The actor was happy for them, but he couldn't suppress his jealousy and fear. This repeated emotional tug almost drove him crazy, and there were many children with the same emotions as him. Now the head teacher in the primary school to junior high school class has been deliberately separating the two groups, so that the children who have parents to adopt them can have more contact with their parents and brothers after school, while the children without parents go to the adult education college to find a one-on-one teaching teacher for them. This part of the teachers is both the students and the adopters of these children without parents. The adoption plan is called Red Ribbon of Love, which means that even if there is no blood relationship, the two parties connected by the red ribbon can be as close as a family. But this plan not only failed to alleviate the jealousy and inferiority of these orphan children, but even aroused their anxiety. The class teacher had no choice but to report the situation and report it to the planet commander one by one. As the king of children who once boasted that he must follow Xingxia, Shizi was also sent to Xingxia after school that day. But before he was sent here, he couldn't help but quarreled with 345, because 345 took the snacks made by his mother Abu, and wanted to share them with Shizi, but Shizi knocked them away. 345 looked very stunned. Shizi looked at 345, who was in a daze, and didn't know what was going on. He started crying in anger and annoyance. Then, without waiting for 345 to say anything, Shizi turned around and ran away. Before arriving at Xingxia's office, Shizi had been a little restless, but he didn't know how to explain his emotions. Fortunately, Xingxia also had a lot of work to do. Shizi sat in her office for a full hour, and Xingxia didn't look up from her work to look at him. So Shizi was happy to sort out his mood at ease, until Xingxia finally got rid of her work and looked up at him and asked him, "Are you okay?" Strange, hearing these 4 words, Shizi always felt like crying again. Xingxia came over and didn't scold him. Instead, she rubbed his head lovingly, then picked him up and walked out. "Where are we going?" Shizi panicked for a moment. He was not a little sister who needed to be coaxed. He was still very shy to be carried out by Xingxia like this. "Take you to see the topic your brother is currently researching." "Huh?" Shizi remembered that he had a brother who didn't care about his appearance in the adult education college. That guy was not only unkempt but also very quiet. Shizi always felt like a mascot when standing next to him. However, what touched Shizi was that he often gave him some small stages or toys made by himself and wrote letters to encourage his dream of going on stage. What a strange guy. From the second underground floor of Rongdong, take the elevator all the way. When they got to the ground, Shizi thought Xingxia was going to take him out of the cave. But after changing to a vertical ladder, Xingxia actually took him straight to the tower on the ground of the cave. When they reached the top of the tower, the cold wind made Shizi close his eyes subconsciously. As Xingxia reached out to turn on a heater and the cold-proof shield of the tower, Shizi heard a soft but powerful voice. "Look." Shizi tentatively opened his eyes, but was soon shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the originally dark ground of Oak Planet was now lit up with dots of guiding lights, like the runway of an aviation starship. Strings of lights spread out along the ridges and roads in front of him. From afar, he seemed to be able to see the plains behind the mountains, and the city covered by ice and snow. It's shocking to see this way. Xingxia came over and smiled while introducing to the actor that in the past, only the larger cities on the surface of Vogue had corresponding standard roads, and other places were either dirt roads or mountain roads that had been baptized by artillery fire. What the actor's brother is doing is to connect these remote areas to the central city's road network. From now on, Even remote areas can enjoy the prosperity and convenience of the central city. More importantly, after the construction of these road networks is completed, Vok will move towards a path of comprehensive poverty alleviation, from food stability to poverty alleviation to a well-off society. The people of Vok have lagged behind too much before, and are now catching up step by step. Do you know how difficult it is to design a suitable road to connect to the main road on Vok? Xingxia took out the road map hand-painted by the actor's brother, and showed it to the actor. The actor took the exquisite. The beautiful hand-painted picture was like a work of art. While admiring the neatness and complexity of these lines, he also recognized the city street where he used to sell addictive drugs. Yes, he listened to you growing up there, so he took over the design of this road. You see, in the future, the 3 nearby villages will be connected along this road. At the same time, according to your brother's expectation, he wants to plan a drama school for you on this land. Drama school? The actor couldn't help but scream again. Xingxia also reached out and rubbed his head soothingly at this time, telling him that the existing educational resources and venues in the Rongdong are far from enough. So when the cold winter is over, the future Vok planet will build more universities, high schools, junior high schools and elementary schools. Yes, just like other planets outside the star field, Vok must also have a complete education system. At the same time, I will continue my 9-year compulsory education, and the education expenses during this period will be fully funded by the state. So cool. Looking at this hand-drawn road map, the actor can already imagine the drama school that will rise from the ground after connecting to this road network. At that time, even if he just enters to visit, he will feel extremely happy. Xingxia suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, your brother once gave you a lot of handmade toys and a small stage, right? The actor's breathing stagnated instantly. He looked at the vacant land, and the shapes of these vacant lands that were accurately marked on this piece of land. Without saying a word, he turned around and wanted to go down the tower and return to his residence. Xingxia stopped him at this time. This is a drawing drawn by your brother. There is only one. You have to keep it well. As for other children, have you received similar gifts? I know. The actor was as happy as a little rabbit who had just been fed carrots. His eyes were bright. It was so bad that he felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. When he ran downstairs and bumped into the patrolling federal security team, the federal security team member on duty couldn't help shouting, "Hey, be careful, don't fall down." The actor rarely heard such caring words before, but he didn't know when he heard it too often and ignored that it was also a kind of care. So the actor turned around and said happily, "I know, you guys have worked hard too. Hey, you are quite sweet." The actor felt that he was smiling silly. He just shuttled through the education area until he ran back to his home. What surprised him was that his brother, who rarely spoke, was waiting for him at his residence. When he saw him, his brother was shy for a moment and handed the dinner to the actor while explaining, "You didn't come today, so I came to see you." The next second, Shizi rushed over and gave him a big hug. At this time, Shizi could feel his brother's body trembling for a moment. Then his brother looked down at him with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he could accept himself. You, I have this. At this time, Shizi handed over the hand-drawn road map in his hand and shouted loudly, "Brother, you are awesome." At that moment, the big boy's face turned red like a ripe tomato, and Shizi didn't stay for long and directly took his hand to the residence of other children in the class. Soon, under his chattering, this group of children, who were originally jealous of the scouts, who had families, also found them like the lucky ones, who received Santa Claus blessings in winter. They gave each other gifts. "Wow, I will have a sister in the future. My brother is really awesome. My brother is the best. Nonsense, my sister is the best. My sister can drive an excavator. My brother can do that too." Listening to the childish comparisons between these children, who were about to enter junior high school, the older brothers and sisters, who had received the news and rushed over from all over the school, couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, thinking that the love in their hearts had finally been conveyed. At this time, 345 and other children with families also appeared at the residence of Shizi and his family. The first second Shizi saw 345, he walked over, sincerely and bravely apologized to 345, and asked 345 if she had any snacks made by her mother, thinking that they must be delicious. He was very hungry now. 345 had a lot to say, but now seeing the embarrassed look of the actor scratching her head, all the words turned into a loud hum the moment she opened her mouth. Not far away, the non-Vok family members, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but shed tears. Abu couldn't help but say to Ami, "Our planet commander really raised our children very well." "Yes, really. Very well, better than our education. Mainly because the actor's open apology and bright smile also made all the family members see another possibility for the children who were once displaced on the planet Volker. After this apology, the children in the primary school to junior high school class gathered together again. They even held a cheerful and lively fake bonfire party, and sang their own songs and danced their own dances at the party. For some reason, seeing this scene, a group of non-Volker family members suddenly realized what Xingxiao once said: as long as we have a common belief, we can become a loving family even if our blood and customs are different. This sentence is really great. At the same time, due to the continuous construction of the road foundation and the farmland foundation, the high-level military faction in the hot spring area all suffered. The breakfast time was rumbling, the lunch time was dingling, and the dinner time was crackling. If you count carefully, they have to listen to the noise coming from outside all day long. What's more annoying is that even if they want to stop or complain, they can't stop or complain at all. This is really the most noisy winter. When the high-ranking members of the arms faction were eating around the table, they looked at each other's haggard appearance, and could not understand how they had fallen to this point. How could this newly appointed planetary commander have such great charm to completely control the entire Vogue planet, so many forces and people, including non-Vogue planetary slaves, who they used to look down on, but would feel terrible if they were really gone? Has the contact with the alien domain not been responded to yet? Wanting to change the subject, a companion who was also one of them suddenly said, "The technicians have all been poached. Are you going to repair the equipment, or am I going to repair the equipment?" High-ranking members of the arms faction. Alas, the sighs in unison really describe their sadness and situation at the moment. But soon, accompanied by the sound of an emergency contact, they suddenly found that the interstar communication that had been cut off for a long time was now smooth again. Can you hear my voice? The other end of the communication signal was a voice that this group of people had never heard before, of course. Yes. The senior leaders of the arms faction answered the questions of the personnel on the other end of the communication with an extremely servile attitude. Very good. Follow my order. Restore the current signal of the hot spring area. Be careful to avoid signal monitoring. And what's the matter with the lights on the surface of the planet during this period? At the same time, Xingxiao stood on the top of the Tower of Rongdong and looked at these lights. The old expert of the original Architectural Institute suggested to wait until after the cold winter period to start the construction of these infrastructures. He was worried that once Volker, the abnormal light on the surface of the planet will definitely attract the surrounding star regions to look at it with ill intentions, which may also cause the conflict to break out earlier. However, Volker planet, whether it is the people, the soldiers, or even the corresponding military defense equipment, may not be able to make corresponding preparations. Unfortunately, this proposal was rejected by Xingxiao. The reason given by Xingxiao is also very simple. We can't always hope that the enemy is weaker than us or doesn't fire the first shot at us. Now we have laid the foundation, and the overall road network can be laid in 7 months. If it comes to war, this mature road network system will also become one of our important trump cards in counterattack operations. Also, how is the underground nuclear preparation project that needs to be built and laid synchronously with the road network system running now? Compared with the road network construction, the real trump card, the underground nuclear preparation project, is what Xingxiao has prepared in the future. It may catch everyone off guard in crisis response. Chapter 58. It has to be admitted that Xingxiao's methods are indeed sophisticated. On the surface, she is building roads, but in fact, she does not shy away from the miserable history of the underground rivers. While building a large-scale road network on the ground, a large number of nuclear counterattack devices are also arranged in the underground nodes. This shows that Xingxiao has more or less foreseen the possibility of Vogue planet going to war with the military forces of the surrounding star fields in the future. However, no one can figure out where Xingxiao got the confidence to really challenge the military forces of the surrounding star field forces. This is undoubtedly a gamble. Secret concerns and uneasiness began to spread among the corresponding ruling high-level officials, and this emotion was soon noticed by Xingxiao. Therefore, the ruling high-level officials saw the second schedule prepared by Xingxiao, and Xingxiao clearly stated that this schedule would be announced on the first day, when the cold wave faded and people walked out of the melting cave. The core is strictly prohibiting pornography, gambling and drugs, creating new tourist landmarks around the central city, and building a new industrial system in the western region to cheap, efficient, and mature to grab industrial orders undertaken by other planets in the Federation. At the same time, the southern region, as part of the independent military research and development system, established a series of new science and technology colleges such as the Vogue Planet Higher Military Academy. The southern and northern regions were connected to form a new science and technology valley. This proposal was very good, but it was opposed by most researchers from the core states of the Federation. At the same time, many officials at the top of the government hall voted against the plan. The reason for their opposition was very simple. Vogue Planet was the buffer zone for the Federation to deal with the infiltration of forces from other planets. If they had to deal with the attacks from alien forces while endangering the interests of other planets in the Federation, they would probably be strangled by the coalition. At the same time, Xingxia proposed strictly prohibiting pornography, gambling, and drugs. It is very unrealistic. Even though the universal supply system in the melting cave has eliminated some of the pornography, gambling, and drugs phenomena, no one can guarantee that pornography, gambling, and drugs will not be dumped on visitors from other star regions when they walk out of the melting cave. Moreover, Vogue Planet is a back garden for people in the surrounding star regions to vent their desires. It has always had a huge source of funds through these three lines. Even letting people from the surrounding star regions enter Vogue Planet can delay the possibility of the other party's military deployment to a certain extent. If it is immediately one size fits all and generally given up, what will be the price before the new economic model is successfully built? Xingxiao looked at the people who opposed her silently, and did not say much. She knew very well that even in the independent army with strict military discipline, pornography, gambling, and drugs were not completely prohibited. You need to think about it more. Contrary to the expectations of the participating representatives Wei Jie and Fu Qianxin, Xingxia actually shelved this issue and said that she would accept the suggestions and think about this plan more. At the top of the tower, when Xingxia was staring at the lights in a daze, Xuai suddenly made a crackling sound, and before Xingxia asked what was going on, she gave her an even more confusing answer. No abnormalities. Searching for abnormalities. Xingxia, Well, her sixth sense told her that something bad had come in. After turning around, Xingxia saw Wei Jie coming up. Wei Jie came to report on the highway network project, and also wanted to discuss with Xingxia the second plan she had seemingly given up. The inside of the melting cave seemed to be a completely different second world from the Vogue Planet. It seemed that there shouldn't be regrets, crying, or the sound of failure in this world. While handing over the corresponding highway network project inspection form to Xingxia, Wei Jie also laid the groundwork with this sentence. The highway network is a fairy tale in the eyes of children, but to maintain this fairy tale, someone always needs to pay the price in the dark. If this price is from top to bottom, although there will be some resistance, it may not be a bad thing. Xingxia couldn't help turning her head to look at Wei Jie. Even if you were pulled down from your current position, do you think it is a good thing? If it can make everything better, I would rather retire now, and go back to spend time with my family. Xingxia, Listen to the voice of the people. The answer you want sometimes exists in the people. The future is not in our hands, but in their hands. People, this is Wei Jie's first. Hearing this word 3 times, before, he only felt shocked, but didn't have any concrete feeling. But now, hearing this word from the planet commander's mouth, it seemed to point to the end of the doubt. Wei Jie didn't know how he got down from the top of the tower. He only knew that when he reacted, his daughter was already standing in front of him, complaining about his distraction and indifference to her as always. But soon his daughter's attention was refocused on the textbook knowledge, and she would ask Wei Jie questions from time to time while walking. Wei Jie coughed lightly, and was about to shirk that he had never taken a course in this area when he heard his daughter introduce her friend to him, who had always been far better than her in this subject. He really couldn't understand why everyone had the same starting point, but that guy seemed to have a different talent. Who is it? It's the alien family you helped before. You forgot. Now they are very powerful. After the children went to school, Aunt Alien also joined the ranks of repair workers. She said that women can do the work that men can do. Listening to his daughter's nagging introduction, Wei Jie realized that the world in the melting cave has changed. It's not just the appearance, but even the people's thoughts have changed. When he returned to the door of his house, perhaps because he rarely saw him, the neighbor uncle greeted him happily. When he returned the greeting, he also saw a pile of food placed at the door of the neighbor uncle. After noticing Wei Jie's eyes, the neighbor uncle took the initiative to introduce. Before, we did food diversion. The food of the children in the government hall, and the federal security team was not with us. We were very touched and didn't know how to thank them. Now there is a job of repairing the road, and everyone is rushing to sign up. It's just that road repair is difficult. In order to avoid being late, we packed up some delicious food in advance and waited for them to come back. Thinking of his daughter's words, Wei Jie couldn't help asking, Alien and the others went too? Oh, how can we say that our planetary commander is wise? Since she announced the bill of equality between men and women and equal pay for equal work, the women around us are doing the work of two people. I heard that Alien has become the team leader in the maintenance team. Wow, that's really amazing. Wei Jia, Hey, isn't this Wei Jia? You came back so early today? In the interval of talking, more students left school, including Alien's girls. Now, these girls no longer have the sluggish feeling after wearing heavy makeup in the past, but are more capable. When the neighbor saw them coming back, he specially thanked one of them for helping to fix the leaking water pipe in his house. Hey, it's not a big problem. Alien's little daughter showed her toolbox while talking and happily said that she would be able to go directly to the industrial park for internship in 1 more week. So soon? Wei Jia was stunned. He had counted the number of maintenance workers before, and the number was a little beyond his expectation, but he only regarded them as workers released after the oppression was lifted, so he didn't think deeply about it. When repairing the highway, he didn't take the increase in the number of people seriously because of the participation of the federal security team. Now it seems that the talent training cycle of the Rongdong Education College is far lower than the standards of other star fields. While being shocked, Wei Jia couldn't help but have the urge to go to the factory area, which is the current work area, and he didn't hesitate for a long time. He thought of doing it immediately. The work area was brightly lit, which seemed to be better than the food area. It was even more lively, and the temporary person in charge of this area was eating traditional bread from the planet Volker while introducing to Wei Jia that since the highway project began, everyone's enthusiasm for production had been released unconsciously. The canal that was specially dug to deal with the underground river last time is still in everyone's memory. Although the planetary commander is not rushing for time, everyone knows that this road network must be laid during the cold winter to deal with the crisis next year. What do you know about the crisis next year? Wei Jia was very surprised, and felt as if he was out of touch with the people. What else can we know? We are not fools. Since the Education College has open courses related to interstar relations, history courses, and political courses, even our children know that the planet Volker is now standing at a historical crossroads. The temporary person in charge spoke with the momentum of a lecturer. This is a great change that has not been seen in a century. If it fails, at best we will return to that period of shame, and at worst the Volker people will no longer exist, and will be divided up by the surrounding star field forces. History also tells us that despising women and children, and excluding them from labor, and distribution of benefits will cause great losses in the short term. Women can hold up half the sky. If Volker wants to turn over a new leaf and become the master of the past, it must abandon all the dross of the past, such as pornography, gambling and drugs, and must not touch them at all. Wei Jia, shock. God knows how shocked he was when these 3 words came out of the mouth of the temporary person in charge. He always thought that these 3 words, and Xingxia's second proposal were only known to those who were in high positions. Now it seems that the people of Volker not only. I have been exposed to this concept for a long time, and I have accepted it with deep recognition. Yes, teaching classrooms. For a long time, whether it is him, the people in the government hall, or the personnel of the federal security team, they have been frequently busy with various crises, and have never cared about what is taught in the teaching classroom. In addition, Xingxia has always told everyone that it is all basic education. The high-tech technical team is in the core area of Rongdong, so no one cares about what this basic education teaches. I think their past education experience has long been blurred. I only remember that basic education includes literacy and arithmetic, but I have never thought about history and courses related to the relationship between star fields. What's wrong with you? Noticing Wei Jia's unnatural expression, the temporary person in charge of this area subconsciously asked, Nothing, by the way, do you have a course schedule for the education college? That thing? Isn't it completely open? You can choose your own courses. You know what, although some of them are just recorded courses, they are also very interesting. Wei Jia, recorded courses? If you are really so curious, why don't you take some time to visit the education college? So Wei Jia really went to the education college. In the past, he only knew that there were both basic education colleges and adult education colleges. Now after entering and carefully visiting and reading the corresponding class schedule, he couldn't help but shouting, Xingxia is playing a big game. Although this place is named Basic Education, many educational equipment has long been updated from the old blackboard to holographic projection screens and practical laboratory rooms. What's more exciting is that these new equipment are all wall. The people of the planet could independently developed, produced, and built. Even the people who developed these new gadgets were not much older than the people in class. Once the feeling of dissatisfaction arose, the absorption of knowledge would naturally rush forward. No wonder his daughter kept reading books on the way to and from school. She was really afraid that she would fall behind the big team. With the firm support of the people, the decision-makers were forced to make concessions, and even those who had other ideas were caught. Wei Jia always felt that he had missed something. As soon as he finished thinking this, he turned around and received a message from the government hall, saying that the communication between the planet Voke and the Federation had been restored, and the worst thing was that the Federation seemed determined to transfer their planet commander Xingxia. Wei Jia, what? Wait, could it be that the big game that Xingxia wanted to play has already begun? Chapter 59. At the same time, Xingxia began to sort out the suspicious signal mentioned by Xiaoai in her office. The signal only existed for a moment, but suddenly disappeared the moment Xiaoai started tracking. If this was a man-made technology, then the person who could create such a poor signal must be very powerful. I still think it was just my misjudgment. Xiaoai sounded a little aggrieved, but Xingxia only comforted her with one sentence, Hearing this Xiaoai knew that Xingxia did not think it was a misjudgment. Just when Xiaoai wanted to argue more, the signal from the Federal Supreme Court was suddenly received. The other party notified Xingxia that she must arrive at the Supreme Court within a month to accept the trial of the court. This is generally the place where serious criminals in the Federation are required to go. Logically, after receiving such a notice, Xingxia should contact the federal government anyway, but to the surprise of the federal government employees, this trial email was directly changed by Xingxia to the name of the recipient and the name of the corresponding Supreme Court recipient, and then sent to the planetary commanders of all districts of the entire federal government. At the same time, the Federal Supreme Court also received an inquiry from Xingxia, asking whether the other party had a system disorder that sent her such an invitation letter. After all, it is still the cold season on Vogue Planet, and flights have been suspended. If she refuses to go to the Supreme Court, she will face the loss of legitimacy of her rights. So, this is the idea of your Federal Bureau. Are you going to let Vogue Planet directly become independent? Then should I initiate a referendum on Vogue Planet? Federal Supreme Court. Federal Government Employee. At the Federal Supreme Court meeting, the matter of Xingxia was immediately filed and put on the table for discussion. Some members believed that if Xingxia had the potential to far exceed that of a planetary commander, the Federation should vigorously cultivate her instead of giving up on her, and should not allow such a genius to leave the country at will and be owned by the surrounding star field forces. However, some members believed that it was obvious that Xingxia, as a planetary commander, had casually invaded the entire Federation's planetary commander appointment database. She was undoubtedly a criminal of the Federation, and should be arrested immediately. Then when you asked the Supreme Court to send her an interrogation letter, you didn't leave her any room for maneuver. Now is the flight suspension period of Vogue Planet. At least she won't ignore the inquiries or warnings issued by the Federation again. So are you really going to let Vogue Planet hold a referendum directly after the cold winter period? To be honest, Xingxia is now on Vogue Planet. I agree, and I even think that the surrounding star regions deliberately launched all kinds of accusations against us because they want to win her over. She didn't show off her talent, but she made a big deal and involved the commanders of the entire Federation. This is enough to prove that she is smarter and better than we thought. Bullshit. A little girl like her obviously doesn't know what the consequences of her behavior will be, so she dares to act so recklessly and disregard the laws of the Federation. Oh, you have to admit that geniuses can't be judged by common sense. Genius? Hacking into a planetary commander's appointment database is considered a genius? Obviously there are many people smarter than her, but they dare not act so recklessly only because of federal laws. Are you sure? Suddenly, a member of the House of Representatives, who focuses on high-tech military technology, said these 3 words in silence. Seeing him speak, the other members more or less stopped arguing. After all, people in the military field are always tough, not to mention that the federal military is standing directly behind them, so their personnel have to give face when they speak. After sighing, the member showed the video of the New Year's Eve gala on the Vogue Planet, and focused on the scene of the mechanical dog splitting into a tide of small spiders that can surround the human body. This is not interpreted by the interpretation experts in the surrounding star fields as fake, but video synthesis technology. Ahem. This member who focuses on high-tech military technology said that the military field is a genius. The congressman who specialized in cutting-edge technology coughed again, interrupting the hardliners at the meeting. They contacted me and asked us if we wanted to order a batch of their mechanical dogs. If we place an order now, They will be able to make a batch for us when the winter on Voke ends. It must be said that this was like thunder. If the shabby Voke planet led by Xingxia can make such high-end mechanical dogs, then what are the other people who are still struggling, pigs or idiots? Just as the hardliners were about to refute, they saw this congressman who focused on military high-tech technology sharing some mechanical dog data with the participants, saying that these data were obtained from the planet commander Xingxia, and after practice. It is indeed possible to make the mechanical dogs made of memory metal split. But the focus is also on the surrounding data formed? Do you know technology or do I know technology? The hardliners had to shut up after a rant, but at the same time, they also threatened that they would not pursue Xingxia's transgression, but Xingxia must also hand over all the data of the robot dog. Of course, Xingxia's response to the order issued by the Supreme Arbitration Conference was the surrounding star fields are eyeing this technology covetously. In response, the Federal Starfield Protection Bureau quickly promised to send troops to Voke Planet to ensure its safety, but Xingxia, who learned of the news, still replied, "The surrounding star fields are eyeing this technology covetously." Looking at the same text, the senior officials of the Federal Starfield Protection Bureau held a meeting with their colleagues in the Intelligence Department for a whole day and night, and finally came to a new conclusion. Xingxia is facing threats from other Starfield forces, and even the response must be so concise. So they are ready to send troops to Voke Planet immediately, and in terms of diplomatic rhetoric, they must also order the surrounding Starfield forces not to act rashly. On the planet Volker, an Yuan from the Independence Army was not only shocked after seeing Xingxia's reply, but also worried that the Federation would launch a more powerful crackdown on Xingxia because of Xingxia's special joke. This is what you have to remember. If you are strong enough, you will be invited to the table for dinner even if you are grinning. Xingxia taught an Yuan while typing. An Yuan, eh? Soon, the Federal Star Domain Protection Bureau and the Federal Military Special Bureau jointly replied to Xingxia, saying that they would send troops in the near future. Just when an Yuan thought that this was enough and the game was almost over, Xingxia replied with the same sentence. The surrounding star domains are all eyeing this technology. And Yuan, why do you still reply like that? Xingxia curled her lips and smiled. Of course, it's because there are a group of smart people in the Federation, and the best way to deal with smart people is to let them imagine what happened. And Yuan. Wow. Soon, after another collective meeting and discussion, the Federation finally started to address the issue of inconvenience in receiving and replying to information as Xingxia wished, and reprimanded the reckless behavior of the Federal Supreme Court. Although the people in the Supreme Court felt that this didn't make sense at all, after all, Xingxia didn't show any mercy when he invaded their internal system, but the other members said that they needed the Supreme Court to find their own. After all, if the distant Voke planet could hack into their database, then they could just resign and go to the countryside to farm. The people of the Supreme Judgment Bureau were set up all of a sudden. If they admitted that it was the technology from Voke Planet that hacked into them, it was obvious that their professionalism would be held accountable. If they didn't admit it, then they could only say that the interrogation letter sent to Voke Planet was an internal system error. In short, 10 days later, Xingxia received a sincere apology from the officials of the Supreme Judgment Bureau in a leisurely manner. The other party even paid her a considerable amount of compensation, and wished her all the best in her days as the leader of Voke Planet. It seems that the problem on the Federation side has been temporarily solved, but the questioning of the key data of the robot dog is getting stronger day by day. The congressman who focuses on the high-tech field of military science and technology gives Xingxia a feeling that he is almost risking his life. He sends an email every 10 minutes to ask her what the next key data is. Of course, Xingxia also replied to him more attentively. The area you contacted is temporarily out of service. So, when Xingxia received a sincere apology from the officials of the Supreme Judgment Bureau, the Federation also added an additional annual budget, vowing to quickly build a border communication matrix to ensure that civilians at the border can communicate smoothly. At the same time, in the hot spring area of Volker Planet, since their immediate superior assigned them a new leader, they always felt that their lives were more miserable. Although this leader was indeed very powerful, and was able to avoid the current tight communication blockade of Volker Planet, and rebuild their communication channels with the alien domain, the same accountability and insults made them somewhat unable to cope. So what you mean is that you are completely controlled in the hot spring area and cannot leave, and you have also lost contact with your subordinates? You have just re-established contact. Then contact these people immediately, and inform me of the current situation inside the melting cave. 3 days later, when this leader asked this question again, everyone in the hot spring area was in a dilemma, and the leader, who finally couldn't help himself, started cursing subconsciously. If you lose your subordinates, you have to bribe them again. Don't you want to pay even this part of the money? We do want to bribe them. But now the situation on Vogue Planet has changed suddenly. It is really difficult. Before the group of people finished speaking, the leader cursed again. A bunch of trash. Everyone in the hot spring area, After looking at each other, they suddenly felt that maybe it would be a good choice to join the planet commander now. Chapter 60. A month later, when the Federation's warships arrived at the anchor point of the nearest star field to Vogue in a protective posture, the mysterious communication interference rumored to come from the surrounding star fields on Vogue finally ended. Musk, a congressman who focused on high-tech military fields, was very happy to ask Xingxia about the corresponding technical details, but Xingxia replied in a roundabout way, "Are you sure you want to place an order?" Musk, Let's talk about the price. Before Xingxia finished speaking, Musk interrupted her. "If you can give us more detailed parameters, I think we might trust you. After all, Vogue is an outlying state of the Federation. Excuse me, it has always been extremely backward in technology." Xingxia's expression was not touched at all after hearing this, but she just repeated the question. "Are you sure you want to place an order?" Musk, has the Federation's communication not been restored yet? How can this conversation be reset to the previous sentence? Of course, during this period, in addition to contacting Xingxia, the Federation was also actively contacting other government officials on Vogue. You know, in normal times, when these officials receive inquiries from them, they will be very respectful and want to give out everything they have. Now, although most people are still very respectful, the strange thing is that the contact person on the Federation side always feels that the other party has concealed something. However, thanks to these people, they still know a few more terrifying things. First, as the newly appointed planetary commander in the past, Xingxia's inauguration process was not smooth, and he actually fired a gun and threatened the corresponding assigned personnel on Vogue Planet. Secondly, the two most important power organs on Vogue Planet, the top leader of the Government Affairs Hall and the Federal Security Bureau. All of them were directly supported by Xingxia, and neither of them had any background. Their names were Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan. By checking the files, the contact person of the Federation also learned that the past resumes of the two were really unremarkable. Wei Jie was still okay, as he was responsible for the succession of the commander of the Federation planet. Fu Qianshan was basically a slacker, a typical pawn who would take the blame for the previous leader. These two people with no background were able to be supported to become the heads of important departments. At the same time, the Federation has not received any protest letters or suggestions. This is enough to show that Xingxia now controls the entire Vogue planet, and even the forces in the surrounding star fields can't do anything to her, so they can only try to curb her development by cutting off her contact from time to time during the cold winter or constantly provoking the Federation. This is very scary. You should know that there are at least 20 or 30 planetary commanders who died on Vogue Planet. Many people have been replaced. However, that planet is like an abyss. It even has a resounding name, the burial place of planetary commanders. Over time, the Federation has tacitly accepted that the place is difficult to govern, and began to discuss whether to continue to keep the planet. But now Xingxia suddenly jumped out, indicating that Vogue Planet is not only not difficult to govern, but also has a lot of potential. In this very short time, it has completed the mechanical dog fission military artifact that even the Federal Design Institute cannot complete now. Looking at Xingxia's resume, it is mediocre. According to the description of the school, she is a mediocre person and has not been very worldly in the past. Therefore, she was directly sent to the planetary commander by her superiors. Although this decision is cruel, who would care about a person who has no value in himself? Nightmare, this must be a nightmare specifically targeting me. In response to this, Xingxia's former boss has taken leave to go home for a long time. It is said that he suffered from insomnia for a whole week. On the first day after returning to work, when he learned that Xingxia had supported two people with no background to become the top leaders of the Government Affairs Hall and the Federal Security Bureau, he took 3 antihypertensive drugs and hurriedly took leave to go home. Until now, he has not recovered. On the planet Volker, both the top officials of the Government Hall and the top officials of the Federal Security Bureau have been subjected to almost non-stop information bombardment from the federal headquarters. Fu Qianshan was so stressed that he went straight to Wei Jie. Wei Jie worked while listening to Fu Qianshan's chatter. These invitations are even more than the invitations to the dances my boss has attended in the past. Oh, are your past dance invitations also so threatening? Wei Jie continued to sign the documents calmly, while asking Fu Qianshan back. Fu Qianshan looked up at him and felt that his current state was incredible. How did you stay so calm? I guess the Federation has already investigated our resumes thoroughly. So this is why you hide here with me, and don't show up at the Federal Security Bureau? Wei Jie pressed a seal with a bang without even raising his head. Fu Qianxin. After a few seconds of silence, Wei Jie felt something strange and looked up at Fu Qianxin, only to find that Fu Qianxin's expression when he looked at him was not only bitter and resentful, but also inquiring. After thinking for a while, Wei Jie stretched out his hand to him, motioning him to come closer, and then whispered Xingxia's original words in his ear. Listen to the voice of the people. The answer you want sometimes exists among the people. The future is not in our hands, but in theirs. After listening to him, Fu Qianxin raised his eyebrows and looked at him, and he also raised his eyebrows in a playful way. Fu Qianxin instantly felt a strong sense of frustration. You have a good relationship with the planetary commander now. Wei Jie smiled but said nothing. TSK, let's go, it's annoying. After closing the door, Wei Jie's smile gradually disappeared. He flipped through his inquiry records. Although he replied to most of them with unstable signal contact, it is obvious that the Federal Bureau will not only contact him. How will others respond to the contact? After all, it is the Federal Bureau. When the temptation is great enough, human nature cannot withstand the test. It just so happened that Xingxia was not even in the melting cave during this period, but ran outside the ice and snow to supervise the road repair project. It is really unpredictable and worrying. At the same time, Xingxia, who was sitting on the icebreaker police ship, finally received a reply from Mask, a member of the Federal Bureau, and the head of the Weapons Procurement Department of the Federal Security Bureau. We can order your mechanical dogs. Let's start with a team. 3 mechanical dogs in a team. Thinking that this number is not too much but definitely not too little. It should be enough for the Vogue planet. After all, they are our family, so... Sorry, we start with 1 squadron. Of course, if there are 3 squadrons, that is, 300 mechanical dogs, we can give you a 10% discount. Are you a robber? They thought that they were their family after all, and they couldn't lose face. But Xingxia taught them a solid lesson. If you want to cheat, you have to cheat your family. Xingxia was calm. If you don't want it, then I will open it to the surrounding star fields for purchase. I have also applied for patents for these technologies. In addition, someone contacted me and said that they wanted to buy out the sales range of mechanical dogs. You know that generally those who are willing to pay a monopoly price will give a very high price. Before Xingxia finished speaking, Federal Bureau Counselor Musk interrupted her hastily. We are talking about approval, you are talking about quantity and price. I must remind you, Miss Xingxia, you are the planetary commander of the Federal Bureau, so you should naturally provide corresponding loyalty. Perhaps because they felt that Musk's attitude change was too anxious, because the people in the purchasing department around him couldn't help but frown and interrupt Musk. But before he finished speaking, he heard Xingxia continue to calmly say, You know, Vogue Planet is currently crazy poor, so they dare to sell anything. Federal Bureau Counselor Musk, the head of the Weapons Purchasing Department of the Federal Security Bureau. Fuck, they couldn't refute her words at all. The awkward atmosphere flowed between the two sides for an unknown period of time. Finally, Musk coughed and brought back the embarrassing topic. He directly appeased his colleagues and made a conclusion. Then let's talk about the specific price. Xingxiu immediately added a knife. Shipping is not included. I make you poor. This time, even Musk was furious, but looking at Xingxia's expression. It was like the frost in the ice age of Vogue Planet. It was really calm. At this time, the personnel outside the icebreaker police ship seemed to have detected something incredible, so they ran into the icebreaker police ship where Xingxia was and shouted to her, Planet Commander. Seeing this, Xingxia stood up after cutting off the contact with the Federal Bureau and signaled the other party to calm down with her eyes, and then asked what was going on. Come out and see. When midsummer came out, although the cold outside had been isolated by the heating layer of the icebreaker police ship, perhaps because the weather was good today and the moon was sparse, the warships and reconnaissance ships of the surrounding star regions that were across the sky above Vogue Planet seemed particularly large, particularly close, and particularly clear. This feeling of space being compressed made everyone a little panicked, and a sense of fear of an imminent war surged inexplicably. In addition, the warships in the sky were like huge monsters that could not be seen at a glance. If they suddenly fell down, they could even smash all the icebreaker police ships in their queue into the ground, and could not be pulled out, so everyone unconsciously became nervous. Unexpectedly, after coming out, Xingxia looked up at the starships in the sky, and then turned to popularize astronomy knowledge to the members of the Federal Security Team, and also tested their knowledge of long-distance starships. Some people could answer, but most people could only lower their heads quietly. this place is pretty good, at least when we look up like this. The warships floating in the orbit of the planet can give people a sense of shock, right? Huh? When the team members were puzzled, they heard Xingxia bluntly saying that they would add a new subject about starships in the adult education school. At that time, all the team members present were welcome to study, and in the future this place might also become the incubator of the Vogue Planet Aeronautics and Astronautics College. When everyone was surprised, they heard Xingxia comfort them. After watching, go back and do what you should do. Their warships are now wandering here, basically just for reconnaissance, and can't do anything else. Everyone thought the same, and turned to look at the long light strip, feeling a sense of pride. In the past, they could only curl up in the dirty and broken melting cave, but now, they are fighting the cold winter with the planet commander, and their achievements are so shining right in front of them. How can they not be excited? At the same time, the high-level officials of the surrounding star field forces, and the people who came here to explore before receiving the order were all surprised that the winter of Vogue Planet was lit up. This beautifully divided area into standard rectangular areas, as well as the areas where the city outlines could be clearly seen, were now all lit up. What was even more terrifying was that when their starships approached the maximum distance from the planet, they could even see icebreakers and engineering vehicles paving roads in these beautiful rectangles. Paving roads in the cold winter, you have to know that it was 50 or 60 degrees below zero. As long as the planetary commander had some brains and some sense of thrift, he would not be so wasteful in building roads. But Xingxia seemed to have no idea and just built one road after another on his own. What made the people on the starships of the surrounding starfield forces even more confused was that it would be fine if the planetary commander was crazy alone, but the engineering vehicles and icebreakers were operating around the clock, which meant that someone had to work inside around the clock. They knew that the workers on Volk's planet had always been particularly hardworking, but using the icebreakers that were supposed to be used for defense as road pavers, was the planetary commander of Volk's planet really fearless and extravagant? Wasn't she worried that the exploited workers would riot? In short, all these situations indicate that Volk is currently undergoing a dramatic change. Given the recent sudden change in attitude of the Federal Bureau, I think the Federal Bureau may have different ideas about Volk this year. It was another familiar video conference of high-level officials in the surrounding star regions, but this time the focus of the meeting was successfully shifted from Volk itself to the possible strategic intentions of the Federation. Indeed, in the past winters, the untouchables of Volk could only hide in the melting caves. Now they are running out one by one, and this planetary commander is so young but so sophisticated. It is hard not to think that she was secretly released by the Federal Bureau. A sharp knife. What about the intelligence from Agent Searles? Is there any new news? Although we have contacted the people in the hot spring area of Volker Planet, unfortunately, the information is of little intelligence value. Agent Searles suggested that it would be better to start from the Federation. Just when everyone in the meeting was thinking about it, suddenly a piece of news that made them excited came. Agent Searles intercepted a top-secret data file from Volker Planet from the Federal Bureau. A professor inside Volker Planet privately sent the Federal Bureau the detailed data of the mechanical dog fission part he was responsible for. Now he has stolen it. Very good, then use this as a breakthrough point and do something new with this matter. Chapter 61. Late at night on the planet Volker, after exploring the road ahead, even though there was a huge alien reconnaissance starship parked overhead, the team members still followed the planetary commander's arrangement and found a place to have a dinner. To be honest, this dinner made everyone unconsciously excited, especially the workers in charge of road construction. This was the first time they sat down with the federal security team members, who they had never dared to approach in the past after work. Of course, there were also highly educated people who made them feel envious, admired and yearned for, who also sat together. Finally, the planetary commander also came over, sat down peacefully, and even took the initiative to invite everyone to eat, without any airs. This novel feeling made one of the workers couldn't help but sigh. This is especially like eating at the Independence Army. After he finished saying this, he suddenly changed his expression, and covered his mouth with his hand. His expression was extremely nervous. He realized that he had said something that he couldn't say. He mentioned the rebels in front of the planetary commander. Wasn't he stupid? Who knew that after hearing his words, Xingxia turned around and asked others how they felt about the Independence Army, especially how the members of the federal security team felt about the Independence Army. After all, the two sides had actually fought in the past. But unfortunately, when this question was raised, the atmosphere on the scene became silent for a while. It was like a taboo topic. Xingxia saw the embarrassed expressions of everyone and realized that it was probably not a good time for the two sides to get to know each other again. Besides, There was another her here. She simply changed the topic and mentioned that compared to the traditional bread of Oak Planet, she really liked the hot pot in the melting cave. Seeing this, the members of the federal security team couldn't help asking her, "Is that food from her hometown?" Xingxiao was stunned when she heard this. When she was thinking about how to answer, a team member mentioned a new way of eating. Tear the traditional bread and dip it in the hot pot soup. The taste is simply delicious. Bread dipped in hot pot soup? Xingxiao thought of that scene and began to mask her face in pain. However, the team member said that this way of eating is really delicious. It softens the hardness and sourness of the bread and complements the saltiness and spiciness of the soup. It is a perfect match. Seeing them nodding seriously, Xingxiao could only nod together and say that she would try it when she returned. After the topic of food came up, everyone's chatterbox was finally opened. Everyone introduced the best Bulker Planet food in their minds. Xingxiao found that the eastern region is not quite the same as the western region, and the mountainous region is completely different from the urban region. Some repair workers were once members of the Independence Army, but because the conditions on the Independence Army side are too difficult and there is no hope, they can only come back as illegal residents. Fortunately, the policy here is very relaxed, so it is also a kind of luck for them to be reborn. Just as everyone was discussing, and the atmosphere was getting more and more heated, Weijia's emergency communication broke the current excitement. At the same time, Mask, a member of the Federal Bureau, who had finally finished arguing with Xingxia about the price, received a message from the FBI investigator before he could relax. The planetary commander of the Vogue planet had already published the data of the mechanical dog for free on the Alien Domain Black Market Forum 40 minutes ago. After verification, the data is the same as the data currently stored in the federal database. Not only that, there are also supplements. In short, when the Federation negotiated with the planetary commander and paid a large deposit and monopoly fee, the planetary commander had already published the data directly on the black market according to the requirements of the surrounding star field forces. Anyone can check it, and they were completely fooled. You should know that half an hour ago, when Musk and the head of the bribery department finally finalized the price and monopoly fee with Xingxia, Musk had not even been able to get the data in Xingxia's hands, although he had asked several times. Where are the corresponding sample data and debugging data? Your contact is not in the corresponding service area. Enough, stop pretending. With Musk's roar, Xingxia simply pretended to be stupid and said hey hey. At that time, the two were fooled by Xingxia, and even Musk himself felt that Xingxia was simply responding to every word, but not agreeing to every word, an old fox. Now it seems that Xingxia has long had the intention of treason, but is just waiting to make a fortune and escape from Vogue Planet. At the same time, after learning that the Federation had been so excited that it had ordered its troops to arrive at the docking point next to Vogue that night, and to open fire if they detected any signs of starships leaving Vogue, and that Xingxia had been charged with treason and offered a high bounty, the high-ranking officials of the surrounding star domains finally felt relieved after being suppressed by Xingxia for so long. And they felt that Agent Searles had to take action. Now it's good, we don't even need to do anything, their own people will deal with this threat first. In the melting cave on Vogue, in Xingxia's office, Wei Jia blamed himself and kept repeating that if he had noticed this matter first, the situation would have been much better, and now it was almost a broken window effect. Since the first data appeared on the black market, more and more professors began to doubt whether what Xingxia was doing was really as noble as she had said. Therefore, in order to protect the interests of the Federation, they all began to spread the data they were responsible for, and Xingxia's bounty was doubled on the black market. What's worse is that after these secrets were leaked, Xingxia's plan to use the military purchase funds of the mechanical dog to supplement the losses in people's livelihood construction has completely come to nothing, and Xingxia's previous blackmailing of the Federation has now turned into a sword stabbing at her. Someone must come out to take responsibility for this matter. The Federation, which has already paid a high price, will probably be so angry that it wants to kill Xingxia even if Xingxia can deliver the product as promised because the value of this product has plummeted. After searching the entire Vogue Planet's network connection system, Xiao Ai replied to Sheng Xia in a decisive manner. The information was definitely not leaked from Vogue Planet. Sheng Xia, At this time, no one knew what was going on. The entire Rongdong suddenly became turbulent. When Sheng Xia and Wei Jia turned around, they found that the people in the Rongdong, including the group of people from the mountain area, had gathered in the core area without knowing it, and looked up at her office. Fu Qianshan quickly contacted Sheng Xia and asked her to read the internal news of Rongdong. Just 15 minutes ago, a piece of news that the planetary commander turned out to be a traitor, and used the people in the Vogue planet's Rongdong as hostages to counter-threaten the Federal Supreme Bureau exploded in Rongdong like thunder. This news also announced in detail the total amount of money that Sheng Xia had just extorted from the Federation, and it was revealed that the amount was deposited into a black market account, and the public account of the Vogue planet's government hall, which was supposed to follow the process, did not receive the money. There are fake news, but there are also real news. The real and the fake are mixed together, making it even more difficult to distinguish right from wrong. The fact is that when the Federation realized that this transaction might be a scam, it intercepted the money as soon as possible, so the public account of the Government Affairs Hall of Vogue Planet did not receive the money. But if it is said that the money was deposited into a black market account, it is pure stupidity and rumor. But for the people of Vogue Planet, this conspiracy theory is exactly what they are familiar with. So if the Government Affairs Hall did not receive the money from the Federation when it was connected to the public account, it is very likely that it went into Xing Xia's private pocket. What's worse is that Wei Jie did not receive the news of the interruption of this news, and Fu Qianshan just saw this news, which is enough to show that the press, the Government Affairs Hall, and even some senior officials of the Federal Security Team have clearly stood on the side of the Federation. Wei Jie lowered his head and thought about it carefully. It seemed that they could not be blamed for this. After all, the data leaked in the black market was real and could be checked. It was said that Xing Xia was suspected of treason. Humph, it was quite righteous for these people to choose to unite with the Federation. Fortunately, there were also some rational people who began to gather near the core area. They looked up at Xing Xia's office, hoping that Xing Xia could come out and give them an explanation. Facing this obvious frame-up, Wei Jie even scratched his fingers until they bled. He thought of many ways, but every way seemed to be a dead end. After all, when others believe you are guilty, it is really difficult for you to exonerate yourself, not to mention the planetary commander, fund movements, military dispatch, engineering construction. Even if she is really innocent, people will not care about her investigation results if she investigates one by one. As a result, facing this almost unsolvable situation, Xing Xia turned around and smiled and said to Wei Jie, "It seems that my enemies really want me to die. Isn't it obvious?" Wei Jie was anxious, but the more the enemy wants me to die, the more it means that I have done something right? This sentence blocked Wei Jie's throat. At that moment, Wei Jie thought of a lot, and because he thought of a lot, he didn't even know how to say what he wanted to say, but at this time Xing Xia had already reached out and patted his shoulder, and then walked out of the meeting room like a soldier going to die. Wei Jie's sight also fell on the last picture on Xing Xia's light brain. Federal A-level wanted criminal Xing Xia Vogue, the former planetary commander. The current bounty has accumulated to 3.2 billion star coins. Extremely dangerous and good at inciting people. Before Wei Jie frowned and turned around to chase Xing Xia out, he heard a loud bang, as if someone fell from a high place. At that moment, Wei Jie's heart seemed to stop beating. Could it be? Could it be that Sheng Xia had an accident, or she just died to show her determination? Chapter 62. When Wei Jie was looking for a way out, Sheng Xia grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back before he had walked for long. He was sweating profusely, and found that the engineering here was loose. It looked like the steel bar was smashed down. Who did this? Did they know it would happen? Before Wei Jie could get angry, Sheng Xia called Xiao AI and asked Xiao AI to hijack the news and publicity system of the entire Vogue planet. Then, next to the loose engineering, Sheng Xia began her speech. Citizens of Vogue planet, it is obvious that the enemy has infiltrated the interior, and they all hope that I will die. The fact is that when a person dies, she can often gain more kindness from the world, but what I want to say is that I will never take the path of suicide as they wish. I will never, ever give up the fight with them. Okay, now don't listen to others casually. Think with your own brains and feel with your own experience. The more excited these guys who wish me dead are, the more it shows that we are on the right track now. After all, only your opponents are afraid of your strength. This sentence calmed down the still agitated crowd. They all looked up at Xing Xia's appearance, but the worry in their hearts did not diminish much. After all, since Xing Xia took office, she rarely appeared in public speeches. Generally, when she made such a move, it meant that the matter had been made a big deal. While the people were silent, Xing Xia directly called up the display page of her being wanted by the federal government and blackened herself. Generally joking, see this rising bounty amount? Oh, I have been ranked in the top 10 of the federal wanted criminal bounty list. This is really an honor, because you can clearly understand that a planetary commander, who is still in office, has been accused of being a wanted criminal without any evidence. Of course, I took out this wanted page not to persuade you to stand on my side against the Federal Bureau. This is wrong behavior. Okay, I believe that the Federal Bureau will soon withdraw this accusation and remove my photos. Maybe you can take a screenshot now, as a souvenir. After all, this will be a century-old photo that will be out of print. Xingxia's statement was so funny that some people in the crowd laughed unconsciously. Of course, this laughter was abrupt, but the reporters who realized that the situation was beginning to tilt were not willing to give in. Weekly shouted a very sharp question to Xingxia in the crowd. How do you explain the money you ate in the mechanical dog transaction? Xingxia snapped her fingers, facing the reporters and locking the live camera firmly on the reporters. If it were normal, I would definitely sue you for defamation, but who makes me the planetary commander of this planet now? So I will send you to prison, but don't be nervous, you just need to retake a reporter's self-cultivation test paper to get out of prison. What? The reporters burst into a burst of unbelievable screams, but Xingxia continued calmly. Not only you, I will send your boss, and the entire news media group you are in to prison directly, let them write a reporter's self-cultivation test paper together, and you can even get together to eat a big pot meal. You are not democratic at all, and you are against the federal constitution. The reporter saw that someone was really coming towards him to try to arrest him. He was so angry that he screamed and criticized Xingxia's barbarity, but Xingxia continued to refute him with a straight face. Before I came, was there a word called democracy on the land of Oak Planet? But you are not democratic now, you are a dictator, and do not allow others to voice opposition. The reporter's offensive was fierce, and Xingxia stretched out his hand to stop the federal security team members, who were on duty for safety, and just as this group of people. When the reporter thought this was a sign of surrender, Xingxia faced the camera firmly and said, all the people of Vogue, listen to what I am going to say next. Do you know what the worst outcome of the whole thing is? It is not that I lose in this struggle, but that the foundation of stability begins to shake, and you lose hope of moving forward. The future of Vogue is in your hands, not in mine. So, don't let rumors ruin everything. Give me some time. I promise it won't be long. After that, Xingxia closed the live news broadcast. On the other hand, the Federation gradually realized that something was wrong as they watched the bounty on Xingxia keep rising. The Senator Musk, who was originally furious and vowed to kill Xingxia, came to his senses and began to actively work for Xingxia. He said frankly that the development of the Federation had completely exceeded the original expectations and began to develop out of control, which was a very dangerous performance. However, in the eyes of the hardliners, this was completely reasonable. As the commander of the Federation's planet, if Xingxia committed treason and even illegally invaded the Federation's database before, she deserved to be cruelly treated by the Federation. If she thinks that she can escape the sanctions of the Federation by taking advantage of the ice age of the Vogue planet, then we would rather give up the entire Vogue planet and absolutely defend the dignity of the Federation's rule. The fact is that the data of the robot dog has been completely leaked. Although we have recovered the corresponding losses, it is not what we should do. So Professor Musk, we have to settle the account of being tricked by her. Professor Musk, I think it would be better for you to cut ties with this young planetary commander as soon as possible. After all, the robot dog has no corresponding military value, so there is no need for you to continue to speak for her. What's more, it is still unclear whether she is a talent. A marginal figure, who had no highlights during school, after arriving on the planet Vogue, has transformed into a powerful military expert in a very short time. Do you think this is possible? Besides, she was not very good at school. Her scores in math, physics and other related subjects were not impressive, so it was hard to convince people that she was a very promising military talent. That's right, and she tamed the complicated forces on the planet Vogue so quickly, which further proves her identity as a spy. After listening to the speeches of the people around him at the meeting, Musk checked the application subject scores of Xingxia in the Federal College before. It was indeed not impressive, but she was able to make a mechanical dog that was as perfect as a work of art. If this was really the work of another star field, and it just borrowed the chaotic star field where the planet Vogue was located to form a proxy secret war. After thinking again and again, Musk gradually became silent from the initial helpful speech. Just when the hardline congressman was about to issue an arrest warrant for Xingxia, an encrypted channel entered the meeting site. At the same time, after verifying the encrypted channel, the host of the meeting changed his expression slightly. We have a special congressman who wants to attend the meeting. Who? 3 hours later, the Federation did as Xingxia said and withdrew the wanted order for Xingxia, which made the people in the melting cave of Vogue planet couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the high-level officials of the surrounding starfield forces were a little impatient. It has only been a short time, and the wind direction in the Federation cannot change so quickly. But soon, Agent Cells gave new information. Mo Siming, the peacock of the population export faction on Vogue Planet, participated in the meeting remotely and helped Xingxiao wash away some of the suspicion of treason. Mo Siming? This is also good, at least we can update our database again. The bigger the incident, the more the Federation's hidden lines placed on Vogue Planet will be exposed, which will be beneficial to our future work. Humph, he is really forbearing. For so many years, we have always thought that he is really just a playboy who loves socializing. The high-level officials of the surrounding Starfield forces pondered for a few seconds and put forward new suggestions, and Agent Cell said frankly that he had been prepared in this regard. In the melting cave of Vogue Planet, after Mo Siming finished attending the meeting, the leader of the Independent Army, and Yuan and others who followed him were all shocked. It seemed that they did not expect that Mo Siming actually enjoyed such a high reputation in the Federation. However, Mo Siming did not have time to explain this to them. He just contacted Xingxiao and asked about her current situation. After getting through to Mo Siming, Xingxiao said bluntly, "I am afraid that we will have a hard time next year. First, due to the large amount of funds forced to return by the Federation, most of the funds in the public account of Vogue Planet's government hall were also frozen. Secondly, the 16 alliance summit groups of the surrounding Starfield forces have signed the corresponding documents and will cut off the original humanitarian aid resources for Vogue Planet next year, including the minerals used for winter heating and the aid funds provided in previous years. Finally, these 16 alliances announced that they would increase tariffs and strictly restrict Vogue Planet citizens from entering their planet to work. The Federation does not care about Vogue Planet, and the surrounding Starfield forces do not care about Vogue Planet. It is really a sad thing to think about it." Mo Siming was silent for 2 seconds, but after taking a deep breath, he repeated the question he wanted to ask. "I want to ask. Are you okay?" No matter how arrogant a person is, he suddenly faces a blow like a building collapsing, and is even on the wanted list of the Federation and questioned by the people he loves. He must feel very uncomfortable. But Xingxiao was silent for a few seconds, but asked Mo Siming with a bit of confusion in her voice, "Should I be sad?" Mo Siming, "Okay, then I be sad." Mo Siming, The fact is that Xingxiao, who has seen many similar things in the Space-Time Bureau, knows that at this moment, compared with the encirclement and suppression of external forces, it is most important to stabilize the internal people first, which is the ballast stone, so she is not even going to continue to pay attention to the wanted order issued by the Federation. After all, once the misunderstanding is resolved, it is only a matter of time before the wanted order of the Federation is also lifted. However, she always feels that she seems to have missed something. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, like a landslide in the direction of the hot spring area. Then Xingxiao saw Wei Jie running to tell him, "The arms faction in the hot spring area has gone completely crazy. They blew up one end of the hot spring valley. Fu Qianshan has already led the soldiers to that end." The end of the hot spring valley. After connecting to the satellite of the planet Volker, Xiao Ai quickly analyzed the current situation based on the cloud map and gave a disaster warning. The hot spring valley in the east is a relatively flat area in the entire hot spring area. After this part of the area is blown up, the original hot spring water surrounding the entire mountain will flow uncontrollably to it, etc. When Xingxiao saw this line of words, she suddenly realized that pumping out the water meant that the people in the hot spring area wanted to completely destroy the current heating circulation system of the entire melt cave. If the raw materials needed for heating cannot be directly cut off, then simply reduce the cooling efficiency to cause overheating of the heating cycle and directly destroy the entire heating system? Xingxiao unconsciously clenched her fists. As expected, none of these forces cared about the people of Vogue Planet. They would rather give up the entire planet than kill her. This indifference to the lives of the people was beyond her expectations. "Are you okay?" After Mingruwei sensed Xingxiao's emotional fluctuations, Xiaoi called Xingxiao with some concern. Xingxiao just nodded lightly and asked Xiaoi if she had traced the data source of the corresponding black market mechanical dog. Xiaoi answered regretfully that if she wanted to completely trace the data source with the current computing power, she might have to wait at least 15 hours. After all, the black market system is still splitting new channels. Xingxiao. "Then I will go to the hot spring area first, and contact Mo Siming and ask him to come back first." At this time, Wei Jie contacted Xingxiao and asked Xingxiao whether she should inform the public about the situation in the hot spring area. In addition, although Fu Qianshan had already brought people there, it was a pity. Hearing Wei Jie's, but unfortunately, seemed to have another meaning, Xingxiao directly pointed it out and asked, "What do you mean?" When Fu Qianshan brought people over, he found that the people in the hot spring area seemed to have died of suffocation. "What?" "Yes, they All died, not one was left. Midsummer, eh? At the same time, Fu Qianxian and the members of the federal security team who arrived with the team faced the tragic scene of the hot spring area that looked like the scene of a horror movie. Those who had not kept up with the psychological preparation directly vomited against the wall. They originally came here with great momentum to attack the big shots in the hot spring area, but they did not expect that when they opened the door, they would be greeted by the tragic scene of these big shots, who were suffocating and grabbing their necks with hideous expressions and falling to the ground with purple bodies. Even Fu Qianxian felt as if he was suddenly knocked unconscious. He could not figure out why these people suddenly died in the villa in the hot spring area. What was even more weird was that this was the cold winter period of Oak Planet, when flights were forced to be suspended. Who could sneak past the defense line they set up in the hot spring area and sneak in here and kill so many people? It was too dangerous for the enemy to act in the unknown dark. Suddenly, there was a subtle sound like the movement of clock hands, and before Fu Qianxian could react, a team member rushed over to him. In a flash, there was a bang, and Xingxia, who had just led the medical team to arrive, witnessed the scene of the luxurious villas in the hot spring area being blown apart. At that moment, not to mention the team members, who were born and raised on the planet Volker behind Xingxia, even Xingxia was a little dazed. You know, the luxurious villas in the hot spring area have always been regarded by the people of the planet Volker as the highest point they can see on the entire planet and the ultimate dream of life. Now this dream has been blown apart, which seems to tell them that their lives have never been in their own hands. Even such a luxurious villa can be blown up as long as it threatens the interests of the high-level officials in the surrounding star fields, and nothing will be left. What's worse is that the scene just now has been broadcast live in the Vogue planet's melting cave through internal instructions, including the private call that Xingxia explained to Wei Jie when he asked about it. The flow of spring water in the hot spring area will cause the heating system inside the melting cave to be destroyed. This means that all the people of Vogue Planet in the melting cave now see such a threatening scene that is enough to destroy their life beliefs. Mo Simon had just arrived at the melting cave, and he felt bad when he saw this forced insertion of live broadcast from the display screen at the door. But soon, as On Yuan's information tracking results on data leakage came, and Mo Simon used his authority to check who gave the command for this live broadcast, Mo Simon felt his heart twitch, and he quickly contacted Xingxia. Xingxia, is Wei Jie with you? He is checking the situation in the bombed area of the hot spring area. What's wrong? Mo Simon took a deep breath. I want to tell you one thing, Wei Jie. Is the spy who has been lurking around you for a long time, and he has arranged all this long ago. Chapter 63. What do you mean? You can immediately use the resources at hand to check Wei Jie's special communication channel and understand the cause and effect. As Mo Simon said this, the news inside Rongdong launched a series of special reports specifically targeting Wei Jie, which not only exposed the information of Wei Jie's family members, but also pointed out that Wei Jie's promotion was all due to Xingxia's personal appointment. As Xingxia's subordinate, Wei Jie helped Xingxia to carry out a series of fund embezzlement operations, and at the same time obtained the green card of Alka, the planet with the best citizen treatment in the surrounding star fields. Not only him, but all his family members got the green card of Alka. What the high-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields and agent cells did not expect was that the people were originally very angry about Wei Jie's series of actions, but after learning that he got the green card of Alka, they turned around and envied him. Some people even said that if they had the opportunity to sell everything for their family to get a green card, they would make the same choice as Wei Jie. In the interviews with random people in the Rongdong Food District, the public's evaluation of Wei Jie changed unexpectedly. I think Wei Jie is a heroic father. Although his behavior obviously hurt many of us, and even hurt the planetary commander who always trusted him, I can understand him making such a choice for his family. I want to say that not everyone can be so noble and choose between family members and noble souls. I am glad that he did not make the wrong choice. Everyone is selfish. He did nothing wrong. I even think our planetary commander did nothing wrong. The current situation is like this. I am already very happy to have such a warm winter. It's not their fault. It's this damn planet that is wrong. High-ranking officials in the surrounding star fields. Have these people on the Vogue planet been kneeling for so long that their brains have been damaged? Agent Searles obviously did not expect that the change in public opinion would be so rapid and uncontrollable. What's worse is that with the influence of public opinion, some middle-level staff in the federal government hall also began to think that Wei Jie was right, and that they didn't get this good thing just because they were unlucky. There was nothing to be jealous of Wei Jie. With the change of middle-level public opinion, the Vogue Planet riot plan originally envisioned by Agent Searles was inexplicably appeased by the people themselves. Wei Jie, who was originally still worried about the safety of his family, and was wavering between patrolling the rescue work and rushing back to the cave to reunite with his family, sneered after watching the interview of passers-by and continued his work. Someone around him couldn't stand it, and advised Wei Jie to go home and see if the planet pointed to. The commander really no longer trusted him. Everything I do now is not for the planet commander, but for the people of Vogue Planet. This is different. This includes my family. Wei Jie didn't know if he was crazy. He could actually say such a rebellious thing. You know, when any planet commander came in the past, the first thing he thought of was the interests of the planet commander himself. So when he finished speaking, even Wei Jie was shocked. He stood there for a long time, and then silently grabbed the record sheet of the people around him and replaced them to go up to the most dangerous high ground in the hot spring area that was bombed. At the same time, Xingxia also obtained some key data of the mechanical dog after Xiao's search. It was indeed the ironclad evidence that it was leaked from Wei Jie's dedicated communication channel to the outside of Vogue Planet. Mo Siming and the federal forces he supported seemed to be waiting for Xingxia's final decision. Although I have stopped the relevant reports about Wei Jie, the federal side will sooner or later investigate, and you will also be involved. And the green card issued to Wei Jie was actually received by Wei Jie's daughter. I think you should carefully consider Wei Jie's matter. Xingxia took a deep breath. In Mo Siming's opinion, this was probably the most solemn expression he had seen since he met Xingxia. Indeed, as a cadre team that grew up with Xingxia, especially the top leader in government affairs, it is now suddenly found out that he is a spy and needs to be handled carefully, both emotionally and from the actual situation. It seems particularly difficult to deal with it. However, after a long silence, Xingxia asked Mo Siming whether he could try to negotiate with the Federation. After all, judging from the data of the mechanical dog that has been leaked, it is still difficult to achieve the completeness they currently have. No, why you? Mo Siming was anxious. After taking a few deep breaths like Xingxia, he asked Xingxia, "Are you not going to deal with Wei Jie at all? If you insist on being tied to Wei Jie, then even I may not be able to completely protect you at that time. Have you read the public opinion on Vogue Planet now?" Unexpectedly, Xingxia looked up and asked him a completely unrelated question. Based on this ridiculous public opinion, do you think? No, leaving aside the current situation on Vogue Planet, you will need rescue from the Federation to survive next year. Mo Siming didn't want to play dumb with Xingxia, but Xingxia changed the subject. It's weird, right? I think the people who have infiltrated from the surrounding star fields will also be surprised by the thoughts of the people on the Vogue Planet. I have even anticipated the final result of this public opinion crisis. Xingxia then turned away her gaze from Mo Siming and explained to Mo Siming what Agent Searles wanted to do at the beginning, to make the people in the institutions that maintain the Vogue Planet's regime suspicious of each other, and then to trigger a large-scale riot. In this way, the pro-people army that has been established with great difficulty will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the people. As soon as the riot begins, it is clear who is on the righteous side. It is no longer important. The people will fall into a premeditated wave of fanaticism. No one can be immune to it. All efforts so far have come to naught. The scars after the mess cannot be easily healed in a short time. Finally, with this winter riot, and the suspension of heating in the melting cave, the people have completely lost hope for long-term goals, and can only fall into the struggle in front of them for survival. There is no hope anymore. The Federal Security Bureau is no longer safe. There are no people in the school. The food area has become a coliseum. Xinjiang has also been buried by the voice of lies. Finally, the people of Volker Planet, whose confidence has been completely destroyed, will naturally make the current federal rule unable to continue. They are targeting the founding beliefs that the people of Vogue have just established. Mo Siming opened his mouth slightly, his eyes showing disbelief. He didn't expect Xingxia to be able to think everything through so clearly, but in the blink of an eye he saw Xingxia's mocking chuckle. But unlike this chuckle, her eyes were full of sadness and anger, like a long-suppressed active volcano looking for an opportunity to erupt. But they didn't expect that the people who had been cruelly exploited by them for many years, and even the middle and high-level officials showed great acceptance of this crime that was extremely unforgivable in the eyes of the alien forces. After all, in the past many years, they have been forced to choose between their families and betraying their conscience and soul. Most of them have fallen into the quagmire of despair because of this choice, and they may not be able to get out of the quagmire even if they struggle all their lives. Xingxia couldn't help but think of Ji Juifeng and others, who are still in prison waiting for the winter snow to melt and be reborn. They have been wandering in the shadow of the dark river for a long time without seeing the light. And the alien infiltration forces are trying to use the wounds of all the people on the Vogue planet to stimulate them to go crazy. Isn't this another kind of superiority? In short, whether it is the Federation or the alien forces, they don't care what the people on the Vogue planet think, they just want to use them as pawns. Mo Simon couldn't say a word of rebuttal. He felt that his mind was very confused, but because of Xingxia's interruption, he had completely forgotten what he wanted to ask about Wei Jie. When the people from the Federation asked about it, Mo Simon slapped his thigh and replied angrily, "This Xingxia." When he turned around and looked for him in the melting cave again, he heard from the Federation security team that the planetary commander had led the team to the hot spring area and temporarily summoned a large number of workers who had originally built the Dark River Defense Project, as well as the corresponding engineering research experts and student teams to leave together. She just left like that? Mo Simon couldn't believe it. "Yes, sir. She also left a message for you." The words of the Federal security team on duty made Mo Simon's eyes widen. Isn't it that Xingxia is so casual? If there is anything to say, she didn't say it to him in person, but handed it over to the Federal security team members, who were on duty outside the melting cave. "What?" "She said that the melting cave is in your hands, and she is going to do something big on live broadcast." "Why is it live broadcast again?" "Oh, I go." Mo Simon cursed angrily with a headache, but then he quietly opened the light brain and started watching the live broadcast of the melting cave under the gaze of the Federal security team members on duty, who were silently looking at him. Soon, he also found that the communication windows related to the Federation and the alien forces were opened by Xingxia. Obviously, this live broadcast is not only for the people of Vogue Planet in the melting cave, but also for the senior officials of the Federation and the alien forces to witness together. Mo Simon raised his foot to leave, but was stopped by the Federal team on duty, who also said that the planetary commander had an order, hoping that Mo Simon could stay in the melting cave and control the corresponding target population. When necessary, he would also be responsible for taking over the command of the Federal security team to maintain the existing order. The planetary commander also said that even if her operation failed, everyone must evacuate the melting cave in batches in an orderly and organized manner, and there must not be any trampling or rioting that would cause unnecessary casualties. Mo Simon. "Wait, everyone evacuates the melting cave? No, then where to evacuate to? No, do you have a plan? Am I the only one in the entire melting cave who can't figure out the situation now?" Chapter 64. While Mo Simon was desperately cleaning up the mess left by Xingxia, he was anxiously watching the live broadcast on the optical brain. From the live broadcast, it can be seen that when Xingxia found Wei Jie, he was leading the team to stand at the highest point of the bombed hot spring valley. It looked quite funny that he directed the personnel to use the surrounding scorched earth to make thick mud bags and throw them into the place where the hot spring water was rushing, trying to block the mountain torrents caused by the explosion. After Xingxia arrived, his worried look with his hair all sticky on his face due to sweating also made the people who were watching the live broadcast in the melting cave unconsciously quiet down. "The water can't be blocked, the whole melting cave will not be saved, and then everyone, including my family, will not be saved. We have to block the water, block the water." Accompanied by his repeated and non-stop chanting and the light in his eyes, when he first saw Xingxia, he hurried forward a few steps and held Xingxia's hand. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and then fell straight back. The data and information at hand were scattered all over the ground. After asking the people around him, he learned that he had just jumped into the turbulent river without any protective measures to save a member of the Federal security team, who was accidentally swept into the water when throwing a bag of soil. Fortunately, the two were rescued by the surrounding team members in time. After drinking 2 sips of water, Wei Jie climbed back to the highest point of the hot spring valley and began to command the water blocking, slowing down the speed of the heating circulation system in the melt cave caused by the water leakage from the hot spring valley. Xingxia asked Fu Qianshan to lead the team to quickly build a command center, rest camp, and medical aid camp on the other side of the valley. Therefore, when the rescue team arrived and replaced the Federal security team members, who were still guarding the hot spring area valley in an orderly manner, the engineering expert research team that arrived with Xingxia had already started the crazy rescue plan based on the data previously recorded by Wei Jie and his group. In the command center, it can be seen from the live broadcast that the personnel of Xingxia organization have used very advanced big data and satellite guidance to directly construct a 3-dimensional model of the current mountain and water flow conditions in the melt cave and hot spring area of Vogue Planet into a sand table in front of the engineering expert research team. The accuracy and fineness of this three-dimensional model sand table are enough to amaze the senior personnel of the Federation and the surrounding star fields. The senior personnel of the surrounding star fields immediately thought that this was a technology leak of the Federation, so they began to contact Commissioner Searles to make trouble. While the Federation was engaged in a fierce debate, the original hardliners insisted that this was all black technology given to Xingxia by the senior personnel of the surrounding star fields. Even if Mo Siming and his party came out to protect her, the people around her had problems one after another, and were not trustworthy. The moderates and neutrals, led by Professor Musk, who were originally optimistic about Xingxia herself, felt that the matter was a bit abnormal. Although they didn't know where Xingxia got this technology, the federal engineering experts, who appeared in the live broadcast, chose to support and help her, which showed that there must be something that these engineering experts valued in her. I have to remind you that the three engineers who appeared on the scene, the experts were once special consultants of our military. They know the limits. We can't just label them traitors. What's more, the faces of the professional engineering team members on site showed no surprise at the sand table. They were calm and focused, which means that they may have seen and even adapted to this technology. Seeing that someone from the hardline wanted to interrupt him, Professor Mask stood up and pointed at the other party while raising his voice. Even if the technology in Commander Xingxia's hands was really provided to her by the surrounding starfield forces, she is now openly showing it. Isn't this another positive performance of leaking data from other countries to us? Obviously, she is also very patriotic by stealing data from other countries to provide it to our own people. You are misjudging, ridiculous. How much money did she cheat you out of a robot dog? Don't you remember this lesson? I think she will give us an explanation about this matter. When the debate reached this point, the team of engineering experts from the Vote Planet, who were still discussing fiercely in front of the three-dimensional model in the live broadcast, suddenly became quiet. Then, from the satellite image, it can be seen that a large number of icebreakers have entered the stage of waiting to fire. What are you going to do? Before the senior officials of the Federation and the surrounding starfield forces could ask a question, accompanied by a deafening roar, the missile equipment of the icebreakers on the Vote Planet had already crazily fired at the hot spring area and the periphery of the melting cave. At the same time, everyone in the melting cave, including the high-ranking personnel who had already committed treason, were all stunned by the barbaric attack that was like a meteor shower passing through the starry sky and smashing into the surface. As the missile landed, waves of aftershocks came towards the melting cave, and everyone was panicked. However, the federal security team members, who were still defending the safety of the melting cave, had quickly activated the evacuation and dispersal plan under Mo Siming's surprise. The lights in various areas of the melting cave were all lit up, and a large number of guidance signs appeared. The corresponding earthquake-resistant buildings were also exposed to the people of Vogue Planet. Everyone found that in the time they didn't notice, their planetary commander had already preset corresponding earthquake-resistant areas for them to evacuate and hide. It can be said that these were facilities that were impossible in the past melting caves. Now they only need to trust their planetary commander and the federal security team members, who came to be responsible for evacuation, to enter these earthquake-resistant areas and wait according to the internal guidance. Mo Siming suddenly reacted at this time. Xingxia directly broadcast the whole process, but did not make a corresponding speech in order to use this small time difference to leak the corresponding rebellion. Fish, and let him stay in the Rongdong at this moment, in order to deter those rebellious senior officials, who even the second-in-command of the federal security team could not deter. However, what surprised Mo Siming was that he found that Ji Juefeng, who was supposed to be in prison, had come out and was responsible for the information warfare inside the Rongdong to screen out suspicious signal sources. The opportunity to catch the fish that slipped through the net is fleeting. Don't come to disturb us. You have other tasks. Mo Siming was silent for a few seconds and looked up. He found that since some time ago, everyone in the Rongdong had gone from panic at the beginning to adapting to waves of shocks, and finally formed an orderly evacuation. Among them, there were even many volunteers who took the initiative to stand up to maintain order and appease the people. Such efficient self-organization and self-management capabilities are not only not inferior to the independent army, but also more powerful than the independent army. The temporary evacuation of the independent army was still going well, and the large-scale riots he had been worried about did not occur. Thinking carefully, it should be the volunteer action organized before midsummer, and the strict body search that must be passed before entering the Rongdong that played a role. At this moment, when Mo Siming was unconsciously stunned, the crowd suddenly burst into a surprising cheer. Mo Siming looked up again, and was surprised to find that through the bombing of the icebreaker police ship, the water level drop caused by the bombing of the hot spring valley, and the failure of the Rongdong heating circulation system had been caused by the failure of the Rongdong heating circulation system. With the emergence of the new river channel and the interconnection of the river channels, a large amount of hot spring water had been reinjected, temporarily stabilizing the Rongdong heating circulation system. But the price was that the originally beautiful and extremely luxurious hot spring valley on this side had been completely changed. Soon, the construction team began to move in to further reinforce the river channel and reshape the surface of the valley in the hot spring area. At the same time, senior officials of the Federation and surrounding star regions also noticed that the river channel outside the melt cave, which was originally connected to the Dark River, was now rebuilt by workers and equipped with a temperature control device near the melt cave. In this way, the future melt cave heating circulation system is equivalent to having two opportunities for temperature control. If there is a problem with the water flow in the hot spring area, the water flow on the Dark River side can adjust the heating circulation system again. Xingxia's series of missiles were equivalent to smashing the river channel and reservoir around the hot spring area and the melt cave at the same time. The idea was bold, and the behavior was crazy, but the result was unexpectedly efficient and easy to use. At least judging from the current progress of the construction team, it only took more than 3 hours to complete the reshaping of the Valley River channel in the hot spring area, which was simply a miracle. Stabilizing the valley also stabilized the heating circulation system of the melting cave, and naturally stabilized the people of Oak Planet. But the matter was not over yet. As soon as Wei Jie woke up, Sheng Xia continued to broadcast live, asking him about the information leakage of the mechanical dog and the so-called green card of the planet Akka that his daughter received in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, Sheng Xia would put this extremely serious matter directly on the table, and broadcast it live without beating around the bush. Mo Siming and other people who were worried about this matter were all dumbfounded, and Wei Jie's first reaction was also very real. He asked Sheng Xia what those were, what green card, he didn't know, and he had no intention of immigrating. After all, no matter how broken or rotten this place was, it was still his home. As for the information leakage, he was indeed responsible for saving the relevant data of the mechanical dog before, but these data were because at that time, he was responsible for preserving the light brain brought by the professor in the core area because there was a problem. After saying that, Wei Jie directly handed over all the permissions of his light brain for Xingxia to investigate. I love Oak Planet. Although it was once extremely bad and wanted me to escape, now I can't bear to leave it. I still want to continue to build it. Do I still have a chance? Can I talk to my daughter first? Those things must be framed against us. Soon, Wei Jie's communication with his family was connected, and the daughter, who was rumored to have received the green card, also took the initiative, and panicked to say that she didn't know it was a green card at all. She just wanted to download a class assignment. At that time, all the classmates in the class downloaded this class assignment. After that, this strange logo suddenly appeared in her light brain. She also reported this situation to the head teacher, who should have recorded it. As the clues were traced step by step, Wei Jie's grievance was finally solved, but at this moment, the attention of the senior officials of the Federation and the surrounding star regions was unconsciously focused on. Isn't it true that ordinary classrooms on the Vogue planet use optical computers for real-time video teaching and real-time online homework submission technology? Shouldn't they still use the old blackboard classroom? How come the level of technology is completely out of the same dimension as their cognition? Chapter 65. When the farce related to Wei Jie came to an end, Sheng Xia saluted Wei Jie, and then sternly announced to the live camera in a warning and soothing manner, "There will be no next time for such questioning, no matter to anyone." She was firm and her eyes were bright. Even the senior officials of the federal regime thousands of miles away were infected by her emotions and fell silent unconsciously. Soon, Sheng Xia also continued to persuade the people of Vogue Planet seriously and solemnly in front of the camera. Now we are facing severe tests. Whether internally or externally, our enemies are always unwilling to give up their unscrupulous attacks on us. Standing at the fork in the road of the times, at this moment, we need the concerted efforts of each of us. Foreign enemies will try to divide us by any means. After all, once we are divided internally, it will no longer pose a threat to them. So, the people of Vogue Planet, no matter what your past has been, no matter where you are, no matter what you are doing or thinking about doing now, unite for Vogue. Accompanied by Xingxia's roar, the emotions of the people in the entire melting cave were immediately stirred up, and everyone shouted for Vogue. Like Xingxia. And the workers who were responsible for reinforcing the river channel also gritted their teeth in the cold wind, and while they were silent, they also accelerated the construction in their hands. The federal side began to reinitiate communication requests to Xingxia at this moment, but Xingxia just glanced at the request and ignored it directly. Then Xingxia faced the live camera and continued to announce the next plan. In order to cope with the survival crisis that will have to be faced after the snow melts next year, a large number of people are now needed to join the corresponding volunteer action team, including logistics supply, order maintenance, frontline exploration, and mobile transportation. Those who are interested in joining, please go to the nearest police station to sign up, and then we will send the list to you by optical computer mail or letter. Oh, by the way, minors are not allowed to participate in this volunteer action plan. After all, this journey will be full of unknown challenges and dangers. I don't know if it was because of Xingxia's naughty words minors are not allowed to participate in the program. The originally high-pressure atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and through the satellite monitoring screen, including the people of Vogue Planet, the federal high-level personnel, and the surrounding Starfield high-level personnel can see that the engineering team led by Xingxia did not return to the Rongdong, but turned around and headed towards the mountains outside the valley of the hot spring area. After that, the federal security team led by Fu Qianshan also went in that direction, and in less than half an hour, they quickly built a new command center, rest camp and medical aid camp. Xingxia did not hesitate to broadcast this series of operations directly to the star fields and regions in the entire star field that could receive the current signal from Vogue Planet. The people of the Federation were dumbfounded, and the high-level people of the surrounding star fields were also confused. They didn't understand what Xingxia was doing. Live broadcasting the whole process? Can her live broadcast system maintain such a long live broadcast? 3 hours later, the Federation, the high-level people of the surrounding star fields, and the people of Vogue Planet witnessed the Hot Spring Valley landscape reconstructed by the three-dimensional model sand table scanned by satellite. Xingxia was going to make the new Hot Spring Valley area into a large memorial park. That's right. Even though she already had an extremely efficient infrastructure team that was constantly replenishing new personnel, she was not going to renovate the bombed area of the Hot Spring Valley. She just emphasized the need to ensure the safety of the area. After ensuring that there were no radioactive substances in the soil layer, she just sloppily fenced off the place and named it Memorial Park for those who fall behind. They will be beaten. Of course, Xingxia also emphasized that it could be called by its original name, Noble Hot Spring Area, but as soon as this name came out, I didn't know who it offended, but it seemed to be against those who were still riding on the wall. The Volker planet's high-level personnel were warned to think carefully about what would happen if they defected to the alien domain. They knew that the people who were killed here were also one of them. Of course, the live broadcast was not only about Xingxia and the engineering research team discussing the reconstruction of the Hot Spring Valley in the command center. Xingxia also gave the camera frequency to the workers, who were building the underground river fortifications outside the melting cave and reinforcing the new river channel in the Hot Spring Valley. It can be seen that despite the heavy snow and severe cold on Volker Planet, the workers' team adhered to the three-shift system and cooperated with the medical team and the federal security team members. Using the heating equipment at hand, they overcame all the difficulties of the environment and weather and completed the corresponding river channel construction project in 3 hours with great efficiency. When the workers' teams and medical teams on both sides and the federal security team members showed the Volker Planet flag and celebrated and applauded together towards the camera, Xingxia was still discussing the reconstruction plan of the Hot Spring Valley. At this time, in the federal discussion room, Professor Mask looked at the hardline members, who had just been hotly mocking Xingxia, snorted coldly, and unconsciously raised his voice. "Why don't you laugh? Don't you like laughing at her?" The hardline members were silent for a few seconds, and one of them finally gave in and praised Xingxia with a little embarrassment. She did a good job. It took 3 hours to stabilize 15 river channels nearly 3,000 kilometers away, and the work was started in extremely cold weather. Moreover, these workers adopted the standard three-shift mode, united as one, and no one even stood up to call for a strike. The hardliners, who were in charge of similar large-scale construction projects, were not only dumbfounded, but also inexplicably envious of Xingxia for having such an obedient team of workers. After all, even if it was the federal headquarters, if they wanted to repair the old long-distance starship port, they would not only have to face layers of approval and workers' strikes and discussions on treatment from time to time, but also have to deal with the corresponding unions and various non-profit organizations' blackmail. 15 rivers and extremely cold weather. If this matter was left to him to coordinate, he felt that he could be twisted by the workers in a minute. But Xingxia did it, and what made him jealous and hateful was that Xingxia didn't even need to supervise the site. She just stayed in the command center and discussed the plan with others. The workers there automatically finished the work, celebrated automatically, and took the initiative to return to the rest camp, seemingly waiting for the next job. The people of Vogue are a group of wild beasts who are not afraid of the cold. At least their reinforcement methods are relatively backward. I don't think they use any machines. Professor Musk snorted coldly, and the people around him sprayed back without even waiting for him to speak. How many machines can operate normally in extremely cold weather? Even the ice-breaking police car, you see, has been pulled back for repairs now, ignorant. At this point, the man couldn't help but interrupt again. It's a pity that we can't see the scene inside the melting cave. In any case, we must go to Vogue as soon as possible. I remember that Vogue held a New Year's Eve party before. Do you still have the video? There are video footage of the melting cave in it. In the remote conference room of the high-level joint meeting of the surrounding star regions, the atmosphere was terribly quiet at the moment. According to Commissioner Sale's description, in order to avoid her communication channel being searched, she would actively remain silent during this period. At the same time, she proposed that the current technological level of Vogue Planet, at least in the information warfare part, was far beyond their expectations, and it must be taken seriously. In addition, she needed support to get the key to the surveillance probe in the melting cave. After all, the live broadcast outside was the strength that Xingxia wanted to show to the outside world, and everything hidden in the melting cave was the key to reasonably explain these. But unfortunately, the current information warfare situation in the melting cave was very tricky. She intuitively felt the strength of the opponent, and that this was the flaw deliberately revealed by Commander Xingxia, so she did not startle the enemy first. Let's not talk about anything else, just the infrastructure capabilities. Can we do it? It's really strange. Why didn't I think the untouchables of Vogue were so useful before, and they could work perfectly in such extreme weather? Humph, how about using this as a benchmark to demand the Vogue workers who are still in our territory? At least in this way, they will first oppose the people on Vogue. After thinking for a few minutes, the top leaders of the surrounding star field forces smiled and jointly signed a new administrative order specifically for the Vogue workers, which proposed more stringent workmanship standards and requirements, as if they were just waiting for the current order of Vogue to collapse, and then nailing Xingxia to the pillar of shame, so that the workers who drifted from Vogue in the future would be trapped in the current hardship and unable to extricate themselves from the cruel exploitation. However, this executive order was ultimately not enough to quench the thirst of the people, because right in front of them, just after Xingxia announced the construction plan of the memorial park, the new group of workers in the Rondong and the mighty army of volunteers had arrived at the rest camp in the valley of the hot spring area in the severe cold. In addition to sending a large number of supplies, they also supplemented the corresponding exploration, maintenance, medical care, logistics, and catering professionals, and even sent the already maintained icebreaker police ship. In the camp, so many people, in the severe cold weather, ate the food cooked in the hot pot together gorgeously. They didn't even need the provision of nutrient solution, and turned the scene into a large-scale eating show. While eating, Xingxia even introduced the deliciousness of Vogue Planet to the live camera, and encouraged people outside the star field to place orders if they were interested and buy some to taste. If you place an order now, depending on the price, they can also include shipping. Listen to her shabby words, free shipping? Free shipping? Is this what a planetary commander can say in a live broadcast across the star region? Why doesn't she go and be a shopping guide? In the meeting room of the Federation and the remote meeting room of the high-level executives of the surrounding star regions, everyone looked at Xingxia's increasingly enthusiastic live broadcast sales, and suddenly a burst of uncontrollable heart pain surged in their hearts. The people of the Federation felt that Xingxia was shabby, and the word poor was written on her face, which was really embarrassing for their Federation. And the high-level executives of the surrounding star regions just felt that they were fighting against something weird. How could a planetary commander lower himself so much and come to do live broadcast sales? It simply refreshed their three views. Chapter 66. After eating and drinking to their heart's content and introducing the special delicacies of the Vogue planet, Xingxia directly called everyone to head towards a mountain that was frozen by heavy snow. Everyone looked up at the majestic and magnificent, endless mountains. Before they got close, they could already feel the sharpness of the towering peaks. In addition, the howling north wind and the falling snow seemed to be constantly driving away these ignorant intruders. Everyone's mood unconsciously became tense at this moment, and the danger seemed to be hidden in the dark, ready to go. Xingxia raised her hand and clenched it into a fist, using the most traditional stop gesture in the marching formation to signal the large group to stop. Then she asked the exploration personnel to go ahead and conduct an investigation on the mountain in front of them. At the same time, she released 5 exploration drones. However, the exploration drones had just risen to the middle of the sky. The sudden change in weather and the sudden drop in temperature caused all 5 exploration drones to malfunction and crashed into the mountain uncontrollably. With a burst of explosions, the snow on the mountain cracked. This was not a good thing and could cause an avalanche. Xingxia turned around and directly ordered Fu Qianshan to lead the team to protect the research team and the volunteer team and take them away from the mountain area and find another safer place to build a base camp. Okay, but you? In the strong wind, Fu Qianshan felt that his mouth was full of ice chips as soon as he opened his mouth. Fortunately, he had a portable heating device on him, otherwise he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Xingxia didn't say anything, but just waved to signal him to take the personnel away first. Then he went to the team of workers next to him. Li Xiuqi, a recognized ice killer technician in the team, wanted to light a cigarette for himself when facing the high mountain in front of him. However, he found that the cigarette in his hand had frozen before he even lit the fire, so it was useless. This is our legendary Ghost Mountain. How about it? Commander, you are worthy of your reputation, right? Seeing Xingxia coming to him, Li Xiuqi pulled the corner of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to cough uncontrollably because of the cold air entering his lungs. Xingxia looked up at this mountain, Ghost Mountain. Before, when the mechanical dog data was leaked and the surrounding star fields jointly issued an energy sanctions treaty against Vogue Planet, Xingxia began to consider how to deal with the energy crisis of Vogue Planet after the end of the Ice Age. Through Xiao AI's comprehensive search, Xingxia accidentally discovered that there was a huge mineral vein buried in the eastern part of the valley in the hot spring area. Xiao AI estimated the mineral vein. Although it was hidden deep in the mountain, there was a high probability that it could develop a black gold mine of great value. What Xingxia didn't expect was that she informed an Yuan of the Independence Army about this matter. She wanted to ask them about some experience in mountain excavation, but an Yuan advised, "This is the famous Ghost Mountain on Vogue Planet. It may not be so easy for you to dig it." What I'm going to say next is the long-standing. Well, it's a legend on Vogue Planet. A long time ago, when Vogue was still uninhabited, Stanley Group, a well-known energy group in the interstellar space, noticed that Vogue seemed to contain a large number of mineral veins, so they came here and finally chose the current Ghost Mountain as the location for excavation. They established many exploration bases, but one blizzard after another caused them to suffer heavy losses. The next year, it was heard that all the excavators were seriously ill and died, and even the Stanley Group's merchants were not spared, so there were rumors that they saw something they shouldn't have seen. Of course, I'm not lying to you. To be honest, there is something wrong with the magnetic field in that place. The temperature and weather changed suddenly, and it seems to have a protective film. As long as you start digging, all kinds of disasters will occur. We also wanted to dig there, but unfortunately failed. That place is too weird, so we gave up. Gradually, that place became a ghost mountain that sucks people's vitality in the eyes of the local people on the Vogue Planet. Oh, but it is worth mentioning that in the legend, it was mentioned that a large fleet appeared in that place, and there were some lost civilizations left, such as myths about spiritual weapons. Anyway, you just listen to it. Spirit? Xingxia, who accurately captured this word, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After all, spiritual weapons did appear in different time and space planes, and the description of the large fleet on the top. Could it be that the Space Bureau had visited here and interfered with the technology line of this universe? Despite this doubt, Xingxia, who was busy with the reconstruction of the valley in the hot spring area, had to form a team to go to Ghost Mountain before she had time to understand the history of Vogue Planet and its universe. To be honest, before she proposed to dig Ghost Mountain, she was still unsure in her heart. After all, this is the forbidden place, Ghost Mountain, in the eyes of the people of Vogue Planet. But after she proposed this, whether it was the on-site worker team, exploration team, volunteer team, or members of the federal security team, they were all very interested in the trip to Ghost Mountain and expressed their desire to go with Xingxia. Xingxia repeatedly emphasized the possible dangers of this trip, but the team members, who had received basic education on Vogue Planet, firmly stated, "Believe in science." I have actually been interested in exploring these mountains on the planet Volker for a long time, but in the past, even survival was a problem, not to mention paying for interest. Now I finally have the opportunity. This is a ghost mountain, I must go. Whether it is a mythical taboo or a story made up to deceive us, we will know after going there. Yes, you always say that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Now everything is ready, so we have to go. Whether it is a place where people die or a place full of challenges, Planet Commander, since you have brought up this place, there must be a reason for us to go, so we naturally have to go with you. Yes, since it is a dangerous place, there is no reason to let you go alone, Planet Commander. We have to go. Listening to the firm words of everyone, Xingxia's worried heart finally fell back into her stomach. She immediately issued a safety guide to everyone, requiring everyone who wanted to go to sign and promise to obey her orders, and be responsible for their own lives before they could go with her. But now that they have really arrived at the foot of the Ghost Mountain, even though there has been a sudden change in temperature and weather, Xingxia still can't detect anything unusual. Perhaps only when they arrive at the base that On Yuan once mentioned that was rumored to be abandoned by the Stanley Group can they see the abnormality. Thinking of this, Xingxia asked Li Xiuqi beside him, "You said you know the way to the abandoned base near Ghost Mountain?" Li Xiuqi waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to recall the past, and only shouted, "Just follow me when the time comes." After saying this, he looked up at the sky again. "Not now, wait until the snow stops." Everyone retreated, but on the way out, Xiao Ai suddenly set a question mark, saying that an unknown signal source was detected, and the signal source was being tracked down. It was not yet certain whether the signal source was the signal source that invaded the network in Rongdong. At the same time, Ji Xuefeng and others, who were secretly tracking down the invading signal source from the alien domain in Rongdong, were also very anxious. This was a secret war, but the other parties seemed to know that they were tracking down, and they were silent for a long time, which made them helpless. After learning this news, Xingxia also comforted them. Hunting has always been a competition of endurance, don't be anxious. However, the window period was almost over, and the other party had not appeared for a long time. How could Ji Xuefeng and others not be anxious? Fortunately, Xingxia, who noticed this, sent them new news, saying that a suspicious signal was detected in Gushan, so they could put their minds at ease first. But what Xingxia didn't expect was that after Xiaoai's evaluation, it was confirmed that the signal source once belonged to the Spacetime Bureau, and was an early technological product of the Spacetime Bureau, numbered 43211ZDY. What number? Xingxia was shocked. Did the suffix belong to her boss, He Peng? Things began to become interesting. When the weather at the foot of Guishan Mountain began to clear up, Li Xiuqi led Xingxia and the members of the exploration team and the worker team to the abandoned base in his memory. The closer to the abandoned base, the more Xiaoai confirmed that there were remnants of the Spacetime Bureau in this area. Finally, under the guidance of Li Xiuqi, everyone successfully arrived at the legendary abandoned base. What was worrying was that there were some people frozen in the upper left corner of the abandoned base. When everyone saw those people, they realized why Li Xiuqi didn't want to mention that experience, but was extremely sure that he could find this abandoned base. You? What Li Xiuqi didn't expect was that, after seeing these frozen people, Xingxia was silent for a few seconds. She didn't say much, but she took the lead in mourning for these people. To be honest, as a planetary commander, even if Xingxia did many earth-shaking things, due to her identity, the people of Vogue often felt a certain sense of alienation from her, but she always moved the people of Vogue with some subtle, or even insignificant details, making them unconsciously want to follow her. Li Xiuqi's eyes unconsciously turned red. After the silence, the people around him silently reached out and patted his shoulder. They didn't say much, but they had already comforted him. The people in the melting cave, who saw this scene through the live broadcast, also unconsciously moistened their eyes. However, the federal side, and the surrounding Starfield high-level officials, including Commissioner Sells, saw Xingxia and her team arrive near the Ghost Mountain in a mighty manner, and they looked like they were going to dig up the Ghost Mountain. In their doubts, they added a little more surprise. Is she completely crazy? It is worth mentioning that, unknowingly, as the planetary commander of Volker, Xingxia's official live broadcast also began to gradually enter the vision of people in various star regions, and quickly became popular on the internet with labels such as extremely abstract, Volker Planet really doesn't support idle people, and the most terrifying live broadcast of the year, and began to attract a lot of attention. Chapter 67. 62 hours later, Xingxia's official live broadcast began to split the frequency, and a ceremony for the construction of the Valley Memorial Park in the Hot Springs district appeared in it. This showed that Xingxia was preparing to start large-scale infrastructure construction in the winter of Oak. The high-level meeting personnel of the Federation, and the high-level personnel of the surrounding star domain forces, who watched the live broadcast for 62 hours in a row, were a little numb. They always felt that since Vogue had this planetary commander, the technology tree had leaped into a new dimension. You know, in the past winter of Vogue, there was really no grass growing, everything was dead, and people lived in the melting cave shivering, desperately waiting for the opportunity to go out of Vogue to work to make a living after the snow melted. Even the high-level personnel of Vogue in the hot spring area always cursed the unbearable winter cold, which was a desperate place full of dead bones. Looking at the planet Vogue now, the people have spontaneously come out of the melting cave in the severe cold. They are heading towards the frozen land in groups, carrying heaters. The orange dots of light condense into lines, and finally converge into a hot and strong lava river like a volcano under the monitoring of satellite cloud images. They dig the steel bars used for the foundation into the frozen land, raise the power excavation shovel in their hands, and shout slogans together. Even if they are shivering with cold, they stick to their posts. Look at their expressions so resolute, their eyes are so bright that they seem to glow, and they are full of hope and longing for the future. Such people on the planet Vogue are unfamiliar to the people of the Federation and the surrounding star field forces. They accidentally took a look at the current live broadcast time and said fuck. I couldn't help but spit out, 62 hours, a full 62 hours. What on earth did Vogue Planet deserve to make them endure so much? And what's more terrifying is that for such a long time, the live broadcast to the outside of the star field has not been disconnected or stuck, which shows that at least in terms of stable communication signals and network link transmission, even in extremely cold weather, Vogue Planet has extremely advanced technology. What else do we not know about this? Planetary Commander? At this moment, both the high-level meeting staff of the Federation and the high-level leaders of the surrounding star field forces couldn't help but sigh, and then looking at the popularity of the live broadcast in just 62 hours, everyone had the urge to pinch themselves. No, this popularity. More than 665,300 billion directly climbed to the first place in the interstellar real-time live broadcast and hot search list? What on earth did she deserve? Looking at the current free live broadcast room in Xinxia, the number of subscriptions has already exceeded 1 trillion. It is no exaggeration to say that she is already a big internet celebrity in the entire star field. You must know that under the influence of the current signal transmission conditions between star fields, there are natural communication and entertainment barriers between star fields. Therefore, even if it is a very famous internet celebrity in the star field, it is extremely difficult to break through the star field barriers. Therefore, the news that can really make it to the interstellar real-time hot search list is generally related to changes in large energy groups and changes in starfield sovereign regimes. There is very little entertaining content. However, Xinxia and the people of the planet Volker, where she is located, insisted on using an abstract, entertaining, and extremely vital attribute label to rush to the first place on the live broadcast list after being spread layer by layer. At this moment, people from different regimes and different groups in the entire star field are uncontrollably watching the people of the planet Volker live broadcast the construction of the memorial park for a long time. This phenomenon is indeed very strange. What's even more abominable is that Xinxia also opened up rewards and traffic income support from the corresponding platforms. After a wave of rewards, she actually made a lot of real money. For this reason, the high-level meeting staff of the surrounding star domain forces scolded Xinxia in their own meeting room. She has no shame. As a planetary commander, can she do this? Can she? Before she finished scolding, she took another look at the Vogue Planet special food products that Xinxia had put on the live broadcast room before. It turned out that someone really placed an order. The order transaction amount was 300 million star coins, another wave of money. That's fine. Xinxia, who had been discussing excavation matters near the Guishan base, actually put on the high-tech mechanical dog casually. In addition to the thoughtful display video, it was also marked at the back. 10% discount for bidding now, free shipping for large quantities, and support for recharging savings cards. No. She wouldn't be so naive as to think that if she puts this kind of thing in the live broadcast room, anyone would dare to place an order. She is going to put the shipborne missiles of the main battle starship on the shelves, and has released a comparison chart and pre-sale price. This move directly made the people in the federal high-level meeting unable to sit still, and they all turned from shock to harsh criticism of Xinxia. Oh my god, can she do this? Can she? Isn't she treasonous? She is really crazy because of poverty, and dares to sell anything. Hurry up and contact her. Let her stop her crazy action. In the chaotic world, Xinxia looked at the signal source and the corresponding star domain forces from the live broadcast room with an expressionless face and smiled faintly. Who said that there were no fish to take the bait? Aren't the fish schools coming? The more capital or interstellar forces that invest in Vogue Planet, the less likely the surrounding interstellar forces will dare to move Vogue Planet at this stage, and the more the Federation will value Vogue Planet. In this way, Vogue Planet can win a golden breathing period of peace and rapid infrastructure development, But the talent training cycle is still too long, and there is a severe shortage of talents in foreign trade. Xingxia turned around and looked at the people around her. These people are all engaged in practical construction. If they really want to do business, they are not talented enough. However, Xingxia quickly thought of a talented player who could be appointed, Wei Jie. Honest. It is said that when Wei Jie, who had just reunited with his family and felt like he had experienced a thrilling adventure, received the appointment notice from Xingxia, he thought it was an order for him to be transferred from the top position. Although he felt disappointed, he was also glad that he still had a job to do. Although he proved his innocence, it happened that his daughter and his computer had problems. If the Federation wanted to hold Xingxia accountable, she did not push him out as a shield. From the current national conditions of Vogue Planet, it was already a great favor. Now there is a new job for him to do, and he should not complain. Dad, I'm sorry. The daughter beside Wei Jie seemed to see his disappointment, and couldn't help but reach out and put her hand on the back of his hand apologetically. Seeing this, Wei Jie deliberately relaxed his expression, and then took his daughter's hand back into his palm in a soothing manner. It's not your fault. It's Dad's lack of experience that caused you to be attacked. Is there anything wrong in school? No, my classmates and teachers came to comfort me. Now everyone is actively signing up for volunteer activities. Although many teachers have left, we have formed a study group. The learning atmosphere and efficiency are better than before. There are also new courses related to network security. The new teacher is not even much older than us. But this teacher not only comforted me, but also found a lot of loopholes in our school's original optical computer system, which has now been repaired. He also said that this kind of thing will not happen again in the future with him around, which made me feel at ease. Oh, who is it? Wei Jie was a little surprised. He didn't say his name and only asked us to call him teacher. We could only see him during class. He also used a big hood to cover his face and spoke with a voice changer, but he had a special pass given by the planetary commander. The police station sent him to class and left, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Wei Jie, is there such a person in the Rongdong now? He instinctively wanted to ask Xingxia or Mo Siming, but he felt that he was not qualified to ask such questions in his current situation, so after a bitter smile, he could only nod and encourage his daughter to learn more. When he returned to the office area in the core area of Rongdong, he found that Mo Siming had been waiting for him for a long time while talking to someone. Seeing Mo Siming's appearance, Wei Jie instinctively tensed up and thought of a lot of bad things that might happen. But surprisingly, those bad things did not happen. On the contrary, Mo Siming said frankly that he was here to assist Wei Jie and the child beside him, who was wearing a hood and a voice changer and looked about the same age as his eldest daughter, was also here to assist him. Wei Jie, ? According to Xingxia, she will gradually transfer all the current live broadcast backgrounds over. All the corresponding arms inquiry trays need to be completed on our monitoring panel. You are free to play, but you need to pay attention to 2 points. First, give priority to the other party to recharge the savings card. Second, if we provide free shipping, the other party needs to send the corresponding receiving starship to the largest starship port on the planet Alka to pick it up by itself. Wei Jie looked at the current live broadcast background data and inquiry board again, and was shocked instantly. It was like a lone sail suddenly established a connection with thousands of large and small ships that were not in the same sea. This was the first time Wei Jie knew that there were so many star domain governments and large energy groups outside the star domain, and even star pirate groups and large underground black market trading leaders came to inquire. I sell arms? Wei Jie just asked the essence of the matter in confusion, and Mo Siming's hand pressed up. This is a big deal. As long as there is an order, I don't believe that the senior leaders of the Alka planet can still sit still. The alliance of the surrounding star domain forces is not a solid block. As for the Federation, well, I will be responsible for negotiating it. Wei Jie, Mo Siming noticed that Wei Jie was slow to speak. Si Ming couldn't help but look down at him, and then, as if realizing his nod, he couldn't help but laugh and joke. You don't think this transfer is to transfer you away from the front line, right? On the contrary, we are currently in great need of talents in this area, and only you, who are good at dealing with people, can shoulder this important task. I am also here to assist you. We need to catch the people who slander you and also monitor that there will not be any more information leaks like last time. So don't worry, I will do my best to protect your data security and the data security of this live broadcast platform. Yes, our planetary commander has never doubted you. Just this one sentence is enough. Wei Jie's eyes can't help but moisten. When he wanted to say something else, He found that the monitoring platform showed that the current live broadcast was suffering from data intrusion and hacker attacks. Finally, the other party can't sit still. Mo Han, who was hiding himself with a big hood beside him, was delighted, thinking that after so long, he could finally give Ji Juefeng and Xingxia an explanation. Chapter 68. While Mo Han's fingertips were tracing the past, Xingxia, who was at the abandoned base of Guishan, also received a reminder from Xiai that there were 2 suspicious signal sources nearby. After scanning, confirmation and comparison, it can be concluded that the 2 signal sources came from completely different time and space. One of them was an intrusion signal source in the current time and space, and the other was an old signal source with a time and space bureau number that was frozen. So, you mean that there is probably a space under this abandoned base that is like a bug and has not been discovered by the Time and Space Bureau? While Xingxia was talking to Xiai, she casually placed her hand on the ice on the side, and an inexplicable memory suddenly flooded into her brain. In that memory, there was war around her, and the sky was dyed gray by the artillery fire, but someone gently reached out to help her smooth the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead and encouraged her, "Don't be afraid. Just do what you want to do. Although I am just your guide, I will accompany you to the end, Xia." The memory stopped suddenly here. Xingxia frowned and covered her forehead. Seeing this, the people around her immediately surrounded her with concern. After looking at Xingxia's vital signs, the doctor suggested that she go back and rest. Xingxia did not insist and followed the advice. The live broadcast camera also turned to the personnel responsible for excavation and exploration. When they returned to the temporary internal medical center, Xingxia was puzzled by the memory just now, and asked Xiai, "What happened to that scene just now? Did you see it?" Xiao Ai's answer was very strange. No signal source that would cause fluctuations in your brain was detected. Midsummer. Including the old signal source of the Space-Time Bureau? It has lost its original function, and is about to fall into silence, but I have marked the corresponding location for you on the satellite map. Midsummer looked at the suspicious points marked by Xiao Ai, and felt that this place was indeed very strange. She asked Xiao Ai again, "Can you contact the Space-Time Bureau immediately?" She got an expected answer. "The means of communication here have failed." Midsummer couldn't help but lower her eyes. The dog boss asked her to retire and come here, and it really didn't have any good intentions. But since things have come to this point, we can only deal with it as it comes. At the same time, after seeing Xingxia and her friends slowing down near Ghost Mountain through the live broadcast, for some reason, the senior personnel of both the Federation and the surrounding Starfield forces all breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't really think that anything valuable could be dug out of Ghost Mountain, but they simply wanted to give Xingxia a little frustration. After all, her journey was so smooth that they just wanted to pinch their own philtrum to slow down. Now, with great difficulty, there was a Ghost Mountain that could block her unstoppable pace. However, the next second, Commissioner Sayers contacted them and regretfully announced that the information invasion of Vogue Planet had to be temporarily suspended. As expected, the other party had discovered them. In order to avoid leaking more data, they had to unilaterally destroy the signal transmission tower near Ghost Mountain. With a bang, before everyone could react to what happened, an avalanche near Ghost Mountain began, accompanied by a violent explosion. The difficulty at this moment, coupled with the strange history of Ghost Mountain, made many people, including the citizens of Vogue Planet, begin to worry that this was a signal sent by Ghost Mountain to the diggers. If they did not evacuate, their lives would be buried. However, after organizing the rescue, Xingxia unexpectedly made a public speech, claiming that she had found a signal transmission tower placed by alien forces near Ghost Mountain. Now the other party realized that the information of their signal transmission tower had been captured, and had to blow it up, trying to bury everything. This is enough to illustrate 2 points. First, Ghost Mountain can be deeply excavated and explored. The weird rendering in the past was nothing more than a lie deliberately created by alien forces in conjunction with the history of the base being abandoned for unknown reasons in the past. Second, in recent years, alien forces have been active on Vogue Planet, and have actively interfered in Vogue Planet's internal affairs. Based on this, she will submit a lawsuit to the Federal Bureau, and hopes that the Federal Bureau can send relevant personnel to collect evidence and investigate this. In short, Xingxia not only showed up at the first opportunity to tear apart the horrifying rumor that there are really ghosts in the Ghost Mountain, but also fanned the flames of the relationship between the Federal Bureau and the surrounding Starfield forces, forcing the Federal Bureau to think about whether to take the knife she had already handed over. At the same time, since this was a live broadcast across the entire Starfield, considering the corresponding public opinion that Xingxia had already caused, the federal side really had to be led by Xingxia's situation. Soon, the Federal Bureau issued a statement, saying that it would send corresponding investigators to land on Voke after the snow melted on Voke to collect evidence of interference from the corresponding alien star field forces, and at the same time warned the surrounding star field forces not to cross the federal regime red line. A statement was not painful, but unexpectedly, Xingxia received a contact from Yuan. According to Yuan's description, the internal personnel of the independent army were extremely angry about the statement of the Federal Bureau. We used to think that as long as we could stand up again and be valuable to the Federation, then the Federation would at least take care of us, but now the excuses, evidence, and materials are all ready, and the Federal Bureau does not seem to care about these. Hearing the faint tremor in Yuan's voice, Xingxia felt relieved for some reason. She was glad that Yuan came to talk to her about this topic now instead of waiting until she transferred all the power to her. Xingxia guided Yuan to extend his vision and look at things from the perspective of the Federal General Administration. If it was the Federal General Administration, it was originally a large-scale alliance regime that integrated business groups and political organizations. This meant that there was originally competition among them. Therefore, Vogue Planet was just a chess piece on the chessboard. It did not need to be too developed. It was enough to contain the surrounding star field forces, and then stabilize the territories of other alliance groups within the Federation. The Federation has never given up Vogue Planet over the years. In addition to the moral fear of causing panic among other alliances within the Federation, there is also a major reason that it is impossible to find new alternatives. Therefore, the Federation has been jumping back and forth. If the benefits are greater than the supply, if the investment is given, the Federation will repeatedly hold Vogue Planet, but in fact they don't care about Vogue Planet at all, don't care about the future fate of this planet, and don't care about what will happen to the people. Then the Independence Army will pin their hopes on overthrowing the original incompetent federal regime and then reintegrate into the Federation. It is undoubtedly a very naive and fatal idea. However, they are busy defeating the existing regime at the moment, and their vision of the long-term goal of the future road has become much more blurred. Until now, everyone in the Independence Army saw that the Federation was indifferent to the knife that Xingxia took the initiative to hand over, and suddenly realized that in the future they had originally envisioned, they really only had themselves from beginning to end. But the irony is that they have never given up negotiating with the federal regime in their hearts, or relying on the federal regime. It's not that I haven't considered complete independence, but compared to these large forces, we are still too weak. And Yuan's voice became less and less confident. If you develop first, you will naturally have confidence. Xingxia's voice sounded cheerful and peaceful, with a strong power hidden in it. It is futile to hope for help from all external forces. After all, everyone is only good at adding icing on the cake, not good at sending charcoal in the snow. You have to grit your teeth and hold on before dawn. However, I didn't expect the Federation to take any radical actions, but at least one thing can be confirmed at present. What? Before the snow melts, the federal headquarters will definitely not send anyone here unless it is absolutely necessary. And Yuan, isn't this definitely a bad thing? Maybe not. It can be a good thing. The generals are not subject to military orders when they are away from home. And Yuan, on the other side, Wei Jie, who had inexplicably exploded his orders, looked at the amount in his cryptocurrency savings card getting higher and higher, and he was in a state of confusion. He turned his head and looked at Mo Siming beside him. Mo Siming was obviously unexpected this situation. He originally thought that it was very strong to be able to sell one order, but he didn't expect that the other party would transfer money to him after just a few words. He was so confused that he had to know that this was just simple savings, saving first and then spending. It was not certain that he could get the physical weapons, but the other party just transferred money to him. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand it at all. Mo Siming reported the news to Xingxia, who then asked Mo Siming to pass the news back to the Federal Bureau. After that, the Federal Bureau was in an uproar. Fortunately, Xingxia brought Mo Siming and Wei Jie with her when she communicated with the Federal Bureau's personnel. Otherwise, the two of them would not understand Xingxia's intentions at all. They only heard the senior officials of the Federal Bureau yelling that Xingxia was a traitor. How could she sell the mechanical dog and even the shipborne missiles, and the newly upgraded shipborne missiles? But Xingxia calmly replied, "When you accuse us, you should provide corresponding military protection. In a word, you should first make a statement to the surrounding star field forces. Otherwise, you can also pretend that you don't know about this and completely ignore us." You? The senior officials of the Federal Bureau. In a rage, he threatened Xingxia again. Aren't you afraid that we and the surrounding starfield forces will unite to deal with you? Xingxiao laughed out loud. This is the first time I've seen a guy who stabs me before the fight even starts. After all, she is still affiliated with the Federation and has absolute legal ruling power. But if she is not here, Vogue Planet will be independent directly. Even in the past, it will cause certain social unrest to the Federal Bureau. It is because of this that the Federal Bureau will repeatedly send people to Vogue Planet like cannon fodder to maintain its rule. But Xingxiao is completely out of control and threatens them. If you scold me again, I will sell some more high-tech. The words are straightforward and arrogant. The senior officials of the Federal Bureau clench their fists again, and finally, you can raise any opinions. As your superior, we can actually communicate with each other, right? Some warships have already sailed over, but Vogue Planet is still in the cold winter after all. Chapter 69. Anyway, this is the situation. We can't survive any longer. I'm going to mine with my men. See you later. After saying that, Xingxiao cut off her contact with the Federal Bureau in an unusually neat and tidy manner. But at the same time, the people in the Federal Bureau found that even though they had experienced an avalanche, the exploration and excavation teams of the Vogue Planet had struggled out of the snow and gathered again near the abandoned excavation base in Guishan, with an attitude of I'm going to dig you out today, and even if the King of Heaven comes, I'm going to dig you out too. At the same time, facing the encrypted savings card that had been deposited with a large amount of funds, Mo Simon couldn't help but ask Xingxiao for his opinion. This money? Unilaterally notify the customer that we will ship all the goods at 10 o'clock tomorrow night at the latest. Really? Wei Jia's exaggerated expression and sweat on his head have already shown his disbelief at the moment. This is the cold winter season on the planet Vogue. Even the flights of the long-distance starships are forced to melt down. No matter how powerful Xingxiao is, he can't control the weather from being so cold. All external starships are melted down during the cold winter. How can we ship the goods out? When Mo Simon finished speaking, as if he suddenly thought of something, he reread the detailed introduction of weapon transportation in Xingxiao's live shopping window, and then found that Xingxiao not only marked that a description of the weapons and the corresponding numerical comparison chart would be sent in advance, but also emphasized that it would be shipped on time and in quantity together with the corresponding specialty foods and other materials, and the latest delivery would not exceed 36 hours. The delivery location is still the long-distance starship port on the planet Alka. I shouldn't have ignored these, and only paid attention to the background signal source and the corresponding data. Mo Simon slammed the table in frustration, thinking that this was simply a fantasy, but Mo Han turned his head and glanced at the two of them, and proposed a corresponding plan for transporting goods. In fact, the students had already discussed it, and it has been submitted to the Rocket Launch Research Institute in the core area in advance, just waiting for the Rocket Launch Research Institute to implement the plan. Wei Jia was even more shocked. Isn't it that his children have begun to learn about rocket launches? No wonder he is reading some strange books, whose symbols he can't understand even when walking. He also said that the foundation of the school is to study and discuss in groups. Wait, can you find out how Xingxiao communicated with these people before the background data was transferred? Mo Simon went to Mo Han and asked this question. He intuitively felt that Xingxiao had already planned the sale of weapons earlier. Of course. Mo Han shrugged. Although he didn't understand what Mo Simon wanted to see, he still traced the conversation before the background data was transferred. Soon, Xingxiao's domineering and unique automatic reply appeared in the private message dialog box in the background of the live broadcast without any warning. Don't ask if you are there, just ask if you are there, and if you are there, you have goods. The goods can be shipped directly to the entire star field. See 47526 star field. Pick up the weapons at A47 of the far-distant starship port on the planet Arca, declare the tariff amount on your own, and remember to follow the live broadcast room and get a small gift after buying the goods. Thank you. Wei Jia, Mo Simon, Now the two of them understand why the people who come to buy weapons just pay without saying anything. After all, for these forces, the opportunity to freely purchase arms without any checkpoints is not much. In addition, the planet Vogue is backed by the power of the federal regime, but it seems to have a bug. The delivery and pickup are so blatantly announced, and the export method is still a completely zero-tariff policy. In addition, the goods sold are sensitive and relatively less sensitive shipborne missiles, new models, and mechanical dogs. At the same time, in the data performance given to customers, the improvement level is relatively high, the starting price is not high, free buying and selling, and the promise is that the goods will be shipped within 36 hours, and the delivery is live. How can this not make a group of bold and crazy people even crazier? Mo Simon closed his eyes, and was silent for an unknown amount of time before asking Mo Han what the delivery plan they discussed was. Could things really be delivered during the cold winter? We thought so when we were discussing it. Apart from thermal weapons, basically nothing could be delivered from Vogue Planet. Even whether thermal weapons could be used smoothly during the cold winter was a problem. Mo Han nodded to himself. So what did you come up with? When Mo Simon asked this question, he saw Mo Han turn his head and look at him meaningfully. After reacting, Mo Simon's eyes widened and he asked back in disbelief. So, this is the solution, using thermal weapons. To deliver goods? Cool. At this moment, Mo Han raised his hand and smiled at the stunned Mo Simon, and Wei Jia gave him a thumbs up, and just when Mo Simon wanted to refute him, he seemed to have predicted Mo Simon's rebuttal and turned to praise Sheng Xia. The planetary commander is not as cautious as you are. She also praised us and encouraged us that great plans sometimes come from some slightly crazy flashes of inspiration. After another round of silence, Wei Jia and Mo Simon contacted Fu Qianshan at the same time, but learned from Fu Qianshan that the corresponding military personnel had already been reserved. They were very excited about the upcoming deterrent thermal weapons launch action and had been preparing for a long time, just waiting for the planetary commander's order. Wait, what we are talking about now is using thermal weapons to send mechanical dogs and other goods into the sky? Fu Qianshan. I haven't received any corresponding instructions yet. Just when Wei Jia and Mo Simon looked at each other, they saw in the live broadcast that Sheng Xia had already announced the corresponding cargo delivery notice, and also announced the Starship Port Planet where the cargo would be transported. The planet Alta made an announcement. 3 minutes later, due to a series of heat collapse caused by the live broadcast, Mo Simon looked at the list of personnel and numbers of the Federal Bureau that had contacted him, and had the urge to shut down his phone silently and fall asleep. At the conference table of the high-level forces in the surrounding star fields, everyone had a heated discussion because of Sheng Xia's unexpected announcement. What's more, in this announcement, Sheng Xia only said that the goods orders taken by the corresponding customers would be sent, but did not specify the goods themselves. This left a lot of issues to be discussed: whether there are arms in these goods, whether the arms in them are single mechanical dogs or shipborne missiles. According to the corresponding Interstarfield Customs Goods Trading Law, if this batch of goods is arms and mechanical dogs, then Alka really has interests to fight for, but if it is just some special delicacies from the planet Volker, then they don't have any interests that need to overturn the conference table. Moreover, it is currently the extremely cold winter on the planet Volker. How can Sheng Xia say that she can guarantee the delivery? The long-distance starship flight melts. How could she deliver the goods? But she promised to deliver the goods in the live broadcast with great confidence. You should know that since she took office, she has fulfilled every crazy thing she promised. So now what is placed in front of the high-level personnel of the surrounding starfield forces is an unsolvable conspiracy. Whether they believe it or not, they will start to calculate each other uncontrollably in the face of interests. What makes them even more frustrated is that since Sheng Xia publicly announced that she would guarantee the delivery, she put the countdown of the latest delivery time on the live broadcast screen. Watching the time pass, there was not even a valid agreement reached in the meeting. The relevant high-level personnel of the planet Alka also showed extremely sophisticated shrewdness. They did not really sanction the planet Vogue, but said that they would seriously review and withhold such nonsense after the goods were delivered. After 10 hours, the high-level personnel of the surrounding starfield forces, who had gone through the meeting, were extremely tired and adjourned. During the adjournment, in front of Agent Searles, someone finally couldn't help but complain, "I always feel that she walks us like a dog. I don't remember us being so concerned about Vogue before. Ah, a headache. Where on earth did the Federation find this guy?" Agent Searles remained silent for a rare time. Although he had to chew a hard bone every time he made a move, Sheng Xia was completely unaffected by it, and could quickly counterattack and force it to be silent. From the results, it even sacrificed the spy originally on Vogue. This secret battle was not a draw, but a small loss. Oh no, she seems to have really sold arms. What? As the transport starships of the large regime and the battleships of the Star Pirate Group appeared in the star field and were about to dock at the starship port of the planet Arca, everyone had to believe that Sheng Xia had really sold a large amount of arms, which directly led to the high-level officials of the planet Arca beginning to soften their attitude towards the original proposal to sanction the planet Vogue. In addition, the battleships of the Federation, which was originally one starfield away, also began to enter the starfield, which made the originally arrogant surrounding star field forces unconsciously restrained a lot. At the same time, Mo Siming silently opened a bottle of oxygen for himself. Seeing this, Wei Jie, who was following him, also stretched out his hand to poke him, indicating that he should also hand him a bottle of oxygen. Mo Han was very relaxed. He laughed at the two people around him for being too exaggerated. Although only the theoretical calculations were correct at present, they were basically the same, and the planetary commanders all agreed with their ideas. This thing will definitely work. After hearing Mo Han's words, a young calf is not afraid of a tiger, Mo Siming couldn't help but take another big gulp of oxygen. While he was taking a breath, he saw the contact signal from the Independence Army coming in, and Yuan said that Xingxia asked them to come and help. After all, some silos were too old and needed to be repaired. After hearing Yuan's words and looking at the current countdown for the cargo launch, Mo Siming just wanted to refill his oxygen bottle. But 3 hours later, before Xingxia could say anything, a new frequency division appeared in the live broadcast, which occupied 2/3 of the entire live broadcast screen. If you look closely, you will find that a large number of fiery red launch silos suddenly appeared on the frozen surface of Vogue Planet. As the silent live broadcast screen counted down, a large number of missiles were suddenly launched from 133 launch silos, just like the ground bloomed. Then these missiles began to climb towards the sky above Vogue Planet step by step. After the first level of climbing, they disintegrated, and the second level fuel began to burn and continue to climb. After 5 levels of climbing, everyone saw a metal ball-like thing being sent into outer space. It happened that the Federation's warships came and directly captured these goods with a small capture ship and went directly to Arca Planet. At this point, everyone gradually came to their senses. Vogue Planet really used missiles to deliver goods in the Ice Age. Hardcore delivery, who else but her? Chapter 70. What is worrying is that after the launch was successful, watching the live broadcast of the personnel near the launch base of Vogue Planet, none of them stood up to celebrate or applaud, as the personnel of other planets imagined, but just lined up quietly after the launch and returned to the military vehicles to evacuate in an orderly manner, as if it was just an ordinary mission launch. For a time, speculation about the conspiracy theory of Vogue Planet's military power filled the boring place of the entire Star Network platform. Of course, Fu Qianshan had told Mo Siming and others in advance that this was Xingxia's initiative. She specifically mentioned that the soldiers should not be too excited after the launch, and should maintain the calmness and seriousness that they should have during combat. Of course, there is another more important reason. These soldiers did not know that the missiles they launched contained the goods to be transported, and what consequences would be caused if the launch was unsuccessful. Everything passed in a dull manner. Xingxia also repeatedly emphasized to him that this mission must maintain a rigorous, but relatively relaxed atmosphere to avoid the soldiers being nervous. As for the surrounding star field forces, and even the federal headquarters, the series of problems caused by the successful delivery were enough to make them a mess. Arca was the first to express its attitude and withdraw from the sanctions plan against Vogue, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding, and promised to transport some of the Vogue citizens, who were still stranded on their planet, to the Federation in order to show its sincerity. Of course, the premise is that Vogue also wants to accept the citizens of their planet, and the Federation needs to provide corresponding starships to transport these citizens. Of course, the other party proposed this condition, more in the hope of testing the Federation's current attitude towards Vogue. After all, the technological leap level of Vogue this year has far exceeded their imagination, plus the new planet commander, it is confusing. Most importantly, the sudden large amount of arms made everyone wonder whether there was any Federation behind this. As for the Federation, they really loved and hated Xingxia. When Xingxia proposed that they use starships to transport arms, the opposition found a lot of excuses, but Xingxia said lightly, "If you have money, I can give you a mechanical dog and missile. Just one. But you can take it, and study it, and directly claim it as your own technology. After sharing the technology, you could upgrade it. According to the current arms transaction volume, it is more than enough to pay off my previous debts." Xingxia said this, which is equivalent to giving in and finding a way out for herself. The high-level meeting staff of the faction became inexplicably excited, and with the help of Professor Musk and others, who were already very curious about her, the Federal Bureau finally agreed to this delivery operation. Because they had to experience the gravity chaos phenomenon in the extremely cold weather of the Vogue planet, they even increased the action subsidy for this operation, and set the code name of the operation as Warrior. However, when the frontline warships actually carried out the mission, they found that the height of the cargo launched by the Vogue planet had been calculated to avoid the corresponding gravity out-of-control area, so they actually had no difficulty in catching these goods. With the success of this delivery, the more the discussion about Volk's winter military power became, the more frequent the debates and consultations between the Federation and the surrounding star forces became. In contrast, Volk's popularity strangely gradually decreased in this round of conflict. Perhaps this is also the effect that Xingqiu wants to achieve. After all, in addition to the continuous construction project of the Memorial Park in the hot spring area of Volk, which has made people tired, no matter what kind of notices the surrounding star forces issued or what new policies the Federal Bureau introduced, Xingqiu, as the commander of the planet, always stayed in the old excavation base near Ghost Mountain. Xingqiu didn't seem to care about the plan proposed by Aka to transport Volk citizens. On the contrary, within Volk, the talent shortage caused by the success of this round of arms transactions attracted everyone's attention, so that the topic of the independent army began to be mentioned many times in the melting cave. On Weijia's side, Xingqiu asked him after the goods were successfully transported, "How is the experience of talking to customers?" "The client didn't bother me much. Cuckoo just transferred the money to me." Weijia told the truth. "Ha ha ha, that's because you asked for a lower price." Sheng Xiao laughed casually. "I?" Weijia couldn't believe it, and even wanted to complain. The price was clearly marked by Sheng Xiao herself, and had nothing to do with him. "Practice more, and I find you some books in related fields. You can read some books and teach students. Later, you have to develop the foreign trade business of arms related to Volk Planet, a field of talent development that didn't exist before." Weijia couldn't help asking again, and what he got was the affirmation and persistence brought by Sheng Xiao's casual chuckle. "Why, you are not confident in yourself. But you have just completed the first arms transaction in your life. Experience comes from practice. Nothing can be prepared perfectly. Even if we really suffer a loss, we can afford the tuition now." Weijia. I don't know how to respond to Sheng Xiao's arrogance, but The third brother from the Legion suddenly jumped out and yelled that he must be brought along for this kind of thing. He was very familiar with arms and arms trading, so how could he not join in the fun? "Very good, now you already have your first student, Weijia." Weijia. Never mind how crazy the future is, just do it. The officials secretly cooperated with the Independence Army, and the topic of the Independence Army inside Rongdong also emerged, as if it had been unsealed. Especially when the soldiers in charge of the silo mentioned that the corresponding maintenance and calibration work was handed over to the Independence Army soldiers who suddenly appeared. Everyone remembered that in addition to the existing citizen group, there was another group of Volk Planet locals who were equally patriotic and silently concerned about the development of Volk Planet. "We were very worried at first, but they did not attack us, and even took the initiative to teach us the corresponding maintenance and launch knowledge and encouraged us to learn well. Yes, they also said that the current planet commander is very good and can let them see a completely different Volk Planet. Although they don't know when they can return, they can feel at ease seeing that Volk Planet is so good now." In the Rongdong food zone, when the soldiers discussed this matter, the owners of the food zone couldn't help asking if the current independent army was okay, whether there was food, and whether there was a place to spend the winter. From their description, it seems that they are not bad. Thanks to our planet commander not attacking them this year, they also got a chance to breathe. If you think about it carefully, they are actually the same as us. Originally. I think. They are much braver than us. When we dared not to resist, they took the initiative to stand up and resist the corrupt and incompetent federal government rule. Shu, can you say this casually now? Mo Han, whose mouth was suddenly covered, He looked at the crowd around him, and felt that Xingqiu was really cunning. This arrangement allowed the independent army to get close to the regular army, and also made the regular army realize that the fight between them in the past was entirely the responsibility of the government. Originally, there was no barrier between them. They were all a group of soldiers who tried their best to make their lives and their families better in the future. This also laid a broad mass foundation for the return of the independent army in the future. Mo Han lowered his head and ate the roll in his hand, thinking about Xingqiu's attitude when reporting this public opinion. Isn't this a good thing? They were originally citizens of Volk Planet. When hope was slim, they stood up and firmly defended the future of Volk Planet. They are the real warriors. Then what do you think of the citizen acceptance plan proposed by Alka? Faced with Mo Siming's question, Xingqiu fell silent. At this time, Mo Han took a peek at the first list of citizens from Volk set by Alka. The composition of the people in it was complex. Some were caught smuggling, some applied for visas to work, some had applied for Alka green cards, but were rejected, and some were already in prison. Obviously, Alka's intention in releasing this acceptance list was not simple. If it wanted to accept some of them, it would inevitably have to consider whether to give up the other parts. After a long time, Xingxiao instructed Mo Siming to. This list was forwarded to Ji Juifeng, who was still in prison, and the Independence Army. First, find out the interpersonal network related to this group of people before making a decision. At this time, the information obtained through the interpersonal network will be much more accurate than the archive records. Besides, if we really want to accept these citizens, we have to wait until the winter is over. We can't put our people in the cargo box and send them back. Planet Commander. With a shout of Li Xiuqi from the Guishan abandoned mining base, Xingxiao looked up in the explosion-proof ice-breaking police car and saw that the other party waved vigorously in her direction and then crossed his hands. This was a gesture that the internal road was opened. During this period, based on the tortuous and complex situation in the Guishan mining area, after studying and discussing the mounting conditions, the excavation team and the exploration team jointly determined that they could only rely on manual labor to open up the first section of the abandoned base leading to the mountain interior. In order to avoid possible collapse and avalanches, in addition to excavation work, reinforcement work must be carried out simultaneously. In fact, only a few meters can be excavated in a month. Yes, it doesn't count the work of clearing the ruins. If all these works are done manually instead of machines. Just when the morale of the excavation team and the exploration team was low, Xingxiao stood up and made the decision. Open up the first part first, and the rest can be explored with mechanical dogs after evacuating the corresponding high-risk areas. The mechanical dog already has the ability to be used in severe. Do you have the ability to work in cold environments? The corresponding cold-resistant technology is being upgraded in the melting cave. Anyway, let's dig into the first part first. Having said that, in fact, this corresponding cold-resistant technology was taken directly from Xiao AI's database by Sheng Xia and given to the relevant researchers in the melting cave for research. Sheng Xia could feel her inner impatience. The closer she got to this place, some inexplicable memories would always surge into her mind from time to time, causing her to uncontrollably overlap the images in these memories with the images happening in reality, and then it seemed as if she saw a certain future, but the end of this future was chaos, destruction, and failure. It doesn't matter, you go first. Even if I can't find you later, I will definitely wait for you here, Xia. Once again. Try again. Chapter 71. Xingxiao suddenly widened her eyes, and then she realized that Fu Qianshan beside her was worriedly asking her if she wanted to take a break. Since the arms cargo was sent out, she basically didn't take a break. During this period of time, everyone has seen how their planet commander fights. She wakes up at 5:30 in the morning. While washing up, she is still listening to reports about external news. After that, she is busy with a series of inquiries about the live broadcast background. At the same time, she listens to the reports of the personnel in different fields in the Rongdong on the current research and development situation, encourages and guides the personnel in the corresponding fields to study the field more deeply, and then listens to the additional reports of Mo Siming and others, and makes a development decision. Then, if there is an emergency, she will take over directly to sort out and issue instructions. Dinner starts at 11:30. The planet commander will come out to eat with everyone. At the same time, he will care about food safety issues, taste the dishes carefully, listen to the ideas of the exploration team and the excavation team members, make up his mind and issue instructions. After dinner, everyone will rest. Xingxiao will discuss the next national security plan with Fu Qianshan and others, and transfer personnel and formulate corresponding training plans for the current talent shortage in various key areas. After lunch, everyone starts working. Xingxiao will appear and take the initiative to join the excavation team's excavation work. Sometimes she will even go to the front, but at the same time she will listen to reports from all parties. Before dinner, Xingxiao would handle communications from surrounding star field forces, or the Federation, discuss response strategies with Mo Siming and others, and formulate command documents to be issued to various departments. 10 o'clock was the lights-out time determined by Xingxiao in advance. In order to ensure that the excavation team members were energetic and did not become distracted, 10 o'clock was the time for everyone to go to bed. However, Xingxiao was still in contact with the captains of each construction team at this time, listening to the difficulties and pain points in their projects and working to solve them. Sometimes Xingxiao would even go directly to the construction site, where the problem occurred at midnight to check the situation. Although the team members in the abandoned mining area also asked to go together, they were always gently rejected by Xingxiao. It was not until the unknown time in the early morning that Xingxiao would turn off the lights to rest, and then wake up at 5:30 in the morning without fail to continue the entire journey. There was a mercenary who wanted to murder Xingxiao, and shouted that he couldn't beat her. At that time, everyone thought it was a joke, until now everyone realized. This is Xingxia's real daily action. She is too energetic, but it is also very worrying. After all, just listening to the report may not be a heavy brainwork, but after listening to the report, you have to analyze the current situation, make decisions, and deal with the people of the Federation, which is a bit scary. Xingxia is still the highest power commander of this planet. No one can persuade her, and she can only be allowed to continue this terrifying journey. But as for Xingxia herself, she couldn't sleep. Couldn't sleep at all. It's not like insomnia, but she would fall into dreams as soon as she closed her eyes. She always dreamed of scenes that seemed the same as the current situation, but were completely different. Facing the encirclement of the surrounding starfield forces, the people of Vogue Planet, whose supplies were completely cut off by the Federation, fought to the last second, but still couldn't resist the thousands of troops of the surrounding starfield forces. There were far more people who surrendered to the enemy than those who fought hard. Although she was asked to evacuate first, she refused. She tried to start over, and use the time conversion machine of the Space-Time Bureau, but this violated the laws of the Space-Time Bureau. In that chaotic year, she saw the label of mission failed on her head. She knelt down and cried, and heard the guide beside her gently comfort her. We still have a chance to start over. Do we have a chance? Yes, so do whatever you want boldly, Xia. It's really strange. Every time the voice in the dream said Xia. When she hears this word, she will wake up uncontrollably, and the time of waking up is always exactly 5:30. This time is neither early nor late. Even if she sleeps for another hour or two, she may not be able to relax. It is better to get up and work directly, watch the live broadcast data, and see what tricks the guys from the surrounding starfield forces have done. Anyway, the cold season of Vogue Planet will not end for at least 5 months. In these 5 months, it should be no problem to complete the basic infrastructure and preliminary talent construction of the entire industrial chain by taking advantage of the chaos caused by her active attack. In short, as long as the two forces do not interfere with her anymore, she can directly start the construction of the entire industrial chain in 5 months, and then take advantage of the opportunity that the personnel of the two forces have to come to Vogue Planet to find out the situation after the cold season, and then let the personnel of the independent army merge into Vogue Planet. When everything is on the right track, she could also welcome the real retirement. There is also the current hot spring villa. Directly building it into a tourist base can also drive a lot of funds and jobs. Thinking about it, Xingxia couldn't help asking Shuai, "Can't contact the Space Bureau? We have tried many times, but they are all off track." Xiaoai's reply made Xingxia frown again, but she soon thought it over. Anyway, no matter what is waiting for her in the future, it will not be more terrible than her previous working life. Just do it. As Xingxia and her group walked into the abandoned mining base in the Ghost Mountain area of Vogue Planet, where the first section of the road was opened, the live broadcast screen was stuck again. Xiaoai explained that the phenomenon of the Space Bureau's signal in the periphery was dissipating, which in turn caused the fluctuation of the signal transmission section. "Commander, the reinforcement work below, and this area has been completed. Do we need to dig this area now?" 3 days ago, when Xingxia and her team dug into this area, they discovered something strange about it. It looked like an old signal rotation base station, but there was still a weak current running continuously. After Xiaoai finished scanning, she couldn't decide whether it was a product of the current time period or a product of the Space-Time Bureau. In addition, the thickness of the ice layer in this area was also very strange. It sounded like a large hollow area. In order to avoid landslides, the excavation team had to choose to bypass this area first, and then find another opportunity to excavate this area after reinforcing it on all sides. Now Xingxia came in with a portable cart that could broadcast live, obviously, he wanted to broadcast the entire excavation process live. Anyway, Xingxia had thought it through very thoroughly. No matter which time and space the signal rotation base station that was about to be excavated belonged to, the worst result was that it would be interpreted as a historical device and put into the museum that was about to be built on the Vogue Planet as an exhibit. But if it was a spy base station that was still in operation, wouldn't it be? After a pickaxe went down, the entire mine seemed to shake uncontrollably. The intensity of the shaking in the mine could also be clearly seen from the live broadcast. It hasn't exceeded the pressure standard yet, so we can continue to dig down. The explorer looked at the report given by the monitoring instrument in his hand and looked towards. He shouted in the direction of Xingxia and the others, but Li Xiuqi signaled everyone to stop what they were doing. "I can feel something is wrong here." While he was still saying this, Xingxia had already started to wipe off the ice on the edges of some tiny bumps in this area, exposing the locations of these lethal attack weapons that were frozen but still had the ability to restart. To be honest, if Xingxia hadn't taken the initiative to explain these weapons, no one would have thought that they were weapons. They looked no different from beautiful icicles. However, as this live broadcast began, the surrounding starfield forces all felt that their own nests were being. The painful feeling of being wiped out in a wave of people. Yes, this is the most advanced weaponry hidden in the hands of Agent Searles. I thought that these country bumpkins on the Vogue planet didn't know the goods at all. Even if they were shot to death by these weapons, they would only think that it was the original weirdness of Gushan. The more people died, the more terrifying rumors would be shrouded in this weirdness. Now, Xingxia explained them one by one like peeling silk from an onion, and even dismantled them with his bare hands. No way, are you sure? This is the high-end weapon that they have been secretly developing for so long. Do you really think it's a cabbage in the field that can be grown casually? The Federal Bureau was also in a state of panic because of Xingxia's lagging live broadcast. You know, some of the equipment that Xingxia is talking about now have technologies that even the highest research institutes have not yet broken through, but Xingxia can not only explain it, but also practice how to disarm these weapons and equipment. She is a genius. You say she is a spy, but how can a spy destroy her own job to do such a stupid thing as live broadcasting? Go contact her quickly, and tell her not to broadcast live across the entire star region anymore. If she continues to broadcast, our technology will lag behind the Vogue planet. Fuck. Xingxia, who didn't know that she had caused a commotion, looked at the inquiring eyes of the people in front of her, and simply announced the good news that the corresponding weapons courses would be added after all the explanations were completed, and asked Fu Qianshan to notify Wei Jie to implement the work. What about the transmission channel? It's been completed, don't worry. Fu Qianshan gave Xingxia a thumbs up. He knew that Wei Jie's current workload was overloaded, so the people from the Independence Army would come to help. But because of the live broadcast, the transmission channel of both sides must be transferred from the ground to the underground. Xingxia nodded, and continued to lead the excavation team to dig deep into the hollow area. Finally, after breaking another layer of thick ice, and finally reaching the main control room that powered these weapons, an amazing picture appeared in front of everyone. The previous planetary commander of Vogue and his entourage were quietly exploring in the small control room in the form of ice sculptures. Some of them had even found a power supply base station, but due to the sudden freezing, they could not even feel the temperature change at that moment and lost their lives. No one could have thought that the previous missing planetary commander and his entourage would appear in the public eye again in such a shocking way. Xingxia observed their expressions, as if they were ready to die collectively, but their frozen hands were still on the button to shut down the power supply base station. Don't move. Suddenly, Li Xiuqi reached out to stop Fu Qianshan, who wanted to go forward to check on these people. A group of frozen butterflies with cold air fluttered towards this side. Xingxia raised her laser weapon and killed them as soon as she saw them. Commander, what are you doing? Retreat first, quickly. With Xingxia's roar, after everyone retreated, they saw that the control room that had been dug out was frozen again. What the hell are these? There can't be these on Vogue. When Li Xiuqi complained, Xingxia couldn't help but curse. People in the Federation are all blind. Compared to Xingxia's resume, the previous planetary commander was a real talent. Perhaps based on the rumor that Vogue was the burial ground of planetary commanders, he brought his team to this place and wanted to make some changes. From the mouth of the general manager of the Grain Group, Xingxia could feel that the previous planetary commander had tried his best to stabilize the situation on Vogue without her many golden fingers, but he still lost his life in the face of the joint capture and killing of the surrounding star forces. The attitude of the Federal Bureau was, after receiving the missing report, it was treated as nothing happened, and then another unlucky person, that is, Xingxia, came to Vogue to manage the planet. Does the Federation really want Vogue? Perhaps after stabilizing the situation on Vogue, a referendum to leave the Federation and take the path of independent development is the right path. Commander, do we continue to dig? Suddenly, the voices of Li Xiuqi and others interrupted Xingxia's thoughts. Xingxia looked up at everyone and said firmly, dig out all the rumors on this mountain. After everyone looked at each other, they neither sighed nor objected. They all fell silent for no reason, but continued their digging work again and again. During this period, the contacts from the Federal Bureau and the surrounding star field forces increased significantly. Even Mo Siming began to ask to come to the vicinity of Ghost Mountain. Xingxia only replied to Mo Siming alone. After agreeing to Mo Siming's request, she also asked Mo Siming to communicate with the Federation. If the Federal Bureau could not come up with a decent compensation plan, there would be no need to continue communicating. I know you're angry, but based on the current situation of Vogue, I'm afraid we can't make things so awkward with the Federation. What were you doing when they disappeared? When Mo Siming heard Xingxia's words, he knew that Xingxia was blaming him too. He lowered his eyes silently, and looked back at the beautiful interior of the melting cave, and the endless stream of people in the food area. Xingxia is a miracle, but it doesn't mean that others can become a miracle. Mo Siming didn't reply to Xingxia, but only said that he would communicate with the Federation. With the reappearance of the previous planetary commander and his team, Xingxia's live broadcast of the excavation work on Ghost Mountain has once again surged. The surrounding starfield forces that realized that Xingxia's wave of trouble might really cause large-scale turmoil suddenly became silent. Later, the Federation monitored that a large number of warships were being assembled and headed to the star field where Vogue was located. It seemed that they were preparing to use force to dismember directly this planet. The relevant military intelligence was also passed to Mo Siming by the federal authorities, and Mo Siming was asked to go to Xingxia immediately to ensure that Xingxia would not make any more moves, and to interrupt the live broadcast immediately. Strangely, this time Mo Siming was silent for a long time, but did not give a clear answer. This was the first time he was seen so unprofessional and absent-minded. When Mo Siming arrived near Ghost Mountain, Xingxia and the others had already withdrawn. It was estimated that Xingxia had already seen the news that the warships of the surrounding star forces were gathering. Mo Siming did not say anything, and just stood quietly beside Xingxia. After an unknown amount of time, Xingxia looked up and saw Mo Siming standing beside her stubbornly, ignoring Fu Qianxin's advice. This frightened Xingxia. Why are you standing beside me without saying anything? Wait for you to make a decision. Xingxia seemed to hear a slight snort from Mo Siming's nose. I said something too harsh. Xingxia lowered her eyes, and at this time Mo Siming looked down at her, and seemed to be very surprised that she would apologize to him. So Mo Siming stretched out his hand to pinch his neck, and simply squatted beside Xingxia, and asked Xingxia in a gloomy voice, "What are you doing now? What are you going to do?" Xingxia, Tell me, I don't want to run away this time. Xingxia suddenly widened her eyes, and Mo Siming seemed to see her surprise. He sighed and said that this was the first time he had met a planet commander like Xingxia. In the past, he only needed to ensure that Vogue was still there, but if Vogue wanted to be good, it would be completely beyond his ability. But repeated concessions did not bring me the results I wanted. It's up to you. You won't surrender easily, right? For some reason, what Mo Siming was telling at this moment actually collided with the scene in Xingxia's dream. Going to war? Judging from the current size and weapons reserves of Vogue planet, war is not a wise move. It will only lead to complete destruction. Thinking about similar situations encountered in the past when performing missions, the red that passed through the fog and attacked her towards the sun, and the scenes of struggle and humiliation that she had seen repeatedly, everything can be gathered into a red belief. If you suppress it for a long time before finally deciding to go to war, you have actually wanted to beat someone up for a long time in your heart. Xingxia murmured this sentence unconsciously, and Mo Siming tilted his head and said in confusion, "Huh? No war." Xingxia stood up and frowned. But this does not mean that we will not fight back. Go and inform the Federal Bureau. We will take the initiative to launch electronic warfare. At the same time, we also need the Federal Bureau to assemble warships near the planet Alka. Once the warships exceed the starfield space line I have drawn, our warships will open fire directly. Mo Siming, after listening to Xingxia's words, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Xingxia looked at his bewildered look, and simply explained that she had the ability to use electronic warfare to control all those entering this star field. Since we can control the enemy's warships, we can also control our own warships. So once the enemy warships really receive orders to prepare to attack Vogue planet, the Federation will be directly dragged into the water. At the same time, Alka planet, which has the most political and military influence in this star field, will not wait in vain for other star field forces to come up and gnaw its wounds after being attacked. In short, if the other party hits me, I will beat their boss hard. When the boss is beaten so hard that he can't move me, he will definitely vent his anger on me. As for the Federal Bureau, I have already beaten them, so you can interpret it as you like. Moss Ming, But no matter how much the Federal Bureau wants to explain, the fire will definitely burn them, and once the Federal Bureau abandons Vogue planet at this time, the forces entrenched around its entire ruling area will only swarm in and think about how to dismember it. Once the united planets within its ruling area waver and think that they can be abandoned at any time, the Federal Bureau will only collect money and not protect, and the Federal Bureau's rule will come to an end. So no matter whether the current federal regime wants it or not, it can only continue to tangle with us to the end, and it will not stop until death. Moss Ming, what a clear hand. Chapter 72. When the Federal Bureau received the news that Xingxia would take the initiative to launch electronic warfare and asked them to gather warships near the planet Arca to threaten the surrounding star forces, all the staff in the Federal Bureau laughed out loud and asked Mo Siming in disbelief. Electronic warfare, are you sure? Does the current planet Vogue have the ability to conduct electronic warfare? Yes, you must realize that it is impossible to build the foundation of electronic warfare with just a few advanced gadgets. Besides, the Federation has no intention of further expanding the situation in this round of conflict, so... Without waiting for the congressman on the opposite side to finish speaking, Mo Siming seemed to have lost all his patience and shouted, "Move the warships over. Didn't you see the previous planet commander who died? He was also a citizen of the Federation." This sentence silenced all the members of the conference. However, at this time, the news came that the warships of the Starfield forces surrounding Vogue have all begun to evacuate in an orderly manner, and the crisis of Vogue may have been resolved. Just when everyone was confused, the intelligence department finally arrived. It turned out that Xingxia had already started electronic warfare. Because the warships of the surrounding Starfield forces were in an attack formation and moved quickly, Xingxia did not even wait for the federal warships to gather on Alka. She cracked the position sequence of the enemy warships and issued a warning. She threatened the surrounding Starfield forces. If they prepared to destroy Vogue first, she would directly attack Alka while evacuating the people, and launch all the missiles currently on Vogue, including the concentrated nuclear weapons placed by the Federation, to Alka at the same time. The Federation is behind us. As long as we kill the biggest of you, the rest will come to hell to accompany us sooner or later. At the same time, the warships of the surrounding Starfield forces also received ultra-long-range missile strike threat alerts from the densely packed launch silos on the surface of Vogue planet. Although they didn't know when Xingxia secretly built these massive launch silos and developed these ultra-long-range missiles, but because she was a lunatic, and a lunatic who was adamant and had a lot of brains, the high-level officials of the surrounding Starfield forces discussed and decided to withdraw first. After all, a war that would hurt both sides was not the result they wanted. If they couldn't unilaterally crush Vogue planet, they would still act cautiously. After the warships of the surrounding Starfield forces withdrew, the people from the Federal Bureau wanted to say something else, but Mo Siming left a sentence. Originally, Vogue planet could owe you a favor. You missed it yourself, so you can't blame others. Then he directly cut off the communication. The people from the Federal Bureau. No, how come he also learned bad things from Xingxia? Mo Siming would never be so casual in the past, and cut off the contact without waiting for them to finish talking. When he returned to Xingxia, Mo Siming asked Xingxia, who was sitting in the icebreaker car and a little tired because of relief and surprise, "Do we really have so many launch silos?" The intelligence map obtained by the Federal Bureau showed that there were so many launch silos on the surface of Vogue that if they were launched at the same time, the entire planet would be pushed forward. However, no matter how much Xingxia focused on infrastructure construction, these launch silos would never appear overnight. Xingxia's answer was, "Of course it's fake. It's just an illusion to create a signal source," and a large number of people were dispatched to let them use long red blankets or something else to place on the ground to create the illusion of having so many launch silos. Mo Siming, This can only deceive the other party for a while. When will the Federation's warships arrive? Mo Siming was a little helpless. He thought that the warships of the surrounding Starfield forces would not come again, so he simply did not chase the Federation for troops. Seeing Xingxia looking at him with a puzzled face, he had to helplessly say that he would contact the Federation again after a while. By the way, how did you create the illusion? Xingxia, such an obvious change of subject. However, Xingxia still let Mo Siming watch the whole process. The red dots collected by the satellite on the surface were used to render the new satellite image through the rendering program, but at the same time, in order to make the warship's detection system invalid, a specific virus program needs to be installed. Although it looks complicated, there are only a few key points to operate it. It is a liar's trick, but it is efficient and useful enough. But Mo Siming couldn't figure it out. What else is hidden in the Ghost Mountain that makes them so afraid that they want to destroy us all? I don't know either. Xingxia frowned subconsciously. But one thing is clear now, we must speed up the excavation of the Ghost Mountain. What about the live broadcast? Xingxia, After thinking for a long time, Xingxia finally decided to keep the rest of the live broadcast screen unchanged, but remove the part about the excavation of the Ghost Mountain. Unexpectedly, this removal made Vogue Planet a hot search again. Many internet celebrities, who rely on horrifying stories to gain popularity, have deliberately collected relevant rumors about Vogue Planet's Ghost Mountain and spread them on the Star Network. Among them, the rumors that the Stanley Group and the entire excavation team members were all dead were naturally not let go. I don't know what is in the Ghost Mountain, and I don't care how those people died in the past, but we have to get back the munitions that we put in it together. The first to put pressure on the governments of the surrounding star regions were naturally the big arms dealers, who had been active in this gray area for a long time. Due to the past no man's land principle on Vogue Planet, and the fact that they also knew that Agent Searles' weapons and equipment were also placed in this red hole, even though Xingxia cracked down on the corresponding black market trade after taking office, as long as she wanted to continue the arms trade, the previous line could still be connected. In addition, there was no real loss after all, just some unimportant personnel turnover, which was also a common thing, so naturally no one was willing to jump out and really take care of anything. But now that the Ghost Mountain was excavated, it was not good. After all, the value of the weapons inside was enough to make them lose a lot of money. In addition, there was an annoying Federation behind Xingxia. If the Federation decided to intervene and take away these weapons, if there is no weapon, that would be terrible, but the Federation's warships have already arrived, and we are in a difficult situation. After sighing, the high-level officials of the surrounding starfield forces had to use the fact that Ghost Mountain was difficult to dig as an excuse. It's not appropriate to rely on the natural barrier to stop the pace of this crazy planet commander. You must have other solutions, right? After saying this, the arms dealers unusually cut off contact with the high-level officials of the surrounding starfield forces in unison, but what made them curious was that during this period of time excluding the live broadcast, to what extent did this crazy Vogue Planet commander dig Ghost Mountain? Damn it! No matter how much you look at the current live broadcast, no matter whether it is the Memorial Park or the construction of the university, there is really no flaw. Inside the Ghost Mountain, at a depth of about 2,000 meters underground, according to Xiao AI's hint, there is a place similar to an abandoned rest station of the Spacetime Bureau. Because she doesn't know what impact the abandoned space station will have on the people in the current spacetime, Xingxia is the only one digging here. What's more annoying is that due to the recognition principle of the Spacetime Bureau, she can only use some simple digging tools to dig here. Fortunately, Li Xiuqi taught her a good digging technique, and the soil in this area is relatively soft, so digging is not difficult. Suddenly, Xiao Ai popped up the corresponding contact information box, prompting Xingxia that the mandatory lunch break time has arrived and Fu Qianshan has dug up another weapons depot, waiting for Xingxia to identify them. What kind of weapons? Xingxia sighed, raised her head and drank some water, feeling that it was a sin for a retired person to do such heavy physical labor. However, being able to successfully convince the corresponding excavation team, exploration team and security team to come alone to dig had already exhausted her brainpower, so she could understand the mandatory rest time and some reasons that forced her to leave this mine tunnel. However, judging from her current personal excavation speed, it is estimated that by the time the Ghost Mountain is dug out, the road leading to the abandoned Time and Space Bureau rest station may not be dug through. It would be great if this place could be blown up. Xingxia just murmured this in her heart, and suddenly the whole Ghost Mountain began to shake uncontrollably. Come, what's wrong? Midsummer was about to contact AI, when the ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked. Then she was caught off guard and fell as if being sucked into something. After a dark moment, it's the planet commander. Commander? Great, it's the commander. Accompanied by cheers, and the sound of people running, Midsummer opened her eyes, and found that she seemed to have fallen into a polished ice cellar space. She looked closely at the golden ice crystals around her. Wow, isn't this the rumored black gold mine? This is really a fortune, but is the person lying next to the black gold mine a person? The golden light illuminated the outline of the man's face. From his facial outline, it was indeed a young guy, and he looks handsome too. A tall nose bridge, long eyelashes. It's a pity that he was frozen to death in this place. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, deep dark brown pupils, and suddenly bloody lips. Xingxia? ? He opened his eyes? He's resurrected. Ah! Xingxia was frightened and fell to the ground, hitting the black gold mine behind her. She had a headache and was about to call Xiai when she saw a strand of hair falling on her face. You? With this hoarse voice, Xingxia looked up again. Damn, this guy. No, this corpse. No, this resurrected. Damn, how can he not wear clothes? Not even a piece of rag on his body. Chapter 73. Who are you? A sound like a gun being loaded came from behind the corpse. When Xingxia wanted to look over, She suddenly heard Xiaoai's system sound, and the prompt "the time and space chaos has been corrected." Then a strong pain surged into Xingxia's brain, and she fell into a chaotic darkness again uncontrollably. Xia. Xingxia. If you are called Xingxia, why not call me Chongming? Why? Because Xingxia can hear the sound of insects. Xingxia frowned and woke up from her dream. She saw that she had been surrounded by the medical team brought by Fu Qianshan, and there were many members of the exploration team, excavation team and security team outside the stretcher. Seeing Xingxia wake up, Fu Qianshan and others immediately came up to report the current situation to Xingxia. First of all, the rumor that the Stanley Group merchants had explored a large number of mineral veins was indeed true. This wide area, that looks like a karst cave, is actually made up of the most valuable black gold mine in the star field. Where is that person? Midsummer suddenly thought of the guy who just revived. Fu Qianshan was stunned. He said frankly that he didn't expect that such a strong guy could survive in such a deep underground. It was because he had not seen the light for a long time, so all the functions of his body had problems of varying sizes. In addition, there were doctors in the medical team who were very curious about his physical condition, so he was receiving treatment in the ice room next to him. Midsummer, that's a person, not a fish or a microorganism. They didn't think it was strange that he could survive in such a place. They were even really trying to help the guy who revived. Could it be the problem caused by the time-space room? Xingxia called Xiaoai out, and strangely, Xiaoai also said that it was forced to restart due to the chaos of time and space that had just occurred. Fortunately, there were no problems with the data and the system. Have you detected anyone from the Spacetime Bureau? The Spacetime channel is currently closed, or it may have been closed due to a strong energy collision caused by the chaos of spacetime. Do we need to try to re-establish the corresponding communication channel? Xingxia. Can it be rebuilt? Xiaoai made a mechanical sound and said that reconstruction requires time and corresponding energy. At present, the computing power is insufficient, and it is not recommended to prioritize the use of computing power in the reconstruction of the spacetime channel. So this matter can only be abandoned first? While thinking, Xingxia got up and went to the treatment room where the person who just revived the corpse was. It was very strange to say that the walls of this area were all fine old gold due to the black gold stone, except for the ice room that the person who revived the corpse pointed to, which was shining with silver light. Scan these silver lights. Xingxia just told Xiaoai so much, and Xiaoai said bluntly that the traces of the Spacetime Bureau left in this area were the most obvious. So, did this person accidentally fall into the crack of time and space and be forced to stay here? Xingxia pushed open the door of the ice room and found the corpse, who was sitting quietly on an ice bed. He tilted his head slightly and didn't know what he was looking at. But his sturdy body, that couldn't be hidden even with clothes, and his cold and charming evil face made the medical staff around him subconsciously want to stay here for a while longer. Commander. After seeing Xingxia coming in, the medical staff handed over the physical data of this person. Except for his weak body and obvious muscle loss, he was almost exactly the same as a normal person, and even his age was measured to be younger. When Xingxia looked at him, his deep dark brown eyes also looked over at this moment. For some reason, Xingxia suddenly felt a slight tremor of electricity passing through his body. He just stared at Xingxia in silence. Name? Finally, Xingxia walked in front of him, but he just lowered his head slightly, and looked like he was playing with his long hair without saying a word. Xingxia, Commander, he may have lost his ability to socialize due to being trapped in this place for a long time. He can only listen to us and occasionally respond. In detail, he is no different from a 2 or 3-year-old child. 2 or 3 years old. He would probably be taller than her when he stood up. Such a strong man. Xingxia scratched her head speechlessly, and then asked about the current exploration of this area. Just when Xingxia was about to leave here and follow the exploration team members to check the situation outside, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Xingxia's arm. Xingxia was startled and felt that this guy's body was terribly cold, but when she held it back, she could feel that he really had a pulse. Suddenly, this guy pulled Xingxia again, so that Xingxia was caught off guard and bumped into his dark brown eyes again. Strange, this pair of eyes? She seemed to have seen it before? He seems to have something to say. The medical staff who had been observing the situation here suddenly said this. Xingxia pulled herself out of her thoughts and looked at him, and coincidentally, he nodded slightly at this time. Xingxia, the corpse of the dead, suddenly stood up and held Xingxia's hand tightly. Xingxia was startled, and the medical staff explained that this might be a manifestation of the child seeing someone who could make him feel safe. So you mean, I became his mother? Before he finished speaking, The big ice behind him frowned inexplicably, and at the same time, he took out a small black gold stone from somewhere and threw it accurately at the person who was about to say yes. The medical staff thought it was a sign of dissatisfaction from the child, but Xingxia noticed his ability to accurately throw objects, which was neat and tidy, like a technique that only soldiers would have. After half pulling and half leading Xingxia out, Fu Qianshan just came to report the current situation of each team. This huge area, like a car's cave, is basically composed of black gold mines, stretching for thousands of kilometers. It is basically a big profit, but there is also a problem. That is, due to the shaking of the mountain just now, they are completely unable to locate their current location. While they cannot contact the outside world, the exploration and excavation team that has already taken the lead has not found a way out for the time being. If we can't get out smoothly, won't we be trapped and killed in it like the buried unknown treasure thief? Not only that, the reason for the previous shaking of the mountain has not yet been found. We dropped. How long have you been here? Xingxia felt that it should have been at least 1 or 2 days, but Fu Qianshan told Xingxia with certainty after looking at the light computer in his hand that it was only 15 minutes. How long? 15 minutes. To be more precise, 15 minutes and 36 seconds. Xingxia? Suddenly, the big ice block that had been holding Xingxia's hand tugged at Xingxia's sleeve. When Xingxia looked back at him, she saw that his face was tilted to one side, and his other hand was pointing in that direction as if pointing the way. Xingxia was silent for a few seconds, and the big ice block did not move. When the two sides were in a stalemate, the medical staff, who came out, explained his behavior, saying that he might think it would be better to go this way. What a joke, we can't really listen to him just because he looks outstanding. While everyone was arguing, Xingxia could feel that the big ice cube was playing with her hair. She looked back and felt that his eyes were not as innocent as those of a young child, but rather full of aggression. Skin first, find the roads that can be found at present. Just when Xingxia turned around and didn't want to accept the big ice cube's opinion, the whole mountain shook again without warning. When the shaking stopped, the big ice cube pulled Xingxia's sleeve again. This time his eyes were full of determination, as if he would never give up unless Xingxia followed him. After thinking about it, Xingxia gathered all the people who had fallen down, and followed the big ice cube by laying out lines and holding hands. Behind the ice cube, before everyone had walked for long, a beam of light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Fu Qianshan was very surprised. He ran towards the direction of the light, and found that this was indeed the exit, and this exit was connected to the abandoned mine tunnel in the old mining area of Stanley Group. Wait, Fu Qianshan thought of this, and couldn't help but look back at the big ice cube, who was leading the way but remained silent. Can't he get out by himself? The same question also lingered in Xingxia's mind, but when she looked at the people around her with doubts, she saw him smiling slightly from his cold and somewhat evil face. After noticing Xingxia's gaze, he suddenly stretched out his hand and gently. He wiped Xingxia's face, then quietly moved to the exit under everyone's gaze, and took a deep breath into the cold air. A beam of sunlight happened to hit his chest. For some reason, Xingxia got goosebumps when he saw his long hair blown by the wind and his strange red lips. Who are you? When Xingxia took a step forward and wanted to say something else, the big ice block in front of him suddenly closed his eyes and fell down. Everyone around him was so shocked that they subconsciously stepped forward to catch him and looked at Xingxia. From a distance, Fu Qianshan heard someone calling his name again. When he looked in the direction of the voice, he found that it was Mo Siming who came to rescue him. Commander, it's Mo Siming. Siming. In the gap between words, Mo Siming had already rushed to Xingxia and the others in 2 steps, and his voice was faintly filled with tears. Fortunately, you are all okay. God knows how frustrated he was after he couldn't contact Xingxia and the others after the mountain shook twice. He almost kowtowed to the ghost mountain superstitiously. Fortunately, Xingxia and the others came out by themselves. Not only did they come out, but they also brought an extra person with them. Mo Siming looked at the person lying on the ground next to Xingxia, who was wearing rescue clothes, but after seeing the man's face clearly, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. You, how did you find him? So who is he? Chapter 74. Ghost Mountain is indeed Ghost Mountain. No matter how strange things happen in this mountain, they seem to be understandable. For example, the big iceberg that Xingxia and her friends dug out is actually the eldest son of the Federation's Cyrus family, Put, who was also one of the top candidates for admirals in the Interstellar more than 30 years ago. It is also the only reason why Mo Siming came to Vogue Planet. Xingxia, She didn't say anything, but silently checked the information of the Cyrus family. The relevant information can only be bought on the black market, but it can also be found from the corners of the public financial reports of major energy groups to find out how terrible the actual control of this family is. However, Xiao Ai also detected the existence of subtle changes in the timeline and personnel memory, which is very unstable. In addition, there is no way to contact the Space-Time Bureau at present. So is this a bug? Appearing in the time and space when she retired? Planet Commander, there have been major changes. Suddenly, Wei Jia and An Yuan from the Independent Army contacted her at the same time, pointing out that the weather conditions on Vogue Planet have changed greatly. It can be seen intuitively from the monitoring data that the surface temperature of Vogue is accelerating, which means that this year's snowmelt period will arrive earlier than ever before. Xingxia quickly turned her head to look at this strange ghost mountain. No, it's not strange. She quickly realized that this was due to the fragmentation of time and space, which caused problems with the energy of the entire star field. However, generally speaking, this kind of chaos relies on the mediation within the star field and the interference of the Time and Space Bureau. Generally speaking, it will not last long. Sure enough, the alarm issued by the Weather Monitoring Bureau in the morning subsided in the afternoon because the surface temperature dropped back to the standard value. But at the same time, meteorological experts also reminded Xingxia that according to the current rate of increase in surface temperature, this year's thawing period will still be 2 months earlier than originally estimated. 2 months. Xingxia lowered her eyes. The biggest problem she faced now was no longer the Space Bureau or the big ice block that accidentally fell into the space-time gap, but once the current winter period on Vogue was over, coupled with the black gold mines that had been excavated and explored, the shadow of war would surely hang over Vogue again. No matter what conspiracy the Space Bureau had, she had to protect her retirement arrangement first. No, Xingxia thought about it, the existing infrastructure plan had to be remade, and in addition, the government-sponsored study abroad plan and the negotiations with the Federal General Administration had to proceed at the same time. While Xingxia was busy arranging the order of things in her mind, Put fixed his eyes on her. When Mo Siming walked to Put and tried to identify himself, Put flashed in the direction of Xingxia, and just like that, flashed behind Xingxia like a child, and at the same time pulled Xingxia's arm. Mo Siming? ? The medical staff came forward to explain to Mo Siming Put's current mental state. After listening, Mo Siming couldn't make up his mind whether to report this to the Siros family. Logically speaking, from the moment Put was found, his purpose of coming to Vogue Planet had been achieved. He could return to the Federal Bureau, and accept the huge amount of funding from the Siros family in a grand manner, and live a satisfied retirement life in his imagination. This was a dream that Mo Siming had thought about thousands of times, but now the dream has come true. Seeing the person he was looking for appear in front of him, he was not happy at all. On the contrary, he wanted to detain Put. If he really wanted to detain Put, he could find many reasons, such as Put's current state of stupidity, the flight routes that were cut off during the winter on Vogue, and Put's dependence on the planet commander Xingxia, as if he regarded her as the source of his sense of security. But in the end, Mo Siming knew that it was for Vogue, simply for this shabby planet that he once felt extremely annoyed with. If the news of Put's presence on Vogue was returned to the Federal Bureau and used appropriately, the Cyrus family might hate him, but at least they would not dare to be careless in ensuring the safety of Vogue. Thinking about it, Mo Siming unconsciously turned his eyes to Xingxia again. The reason why she rushed back to the core area of Rongdong without stopping when she heard the news that the cold winter period would be advanced must be that she also sensed the possibility of war. So will she also have ideas about Put? At that time, Mo Siming subconsciously gripped the steering wheel of the icebreaker police car. Which side should he stand on? Back in Rongdong, Wei Jia had already brought people there in advance. As soon as Xingxia and her friends appeared, they immediately entered the meeting room in the core area according to Xingxia's request. The members of the infrastructure planning team first reported their discussion opinions. If the originally planned progress of the civilian building complex was changed to military use first, they still had a shortage of about 3 groups of workers. It was almost impossible to plan to complete the construction of the military industry chain and the configuration of professional personnel in advance in the short time. Even if the students of the existing schools in Rongdong were added, the talent gap could not be filled. Actually, a researcher in the core area was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he seemed to feel that it was not appropriate and closed his mouth. Xingxia noticed it and called him to finish what he wanted to say. The researcher looked at Xingxia, then at his teacher and his companions around him. Finally, as if he had made a great decision, he finished his opinion. Actually, we can consider the personnel of the Independence Army. I know that they have always been out of control and outside the control of the government, But this time the cooperation of the military silo can let us see that the Independence Army actually has certain technical talents. We are actually all members of the Vogue planet. Facing the upcoming war, the planetary commander, you also said that for the Vogue planet, no matter what the past has been, we should all unite. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Xingxia to speak, another researcher who had been sitting next to him and watching him also gritted his teeth and added, I think the Independence Army can help in the last launch. For the future of Vogue planet, they may agree to our request this time. Xingxia, She didn't say a word, but she felt extremely oppressive. The two researchers who spoke seemed to feel Xingxia's pressure, and shrank their bodies subconsciously. Wei Jie noticed the discomfort of the two, and glanced at Xingxia, who was still sitting there, and pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. He thought that Xingxia might have been very happy in her heart. She had been troubled by the problem of how the Independence Army should reintegrate into Vogue society. Now it's good. The people have their own voices, and she should be relieved. Sure enough, Xingxia agreed to this proposal, but also strictly proposed that the cooperation should be moderate first, and try to get in touch with the Independent Army personnel before discussing the next step. Wei Jie, she gave me the contact information of the leader of the Independent Army. Just as the members of the infrastructure planning team breathed a sigh of relief, Xingxia took out the government-sponsored study abroad plan, directly stating that after the cold winter period, a large number of people with professional and technical talents can apply for government-sponsored funds to go to good universities in the Federation or other star fields for further studies. This is not to increase your own talent gap. The researchers were all opposed for a while, but Xingxia seemed to compromise with reality this time. We must admit that in such a short period of time, if we want to build a complete industrial chain, perhaps the production capacity can keep up, but the training of talents must respect its necessary cycle. What's more, after the cold winter period, the interior of Vogue planet will inevitably be disturbed by the invasion of surrounding star forces. All kinds of turmoil. How can our students study with peace of mind in such turmoil? All participants in the core area, It's like spreading fire, sending our most promising group out. They will come back. It just takes time, and during the time they need, Vogue planet will usher in a group of ambitious infiltration forces. Let them fight under our noses. Of course, I will do my best to contain them. For some reason, Xingxia's voice is obviously strong and powerful, but it always feels an indescribable fatigue in the ears of the participants. They can't help looking at Xingxia, and they can't help but feel sad because Vogue planet has too much homework in the past. The remaining discussion topics include food security, resettlement of the people, wartime plan, new fiscal budget, etc. When Xingxia clearly put a series of figures in front of the participants, some people couldn't help crying at the meeting. It was too difficult. If the surrounding star field forces really wanted to attack Vogue planet, they would be like hitting a rock with an egg. There were a lot of problems inside. Now not only was time tight, but they had to solve them one by one. In this wailing, Mo Siming didn't know if his brain was pulled out. He suddenly stood up and asked Xingxia, "Where is the big ice block?" When this name came out, everyone around looked at Mo Siming in surprise, but Fu Qianshan couldn't help but change his face. He knew that Mo Siming was referring to Put. What he meant by asking this question now was, preparing to use Put? Who would have thought that the next second? Xingxia replied him crisply, "Send him away." "What, don't you think he is an excellent bait?" After blurting out this sentence, Mo Siming was surprised at his change. Xingxia also cast a meaningful look at him at this time. At that moment, Mo Siming felt that his personality had collapsed. At such a critical moment, he was like the extravagant high-level people of Vogue planet whom he once hated. He was ready to use innocent people to achieve his goals without thinking. But reason was tearing him apart. For the absolute safety of Vogue planet, it was not impossible to use him in this way. Put, he was the eldest son that the Siros family had been looking for many years. As long as the Siros family was willing to help, the Federal Bureau would no longer be a problem. This was an absolute shortcut. Chapter 75. Just when Mo Siming looked at Xingxia with a sharp gaze, Xingxia repeated her decision again, "Send him away." And she asked him to be sent away immediately after the winter period ended. Mo Siming seemed to be in despair. He was already shaky in the tug of war between emotion and reason, but Xingxia rejected his proposal so decisively. But just when he wanted to turn around and leave the meeting to sober up, Xingxia suddenly stopped him and said with a smile, "Thank you." Mo Siming, I didn't propose this just to hear you say this." After a long silence, Mo Siming awkwardly turned his eyes away and couldn't help looking at Xingxia angrily. She didn't agree with this proposal. Not only that, she didn't seem to intend to use Put's identity to make a fuss from the beginning. Damn, Doesn't this make him look despicable? She'd better have a better way to deal with it, otherwise Imo Simon would just think she was a fake person. Maybe he was going to use him to achieve the same goal. He just didn't want to be a bad guy, but Xingxiao looked at him with clear eyes. The moment their eyes met, she seemed to understand his struggle and anger. She actually explained to him directly at such a conference. The consequences of trying to cling to, or even take advantage, of a stronger family are now standing in the hot spring memorial park. These words made Imo Simon stunned, and the following sentence, "We should have our own backbone," made Imo Simon pinch his palm subconsciously. Thinking about it carefully, Xingxiao began to experience an isolated and helpless environment from the first moment she landed on Vogue Planet, but she still walked out step by step on her own. Now, for the people of Vogue Planet, who are accustomed to relying on the strong, or even trying to please the strong, her appearance has ended an era of ideological cowardice and weakness. Backbone. Only after having a backbone can we talk about dreams and other beautiful visions. But we have to survive first. We have to survive first. Fu Qianshan seemed to understand the conversation between the two at this time, and he couldn't help but throw out such a sentence in his struggle. Xingxiao crossed her hands and looked at the two from a distance. She neither gave a solution nor an answer. When they quieted down, the voices that were originally whispered at the meeting, "I don't want to leave Vogue Planet. I don't want to. I will never give up like this. Fight to the end. We must fight them to the end," gradually emerged from the calm water, causing ripples in everyone's hearts. Xingxiao stood up at this time, took out a piece of black gold stone, and placed it in front of everyone. "Everyone, we are far from desperate and need to fight everything. We still have new chips in our hands. We have to survive first. This is right, so in the remaining few months that can sprint, everyone must do the following work. First, we must continue to promote the construction of two-way roads, and the road network on the surface and the underground nuclear project is being laid simultaneously. Second, the original civilian construction personnel will be transferred to fill the manpower of the food security project, and at the same time, some emergency materials will be transferred to the hands of the people in batches. Third, the new construction of military facilities and the maintenance of old ones should also be carried out simultaneously. The independent army needs a contact person to take the lead. I directly recommend Fu Qianshan for this contact person. What do you think?" Fu Qianshan was suddenly called. When he was stunned, he heard applause from all around. He glanced at the participants on the scene and found that everyone had highly concentrated their spirits and listened to Xingxiao's words attentively. Even those who cried at the beginning have now wiped their tears and looked full of energy. Fourth, we will secretly collect and block the corresponding Guishan mining area. At the same time, the new thermal weapons excavated from the Guishan mining area need to be deconstructed and studied. This part of the work will be handed over to Mo Siming to lead the team. And Mo Siming was stunned, and then suddenly realized that Guishan and Put had a great relationship. Xingxiao could think of handing over this part of the work to him, which was also a heavy trust. For some reason, Mo Siming blushed uncontrollably. After Xingxiao rearranged all the corresponding work arrangements, she said, "For the future of Vogue Planet, the pain we have to endure now, and the upcoming separation are worth it. In 5 years, everyone must witness the changes of Vogue Planet together with me." The atmosphere of the meeting on the scene reached a high point again, and everyone ended this emergency meeting with tears, laughter and tears. Romantic 5-year agreement soon, this slogan spread in the melting cave. Although they were about to face the threat of war after the snow melted, the people of Vogue Planet burst out with extremely gentle and powerful spiritual energy at this moment. They changed the name of the 5-year plan proposed by Xingxiao to a 5-year agreement. 5 years, the various projects that seemed incredible in Xingxiao's plan at the beginning, no one questioned anything now. On the contrary, they wanted to be a part of this 5-year agreement. No one organized anything, and no one shouted slogans. It was just that the gate of the core area of the melting cave was opened at some point, and the people in other areas of the melting cave no longer walked into the core area with envy or surprise. Instead, they hurriedly walked, focusing only on the documents in their hands, and immediately. Even if time is urgent, researchers in the core area will still take out their own time to take turns to teach people from other areas who come here. If you don't understand, you can ask on the spot. After that, there are various study groups that you can join spontaneously. The general representative of the original food playing group now directly found an open space in the core area and camped there, waiting for people to come and listen to their home methods about food preservation in the past, and then gather to discuss and apply the home methods that can be used to the existing food preservation technology. The major hospitals in the medical area have also opened emergency rescue knowledge learning patrol stations. As long as someone comes to learn, they can find someone to teach. If you are more receptive to knowledge, you can go into the attending physician's room to listen to their classes. The original thug fried rice in the food area. The thugs are not only responsible for making fried rice, but also come to learn and even help to clear the flow of people. In their words, in the past, we beat people blindly, but now we can learn how to fight. If we really have to fight the enemy on the ground, we can still fight half a soldier. The emptying area and entertainment area in the original melting cave are now filled with stored materials, while the education area, work area and leisure area are brightly lit all night long. However, the difference is that the tables in the leisure area are now filled with various documents and study discussion groups. After the study group passes the food area, if they do not return to the education area, they will choose to come here to empty themselves and discuss their ideas with their companions. Outside the melting cave, I don't know when some children have joined the team to deliver meals, mark surface road punctuation, draw construction maps and other tasks. At first, the people of the Independent Army were very surprised to see the children coming out of the melting cave. They didn't understand why the children were asked to skip classes to deliver meals, as they cherished miners in midsummer. However, these children told the soldiers of the Independent Army that their parents had agreed to their actions, and they might also leave Vogue Planet after the snow melted. Therefore, for the 5-year agreement, they did not want to just sit in a safe school waiting for the teacher to teach, but also wanted to take the initiative to come out and become a member of this struggling army. What's more, learning knowledge while doing it will have a better absorption effect. 5-year agreement? 5-year plan? The Independent Army soldier looked at Fu Qianshan beside him in confusion, and was even more surprised at Ji Juifeng beside Fu Qianshan. It seemed that Xingxiao was so short of manpower that they had to release all the prisoners in the prison to supplement the manpower. Don't look at us like that. We are here to petition, and we still need to pass an examination and approval. When Ji Juifeng said this, his expression was as bright as his eyes. Okay, then you are the boss now. Tell me, what do you want us to do? At the same time, the high-level officials of the surrounding star field forces watched the surface of Vogue Planet getting brighter day by day in the cold winter season, and the raging ice and snow weather through the direct camera of the space station in the star field. The speed of building military bases is also getting faster day by day. It would be a lie to say that they are not anxious. Moreover, since the excavation of Ghost Mountain in Xingxiao without revealing the news, the direction of everything has begun to become uncontrollably weird. In addition, the great success of hardcore delivery before Xingxiao, now even though the warships of the other large energy groups or star domain regimes are all around Vogue, but the warships of other large energy groups or star domain regimes are always around them, and they are inseparable. The attitude of the Federal Bureau has also begun to become weird. Sometimes they are tough, and sometimes they show an extremely weak side. Of course, they are more likely to fan the flames in their alliance and try to provoke disputes. The policy of Alka, which directly picked up a large amount of profits in this chaos, towards Vogue is also changing every day, causing other planets to change their attitudes towards Vogue. If this continues, Vogue will not be in chaos, but they will be in chaos first. Is there no news from the Federation? There is news in the black market. Where? Black market? Agent Sells looked at the intelligence network news in his hand, frowned, and said frankly that there is a saying on the black market that Xingxiao has led his troops to completely dig up the Ghost Mountain and mine the extremely precious black gold stone from it. If Vogue Planet really has black gold veins, then I'm afraid they will be the next gold trade capital. Is the news accurate? Agent Searles was strangely silent. Why? Cannot be confirmed. What? Agent Searles frowned, not sure if this was a warning from the commander of Vogue Planet. You know, they use the black market and information fission methods to hide the original information source when they release the data of the mechanical dog. After all, on the black market, the speed of information fission is comparable to the reproduction of cockroaches. Now, someone used the same method as them when releasing the corresponding news, and they had to be forced to use more computing power to track and confirm whether this news was released by Vogue Planet itself, or just those bloggers who like to attract attention on the Star Network to make money. To be honest, they would rather it be the latter, and they would rather it was just fake news. Chapter 76. Xingxiao sat in her office, watching the current speed of information fission. Mo Siming stood beside her, and sent a message to the Ceros family of the Federation. After sending it, he couldn't help but look back at Xingxiao. He still remembered that after the emergency meeting a few days ago, Xingxiao left them alone, and said jokingly about the timing and method of announcing the news of the black gold stone. Let's play a little trick first. Spread the news secretly on the black market first, so that no one can catch our handle, and we can also test the attitudes of all parties. In short, for the surrounding star field forces that threaten us, they will definitely have to sleep less for a few nights. And soon, the inquiry contact from the Federal Bureau came. Considering the great influence of the black gold stone, this time the Federal Bureau specially sent Professor Musk, who has always been optimistic about Xinxia and Xinxia is willing to deal with, to inquire about this matter. Musk was also very smart not to mention the black market to Xinxia first. He then informed Xinxia about the number of warships that could be used to support the Vogue planet after the latest resolution of the Federation. He carefully observed Xinxia's expression while saying this, trying to find some clues about the black gold stone on the black market. Obviously, if Xinxia was eager to increase the number of warships or make some other requests, he could follow the clues and talk about the black gold stone. However, it seemed that the whole conversation was not under his control. The number of these warships is not enough to fight against the surrounding star field forces. No, not even to say to fight. Even the deterrence is a little lacking. Xinxia shook her head while looking at the types and numbers of the battleship fleet. Musk's next step should be to ask directly about the black gold stone, but it seemed that he also felt regretful, so he couldn't help but interject. Then, add a little more? But Xinxia on the other side had already shaken her head. Just when Musk was confused, she suddenly passed a huge file transfer package to him. Musk carefully accepted and opened it, and found that it was actually organized and classified into various professional fields. Student homework? Withdraw our people, and let them go to the best university in the Federation. Of course, the tuition will be fully supported by our finances, including tuition, accommodation, and living expenses. What? Musk thought he was hallucinating, but Xinxia was obviously serious and had a bit of a willful attitude. She just kept persuading Musk to take a closer look at these students' homework. If they can meet the admission requirements, they can contact her later. She will be happy to reach an agreement with the Federal Bureau to send students to the government. Musk taught. Professor, When he came to his senses, he found that Xinxia was ready to cut off the contact. No, wait. Seeing Professor Musk's flustered look, Xinxia smiled and said frankly that she would attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony in a while. If you are interested, you can watch the live broadcast. In addition, if there are universities willing to accept these students, you can contact her as soon as possible. Are you serious? Of course. After the communication ended, Professor Musk was still immersed in shock for a long time, and did not come back to his senses until someone patted him on the shoulder and asked him about the contact situation. Musk could not help but sigh. She is really a good planet commander. What? Oh, I said. She always shocks me. And, watch the live broadcast. A group of people from the Federal General Administration, followed the live broadcast of Vogue Planet, which was still going on. In less than a month, the memorial park in the hot spring area had been built. What Xinxia was going to attend today was the ribbon-cutting ceremony of this memorial park. To be honest, this ribbon-cutting ceremony was quite grand. At this moment, netizens from different star regions who had been following the live broadcast sincerely sent a series of blessings, feeling that the workers and technology of Vogue Planet had exceeded their expectations. Originally, everyone thought that the live broadcast would not continue, or that the construction of the memorial park would only start vigorously and end in obscurity. However, during such a long period of time, the workers of Vogue Planet did it. They top. In extremely cold weather, whether it is a hurricane or snowing, there are always orange heating lights lit in this area. Today, after the outer fence was removed, the full view of the memorial park appeared in the live broadcast camera with the lights on. The destroyed ruins were preserved, and only the land was treated harmlessly. Some of the places that were not completely destroyed were covered with a layer of glass protection from inside to outside. A monument and a historical recorder were also placed outside. The hot spring ecology in the hot spring area has been restored. What is even more shocking is that the mountain that was originally blown up has now been newly built with a dam. After the dam is activated, hydroelectric power can be generated. In this way, the problem of insufficient power generation in the cold winter on the Volker planet has been significantly improved. The workers on Vogue are really smart. But is it really stable to build a dam here? Won't it become a target of military attack? Soon, Xinxia moved to another ribbon-cutting ceremony. When everyone saw it, they were shocked. It was obviously a military factory, or at least a military base similar to a silo. The most important thing was that there were a large number of mechanical dogs and starship missiles parked inside. The number of them was so large that people couldn't help but wonder if they were all produced in the melting cave. Could it be that the melting cave has become a large military processing plant? So Vogue has actually prepared everything that might be used in the war? Xingxia moved again, to a ribbon-cutting ceremony where a road network was built. From the colored lights on the back panel of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, it can be seen that this road network was built around the melting cave, connecting Volk's existing cities, and deep into the city. Entering the chaotic western hinterland, before netizens could speculate whether this road network was useful, and what vehicles could pass through, midsummer had moved on again, and this time it was the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new technology university on the planet Vogue. Netizens from all star regions were completely dumbfounded at this moment. What? They not only built a park, a military base, and roads, but now they have also built a university. Is this the new technology university on the planet Vogue? It's clearly the Vogue School of Engineering. Incredible. I think the workers on Vogue don't need to study anymore. They can come out to attend classes. Strongly agree. Let these workers teach the workers on our planet. As a worker, I'm already on my knees, just want to ask, in extreme weather, how did they build a university and a dam with just a broken heating lamp? Good guy, I thought this was the limit of human beings, but I didn't expect that I lacked imagination of human limits. Isn't anyone curious about how much these construction projects will cost? It seems that the previous arms business really made Vogue Planet a fortune. In the hustle and bustle, in the office of the high-level officials of the surrounding star field, Agent Searles looked at his superiors, who smashed everything in the office in a rage of incompetence. He just sighed silently in his heart, thinking that this fire was about to burn him. Sure enough, the next second, you can't even handle a garbage planet. Has your ability declined to this extent? Agent Searles lowered his eyes, and said calmly that there was actually good news. What good news? The snow on Vogue will melt earlier this year than ever before. After hearing the news, the superiors looked at Agent Searles with an expression of, "Are you mentally retarded?" Incredible, but soon they thought of something else, and they restrained their anger and ordered Agent Searles, "Arrange the personnel to go to Vogue, and when the snow melts, let the Federation see who is the boss of this garbage planet." Yes. Seeing Agent Searles walking out, the superiors stopped them again, and said as if threatening, "If you fail to complete the mission, you don't have to come back." Agent Searles. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the surrounding star field forces. All the military alarms of the forces were sounded, and just when the superiors were panicking and didn't understand what was going on, they heard Agent Searles, who had not yet left, cough lightly. The leaders of the surrounding star field forces couldn't help but wave their hands at them with a headache. If you have something to say, just say it. Anyway, there is enough bad news now, and one more won't hurt. Okay, according to the intelligence received so far, the Federation's Titan-class strategic battleships are jumping towards the star field where the Vogue planet is located. What? Yes, they opened the lightspeed portal, and they should be coming towards us. The leaders of the surrounding star field forces, Agent Searles, So, the Vogue planet really dug out the black gold mine? Oh, it's better not to tell this news. Agent Searles sighed silently in his heart after hearing this. At the same time, on the planet Vogue, after learning that the Federation's Titan-class strategic warships were heading this way, and that they had not reported to the Federation headquarters and had directly jumped through the lightspeed portal, Xingxia could not help but sigh. Is this the majesty of the Ceros family? The entire Golden Fleet can instantly destroy the mother planets of the surrounding star field forces. It's too scary. Such a top-level combat force can be mobilized without even notifying the Federation headquarters? Is it enough to show that the Ceros family is actually far superior to the Federation? When Xingxia was discussing with Fu Qianshan, Mo Simon could not help but. Next to the two of them, he exhaled in shock. He didn't expect that the Ceros family was no longer an ordinary family that could mobilize such top-level combat power, but was completely beyond his level of cognition. What's more terrifying is that he even had his eyes on Put, the eldest son of the Ceros family. He really didn't care about his long life. While Mo Simon was sighing in his heart, Xingxia suddenly received a message from the hospital saying that Put's physical condition was fluctuating. Xingxia, Fu Qianshan and Mo Simon, Oh my god, this broken glass bottle must not be in trouble. They don't want the Vogue planet to be blown up. Chapter 77. When Xingxia and the others arrived at the hospital, they saw that Put, the charming iceberg, had stood up from the bed and walked towards them. At the same time, he held Xingxia in his arms without saying anything. The medical staff explained that this is how children find a sense of security. Yes, after all, you were the first person to meet him in Ghost Mountain. He seems to be attached to you. Xingxia. That's an illusion. The medical staff, Put's eyes moved slightly at this time, and he looked down thoughtfully at Xingxia, who was in his arms, but he didn't expect that Xingxiao broke free from his embrace the next second and pushed him to the opposite side of him. You are not a child. You are the eldest son of the Cyrus family, remember? Put stared at Xingxiao with his dark brown eyes in silence. But Xingxiao's next sentence made Put frown. Don't worry, your family will come to pick you up soon. Put, Xingxiao looked at Put's expression. It was really strange. She always felt that he could understand what she was saying, but it was obvious that he was not satisfied with her, but refused to say what he thought. After looking at each other for a long time, Xingxiao asked the medical staff for Put's physical monitoring report. At the same time, Xingxiao also asked Xiaoai to help scan Put's body to see if there were any fragments of the influence of the Spacetime Bureau left on it. Who knew that Xiaoai's system was inexplicably restarted again, and when Xingxiao was shocked, she found that Put had enchantingly coiled her like a snake again. While taking away her own body monitoring report, he also took a project book that she had placed beside her and read it. Xingxiao. Now she felt that Put was covering her like a human mecha. This feeling was strangely not unfamiliar. Hey, what are you looking at? Mo Siming took a step forward and tried to talk, but was ignored by Put. Seeing this, Xingxiao put her hand in front of Put's eyes and shook it. Seeing that his eyes were attracted, she asked him, "Can you understand?" Put's body was obviously tense. It was really strange. If he wanted to hide himself from the beginning, he shouldn't show it at this time. But before Xingxiao could finish thinking, Put hugged Xingxiao and rubbed her head with his face like rubbing a furry toy. Xingxiao, shock. Now it was her turn to stiffen. To be honest, if this action was changed to someone else, it would look very obscene. But Put did this action, dark brown exotic pupils plus smooth long hair, charming face and strong body. Like a crappy brown lion? Inexplicably funny. The eyes of the medical staff were almost turned into little hearts. Seeing this, Fu Qianxin could only sigh that the power of appearance is sometimes beyond imagination. But Xingxiao obviously ignored Put's rubbing, and just repeated it again in a stern voice. Can you understand this? Put let go of Xingxiao this time, and not only that, he turned around and left with a look of loss and shock, and then sat down at the exit of the hospital ward, just like a house lion abandoned by its owner. Xingxiao, Fu Qianxin, Mo Siming, and a group of medical staff. If you say he is not a child, his current behavior is too childish, but if you say he is a child, his actions just now clearly have the intention of testing. After thinking about it, the medical staff suggested that they try to find something for Put to do. If there is some external stimulation, it may help him recover from his disordered cognition. If you are worried about him, why don't you take him with you first? Indeed, I will follow you for a walk, attend meetings, and have meals. Well, just some daily life stimulation will do. He seems to want to follow you too. When saying this, everyone found that Put's eyes were on Xingxiao from beginning to end. Xingxiao also looked at Put, dark brown pupils. Did she remember such a pair of eyes? Thinking of this, Xingxiao stepped forward and stretched out her hand to Put. You just follow me? Put smiled. His lips were no longer as blood red as when they first met, but they also revealed enough charm, which startled the medical staff to exclaim. Then, realizing their loss of composure, everyone immediately pretended to be busy and took action. I go and see the medical report first. Me too. I'm out. Go to the mobile station to help. As expected of our planetary commander, you have great self-control. You can remain cool even when you are teased like this. Xingxiao sighed unconsciously when she heard the whispers around her. Mo Siming stepped forward and wanted to say something to Xingxiao, but found that Put had stopped him in a distance. His dark brown eyes were filled with warning and playfulness, not as innocent as before. Mo Siming, ? Forget it. After all, the golden fleet of the Ciros family is standing behind him. Fu Qianxin stepped forward and put his hand on Mo Siming's shoulder. Is he awake or not? Our planetary commander can really be with him. Just when Mo Siming was worried, Xingxiao suddenly turned around and told him and Fu Qianxin to do other things first, and not to follow her. But when Mo Siming wanted to say something, Xingxiao nodded to him without hesitation. Okay, then I contact the people of the Ciros family. Mo Siming left reluctantly. Be careful. When passing by Xingxiao, Fu Qianxin couldn't help but whisper to Xingxiao, and then left in a hurry. Xingxiao looked at the two people going away, and turned to look at Put, who had been playing with her hair with his fingers since some time ago. I'm going to the office next. Come with me. Put nodded mechanically. Following behind Xingxiao, he entered her daily office. Before Put could react, Xingxiao had tied him up with a restraint lock and pressed him against the wall with a gun. Put was a little surprised at Xingxiao's smooth capture technique, but when he looked back at Xingxiao, there was a little more strange joy in her expression, which surprised Xingxiao. Who are you? Finally, Xingxia asked this question. She thought that since it had come to this, Put should give her an answer. However, Put lowered his eyes and completely relaxed himself, as if he was waiting to be completely captured by Xingxia. At this point, Xingxia felt that his attack was as weak as hitting cotton. However, she did not really let Put go. Xingxia locked a monitoring lock on Put's neck. The monitoring lock could not only monitor Put's physical condition, but also directly stun him in critical moments. And Put immediately allowed himself to be locked up by Xingxia, and was very happy to fiddle with the surveillance lock on his neck as if it were a toy, looking harmless. Xingxia, For the next week, Put stayed by Xingxia's side like a pet. If there was any change, it was that when Xingxia was busy with work and forgot to eat, he would come to Xingxia pitifully and let Xingxia listen to the sound of his stomach drumming. "I let someone else take you to eat." Put shook his head. If Xingxia forced him to leave, he would make his body develop a minor disease that would cause the monitoring lock to alarm. Then when Xingxia came over, he looked at her innocently again. "Has your body been modified? Do you feel uncomfortable here now? Are you really listening to me?" As expected, Put responded to Xingxia with a clingy big bear hug, and Xingxia, who was already numb from the hug, said, "It's hard to imagine how this guy will be sent to the starship of the Siros family. You can't always carry him around like an ornament." 2 months later, the cold winter of Voke was unblocked with strong storms sweeping through the city and rapidly rising surface temperatures. In such a chaotic climate, heavy rain swept across the entire Voke planet. According to climatologists, the precipitation this time could reach or even exceed the highest in recorded history. Even the underground river in the melt cave can't bear such a large amount of rainfall. We have to consider the possibility of flooding inside the melt cave. In the discussion office of the Extreme Situation Response Plan team, the leaders of the workers in the melt cave and various professional engineering experts gathered here to discuss countermeasures. What's worse is that in addition to dealing with heavy rains, they are also facing the damage that may be caused by strong winds. Among them, the old Starship Port and the newly built new University of Science and Technology will face severe tests due to their geographical location. The worst-case scenario is that the buildings on the surface of these two places will be completely destroyed. The foundation of the new University of Science and Technology is newly built, and we are confident that the entire foundation will not be destroyed by heavy rain and strong winds. But the old Starship Port is not so good. Everyone, new news, a huge typhoon cyclone is forming on the surface of Voke. According to the latest forecast trajectory, it will reach directly above the melting cave in about 17 hours, and the wind level nearby will exceed level 16. Does this mean that the inside of the melting cave is no longer safe? Oh wait, it's not a typhoon cyclone. I think you need to look at the new forecast again. Is this the end of the world? Just when everyone was uneasy, Xingxia pushed open the door of the emergency team's discussion office and came in vigorously. "If you can't defend the melting cave, don't force it. The losses in the later period can be compensated by money. Now time is urgent. Let's discuss evacuation first. Plan. If so many people want to evacuate, they need at least multiple shelters. However, the temperature outside the melting cave cannot last long even with heating lamps, not to mention that it is still raining heavily, making evacuation extremely difficult." Fu Qianxian and Wei Jie stepped forward to take a look at the current satellite weather cloud map. Both of them were shocked. Had the corresponding shelters been sorted out? After Xingxia asked this question, everyone present could not help but fall silent. You know, for such a long time in the past, the melting cave was the only shelter in the cold winter of Voke planet, and the hot spring area was not affected by any extreme weather due to its high terrain. But this time, I don't know if it was because the mountain was bombed, the hot spring area also encountered heavy rain, but relatively speaking, the perceived temperature would be higher than that near the melting cave. But once the rainstorm becomes a disaster, the hot spring area cannot release the flood in time, and it is only a matter of time before it is flattened by the flood. At the same time, due to the heavy rain, the live broadcast of Voke Planet was suspended for thousands of hours. Netizens from all star regions on the Star Network paid special attention to this matter. Many meteorological experts even made a special science popularization on extreme weather, pointing out that Voke Planet is now facing a natural disaster, and there is no escape. Looking at the climate of Voke Planet, I honestly think that this is not a planet suitable for human survival. Indeed, it is hard to imagine how the people of Voke Planet have survived for such a long time without relying on mechas. This is as absurd as stripping people naked and jumping into the ice and snow to survive in the wilderness. Due to the extreme weather, the starships cannot be completely sure to enter the interior of Voke Planet to carry out rescue. As the planetary commander of this planet, I don't know how she plans to respond regarding this extreme weather. Maybe there is some secret unknown to us. In the meeting room of the high-level officials of the surrounding star domain forces, before Agent Searles could say anything, the high-level officials were already eager to open champagne to celebrate, and lamented that the planetary commander of the Vogue planet deserved it, and even the weather could not stand her rebellious behavior and came out to punish her. 1 typhoon cyclone, 2 typhoon cyclones, 3 typhoon cyclones. Oh, if you ask me, this is simply the most beautiful weather map I have ever seen. After hearing this, Agent Searles frowned slightly, while the others in the meeting room continued to celebrate. Ah, now we can have a good sleep. No matter what, bugs are bugs, and now there are more powerful forces than us to crush them. This year is really a good year. Ha ha ha, in order to save this damn planet, the Federation has transferred all the golden fleets here, and the result is, ha ha ha. That's good. If they all die, then we can not only take back the weapons placed in Ghost Mountain by the arms dealer, but also mine the mines of Ghost Mountain. Perfect, really perfect. This climate is really perfect. On the Federation side, the senior staff are also mixed about the sudden extreme climate. They tried to contact the planetary commander Xingxia, but unfortunately, they could not get in touch. To be honest, if Xingxia died in this crisis, it would be a regrettable thing, but it might not be a bad thing. She is too individualistic, and is not suitable to continue to be the agent of the Federation regime on Vogue Planet. Therefore, the Federation rescue plan for Vogue Planet has not yet announced the details, but only publicized that it will do its best to help Vogue Planet overcome the difficulties. The Golden Fleet controlled by the Cyrus family has already prepared the corresponding rescue supplies, and said that if they fail to contact the planetary commander Xingxia within 42 hours, they will directly use the method of delivery and hard landing of the reconnaissance ship for rescue. On the ground of Vogue Planet, in the discussion office of the Extreme Situation Response Plan team, Xingxia faced the silent crowd and encouraged them to open their minds. The choice of shelter does not necessarily have to be civil facilities, but also military facilities. What do you mean? Underground nuclear laying project. Originally this project considered to deal with various extreme situations. Now if we want to turn this place into a shelter, what else do we need to install? Just as the professional engineering experts were about to start the discussion, one of the workers' leaders could not help but reject the proposal. Not enough. Even if all the people are packed here, only the first phase of the building can withstand this extreme weather. What about the rest of the people? After this, everyone present could not help but remain silent. If Xingxia was going to save some people and sacrifice some people, it would be obvious who would be sacrificed. Although this was a natural disaster, it was not the planet commander's fault, but they had clearly seen hope. How could they be pushed into the abyss so easily? The planet commander was very good, always very good, but in this extreme situation, he did not dare to gamble on human nature. At this time, Xingxia began to put a pie chart of the number of people and the situation in each area of the melting cave in front of everyone. Just when the leader of the workers wanted to say something else, Xingxia had already announced the corresponding personnel who were going to take refuge. All those who have passed the government-sponsored overseas student program will take refuge in the underground nuclear laying project in the first batch. All researchers and students in the core area will take refuge in the underground nuclear laying project in the second batch. Different professional personnel in the food area, entertainment area, and leisure area will take refuge in the third batch. There are still spaces left. The fourth batch of medical teams and the wounded entered the underground nuclear laying project for shelter. The workers who had already entered the underground nuclear laying project did not need to come out again. All the remaining people, follow me to go out for disaster relief. We don't need a shelter. As soon as these words came out, the expression of the leader of the workers changed instantly. At this time, he subconsciously looked at Fu Qianshi behind Xingxia and the two guards standing at the door. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have known the result long ago. Facing the surprised eyes of the leader of the workers and the researchers, he saluted them firmly. The leader of the workers who rejected the proposal. Yes, yes, but these people are also half-grown children. We soldiers should stand in front of the masses. Fu Qianshi said that the reason they came late was because the petitions of the corresponding soldiers and medical team members had been signed, and the team had been assembled at this time, waiting for Xingxia to issue the corresponding disaster relief instructions. Hey! What are you arguing about? You are arguing about something that will make you die. If there is no shelter, we will rebuild it now. The excavation base in Guishan, the hiding base of the Independence Army, and the underground of the original federal government hall, there are so many places that we can always find a place to accommodate all the people. You don't die, not a single one. The oldest person at the scene, who was also the infrastructure engineering expert, who was fooled by Xingxia to come to the vote planet, roared, and then asked his team members to act quickly and immediately put forward any ideas, and build shelters immediately after putting them forward. After all, time waits for no one. When the leaders of the workers heard it, they immediately nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Instead of arguing about these, it is better to build the shelter first. Commander, the people from the food planning group are still waiting for you. Fu Qianshan came to Xingxia and said this. Xingxia turned around and looked at the people who were discussing enthusiastically. She nodded and left, telling Wei Jia to stay. She also told him not to wait until the project was completed before letting people in, otherwise it would be too late. She began to evacuate the crowd while building, understood. Please note that we don't have so many security personnel for this evacuation, so it all depends on your command. Good luck. Suddenly, An Yuan called to contact the communication. In addition to expressing that they had found the corresponding shelter and were not short of supplies, they also brought the proposal of Lao Ma and the second brother of the independent army. Would you consider blowing up an existing section of the Rongdong to let the flood in for diversion, so that at least the other sections of the Rongdong can be saved? Chapter 78. Diverting floodwaters? We discussed this proposal at the beginning, but as far as the current building structure inside the melt cave is concerned, once a hole is opened, it will only cause worse consequences when facing typhoons and floods in the future. While Xingxia said this, she looked up and saw Put still waiting for her silently in front of her. Before the people around her could speak, Xingxia had already stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Good boy, you are precious. Follow the others to take shelter first. However, Put reached out and held Xingxia tightly, and at the same time put her hand on the monitoring lock on her neck, as if to say that since you put handcuffs on me, you have to be responsible for me. At this time, Mo Simon came over and said that the communication tower with the Siros family had been built, and the other party asked Xingxia to come up with a rescue plan as soon as possible to ensure that they could cooperate. Let them stop all the delivery activities first. As soon as Xingxia finished speaking, Fu Qianshan took the food storage points listed in the current food group plan. Among them, the places closer to the new University of Science and Technology on the Volker planet have already sent advanced rescue personnel to store food, but given the current wind conditions, it is uncertain how much food can be recovered. The food storage site reserved for the underground nuclear laying project has been completed, but Commander, are you really sure? To transport some of the food to the underground nuclear laying project? Suddenly, a member of the federal security team following Fu Qianshan summoned up the courage to ask, what do you mean? Xingxia cast her eyes on him. Once a riot breaks out, the existing troops to maintain order alone will not be enough to stop the people. It's not that I don't trust the people, but it's still too dangerous. Fu Qianshan and Mo Simon looked at the federal security team member silently, and then looked at Xingxia unconsciously. At this time, Xingxia had already calmly taken the decision of the action order and signed her name. Now we have no choice. Instead of worrying about riots, we should worry about whether the people can completely evacuate to the underground nuclear laying project. After all, panic is the most taboo at this time. Xingxia's words made Mo Simon and Fu Qianshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. What awaited them in the next few hours would be the largest, most urgent, and most difficult large-scale evacuation of people in the history of Vogue Planet. Moreover, all the people were evacuated in batches, and the number of guards was almost zero. In this case, if a large-scale riot really happened, Fu Qianshan dared not imagine the consequences, but at the same time, the external grain harvest and the fortress defensive dams, military strongholds, etc. did need them to protect these places. After all, the existence of these reserve forces would be the key to the development of Vogue Planet in the future. At this time, Lao Ma took over the communication with Xingxia and told Xingxia that there was a secret tunnel near the valley of the hot spring area that was secretly dug by the Independence Army in the past. It was located very close to the newly built dam in the hot spring area, and the entrance of the secret tunnel was the sea outlet. So if Xingxia needed it, they could directly blow up the secret tunnel. In this way, part of the water flow from the dam could go to the secret tunnel, avoiding the possibility of backflow into the melt cave. Now the only thing to solve is the strong wind. Moreover, if we defend the melt cave, once the water pressure exceeds the bearing limit, the overall weight of the melt cave may suffocate everyone to death. What do you think? While Lao Ma was asking, Xingxia motioned Fu Qianshan to hand over the real-time report of the formation and passage of the major typhoons monitored by Xiai. It can be seen that there are only 7 hours left before the first cyclone typhoon lands in the melt cave. If one side of the melt cave is to be blasted in the heavy rain, The other side must at least complete the laying of the corresponding windproof device at the same time. She turned around to contact Wei Jie to inquire about the current evacuation situation in the Melt Cave. Standing on the corridor bridge in the Melt Cave, looking at the people of Vogue Planet, including her daughter, who were unwilling to leave, she felt that her eyes were dark. After the corresponding shelter entry order was announced, the aspiring young people who were selected in the government-sponsored study abroad program felt that they had already enjoyed the country's benefits by being able to leave the Volker planet. Now that it was in a precarious situation, they should naturally stand up and serve the motherland first. What's the big deal about letting them go to the shelter first? On the other hand, while meeting with the general manager of the food program group, Xingxiao ordered Fu Qianxin to lead the team to the corresponding gap in the Melt Cave and lay the corresponding windbreaks. Understood. Wei Jie, how is the situation? Planet Commander. Hearing Wei Jie's hesitant voice, Xingxiao simply made up her mind and gave Wei Jie the order directly. Death order. I only give you 4 hours to complete the evacuation of all people. Do you understand? 4 hours. The count starts from now on. We don't have time. Wei Jie, He listened to Sheng Xiao's death order and took another look at the people who were still making a lot of noise in the melting cave. Finally, he collapsed and took the loudspeaker in the melting cave and shouted, "Shut up." The elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant women in each district should go first. The first batch of personnel should all serve as volunteers to cooperate with the second and third batches of personnel to quickly enter the underground nuclear project for shelter. We don't have time. Those who can repair the project should enter the underground nuclear project first to help lay the corresponding shelter equipment. From now on, everyone must move. The indicator light of the evacuation passage has been turned on for you. Don't push or shove. Follow the person in front of you in order. If the person in front of you accidentally trips, you must pull him up and continue to move forward. I will wait until everyone leaves before leaving, so don't worry about being the last person to enter the shelter. Turning around, Wei Jie called the executive officer who was following him. Bring me the drone, and also bring me the real-time monitoring map of the current evacuation situation in each district. Just after he finished speaking, the entire melt cave suddenly shook with a rumble, and just when the people were about to scream, Wei Jie's voice once again hovered over the melt cave. Don't panic, don't run around. Follow the person in front of you, and move forward along the passage. It doesn't matter if you drop your belongings. After entering the shelter, the supplies will be uniformly distributed. Keep an eye on your children. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Perhaps worried that the children would suffocate in such a crowded environment, someone lifted the children directly to the top of his head and shouted to the person in front, "Pass the children to the front." Gradually, the children were lifted to the top of the heads of the people and passed forward. The children of Shizi and others were originally confident that they wanted to be volunteers, but they did not expect that they were also lifted to the top of the heads of the people next to them because of their insufficient height. No, we are not. Shut up, time is urgent, you have to cooperate with the commander, understand? The uncle who lifted the children of Shizi and others to the top of his head yelled at them ferociously, and the children of Shizi and others said, transferred one by one along the hands, such a manual conveyor belt. It was the first time for Shizi and his friends to sit on the platform. The dream they had imagined before, that they could sit on their parents' shoulders and see the world like other ordinary children, was realized in this strange way. Oh, that's right, don't make noise. Children should be obedient, that's what good children are. Seeing that Shizi and his friends had quieted down, some people in the crowd even comforted them spontaneously. Shizi turned around and saw that there were soldiers standing on the protruding places on both sides of the road. They were only wearing uniforms, and did not carry any weapons. They were sweating and constantly comforting the restless crowd. When Shizi was about to say something, they had already arrived in front of the elevator, and were pushed into the elevator by the people behind them. They followed the elevator road to the underground nuclear laying project shelter deeper underground. At the same time, as the people evacuated, Xingxia and her team quickly led the team to the first landing point of the typhoon. The researcher disciple of the old expert in infrastructure engineering also came to clamor to come. He directly said that the teacher was forced to take refuge, but he was still young and could run, so he came to help pass the message. Xingxia had to listen to some words now. The external water flow pressure has not exceeded the limit, but it has caused a slight tilt of the melt hole. You can see this angle. Speak the conclusion. Xingxia pushed away the real-time image at the researcher's hand. The conclusion is that we must immediately find a way to reduce the pressure of the melt hole, and we must also consider the internal and external pressures. Once the hole in this area is blown out, the power supply and heating systems will stop running immediately. Fu Qianxin and his team have already led the team to shut down the power supply and heating systems in this area. Ah? Hearing Xingxia say this, the researcher was obviously stunned. Then how do you plan to operate the various machines without electricity? First, look at the feasibility of this plan. If possible, calculate the location where the corresponding explosives need to be deployed for us, and leave the rest to us. Can you follow the last group of people to take shelter? It's not a matter of taking shelter or not. I have already realized it. Please don't keep chasing me away. The researcher took the plan from Xingxia while muttering. As soon as he read the title, he looked at Xingxia with wide eyes. Fire at the typhoon, what kind of proposal is this? Xingxia seemed to understand his doubts and shock, and told him directly that this plan was submitted after the rescue troops outside the Rongdong had discussed it. She also. It was just a preliminary look, but she thought it would work. Wait a minute, I take a look and calculate right away. Regardless of the surrounding environment, the researcher immediately lay on the ground and poured the data in the research plan into his calculation model, and began to calculate. Boom! The melting hole trembled slightly uncontrollably again. Put, who had been following behind Xingxia, stepped forward and pointed with his finger at the pattern of the heavy-duty transport starship that appeared on the corner of the report that Xingxia was reading. Xingxia followed his finger, and immediately realized that Put meant that once a gap appeared, the heavy-duty transport starship could be driven in directly along the gap to block the gap to prevent the strong wind from further damaging the building. This was an unexpectedly good idea. At this time, the researcher lying on the ground also shouted excitedly, "It works! It works! It's theoretically feasible, Commander, but it's a little out of line. If you plan to lay out the windbreak now, I will calculate the location of the decompression hole that needs to be blown up first based on the current typhoon wind speed." No! Mingxia took a look at the real-time monitoring image of the personnel evacuation set by Wei Jie, and asked the researcher to calculate the location of the decompression hole in an hour and a half. The windbreak does not need to be laid out completely. I will ask Fu Qianxin and others to drive the heavy-duty carrier starship directly in. Drive in? Mingxia moved, and the researcher followed her. When he heard her say that the starship would be parked horizontally at the gap, the researcher took a breath and couldn't help getting excited again. This will definitely be the most practical thing in the chaos. Why don't you avoid it? Difficult? Midsummer urged him again, but he continued to chatter and jump behind her, with no intention of going to the shelter. I want to follow you to the end. Please allow me to follow you to the end. My teacher was knocked unconscious by me and sent to the shelter. I am also very valuable. I have awareness. These situations need to be calculated in real time. You can't send me away, no matter what. There is a... Before he finished speaking, Midsummer handed him an oxygen mask directly. When he was still confused, Mo Siming beside him had already pressed his shoulder. After stopping the power supply and heating, the oxygen content will also drop rapidly. So talk less, and calculate your results carefully. Oh, this is what you mean by not chasing me away. Right. Mo Siming. What a chatterbox. Chapter 79. The Federation's Golden Fleet, controlled by the Cyrus family, has been broadcasting live broadcasts of the severe weather on Vogue since they received the news from Xingxia, asking them to stop all their delivery activities. They are also explaining to the entire star region that they have stopped the delivery because, judging from the current severe weather, the materials they deliver are likely to be swept into the typhoon and become terrible bombs, exploding from time to time on the already miserable Vogue people. Looking at the 5 or 6 strong cyclones formed on the surface of Vogue, everyone on the star network is lamenting that it is impossible for humans to survive in this kind of weather, and thinking about how pitiful the Vogue people are. But just as the Federation General Administration hypocritically issued a declaration to mourn the suffering people on Vogue in advance, a series of red gunpowder that seemed to be a series of explosions kept entangled in the cyclones on the surface of Vogue. Then, the Golden Fleet sent out a small exploration ship that could conduct close-range reconnaissance. From the surveillance camera installed on the small exploration ship, it can be seen that in the place where the typhoon was raging, the orange light symbolizing the lifeline did not dissipate. On the contrary, all large warships were mobilized. A large number of soldiers wearing Federal Security Bureau uniforms and corresponding police officers from the police station were facing the typhoon bravely, and even used the missiles in the launch silos to fire at the typhoon in an orderly manner. The star network immediately exploded. What kind of operation is this? Firing missiles at the typhoon in unison. Wait, it's actually not impossible. Too cool. Come on, Vogue Planet, defeat the bad weather, go. Too awesome. I said that the planetary commander of Vogue Planet still has a trick up his sleeve. Wait, is that the location where Vogue Planet is located the only winter shelter? Melt hole? Wow, we can actually see the location of the melt hole. The secrets of Vogue Planet have been leaked, but what is that? As the bullet screen reminded, the surveillance camera of the small exploration ship was also pulled in. It was seen that the location of the eye of the typhoon, where the melt hole should have been closed, now had a huge hole, and the nearby rushing rain was constantly pouring in from that place. In an instant, everyone's worries were pulled to the peak. Oh my god, the melt hole broke? Are the people inside okay? With this amount of water, I can't imagine how bad the situation inside is. The melt cave is the only shelter for Vogue in the cold winter. It is hard to believe how many people will die this time. I have to admit that the planetary commander of Vogue really tried his best, but human power is still too small under this level of natural disaster. It is mainly because of the previous extreme cold weather that most rescue machinery cannot be used. After encountering a typhoon, the corresponding rescue is even more difficult. Yes, the federal authorities really tried their best. Didn't you see that the starships dared not go out to rescue? What is that? No way, a worse situation has occurred. The heavy transport starship of Vogue crashed directly into the melt cave under the push of the typhoon. No wonder it tore such a big hole. I dare not imagine the scene inside. Is the planetary commander of Vogue still alive? Suddenly, it seemed that someone inside sent an interactive request to this small exploration ship used for observation. For a moment, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast on the Star Network shouted loudly for the exploration ship to go in and take a look at the situation, but some people said frankly that they had to prepare themselves mentally first, wondering if the scene inside would be like hell on Earth. Anyway, if this exploration ship can save one person, it will be good. There won't be human corpses scattered everywhere, hanging on the inner wall of the melt hole in a twisted manner. Wouldn't it be a big pool of bright blood in there? Ugh, don't say it anymore, it's scary just thinking about it. Oh my god, but the search ship can't save everyone. Yes, the current calm is because of the eye of the typhoon. Once the eye of the typhoon passes, the next storm, I really don't dare to imagine it anymore. The small exploration ship entered the gap, and everyone subconsciously began to hold their breath until... Hey, why is it completely different from what I imagined? On the heavy-duty carrier starship, Sheng Xia, the planetary commander of Volker, was leading people of different professional types wearing oxygen masks and protective clothing to stand on the carrier starship in an orderly manner to deal with the water flow problem. Seeing the exploration ship, they were actually in the mood to wave to the exploration ship, looking at the situation inside the melting cave. Although there was a big hole on the top, it can be seen that the inner wall was paved with corresponding waterproof devices. What's more incredible is that the heavy-duty carrier starship behind them opened the door, and several hot pots were gurgling inside the door. Some workers, several researchers and federal security team members were eating and yawning. It seems that there is no injured person. What's even more bizarre is that when they turned around and saw an exploration ship coming in through the gap, they actually had the mood to ask, "Why, are you here to eat hot pot too?" All-Star Network audience. ? So what's the situation now? Xingxia pulled her waterproof suit, looked at the current time again, and notified everyone to prepare for the second round of typhoon impact. A few pieces of meat left. The researcher immediately reached out his chopsticks to pick up the meat when he heard this, but was beaten by the worker next to him. Then the two of them started a meat-picking contest without hesitation. Mo Siming, who was following Xingxia, walked over to watch. At one glance, she couldn't help but sigh, "You should come in too, otherwise you won't be able to bear the heavy rain." Midsummer also glanced at the exploration ship that sneaked in. Seeing this, the exploration ship immediately sent a communication request. Then Midsummer saw a large number of Star Network live barrages. Facing the questions of many Star Network viewers, Midsummer looked for a while and began to randomly answer questions. Injured? We are lucky. The researchers and starship pilots have good skills and have laid the corresponding waterproof devices first, so there are no injured here. Are you eating hot pot? Oh, this was delivered by the logistics troops along with the supplies. I still say that the base sauce is free shipping if you buy 3 packs or more. It tastes really good. Place your order now. What about other people? We have evacuated the people first. After hearing what Xingxia said, the people in the high-level meeting room of the surrounding star domain forces started to curse. They firmly did not believe that Xingxia could perfectly evacuate almost all the people of Volker planet without missing a single person under such an extreme world. This was really a story that no one could believe. So the people in the high-level meeting room of the surrounding star domain forces decided they would come down and confront Xingxia, while Agent Sells stood aside and watched his superior's elementary school-like methods. He was so shocked that he froze for a while. The original place? Are there any casualties? Xingxia answered truthfully. There are wounded. There are more wounded outside the melting cave, but fortunately the wounded have received timely treatment and resettlement, so there are no deaths, which is really lucky. You are lying. You are lying. You are lying. Yes, you must be lying. There are so many people on the Vogue planet, and there are only a few of you now. Could it be that you are hiding the news of the death of the people? Suddenly, the barrage of comments surged and quickly refreshed the screen. After looking at this series of barrages and questioning, Xingxia suddenly smiled and asked these comments. You who posted these comments, could it be that you are the senior staff of the surrounding star fields? At this moment, the staff of the high-level meeting room of the surrounding star field forces, who were frantically refreshing the screen, couldn't help but pause. No way. Can you see this? Agent Searles frowned unconsciously at this time. This planetary commander was indeed sharp, but the people who were questioning Xingxia on the screen did not stop. Xingxia turned around and asked him, Siming, has the live broadcast channel with Weijia been established? Yes. Siming also came over at this time, but at the same time, he also questioned the communication ability of this exploration ship. He looked at the time and suggested that it would be better to broadcast it himself. In any case, using his own communication channel would always be better than using the outside one. Just listen to them bragging. Ah, and your own communication channel, who would believe it? The senior personnel of the surrounding star field forces opened. A new round of impotent rage started, but at this time, the eye of the typhoon had passed the gap in the melting cave, and a new round of heavy rain and strong winds began to sound outside the heavy transport starship. Listening to the sound like dense thunder outside, and the sudden dark environment, every Star Network audience who was watching the live broadcast couldn't help but raise their hearts. At this time, the contact signal of the exploration ship was indeed disconnected from the Golden Fleet as Siming worried, so the live broadcast was interrupted. The Star Network audience looked at the dark live broadcast screen and said barrages to express their concerns, and Xingxia was unable to respond to them this time. It's good to blow, but it's exposed when it really faces the storm. It's hard to believe how severe the storm in the live broadcast has reached. You have to know that it is the inner wall of a heavy transport starship. The sound of rain hitting it is like dense thunder points. It's too scary. Yeah, if people go out, they will be killed by the rainstorm. Just when everyone was talking about it, the Golden Fleet suddenly posted a notice on the live broadcast room, stating that after contacting the commander of the planet Vogue, the live broadcast will resume in about 40 minutes. As soon as this notice came out, the entire Star Network exploded again. Some people speculated that the typhoon would pass by in 40 minutes. So what's the point of live broadcasting eating hot pot? The high-ranking officials of the surrounding star domain forces also took the opportunity to lead the rhythm, asking the planet commander to broadcast live the scene of the civilians. Since she had taken the lead in saying that the people had been evacuated and no deaths had occurred, she had to provide some evidence. But some Star Network viewers thought that it was already very difficult to survive the typhoon, so they should not be too harsh. The Golden Fleet sent out 6 exploration ships at this time, almost facing the storm, to find the personnel who set up the communication tower on Vogue Planet to enhance the stability of signal transmission. Soon, the live broadcast screen was updated, and a group of Federal Security Team members appeared, shouting, "Come on. 1, 2, 1, 2, pull!" against the storm. They were outside the melting cave, and the heavy rain had already soaked them all. However, even in such bad weather, they actually tried to set up the communication tower regardless of anything. In an instant, the original praise for Xingxia turned into a vicious curse pouring down on her. Star Network viewers felt that it was simply unreasonable to ask the Federal Security Team members to come out and set up the communication tower for live broadcast in such a rainy day. It was an unreasonable request. The high-ranking officials of the surrounding star domains were so happy to see Xingxia being scolded that they couldn't help but want to open champagne. Agent Searles tried to remind his superiors not to be too sad or too happy, but they didn't listen at all. 30 minutes later, the live broadcast from the Golden Fleet to the official live broadcast room of Vogue Planet began. Agent Searles glanced at the time and watched the live broadcast for a while out of work inertia. Then he stood up with a serious face and went to find his superior, who was relaxing outside to watch the live broadcast. "How is it?" "The live broadcast has been connected." "Oh! Are their people desperate?" "Their people are holding a concert." "What?" Chapter 80. How is this possible? The high-level personnel of the surrounding star domain forces, who had not even had a chance to take a few sips of the champagne in their hands, sat back in the conference room with great reluctance. At this moment, the official live broadcast room of Vogue Planet was broadcasting the current situation of the evacuated people. In a huge underground space, people were waving their fluorescent sticks in unison, and on the simple round stage, not far away, the spotlight was on, and the singers of the rock band were singing their rock music with all their might. If you look closely, you will find that there are other singers and bands waiting to go on stage. The singers of the rock band on the stage will even jump up and down on the stage when they are moved, encouraging everyone to sing with them. Look forward, try hard, we can hold on, we will definitely hold on. The music playback and speakers of this simple small stage are actually supported by drones floating in the air. At the same time, there is a white cloth for projection every 100 meters. The federal security team members standing in the crowd will hold up the light computers on their arms to project on the stage. If you lengthen the viewing angle of the live broadcast drone, you can see that in this huge underground space, the crowd is as dense as an ant nest. Some places are even divided into layers. From the top to the bottom, you can't see people's faces, but you can see waving glow sticks or hands wearing glow bracelets. When the live broadcast drone flies over their area, the crowd will cheer unconsciously and wave in the direction of the drone, shouting the name of the planet commander and saying good things about themselves. When passing a large blank area, an orange light line formed by light dots appeared on the live screen. At the same time, a new subtitle medical rescue area was added next to the live broadcast. I thought that the wounded were lying on the bed to rest at this moment, but what was unexpected was that dozens of wounded with minor injuries and bandages on their legs were actually looking at the stage projected on the white cloth. She was shaking her body unconsciously. When she saw the drone flying by, she waved her arms excitedly like ordinary people to greet the drone. Inside was a makeshift operating room. The operating room was made of soundproof materials. From the gap outside, you could see medical staff busy inside. Over the operating room, in a relatively quiet open space, the drone live broadcast captured a scene of a group of medical staff squatting here to eat instant noodles. Someone accidentally looked up and found the drone and immediately pulled her companion excitedly. When her companion also looked over, somehow, they all put down the instant noodles at hand, stood up, and saluted the drone with tears in their eyes without saying a word. The third medical team successfully completed the rescue mission, successfully delivered 3 babies, and rescued 38 wounded people. No one died due to serious injuries. Please review it, Planet Commander. If the previous scene is not touching enough, then the words that the medical staff who just finished their work unconsciously shouted out have made the Star Network viewers, who are watching the live broadcast, burst into tears. Hearing their voices, Xingxia's heart was inexplicably trembling. The drone stopped at this moment. Wei Jia was busy debugging so that Xingxia could make a speech through audio communication with each drone. After a slight blind sound, the crowd all stopped their singing and swaying bodies, and looked at the nearby drones in unison. It was really strange that Xingxia didn't show her face, but everyone couldn't help looking at the drone carrying the speaker, and soon, Xingxia's voice was also conveyed through the drone. Members of the 3rd Medical Team, I see you. Following these inspiring words, the medical staff in the drone live broadcast were hugging each other and shouting with excitement, while Xingxia continued, "You have worked hard, you have done a great job. I would like to say thank you to you, who are still working hard on behalf of all the people of Vogue Planet. Ah, it's the Planetary Commander. It's the Planetary Commander. It's really the voice of the Planetary Commander. Are you all okay? Are you all okay, Planetary Commander? Are you all okay, my colleagues in the army outside?" Gradually, no one knew who asked this question first, and everyone couldn't help asking this question to the drone. Are you all okay? Xingxia turned her head and glanced at Mo Siming beside her, but unexpectedly saw that the researcher's disciple had hugged the workers around him. Hugging and crying, Mo Siming looked at them with some emotion, and then made a gesture to Xingxia that it was all right. Xingxia immediately switched the audio frequency band, and a slight blind sound was heard again, followed by the voices of the troops outside the Rongdong. The first task force of the Federal Security Bureau successfully completed the task of firing at the typhoon and successfully delayed the typhoon's landing in the Rongdong for 8 minutes. 6 people were slightly injured and have been sent to the shelter for treatment. Please review, Planet Commander. The 3rd team of the Federal Security Bureau mobile team successfully completed the EP43 silo protection mission and successfully protected all munitions from the heavy rain. 7 people were slightly injured and have been sent to the shelter for treatment. Please review, Planet Commander. The 6th Task Force of the Federal Security Bureau successfully completed the CE-44 granary harvesting mission and successfully harvested all grain raw materials. No one was injured. Please review, Planet Commander. The 5th Mobile Team of the Federal Security Bureau has successfully completed the protection of the Riverbank Dam in the Hot Spring area. 9 injured people have been sent to the shelter for treatment. Please review, Planet Commander. The 1st Communication Team of the Federal Security Bureau has successfully completed the A32 grain warehouse harvesting task and the communication tower construction task. All grain raw materials have been harvested. 3 people were slightly injured and have been sent to the shelter for treatment. Please review, Planet Commander. The 3rd team of the Vogue Planet Police Station has successfully completed the protection of the upstream section of the underground river dam outside the Rongdong. 8 injured people have been sent to the shelter for treatment. Please review, Planet Commander. The 3rd Mixed Team of the Vogue Planet Police Station and workers has successfully completed the protection of the downstream section of the underground river dam outside the Rongdong. No one was injured. Please review, Planet Commander. With the uniform reports of this series of team members, the people who were taking refuge in the nuclear Lang project finally felt relieved. Although they could not see the team members fighting in the storm, nor could they see their faces reporting at this moment, they knew that they were being well protected by this group of heroes by listening to their strong and powerful voices. Wei Jia's voice also unexpectedly appeared in the report at this time. The Vogue Planet Administrative Mobile and Volunteer Mixed Team successfully completed the task of evacuating all the people in the melting cave safely and building the shelter. We and our worker friends rushed to build a medical area, a rock music area, a food storage area, a rest area, and a study area. No one was injured during the whole process. Speaking of this, Wei Jia's voice was a little choked, but he still managed to finish his words. Please review the Planet Commander. Do we have such a team? Mo Siming was a little confused. Xingxia smiled and patted his shoulder. No. But we can consider it in the future. The 1st Medical Center of the Vogue Planet Shelter has successfully completed the rescue of the wounded and critically ill patients. A total of 3,632 wounded, lightly wounded, and seriously injured have been rescued and helped. The medical staff are in good spirits. No one is injured or infected. Please review it, Planet Commander. At the same time, the bullet screen in the official live broadcast room of Vogue Planet was rolling madly. These are all groups of heroes. Unbelievable, a miracle of action in human history. Suddenly I know why the Planet Commander of Vogue Planet must have people brave the storm to build a communication tower. Yes, this is not just a live broadcast for us to watch, but also a miracle between them. Live broadcast to encourage each other. Damn, a big rock got stuck in my eye. Do the people of Vogue have to be so touching? As the planetary commander of Vogue, Xingxia really takes good care of her people. Wait, so as a planetary commander, in the big gap of the melting cave, did Xingxia and her friends leave the most dangerous place for themselves and their close ones? Wow, damn, I envy the people of Vogue. There is such a good planetary commander. The future of Vogue is promising. I have to say, the people of Vogue are so handsome this time. It's so handsome that it blinds my eyes. I'm so excited. In such extreme weather, they calmly evacuated the people, used military power to fight the typhoon, and took the initiative to stay in the most dangerous place. The local commander finally completed the feat of no one dying due to serious injuries through the global division and batch arrangement of personnel tasks. It was wonderful, too wonderful. Even novels dare not write it like this. It's simply a miracle. On our planet, a hurricane can kill many people, but all the people on Vogue survived. Not only did they survive, but they also held a concert and ate hot pot. The people on Vogue are so lucky. It's hard to believe how they did it. No matter how you think about it, so many people were safely transferred in such a short time. What did the planetary commander say to make the people feel at ease to enter the shelter? Great. In the high-level meeting room of the surrounding Starfield forces, Agent Searles silently watched the live broadcast barrage without saying a word. There was no expression on her face. No one could know that what was she thinking? But her trembling hands betrayed her thoughts at the moment. The boss put his hand on her shoulder threateningly. After she reacted, she only sighed. What a tenacious vitality. After listening, the boss nodded, but soon his tone became sinister and cruel. But she has to die. If she doesn't die, we will die. She is really a guy who can't even deal with a typhoon. Damn it. Yes, the arms dealer's fleet is coming soon. Cheer up, Think about whether there is any breakthrough. Agent Searles? What do you think? Agent Searles tried to escape from the meeting but failed. Suddenly, someone in the meeting room shouted again, Hey, look. What's wrong? The sky on the planet Voke cleared up. Chapter 81. The hideous and terrifying cyclones that had been lingering on the surface of Voke had dissipated at some point. The sun pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on the surface of Voke in a victorious manner. The places that had been ravaged by the storm now gradually exuded a smell mixed with the fragrance of grass. Oh, this is not scientific. It dissipated too quickly. Inside the heavy-duty carrier starship, the researcher-disciple looked at the sunlight from the gap in the melting cave onto the entrance platform of the heavy-duty carrier starship, and couldn't help but say, the temperature is rising rapidly. The weather monitor sent the monitoring report to Xingxia as soon as possible. As soon as he heard the monitoring report, the researcher-disciple let out an unbearable wail. Oh my god, it won't be extremely hot after the extremely cold weather. Ah, give me some hope of living. Xingxia returned to the reporting platform, looked at the real-time picture of the weather monitoring, and compared the weather conditions and temperature conditions in recent years. He realized that Voke was also adjusting its status. Or maybe the influence of the Space Bureau is gradually dissipating, so both the weather and the gravitational conditions of the entire planet and the universe have changed, which means that in the next period of time, the frequency of extremely cold weather on Voke will become less and less, until it disappears completely. However, these can only be confirmed after contacting the Space Bureau. Xingxia called Xiaoyai, but Xiaoyai directly replied that the communication channel with the Space Bureau is still being reconstructed, and it is not certain when the Space Bureau can be contacted. It seems that as soon as you contact the Space Bureau, the system will restart? Xingxia noticed Xiaoyai's abnormality, but Xiaoyai said in a daze that she didn't know, but she had already called on a lot of computing power to constantly try to reconstruct the communication channel. Xingxia, is this because of the restart shock and has become confused? Maybe she thought too little. It's not just the Ghost Mountain. The entire Vogue planet may be a bug left by the Spacetime Bureau in this universe. This can also explain why Vogue planet has been in a state of gravitational chaos for a long time, and the extreme cold weather has lasted for a particularly long time. However, if it is really a bug of the Spacetime Bureau, then the Spacetime Bureau is too sinful. The temperature has gradually stabilized. We monitor the external air quality, the surface conditions, and the water sources. As a series of environmental monitoring values were passed, the personnel of the Federal Security Bureau have returned to the main city of Vogue from the protection station. After a few days, after confirming that there would be no more problems, the people in the underground nuclear laying project shelter finally waited for the lifting of the shelter order. People gathered together and walked out of the shelter and saw the first ray of sunshine after the cold winter. Everything is like a dream. Someone couldn't help but whisper that he was standing here now, surviving a disaster, as if it was a lifetime ago. Yes, it's like a dream. Obviously, they should be happy, but strangely, everyone couldn't be happy at this moment. They looked back at the shelter and found it hard to believe that everything would end today. Would they return to their ordinary lives again? After leaving the shelter, would they no longer be a family? Is everything over like this? People looked at each other, waiting, reluctant to leave the shelter of the underground nuclear laying project, until Weijie came out and promised everyone that even if they returned to their respective homes and lives, everything they had experienced during this period, all the beautiful moments in their memories, were real and counted. The planetary commander of the planet Volker did not intend to abandon everyone. The planetary commander was still busy with environmental monitoring and post-disaster loss statistics, so everyone could also count their own housing and financial losses after returning. In addition, the subsequent reconstruction work will definitely require a lot of people, so the volunteer registration activity should start in the near future, and everyone can pay attention to it. Colleagues, we have survived the most difficult time. The whole planet is in ruins. How to build it in the future depends on you. Well said, Lord Archon. Someone in the crowd suddenly said this. I shouted so loudly that Wei Jia's legs almost went limp. He immediately retorted that he was indeed in the position of the governor, but don't add the word adult. Everyone is equal, and the future society should also be equal, harmonious, friendly, prosperous, and democratic. Old ideas must be changed. By the way, people who have difficulties in life recently can go to the police station for help. Well, the police station and the federal security team have returned to the main city of Vogue first. They are all a group of brave people. You can go and see them when you go back. At the same time, in the heavy-duty carrier starship in the gap of the melting cave, Xingxia and her group were staring at each other. Originally, according to the plan, they should have returned to the government hall, but now there is a very difficult problem that needs Xingxia to solve. Yes, the ultimate problem is how to drive this heavy-duty carrier starship out. From the entrance platform of the heavy transport starship, Everyone could see that the starship almost rushed in and stood in front of the heating system at the core of the melting cave. At that time, due to the strong pressure of the melting cave, the starship was almost stuck in this position by itself. Before the typhoon, this position was particularly good because it almost blocked the heating system behind it with its own body, and also provided support for the space above the melting cave. But now how to leave has become a big problem. Mo Siming tried to force the starship to start, but found that it was completely stuck, and the researcher. It was also calculated that with the current tonnage of the heavy-duty transport starship, if it really moved, it might overwhelm the heating system of the melting cave behind it. Everyone, we can't just leave this thing here. Xingxia, Mo Siming, yes, talk. Cough, Mo Siming coughed lightly, indicating that everyone had really found a good problem. If it really doesn't work, how about dismantling the starship? After all, the gap in the melting cave must be filled, and someone must live in it during the next winter. Xingxia, Alas, after a long sigh, Xingxia gave the order to demolish it. Not only that, the repair work of the melting hull must also be put on the schedule. Now, I thought I could take a break after the typhoon, but now it seems that difficulties are like the tide, always one after another. Then you can't leave, Planet Commander. I still need to ask you some questions about the demolition. Xingxia couldn't help but sigh again, and said that it was okay. Her office location would be moved from the government hall to the inside. As soon as the decision was made, Fu Qianshan contacted Xingxia and said that the people were waiting for Xingxia to return to the government hall to give a speech or work. Huh? Xingxia raised her voice in disbelief. Fu Qianshan immediately projected the current situation outside the Federal Security Bureau to her. The people who came out of the underground nuclear engineering shelter were now surrounding the Federal Security Bureau with their supplies. The members of the Federal Security team tried to persuade the people to leave, but they were dragged and fed as soon as they left the Federal Security Bureau. There were piles of food, local specialties, and supplies that had to be taken away. If they were not taken away, they would not be allowed to leave. The members of the Federal Security team could not help but reach out and shout for help in the crowd. The next second, he was lifted up by the people like a hero and thrown back and forth several times. When he was sent back, he looked a lot dumber. Anyway, I don't dare to go out now. You come. Fu Qianshan couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this situation. Midsummer. Mo Siming leaned over to take a look at the situation, and smiled and told Fu Qianshan to shout with the loudspeaker. How do you know I'm useless? Fu Qianshan was very angry, and directly called up the surveillance footage of the previous 2 hours. From the surveillance footage, it can be seen that people have been coming here since midnight yesterday. At first, Fu Qianshan and his team thought they were people in need and wanted to take them to the Federal Security Bureau for resettlement. As a result, they came to deliver supplies. Fu Qianshan and his team immediately persuaded them not to use the supplies, and asked them to go home and count the losses. As a result, they refused to leave no matter what. After that, the supplies piled up more and more people came. Seeing this, Fu Qianshan immediately asked the security team members to close the door, hoping to persuade the people to leave from a distance. However, the people who stayed outside were reluctant to leave. There was nothing they could do. Fu Qianshan had no choice but to stand in front of the door and communicate with the people outside. As a result, the people came up and held Fu Qianshan's hand, thanking them for their hard work outside during this period of time. At the same time, they mentioned that their family still had some money, and hoped to donate it to the heroes of the Federal Security Bureau. Fu Qianshan was dumbfounded after hearing this, and immediately said no, but the other party refused to let go. Seeing that some people were trying to throw supplies in from outside the door, Fu Qianshan immediately stopped them. We have nothing missing in the Federal Security Bureau at the moment. Everyone go home first to count the losses. Also, those who have been selected for the government-sponsored study abroad program, you will leave the Vogue planet soon. Go home and have a good meal with your family first. So soon? There was a burst of unbelievable shouts from the people, and Fu Qianshan couldn't help but say the words that he regretted until now. There is no way. The situation is unstable now. The surrounding star field forces must hate us to the core. Unrest may come soon. As our spark, the international students should be sent out as soon as possible. After saying this, the people immediately thought of Xingxia and began to ask, what about our planetary commander? Yes, what about our planetary commander? We have to protect our planetary commander. That's right. Where's the planetary commander? Is she okay? She stayed in the most dangerous place before, so she is not injured. Yes, everyone in the government hall. There was no sign of her. The commander of the planet wouldn't be injured but hide it from us, right? When the surveillance saw this, Fu Qianshan spread his hands in front of the communication camera, with a kind of you can see for yourself. Anyway, I have thought of a way. You have to show your face. Mo Siming, Xingxia, Just when Xingxia was thinking about how to deal with this matter, Wei Jie sent a call, saying that a starship was applying to land at the Vogue Planet long-distance starship port. So soon? Is it the Golden Fleet? Mo Siming was shocked, and Wei Jie said frankly that if it was the Golden Fleet, he would not come to ask Xingxia's opinion. No, this starship that applied. Looks like a private tourist starship. Huh? Chapter 82. Mo Siming switched the camera to the starship that was applying for port entry. The starship's tycoon characteristics could be seen from its exterior. In addition, its model and size made it look like a private tourist starship. However, there was no news from the Golden Fleet that had been anchored outside. Found it. It's this guy. He's still live streaming. Xingxia pushed a live streaming room over, and the title of the live streaming room was directly what will happen to the first group of people arriving at Vogue after the snow melts. The number of online viewers was comparable to the number of Star Network people who had previously flooded into the official live streaming room of Vogue. After watching it, Wei Jie sighed that there are really people who are so brave these days. I've looked through his previous videos. He has always broken the circle with his bold outdoor travel live streaming. Well, he has also given a lot of money to our live streaming room before. Probably ranked 138th. 138? Mo Siming was about to say that this ranking was useless, but then he heard Xingxia say that if it was just a private reward, in fact, this amount was already very large. After all, the ones ahead of him were all extra funds donated by large arms groups. After all, it's 50 million star coins. How much? For a moment, Mo Siming and Wei Jie were both shocked on the spot, and then came to see the live streaming background that Xingxia had called up. Before, they only thought that being able to actually sell arms live was already amazing. I didn't expect Xingxia to start the reward mode. The current total reward amount is 12.8 billion. Oh my god. Wei Jie couldn't help but get so excited about this string of numbers that he almost lost control. You know, the Federal Bureau estimates that the total economic output of Volker Planet in a year is no more than 3 billion. But now Xingxia's live broadcast background has 12.8 billion. In the past 4 years, the total economic output of all the people on Volker Planet who worked hard for 4 years is not as much as Xingxia's live broadcast for a period of time. Mo Siming and Wei Jie wanted to raise their hands high and worship Xingxia like the god of wealth. Great. She is really great. Let them in. Fu Qianshan, you guys need to provide full protection and accompaniment. Don't restrict their live broadcast path, but while protecting them, pay attention to monitoring the actions of their entire live broadcast team members. A mission? Fu Qianshan was stunned, and then mentioned the people who were still waiting outside the Federal Security Bureau. Xingxia stood up and walked out while reassuring Fu Qianshan that she was on the way, and there was no need to worry. After walking for a while, Xingxia asked if the list of Wei Jie's government-sponsored students had been released. Judging from the current situation, there would be many people who were ready to come to Vogue Planet to find out, and those who wanted to do bad things. They had to hurry up and send all the fire seeds out so that they could deal with these people with peace of mind. Before the contact signal was interrupted, less than 85% of the students we submitted had been confirmed to be admitted. I will contact the Federal Bureau and the admissions officers of various colleges and universities, and try to send as many people as possible. On the way to the Federal Security Bureau, Xingxia specifically told the driver to slow down. She wanted to see the damage in the main urban area. After all, many of the workers were also included in the government-sponsored study abroad program. Once they left, the manpower would be even more scarce. Actually, the driver thought about it, and after Xingxia's eyes had already looked over, he could only bite the bullet and finish his words. The buildings in the main urban area used to belong to the government hall. Everyone paid rent, and the builders were not all professional workers. A large part of them were prison staff. Basically, after winter every year, most of these buildings will usher in a new round of renovations, and the renovation costs are also paid by the bosses who rent here. So the prices for tourists and locals are completely different. Midsummer? Well, if you're worried about the manpower issue, then that's not the case. In order to charge less for renovation, past bosses have already trained themselves to do the repairs. For basic house construction, the people in the main city have more or less their own skills. Of course, if you want to pursue better, then you really need a professional team of workers. Midsummer looked out the window. The damage to the buildings in the main city was far beyond expectations. Most of the houses were razed to the ground like paper, but the people set up tents one by one, and then found a vacant lot to set up the tents first. What's even more amazing is that the luggage was placed in the tent without any worry about being taken. Passing by a stall selling lunch, Xingxia directly signaled the driver to stop, and then, without waiting for the driver to stop, Xingxia got off the car and went to the stall to buy lunch while discussing reconstruction with the stall owner, who was already shocked to the extreme. On the other side, Fu Qianshan was looking at the schedule and waiting for Xingxia's arrival. He was also worried that there would be accidents at that time. He thought of several plans for evacuating the people, but in a blink of an eye, the people had dispersed. Not long after he was happy, he heard that Xingxia appeared at the noodle stall in the main city and had already chatted with the people. Not only that, he didn't even bring any security personnel, and Mo Siming and others were not there. My God, the people will not lift our planet commander to the top of their heads and throw him. Hearing the words of the team members around him, who took a breath, Fu Qianshan was blinded and immediately led people to the temporary noodle stall in the main city without saying a word. Sure enough, before we arrived at the location, the number of people was already equal to the number of people guarding outside the security bureau before. It seemed that all the people just now had come here. Fly the drone? As soon as Fu Qianshan gave this order, he turned around and found that the crowd had spontaneously made way for them, and at the same time, they were signaling Fu Qianshan and his team to pass quickly with their eyes. At the noodle stall where Xingxia was, all the worst situations that Fu Qianshan and his team had expected did not happen. The crowd spontaneously made room for Xingxia to talk. Xingxia relaxedly invited people to eat, while listening to everyone's ideas about the reconstruction of the main urban area. She asked the driver around her to help record these ideas, and also summoned a number of volunteer workers and logistics teams on the spot. For those who could calculate the price, she stayed on the spot and asked them to sit next to them to calculate the corresponding price. The crowd spontaneously gave way. After the person in front finished his idea, he would give way to the person behind him. Those who intended to join the volunteer team would also take a piece of white paper and prepare to fill in their names after returning. As for the people who were reluctant to leave after the conversation, Xingxia also arranged for them to maintain order on the spot, so that everyone would not be anxious. She was here, and would listen to everyone's ideas before leaving. Seeing how Xingxia arranged the people properly, Fu Qianshan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Otherwise, why is she the planet commander? Xingxia is indeed better than him. After seeing Fu Qianshan coming, Xingxia immediately called him to come and sit down. The crowd shouted to welcome the hero, and Fu Qianshan's face froze immediately. The main reason was that he didn't know how to deal with being thanked, so he didn't know what kind of expression to put on, not to mention. There were many heroes to thank, and he couldn't represent these heroes, so he felt unworthy. Xingxia seemed to understand his thoughts. She smiled and asked him to sit down. Then she praised him in front of everyone. He was able to accurately divide the federal security team and the police station's corresponding personnel, and command them to each garrison point during the rainstorm. His command ability and overall control ability were enough to secure his position as the top leader. You are the representative of the entire hero team, so raise your head. When Xingxia said this, Fu Qianshan couldn't help but redden his eyes. While he was still muttering in his heart that he couldn't represent all the heroes, he saw the federal security team members, who were returning home to visit their families in the crowd, had already raised their thumbs to him. Fu Qianshan, Okay, let's talk about the reconstruction plan. Since everyone thinks that the original foundation needs to be rebuilt, so we have to adjust the original underground pipelines, sewage systems, and some power equipment in the main urban area at the same time. So those who have drawings at home should look through them again, and send them to the government hall after finding them. We will set up a special receiving point. After an afternoon, the new reconstruction fund amount appeared. This is several billion more than what Fu Qianshan and Wei Jie initially estimated. And this is the cost of reconstruction using only the existing resources of Oak Planet after deducting labor costs. If we consider that we will have to deal with weather such as typhoons or extreme cold in the future, and at the same time have to have a certain ability to resist military strikes, the amount will only continue to soar wildly. In the government hall, everyone sorted out and deleted the afternoon suggestions overnight, and then held a joint meeting with Xingxia to determine the areas that must not be saved in the reconstruction. In the end, the reconstruction amount for the main urban area alone came out to be 68.3 billion. Sell me. No, you can't get that much money even if you sell me. Wei Jie felt desperate, and even wanted to persuade Xingxia to use other building materials. If it didn't work, they could just make do with it first, and then slowly build the subsequent projects after making money. In addition to the main urban area, the second phase of the underground nuclear laying project, the repair of the damaged launch silo, and the construction of a new granary all cost money. How could they come up with so much money at once? In such a desperate atmosphere, Xingxiao spoke frankly, and said that it was not impossible to earn this amount of money with hard work. Wei Jie and his group, the next day, the Federal Bureau received a budget report for post-disaster reconstruction assistance from Vogue Planet, in which the amount of assistance was as high as 200 billion, and the funds needed to be received within the next month. She is dreaming, 200 billion, that's 100 million. The Federal Bureau was filled with complaints about Xingxia, but Xingxia started a live broadcast at this time. The title of the live broadcast was also very simple overview of the progress of post-disaster reconstruction on Vogue Planet. At the same time, Xingxia opened multiple live broadcast reward channels and declared to different groups and organizations in the entire star field, "Today, anyone who helps will be rewarded, no matter how far away they are. We want all kinds of assistance." Then a series of food and specialties and arms product display windows were hung below, and even more amazing was that the satellite of Vogue Planet was also put up for sale. It was really crazy because of poverty. Chapter 83. No, that satellite should belong to our Federal Bureau. As the planet commander, does Xingxia have such great power? In the Federal Bureau, Professor Musk led a team to discuss the corresponding post-disaster reconstruction aid budget report with Xingxia. To be honest, Professor Musk was almost desperate for the people in the Federal Bureau. He felt that since he wanted to talk to Xingxia, he had to show his sincerity. However, during the typhoon, the performance of the Federal Bureau was too poor, and Xingxia and her friends survived the difficulties. So Xingxia was unwilling to give the Federal Bureau a good face. He understood it in his heart, but the amount Xingxia wanted this time was too exaggerated. You know, even if it is financial assistance to the core planet, it will probably not exceed 100 billion, and it will be accompanied by various constraints. But Xingxia asked for 200 billion, and didn't want any additional conditions. It's really too ignorant of the world. Professor Musk's team members had prepared a series of rhetoric to try to lower Xingxia's expectations, but Xingxia ended the battle after hearing one sentence. "What are you talking about? Transfer 200 billion to me first." Professor Musk's team members, I'm busy selling goods. I have a large demand for raw materials during this period. Fortunately, there are many sellers and buyers. I'm busy now. Professor Musk's team members, turning around, Xingxia really appeared in the official live broadcast room, with the title Progress of Post-Disaster Reconstruction on Vogue Planet, and started a big sale of goods in the price range of 9.9, 99, 999, 99.99, 99999, and launched a gold card, silver card, and super membership card recharge and welfare business. And applauded and shouted to those who gave her gifts and donations. Big Brother is domineering. Congratulations to our Hey Ka Gu for reaching the top. How is the Lando Group? Is the Lando Group going to top the list? Thank you for the blessing and donation from Little Waiweezy. We will send you a small gift from the backstage. Please check it. Okay, Santai Ligia has ordered 3 mechanical dogs. Santai Ligia is so domineering. What? Hey ZX directly cleared the inventory of 055D missiles. Hey ZX, the annual arms king is well deserved. The Caching Group donated 3 billion to us. The Caching Group is righteous. If there is a demand, please tell the backstage. We will try our best to meet it. Thank you. A group of senior officials of the Federal Bureau, who were dumbfounded in the conference room. She is shameless. Finally, someone expressed the voice of a group of senior officials of the Federal Bureau. How can she be a planetary commander like this? Selling goods on live broadcast? What a spectacle, a big wonder. And she sold the arms like a promotional hypermarket. But there are still many people who placed orders, and the new popularity and transaction volume attracted. It attracted more people to join in the viewing. What's worse is that although Xingxia is selling mechanical dogs and old missile weapons on the surface, the donations and orders from major groups and organizations are as if money is not money. Who knows what arms Xingxia has sold privately? She is a woman who has put all the satellites of the Federation on the merchandise column. The current influx of various forces is completely beyond the monitoring range that the Federation can bear. Every second, donation funds, gift funds and sales are soaring at an incredible speed, even confusing the authoritative live broadcast fund prediction agency, which posted a sentence subject to the real-time amount of account receipt. It can be said to be a hearty large-scale charity black market shopping festival that all the people in the star field had joined. Professor Musk sighed with a headache. Xingxia is really not taking the usual path, but judging from the speed and amount of funds received, she is not completely unreasonable to ask for 200 billion. In short, I will not agree to this proposal. The old-fashioned Chief Justice of the Federal Bureau shook his head. So what? We don't give them money, but there are people who give them money. The neutrals like to confront the old-fashioned from time to time. Oh my god, what kind of scumbag quotes are these? Has our current federation become so corrupt? I tend to give money. Vogue is our front line of defense. The Minister of Defense was so anxious that his face turned green. Yes, Professor Musk also agreed with this point. Now it is not just a matter of defense, but also the problem of the excavated Ghost Mountain. Although Xingxia insisted that what they found in the Ghost Mountain were a large number of weapons and ammunition stored in the surrounding starfield forces, in fact, only they themselves know what was dug out of the Ghost Mountain. Professor Musk tends to think that Xingxia still has a backup plan. At present, based on the worst-case scenario, if Vogue votes to break away from federal control, yes, Vogue may die, but the Federation will also bury itself while losing this line of defense, and will definitely be half dead in the future. Maybe the direct loss at that time will far exceed the 200 billion that Xingxia wants. Headache, his head really hurts. Professor Musk was rubbing his temples, while the radicals who looked down on Xingxia were already talking nonsense. Planet Vogue was originally a dog we exiled, but it just didn't have a leash. Could it really fly to the sky? Yes, she is rebelling against the heavens. As a planetary commander assigned by the Federation, she should have come to honor the Federation when she became powerful, but now she comes to threaten us. Professor Musk shook his head, and suddenly someone made a resounding suggestion. She is just a planetary commander. At worst, we can just replace her. It is true that if there is a dragon, there will be a phoenix. Professor Musk was so angry that he laughed. He was shaking all over and had an urge to twist the other person's head off and shake it. If she is replaced, who is willing to go to Vogue Planet now? Just tell me who is willing. After saying this, Professor Musk, who still felt unsatisfied, stood up and started to rant. Don't even mention taking over as the planetary commander. Now even the small team that is going to Vogue Planet to explore the Ghost Mountain has few people willing to sign up. You have to force the newly graduated conscripts to sign up and replace her. I think you are crazy. After a full-scale rant, the weak radicals could only be unwilling and whispered. He retorted to Musk, well, we can't just let her mess around on the planet Vogue. Mess around? Yes. Isn't Xingxia messing around now? She's desperate and trying all kinds of methods. The planetary commander directly broadcast live to sell goods, and even took internet celebrities, who came out of nowhere to taste food at the reconstruction site, and actually fired weapons to verify the quality of the weapons. If she continues to broadcast live like this, the Federation's underwear will be stripped by her. Is the Golden Fleet controlled by the Zeros family a decoration? Why don't they stop Xingxia's madness? Yes, the Zeros family's attitude is also very strange. They don't say a word as if they are brewing a storm. The more he thinks about it, the more he wants to curse in his heart, but in the end, he can only weakly reply, the money still needs to be paid, but the amount? We will talk about it again, At the same time, in Xingxia, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan looked at the ever-expanding amount of funds in the background, and looked at Xingxia's attitude of accepting all the orders. They gradually became worried from the initial ecstasy, especially when the funds of the forces that were stronger than the surrounding star fields, and even more powerful than the Federation also poured in. They were very nervous. This was not a good thing. After all, giving money often means an increase in deterrence and influence at the national level. At the same time, Xingxia was waiting for a reply from the Federal General Administration. It was basically extremely balanced among these mixed forces. I always felt that it would bring trouble to myself later. Finally, after another arms order was reached, Fu Qianshan stepped forward and signaled the backstage staff to cut off the live broadcast here first, and then asked Xingxia worriedly, is it a bit too much? Xingxia looked back at Fu Qianshan and Wei Jie, who were frowning, showing a comforting look. They laughed. What do you mean? The Federation's asking price, or the current state. No matter who the other party is, we will sell the goods. Xingxia, She got down from the live broadcast selling platform, and signaled Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan to follow her into the ice-breaking police car next to her. The contact signal in the police car was connected to an Yuan and others from the independent army. After entering the police car, Xingxia didn't waste any time and asked in Yuan directly, what did she think of the current situation? If I'm not mistaken, You want to concentrate more hot money from more forces on Vogue Planet. The more forces mixed in it, the more the surrounding star field forces will be afraid of this grand occasion. It's not just the high-level forces in the surrounding star field who are afraid of it. People in the Federal Bureau will also use their brains and think about whether it's a bit unreasonable to return the original welfare benefits to Vogue Planet. And Yuan was silent for a few seconds, and then he said something unexpected. If we don't make things difficult for other people on Vogue Planet, the focus of the problem will definitely fall on you, which means you will face more assassinations or other conspiracies than before. Xingxia. This is the effect we want. When Vogue Planet is well built, the leadership team is formed, the independent army returns, and an Yuan successfully takes over the position of planetary commander. She can finally escape to the hot springs. After all, since she retired and was tricked into coming here, she hasn't even had a hot spring bath. It's too miserable. How can a retired person be as miserable as her? Retracting her thoughts, Xingxia coughed, not wanting to continue to dwell on this issue, and only turned to. When asked in Yuan what she thought of the 200 billion yuan in aid she had proposed to the Federation, and Yuan, After a cold snort, and Yuan chose to cut off the contact directly, as if to express his dissatisfaction to Xingxia. Xingxia, ? No, this trick. She has learned it. Xingxia turned to look at Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan, and seeing that both of them looked unhappy, she gave a comforting explanation. In fact, I proposed this price purely because I wanted to take off the roof before opening the window, so that it would be easier to talk to the Federation later. As a result, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan also followed in Yuan's example, snorted coldly, and directly left Xingxia behind and got off the icebreaker police car. They just went down like this. Xingxia was a little confused and stood in the icebreaker police car. Chapter 84. She is doing this on purpose. After getting off the icebreaker police car, Fu Qianshan seemed to finally be unable to bear it, and said this to Wei Jie beside him. Turning around and seeing that Wei Jie seemed to have not reacted yet, Fu Qianshan continued to add, I was not sure before, but from her reaction just now, she clearly knows the consequences of doing this. She wants to be a martyr. Wei Jie, After a few seconds of silence, Wei Jie frowned and shook his head firmly to reject Fu Qianshan's idea. No, she doesn't want to be a martyr. This doesn't match the her I know. From the first day I picked her up at the port, she has been working hard, so she will never design a martyr's ending for herself. Fu Qianshan, The two stood together in silence and looked at the sky. Wei Jie suddenly mentioned that the first batch of students in the government-sponsored study abroad program would be sent out tomorrow. If Fu Qianshan has time, do you want to come over here and help send people off? Is this considered an escort mission? No. Wei Jie lowered his head and shook it, and told Fu Qianshan with some pride and some worry, my daughters have been selected. I will send them off as a father tomorrow. How about you accompany me as a friend? Fu Qianshan, Have all the people in the study abroad plan been admitted to colleges and universities? Most of them. Wei Jie lowered his head again. To be honest, sometimes I am really worried that this time going abroad will be a disaster. In the past, people like us were just ordinary workers when we went abroad. It was a good day for us to get citizenship. But now my daughters are going to study in elite universities. Will they be bullied? Will they be looked down upon? When Wei Jie said this, Fu Qianshan had already reached out and pressed heavily on his shoulder. Everything happened too fast, just like forcing the growth of seedlings. No one knew what the price would be in the future, but the road they could take now was the best road. If they didn't send people out and stay on Vogue Planet, if a war really broke out, wouldn't the education of these young people in the Rongdong be in vain? He didn't care. He had seen the best scenery so far. It wouldn't be a pity if he died, but the next generation of Vogue Planet must not be in trouble. Perhaps our planetary commander cannot predict what will happen in the future. She is still groping, and can only do her best to solve the current problems, and do her best. Fu Qianshan's words made Wei Jie, who had unconsciously bent down because of worry, subconsciously raise his head. Then he swept away the sorrow in his heart, patted Fu Qianshan's shoulder, and nodded seriously. Yes, do practical things first. At the same time, Ji Xuefeng and his group were staying on the other side of the ice-breaking police car. They accidentally heard the conversation between Fu Qianshan and Wei Jie, and they all clenched their fists unconsciously, and then loosened them as if nothing had happened. The next day, at the starship port on the Vogue Planet, Wei Jie was stunned for no reason when he first stepped into the port. He felt as if he had just received Xingxia from here. At that time, he did not know the power of Xingxia. Now everything has been turned upside down. Father. Suddenly, his eldest daughter called him, pulling Wei Jia back to his thoughts. He turned to look at his eldest daughter and the group of about 3,000 international students she was with, but he only heard his eldest daughter ask him in confusion, "Are there so many people coming to our Vogue planet now?" Following the eldest daughter's line of sight, there were tourist starships arriving one after another. These starships almost accepted all those who donated money in the background, and did not care that the popularity of the official live broadcast room would be divided by these people. In addition to asking Fu Qianshan to protect the personal safety of these people, there were almost no restrictions on these tourist starships. "Yeah, I thought no one would be willing to come here at this time. Are there spies in it? Is it really okay for us to leave now?" Fu Qianshan suddenly appeared and pressed the shoulder of the student who said this. While the other party was startled, he also snorted tauntingly them. "You don't really think that our federal security team is all vegetarians?" "Planet Commander, no, the safety of the entire planet is not up to you little guys. Don't worry about it. Going out to study hard is the real thing." Members of the international student group, Wei Jia looked at Fu Qianshan and noticed that he took off his uniform and put on casual clothes today. He exuded an indescribable gentleness from head to toe. He couldn't help but praise him. "This suit suits you very well." "Really? I thought that today I was seeing you off as a friend, so it would be more appropriate to wear casual clothes. It seems that I wore the right clothes. Our starship has arrived." Suddenly, someone in the international student group shouted excitedly. When Wei Jia and Fu Qianshan looked over, they found that the international students, who had just been worried, were now filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy because of the upcoming starship. Yes, even if the future is uncertain, they still went out after all, and went to some particularly good institutions to study. Wei Jia couldn't help but smile at his eldest daughter's bright smile. The port passage to and from the starship was opened. Wei Jia wanted to go in and see her off, but his stubborn daughter refused his farewell, saying that she was the same as her classmates, and she didn't want to be special. Besides, everyone would take care of each other when they went out, so he should rest assured. So he watched his daughter walk into the starship port with her classmates, talking and laughing. Wei Jia smiled gently, and waved at her the moment she turned her head, and then used his eyes to signal her to go with peace of mind, and he would protect the planet Vogue. After the government-sponsored students had all left, Fu Qianshan took a deep breath and asked Wei Jia, "Tell me, what else do you want me to do? Just to send someone? I don't believe it. Today is also the day when the commander of the Golden Fleet comes to meet our planet commander." "What? I haven't heard of it." Fu Qianshan was stunned. He and Mo Siming had not met at all during this period. The news was kept very secret. In fact, he had heard a little that the long-haired man who had been following Xingxia stupidly seemed to be the eldest son that the Siros family had been looking for, but after all, it was related to Guishan, and out of absolute trust in Xingxia, he didn't want to ask more about what Xingxia didn't let him know. In fact, regarding the plan for government-sponsored students, the Siros family proposed that they could fully sponsor the corresponding student expenses, and also included submitting letters of introduction and recommendation to the corresponding elite colleges. If they took action, they could ensure that all the people on the list we submitted to the Federal Bureau would be enrolled. The cost must be very high. Fu Qianshan looked at Wei Jia with deep eyes, but Wei Jia shook his head and said bluntly, "No, they said that they saw the strong academic and practical ability of Vogue students, so they are willing to help these students realize their dream of studying abroad. All they need is for our planetary commander to agree." "Nonsense!" Fu Qianshan cursed, and Wei Jia couldn't help but curse. "It's just nonsense." But after saying this, Wei Jia fell silent again. Fu Qianshan noticed his abnormality, and couldn't help but put his hand on his shoulder, as if to comfort him. Wei Jia was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly blurted out a sentence a little bit out of the blue. "I'm a little worried that the price they want to ask for at that time will be to recruit our planetary commander. Before they contacted us, our enrollment rate was almost 96%, but as soon as they contacted us, the originally agreed enrollment was suddenly rejected for various reasons." Xingxia also realized that the other party was trying to strangle them, so she contacted the other party to ask what they wanted. As a result, the other party still said that they were just generous and wanted to support our students, and never mentioned their own requirements. What happened next? Then Xingxia invited them to secretly go to her office today, and took their eldest son away with them. Fu Qianshan was silent for a while, and looked at Wei Jia in confusion, as if he wanted to ask him why he took leave today to send the international students since things were like this. "Xingxia told me to send a group of people out first, and she would deal with the people of the Siros family. I also deduced with an Yuan and Mo Siming from the independent army before, what the other party would ask if they came to make requests." Fu Qianshan's heart suddenly trembled, and a huge sense of uneasiness began to spread uncontrollably in his heart. Mo Siming said directly that all the changes in Vogue Planet are worthless in the eyes of the other party. Let alone sending tens of thousands of people to study abroad. With the financial resources and influence of the Siros family, even sending the entire planet to study abroad and replacing a batch of soldiers to guard can be easily done. The higher the ability, the greater the destructive power. Similarly, if they are determined not to let Vogue Planet have an easy time, then Xingxia's plan to study abroad will only come to nothing. But now they haven't made any demands. On the contrary, it seems that, in order to please Xingxia, they took the initiative to unconditionally offer to cover all the expenses for international students. This means that what they want, maybe it is Xingxia, our planet commander himself. Wei Jie said this and suddenly sighed. If Xingxia agrees to be recruited, then her career will surely soar, and Vogue Planet will also be attached to her. This is already the best arrangement. I understand. When Wei Jie said this, Fu Qianshan understood everything. If they still felt sorry for Xingxia, they should not have raised any opinions when Xingxia wanted to be recruited. On the contrary, they should have congratulated Xingxia for being able to cling to such a powerful family. Well, this is almost the final result. Facing the overwhelming power of the Siros family, Xingxia will definitely not be able to resist. It depends on the conditions that both parties come up with after the final negotiation. However, Wei Jie still thought with tears in his heart that the Siros family was really smart. By recruiting Xingxia, they had completely taken control of the Vogue Planet. Although the current Vogue Planet was worthless to the Siros family according to Mo Siming, it was hard to say what it would become in the future under Xingxia's leadership. Damn it, I thought I could finally embark on the road of freedom and independence, but in the end I just changed my father. At the same time, Xingxia faced the smiling but treacherous commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet and felt that he was difficult to deal with. Chapter 85. Although the other party repeatedly emphasized that the sponsorship for studying abroad was all because they saw the potential of these children, so they were willing to pave the way for them without paying any additional compensation. Even if Xingxia didn't want to, the sponsorship could be kept confidential and carried out in a private assistance manner, but at the same time, the other party insisted that this was definitely not a reward for Xingxia and her friends for finding the eldest son of the Siros family. The Siros family was still arguing about this part of the reward. As for Xingxia's proposal to convert the sponsorship into a reward, the other party also rejected it again and asked Xingxia to think about it again. Xingxia, I don't want to think about it. The two sides were deadlocked on this issue with a smile on their faces, but for Xingxia, compared with the Federal Bureau that was out of reach, the Golden Fleet that was directly parked in the attack orbit of Vogue Planet could fire at Vogue Planet at all costs. When it came to the power of the other party, without some hard power, everything was empty. But there was one benefit, perhaps due to the fact that the Siros family was still arguing, so even though the negotiations between the two sides were stuck, the other party obviously had no intention of making it happen, which gave Xingxia some time to breathe and think of countermeasures. But just when Xingxia was trying to contact more professors from elite universities outside the Federation by adjourning the meeting, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet came over again and more accurately took out a list of students that the Siros family intended to sponsor and gave it to Xingxia. Xingxia and Mo Siming took a look at it together. Wow, the list of senior students who were suddenly rejected by the elite universities of the Federation was all on it. The school season for these universities is about to start. I think as the hope of the Vogue Planet, you don't want to see these students end up with no books to read or delayed enrollment. I say the same thing. You are responsible for signing, and we are responsible for full funding. You don't need to pay any compensation or price. I don't understand what you are still hesitating about. The conditions for winning the lottery like this are not available in the Siros family for 100 years. Since it is not available for 100 years, if you want to get it with confidence, you must give me a more practical reason. Hearing that the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet still said the same thing, Xingxia decisively interrupted his subsequent words. But the old fox on the other side really refused to reveal any flaws. If you are worried that there will be something fishy in the sponsorship agreement, you can review it many times or directly use the contract you wrote yourself. Wouldn't it be more reassuring? When Mo Siming heard the other party say this, he almost blurted out, "What's the use of the contract? Don't you want our planet commander Xingxia? As long as Xingxia is controlled in his hands, won't these students sent out now be pawns and consumables of the Siros family in the future?" No, Mo Siming lowered his eyes. Maybe the other party doesn't like these consumables, but they can use these consumables to tie Xingxia to death. Thinking of this, Mo Siming unconsciously held Xingxia's hand, as if to encourage Xingxia, "Don't worry, they won't tie her up. No matter what she wants to do in the future, he will support her without hesitation. Xingxiao lowered her eyes. Facing the old fox like the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet, if she directly accused him of using tricks to prevent these people from enrolling, the other party would only follow the clues to emphasize the strength of the Zeros family, and put pressure on her to sign as soon as possible. So, we must attack them by surprise. The Golden Fleet has been docked above us for so long. Have you found out how the people from the surrounding star fields are going to deal with us? As long as you sign, those are not a problem. It seems that they have it. I also guess that the other party is probably unable to hold back. There is still a month before the school starts. Time waits for no one. The top leaders of the surrounding star field forces have been wanting to make changes for a long time, and now they will only be more active. So you can stay safe if you sign. Does the Golden Fleet have ready-made intelligence? Let me know a little. Golden Fleet Commander-in-Chief. So tired. Xingxiao. Old Fox. Mo Siming. Is this the legendary chicken talking to the duck, not caring about each other? Suddenly, the Golden Fleet Commander-in-Chief stood up. When he slapped the list in front of Xingxiao, he finally tore off his smiling tiger disguise and took the pen. His voice subconsciously tensed. Sign. This is almost like forcing Xingxiao to sign. Xia agreed to the funding plan, but what Mo Siming didn't expect was that Xia was also unusually tough. She folded her hands and replied with only 2 words, price. The two sides were deadlocked here, and although Mo Siming didn't say anything, the sweat on his forehead couldn't stop. He tried to ease the atmosphere and do or say something with his best ability in the past, but in the end, under the strong pressure of the two sides, he couldn't say a word. If there is a God, please do something to help us get through this difficult time. When he was desperate and realized that this stalemate could not continue, someone suddenly rushed into the meeting room and informed Xia in a panic that Fu Qianshan fired at the starship. What? What starship? Mo Siming slammed the table and stood up, his face full of excitement. He almost shook the hand of the person who broke into the meeting room to report the news and shouted, well done. The situation is urgent. We must interrupt the meeting immediately. Before he finished speaking, Xingxiao had disappeared like the wind, which surprised Mo Siming and the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet. No? As soon as the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet asked this question, Mo Siming fled and left the meeting room without looking back, just like Xingxiao. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet faced the empty meeting room alone. No, he was left behind? The Volker Planet Federal Security Bureau confirmed that the starship that broke into the Volker Planet airspace was hit by the poisonous bee-trailing starship missile launched from the ground launch silo. Fu Qianshan seemed to wake up from a dream, sweating and asking to report the incident to Xingxiao immediately, and immediately send a rescue and reconnaissance team to rescue the downed starship. Damn, Fu Qianshan couldn't help thinking that he was too irrational. Maybe this was the other party's bait, waiting to be hit by them so that they could use this as an excuse to launch an invasion war. But is the defense force of Vogue Planet enough now? Some arms have been sold, and some personnel have gone on family leave. What's worse is that they still have a large number of international students who have not been sent out. If the other party blocks the Starfield port, won't these international students be locked up on Vogue Planet with him? Impulsive. He is really too impulsive. Can the planetary commander settle it? Damn it. Maybe she has already negotiated with the people of the Zeros family and is just waiting for a promotion. It's all his fault. Now everything may be in vain. Just when Fu Qianshan was extremely annoyed, Xingxiao rushed to the control room with Mo Siming, planetary commander. Fu Qianshan was choked up when he spoke the first sentence, but Xingxiao patted his shoulder and praised him without waiting for him to explain. You did a great job. No, I ruined your plan. Your timing was just right. Who bumped into me without a long eye? I'm going to give them a banner. This is a gift from 1,000 miles away, but the thought is great. Listening to Xingxiao's hearty laughter, Fu Qianshan was a little confused, and at this time Mo Siming couldn't help but sigh. You came at the right time after being called for so long. Well done. You did an exceptionally good job. Fu Qianshan, ? Let the satellite monitoring backtrack. I see what's going on. Taking advantage of Xingxiao's interval to watch the monitoring, Mo Siming happily explained to Fu Qianshan that the negotiations were still deadlocked, and neither side was willing to make concessions first. Seeing that the other side was about to force Xingxiao to sign, this starship came at a good time, and there was a reason to continue to waste time with the other side. Fu Qianshan was a little stunned. He was silent for a long time before he asked carefully. So, you haven't succeeded in negotiating with the other party yet? Well, Xingxiao is very strong. Awesome. Mo Siming gave Fu Qianshan a thumbs up. No, you, didn't you say at the beginning? Fu Qianshan pointed at Mo Siming, and his words were a little unclear, but at this time Mo Siming pulled Fu Qianshan's shoulders, lowered his voice, and whispered in Fu Qianshan's ear, "That was my preset situation. I preset it, but Xingxia didn't follow my preset." "I shouldn't follow your preset. She is our planet commander." Yes. Mo Siming looked at Fu Qianshan, who seemed to have finally figured out that he would not be abandoned by his mother, and finally got out of his grievance and unwillingness, and couldn't help laughing. Interesting, the other party disguised their starship as a tourist ship, but repeatedly ignored our warnings, and tried to force a hard landing on the Vogue planet. Xingxia looked at the surveillance and unconsciously rubbed her chin with her hand. It seems that we have a tough battle to fight. Wait, here, this logo. Suddenly, Mo Siming stepped forward and pointed out a spray-painted pattern that appeared after the starship was hit in the surveillance. This pattern is the blessing logo of Halaya, the planet closest to Vogue among the surrounding star forces. After hearing this, Xingxia turned around and told Wei Jie to think of a plan for the public opinion war in the future. At the same time, he called Fu Qianshan to prepare for a full-scale battle and personally went to Ghost Mountain with Mo Siming to see if the ultra-long-range strike weapons left in it by the surrounding star forces could be tested in a threatening manner. It is imperative to stir up the waters of the surrounding star domain forces. Attack target? Fu Qianshan and Mo Siming asked in unison. Of course, it is the planet Alka, which is the farthest from us but also the most powerful. Xingxia raised the corner of her mouth. Oh Alka, wait, huh? At the same time, Put was outside the central monitoring room, where Xingxia and her friends were discussing countermeasures. Seeing Mo Siming patting Xingxia's arm from time to time, and getting very close to Xingxia, Put's pupil shrank unconsciously. However, the staff passing by Put only took a look at Put, who was secretly observing from the door, and retracted their curious eyes. After all, everyone tacitly accepted Put's existence during this period of time as the stupid beauty, male, with only a child's mind who followed behind Xingxia, and was designated by Xingxia to protect him. Put, Chapter 86. On the other hand, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet, who was forced to stay on the planet Vogue, started his one-week journey around the planet Vogue under the guidance of a special person. Originally, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet was unwilling to agree to this trip, but he received an order directly from Put, the eldest son of the Siros family, so he had to follow the reception staff of the government hall of the planet Vogue reluctantly. To be honest, he felt that this trip was boring from the beginning. The ruins of buildings caused by typhoons and heavy rains can be seen everywhere in the main urban area of the planet Vogue. The people seemed to be in good spirits, and would gather around a big pot to share food, but this was nothing great. Some internet celebrities, who liked to join in the fun walk through these ruins, greeted the Vogue people around them from time to time, and occasionally bought some food from them, but these foods looked very cheap. Although the road was not dirty, it looked dusty. The travel car he was sitting in was even an ice-breaking police car. He didn't open the window once along the way. On the way out of the city, however, they saw large machines paving the road with mixed materials in an orderly manner, followed by rollers. These rollers were old models, and they emitted black smoke and made a huge noise while moving. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet groaned impatiently. When they left the city, there were fewer and fewer people. Looking at both sides of the road, there was really nothing but weeds. After sitting in the ice-breaking police car for a while, they arrived at the Hot Spring Memorial Park. There were twos and threes of people repairing the gate and fence of the memorial park. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet sighed impatiently when he saw it. When he went around the mountain road and entered the innermost part of the hot spring area, facing the green forest, he had the urge to open the window and breathe some fresh air. However, although he had heard on the federal website that the only tourist resource that Vogue Planet could show off was hot springs, when he really got there, he couldn't help but curl his lips. After all, he had been to better and more luxurious hot spring resorts. Although this place did look much better than the main city area that looked like a ruin, the mansion that was bombed in the memorial park was not repaired by Xingxia and the others. It was left to waste here quietly, so it looked like this place was also shabby, and did not give people the desire to take a hot spring bath. Have we finished the tour now? We won't just play in these two places for a week. During lunch break at the Hot Spring Memorial Park, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet asked about his future schedule. Before the tour guide could answer, he heard a loud bang in the distance. The ground of the entire Hot Spring Memorial Park trembled. Then he saw the launch of a missile that looked like an ultra-long-range star-destroying missile. Does Vogue have this thing? Just as he was wondering, his deputy had sent a message confirming that Vogue had just tested a supernova star-destroying missile at Akka. At present, It has been monitored that Alka's warships are rapidly approaching the star field. So do we need to retreat? The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet. Although he didn't know what Xingxia was going to do, he had found a reason to see Xingxia again, so he quickly returned to the icebreaker police car and asked the tour guide to take him to where Xingxia was immediately. The tour guide seemed to have asked for Xingxia's opinion. It is suggested that we should visit for a few more days before meeting Xingxia. I want to see her now. She knows what the consequences will be once the Golden Fleet withdraws. Yes, I know. After saying this, the tour guide suddenly smiled and activated the signal shielding system exclusively for the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet was unbelievable and found that he was hijacked by Xingxia without any defense. Okay, you are really brave. Please. The tour guide ignored the threat of the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet and just extended his hand to invite him to get back into the icebreaker police car, saying that there were other places to go in the afternoon. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet sighed and was forced to sit back in the icebreaker police car. When he came out of the Hot Spring Memorial Park, he unexpectedly found that in the short lunch time just now, the gate and fence of the Hot Spring Memorial Park had been completed, and even a tourist distribution center was built, and then looked at the road ahead, which was originally nothing but weeds, and suddenly there were street lights. After walking a little further, a pure white 6-story building complex came into his sight. This is the new technology university on our planet. As the tour guide said, before he reached the university gate, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet was surprised to find that some of the people he had seen sitting on the street eating big pot meals in the main city had gone here to study, and the professors of the Federation who were tricked by Xingxia before came here in an ice-breaking police car. Maybe there are acquaintances of yours here. Do you want to go down and say hello? Unexpectedly, Xingxia did not intend to imprison him completely. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet went down without hesitation, and saw the current class schedule projected by the projection screen of the new technology university, among which the technological content shocked him personally, and no one questioned Xingxia's decision about the current international situation and the ultra-long-range star-destroying missile that Xingxia tested. On the contrary, the public's awareness of this matter far exceeded his expectations. Aren't you afraid of war? This place is obviously shabby and facing the threat of war, but seeing these people discussing knowledge freely, it seems like they are in the core area of the Federal Security University. This is very unusual. Even in the border area where their Golden Fleet is stationed, once there is a crisis of war, the people are often extremely nervous, fearing that the conscription order will fall on them. For the people of Vogue Planet, fight. If the planetary commander needs it, I can always go to the launch silo. The planet commander will not fire missiles randomly, so we are not afraid of war. We just need to be obedient and build our homeland well. In fact, if the war really falls on us, it means that all the people in the federal security team and the police station will be killed. Note that I am talking about the federal security team and the police station on our Vogue planet. If they are all killed, the situation must be very critical. I will take the initiative to sign up for the army. I am also very glad that I was not selected for the government-sponsored study abroad program, so that I can guard Vogue Planet well. After so many years, we are finally no longer so embarrassed. Let's fight. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet couldn't listen anymore and asked back, what if you die? The people of Vogue Planet smiled plainly in front of him. Let's die, it's not a big deal. There will be people who are still alive to take care of our children. War. There will definitely be casualties. Someone has to be at the forefront. We can't let the commander fall on the front line. Let me do it. I'm already 56 years old this year. I hope to leave it to the people behind and leave the front line to me. If there is a warship coming, we will take the initiative to join the army. It's a pity that there is not enough time, but we will try our best to catch up. If I die, scatter my bones on the planet Vogue. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet, He turned his head to look at the familiar professor who was silent next to him. The professor only gave him an intriguing look and straightened his clothes. He waved his hand to let the people outside go in for class. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet stood outside and watched this scene that was completely inconsistent with his usual cognition. He wanted to say something and saw the professor's assistant rushing over. He asked him curious questions. The planet Vogue also belongs to the Federation. Is there anything wrong with us helping to teach here? Commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet, After sitting back in the icebreaker police car in silence, the tour guide introduced him to the rest room inside the government hall. After all, the buildings in the main city were severely damaged. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet did not say anything, But when the icebreaker police car entered the city from the other side of the main city road, he saw that the road in this area had been repaired, and one side of the road looked like a camping site, with orange light strips surrounding tents. At this moment, there were only children in the tents carrying some boxes, and they seemed to want to sell the things in the boxes to the travel influencers who stayed in this area. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet suddenly stopped the car and went down to talk to these travel influencers without warning. Later, he learned that living in this area is completely free, and relief supplies will be delivered for 3 meals a day. The children are selling specialties of the Vogue planet, and it doesn't matter if you buy a little. It is worth mentioning that the children will also ask these influencers to tell them about the outside world, and even tutor them in their homework. I used to worry about leaving these children outside. What if something bad happened? But later I learned that these children go to school during the day, and their parents go to night classes at night. There are also police officers on duty nearby, so there is no need to worry about public security. I can feel that the people of Volker are really hardworking. Almost all of them participate in road construction or house building during the day. Of course, it is completely voluntary, and there is no salary, but there will be corresponding supplies. They also sell some specialty foods collectively, and then donate the money to the government hall. How to say it, it feels that Volker is now like a utopian country under collectivism. Everyone is working hard to quickly build this planet. They want to widen the roads in the main city and rebuild the dilapidated buildings. You can see the speed of their construction during the day. The paving of roads, replacement of underground pipes, and laying of power grids are almost carried out at the same time. When I came here 2 days ago, it was still a ruin. Yes, it was exactly the same as the southern city you walked through before, but now you see. A camping site has been set up here, and the road has been repaired. There is also a painted street over there, which is said to be planned as a special food street on the planet Volker. By the way, the wasteland area you pass by, wait until after tonight to have a look. Maybe there will be new discoveries. The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet looked at the influencer in front of him doubtfully, and then was told that the area would be a test site for the construction of high-voltage power grids and the conversion of wind and cosmic ray energy into electricity. I am looking forward to it. I have seen the construction drawings of that area. Those buildings are very cool. Where can I see it? The commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet was very surprised, but the travel influencer opposite was just puzzled. He shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner. In the government hall, their planetary commander frantically announced the construction plan and drawings of the entire planet, and even made a construction progress bar on it. Golden Fleet Commander-in-Chief. So they are now focusing on both infrastructure and war? The travel influencer on the opposite side shrugged his shoulders in confusion and relaxation again. Isn't this their basic operation? In the previous winter, they even built a memorial park, a military base, a new highway, and a new University of Science and Technology in less than a month. Oh, by the way, we went to the government hall before and proposed that the Hot Spring Memorial Park and the Hot Spring Resort building complex could be connected to form a multidimensional, all-round and three-dimensional tourist area. If you have been there today, you should have seen that they have already built a tourist distribution center. Golden Fleet Commander-in-Chief. Shock. No, his curiosity was aroused, and he really wanted to go to the government hall to see what this construction plan and drawings looked like. Chapter 87. At the same time, Agent Searles, who had successfully boarded the popular starship of the tourist network to enter the Volker planet in the chaos caused by the downed starship, was standing in front of the Volker planet construction plan exhibition wall in the government hall with a shocked face. This construction plan exhibition wall was affectionately called the 5-year agreement, and it almost covered every aspect of the construction of the entire Volker planet, from the most basic road network planning and construction to the wiring and laying of power grids and water networks, as well as the plain planning annotations of various commercial areas, residential areas, educational areas, entertainment areas and medical areas in the main urban area. It also noted that all the existing land on the Volker planet belongs to the government, and any private transactions are prohibited. For past transactions, the corresponding certificates can be reported to the planet commander's office for discussion. Spreading out from the main urban area is the agricultural red line area to ensure food security, and then the new technology investment area where high-voltage power grids and energy conversion complement each other. It is worth mentioning that there are colleges and universities clustered around it, and new commercial areas, residential areas, medical areas, and vacation resource areas have been planned near the colleges and universities clusters. The hot spring area that was once inaccessible to the local people of Volker planet is now open to the public. At the same time, The privacy of the original hot spring area has been taken into account, and a multi-dimensional and three-dimensional area for an in-depth vacation and understanding of Volker Planet's history and culture has been built. The once chaotic West is also marked with folk culture immersion experience resort, which means that Xingxia may have taken control of the Independence Army and received the military heritage left in the West by various forces on Volker Planet. The East is the construction site of a large starship port, which directly states Xingxia's ambition to make every effort to build a new foreign trade and economic transaction hub port, welcome foreign investment, and enjoy preferential policies. After reading this, Agent Searles couldn't help but raise his mouth in mockery, but soon he restrained it. From the map of the 5-year agreement, it can be seen how high-tech and shining the Vogue planet will be in the future. In addition, the original location of this star field is very good. The Federation and the surrounding star field forces once tried to develop this planet into a free trade port, but in the end, no one could really develop this planet in the chaotic situation. 5-year agreement, 5 years. Whether it is the Federation or the surrounding star field forces, how could Vogue Planet rise to this extent? Not to mention that Vogue Planet also has its own hard injury, winter season. However, as for Xingxia's concern for the quality of life of ordinary people, Agent Searles was shocked and couldn't help but feel an indescribable admiration from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention that in the current situation where a large amount of funds are urgently needed for infrastructure construction, she also firmly stated, pornography, gambling and drugs are strictly prohibited, and black industrial chains such as human experiments are vigorously cracked down on. In the future, we will only have food streets, cultural experience streets, homestay streets, painting streets, and dance streets, but there will never be streets that sell women and men under the banner of art or even smuggling and gambling. The planet commander said that we are born equal. Now that we have stood up, we must never take detours again. That's right, be independent and fight for a future by yourself. Anyone who still has the idea of surrender should go to the bombing site in the hot spring area to have a look. Listening to the propaganda slogans of the staff in the government hall, Agent Searles couldn't help but lower his eyes. I didn't expect that the initial deterrence would be used as a spiritual encouragement and warning. If I had known, I would not have bombed the hot spring area. Moreover, everything on Vogue was very strange now. The changes were so great that they even had to redraft the battle plan. In addition, the previous communication lines were almost completely cut off. It was prudent to do nothing and wait and see for a while. However, as expected, the report sent back by Agent Searles was rejected. Not only that, she was also threatened by her superior. After all, this operation actually scrapped an A-33 battleship, and the cost was increased. In addition, Vogue was changing every day, and they could not wait. In addition, the situation of the melting cave and the situation of the Ghost Mountain. These things that Agent Searles was supposed to investigate and submit in reports are now blank, and there is no sufficient reason to persuade them to wait and see. What is the change in the mental outlook of the people? To be honest, in today's Star War, the number of people is no longer important, so I don't care about the pariahs on the Vogue planet. I only care about why your work is so perfunctory. In my opinion, can't you contact informants and obtain intelligence like before, even if the price is a little higher? So this is the reason for waiting and seeing. Because of the change in the mental outlook of the people, it is very likely that her identity as a spy will be exposed if she contacts them. Agent Searles listened to her boss's smart suggestion, and only a million words of cursing flashed through her heart, but in the end, she couldn't say anything, and the arrogant boss continued to threaten her. In short, the idea of blowing up the hot spring area was proposed by you, and you are the one who carried it out. We only look at the results, and cause chaos on the Vogue planet, as soon as possible to transfer all the weapons from the Ghost Mountain. You know, I'm the one who's taking the brunt of the thunder for you now. Agent Searles. I really don't want to work on this crappy class for a day. After hanging up the corresponding communication, Agent Searles looked up at the night sky of Vogue planet, thinking that since the original bribery strategy could not work under the wave of people's thoughts being controlled, then threatening the lives of other people who were sent out from Vogue planet before, someone would give in. At the same time, Ji Zhuifeng was also in the monitoring room telling Xingxia about the difficulties of their current lurking action. To be honest, these days, through the publicity of these big internet celebrities, everyone knows about the changes on Vogue planet. In addition, the welfare benefits of Vogue planet have been raised, and many investors are waiting to invest. We who go out. It is difficult to find reasons to make other forces believe that we are really dissatisfied with Vogue planet. Xingxia thought about it, and asked Ji Zhuifeng, what if they used the method of discrediting her? There will always be high-level forces in the surrounding star fields. Were you expecting them to send us intelligence? Ji Juefeng shook his head. Commander, you are overthinking this matter. Perhaps the top leaders of the surrounding star domain forces will believe our excuses, but their think tanks will not. In this way, the hidden battle line will inevitably be extended a lot. It is not that simple to quickly open a breakthrough. Xingxia sighed, but Ji Juefeng smiled and comforted her. Anyway, we are very pleased to see that Vogue has changed so much now. Yes, the basic education inside the Rongdong has contributed greatly. If the people of Vogue were united simply by improving welfare benefits, it would inevitably lead to various internal conflicts. As long as there are internal conflicts, the external star field forces that are eyeing them will seize the opportunity to be divided. But now that the people have gone through 8 months of basic education in Rongdong, the concept of home and country and the identity of the protagonist of Vogue are increasingly recognized. This recognition will make everyone actively maintain the image of Vogue. In the past, the planetary commanders centralized power too much and paid too much attention to the praise of personal ability, which would inevitably suppress the power of the masses. Now that this power is returned to the hands of the masses, it will naturally make the spies who want to inquire about the news fall into the vast ocean of mass war and get nothing. Coincidentally, at this time, Ji Juefeng's subordinates sent a message saying that they had received news from the ACJ organization agents in the past star field forces. The other party asked them to meet in Volk's native land in the near future. This means that someone has indeed secretly infiltrated. Xingxia and Mo Siming beside him looked at each other, and just wanted to sigh that this is really a pillow for a sleepy person. It's just the right time. The other party should be eager to find out about the situation inside the Rongdong and the Ghost Mountain. Mo Siming had just finished saying this when Ji Juefeng smiled coldly and asked Xingxia, "Are you going to rob the thieves?" "Of course, since they want to know the information so much, we will give it to them." Xingxia had just confirmed this, and Ji Juefeng just sighed, feeling that although the lurking front would be stretched a lot, the other party took the initiative to come to the door, which was much better than finding a reason to meet them. Suddenly, Wei Jie's subordinates rushed over. "Planet Commander, look, it's bad." "What happened?" The members of the public opinion monitoring team that Wei Jie recently formed monitored a smear video that suddenly became popular in the public opinion against Vogue. In the video, a group of people wore scarves with slogans such as "We are also Vogue people," and "We don't want to be abandoned" on their heads, and stood in the square to protest. They protested that Xingxia only cared about the people who were still on Vogue, and was ready to completely abandon them, the exiled people. Because Vogue developed very well, they suffered cruel revenge in exile, and Xingxia didn't care about it at all. Ji Juefeng's eyes lit up when he saw this video, and he said, "Great, great, this video is really great. Now they can go undercover as the family members of the exiled Vogue people. Do we need to clarify anything?" The members of the public opinion monitoring team were very worried, but Xingxia shook her head and turned the video over. The pressure of this incident has brought pressure to the federal authorities. They asked the federal authorities what they meant. The Golden Fleet guarding here is just paper. Their own people have been bullied. The people of the entire star region know about it, but they still don't care. In short, there are 2 words: send money. Agent Searles, who was sitting in the square of the main city of Vogue Planet, and watching her boss make this public opinion, felt that time was passing by and the years were peaceful. Why not fake her death and retire to go out for a walk? She originally thought that after submitting the new proposal report, her boss would at least help her delay for a while. Now it seems that it is impossible for them, who are very smart, not to make trouble themselves. Moreover, once this public opinion comes out, Xingxia's reputation will definitely be damaged in the short term, but it is only a temporary event. In the long run, maybe a large number of Vogue Planet spies will appear in the authorities. They have to use them and guard against them. What's more hateful is that after this, these untouchables on Vogue Planet will be more difficult to deal with than before. They really didn't lose to their opponents, but lost to their teammates. Chapter 88. While Xingxia was arranging Ji Juefeng and the others to go out, Agent Searles also started the corresponding intelligence collection work. At the same time, in order to prevent the battle line from being prolonged and the 2 sides from becoming more and more anxious in the later stage, Agent Searles, who had already arrived at the Vogue Planet, proposed a more straightforward assassination plan. Throughout the ages, power struggles are sometimes simple and terrifying. Since the problem cannot be solved, the person who caused the problem should be solved. The killers left on Vogue Planet in the past were not powerful, so they would find a professional killer who could easily make Xingxia relax her vigilance and achieve the assassination goal. In short, as long as Xingxia died, The 5-year agreement would be leaderless, and the people she left behind would not be able to achieve anything. At this critical point, if Xingxiao wanted to relax her vigilance, only professional killers from one place could achieve the goal, the Federal Bureau. Even if the assassination failed, as long as the people from the Federal Bureau got into trouble, Xingxiao would have to deal with the pressure from the surrounding Starfield forces, the Golden Fleet, and the Federal Bureau at the same time. Even if she was an Iron Man, she would inevitably be unable to cope with so many problems in the early stage of construction, not to mention that the government-sponsored study abroad plan she proposed was receiving questions from all sides one after another because of the smear protest videos specially launched by her smart superior. However, the fact that Xingxiao has not yet responded to the video inevitably made Agent Searles a little uneasy. Soon, the professional killers from the Federal Bureau were found, and the Federal Bureau's investigation team for solving the series of problems on the Vogue planet had also confirmed the quota, including Professor Mask, who has always been very concerned about the affairs of the Vogue planet. This is really a good thing. Although it is a pity that the spy lurking in the Federal Bureau for so long has been killed, a good knife must be used at a critical moment. The banquet between the two parties was scheduled on the night when Xingxiao sent out the second batch of government-sponsored students. The investigation team from the Federal Bureau walked along the tourist route that the former commander-in-chief of the Golden Fleet had walked during the day. Professor Musk was impressed by the amazing changes in the Vogue planet. At the same time, he kept asking to go to the Rongdong and the Ghost Mountain to take a look. Oh, if this is very sensitive, we can talk about it another day. Anyway, I hope Commander Xingxiao can understand that we came here to make friends with her, okay? Professor Musk calmed the emotions of the tour guide beside him and made a harmless joke. In fact, compared to seeing these, we are more curious about how all this happened. Are you willing to talk to us more? Soon, they were authorized to go to the Rongdong to find out, but the military facilities on the Ghost Mountain had not been built yet, so I am afraid the trip there had to be delayed, but this also caused a problem. Since Professor Musk and his team wanted to go to the melting cave first, and the tour guide had already said that Xingxiao would not accompany them on the trip inside the melting cave, the members of the killer team wanted to attend the banquet in the evening where Xingxiao would appear, rather than go into the melting cave where they had to bring their own power supply because of the water and power outage. Therefore, the investigation team was divided into two. Wei Jie volunteered to meet Professor Esk and his team, while Mo Siming asked Xingxiao to host the banquet in the evening. He knew the old ideas of the people from the Federal Bureau, so he could give them what they wanted. Okay, then I leave it to you too. I also need to go see On Yuan. If the talents of the independent army can match the new industrial chain, then the basic investment and construction projects here can be taken over first. With the arrival of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the fact that Vogue had launched a supernova star-destroying missile at Alka without authorization and had indeed hit the dimensional coordinates that had been notified to the other party in advance, the high-level officials of the surrounding star domain forces, who were originally ferocious, at least softened their attitude towards Vogue on the surface. After all, this launch made them realize that Vogue might not be in a good situation now, but if they were provoked again, they would die with them. Therefore, Alka not only did not pursue this test launch, but instead expressed its affirmation and expectation for Volk's future free trade port blueprint. This is also one of the reasons why the high-level officials of the surrounding star domain forces are getting more and more impatient. After all, no one knows what will happen next on the vicious planet Volker, not to mention that Xingxiao still has a heavy secret in her hand. What is in the Ghost Mountain? At the dinner, Mo Siming said some greetings that he often said during the Federation period as usual, but the faces of the Federal Bureau personnel attending the banquet did not show any willingness to greet him. They kept asking the planetary commander Xingxiao when he would come. Mo Siming felt very weird because of his inner anxiety, but at the same time he wondered if these people were from the radical faction, so they rushed to criticize Xingxiao face to face. If it was the latter, he might as well not let these people meet Xingxiao. So during the entire 3-hour dinner, Mo Siming dragged these people to chat for 3 hours, but Sheng Xiaoan never showed up. In the end, a more irritable person in the assassin team pointed at Mo Siming's head and angrily scolded him for being a nobody. They came on behalf of the Federal Bureau, so of course, they wanted to meet the planetary commander of this planet. What did Sheng Xia mean by not showing up? Did Vogue Planet want to be completely independent from the Federal Bureau? You can still develop stably now, all thanks to us. Without the protection of the Federal Bureau, you are nothing. Let Xingxiao come to see us. We have been waiting for so long. We should give her face. Mo Siming bowed his head and slightly bent his body. He was still smiling and talking to her. He just insisted that Xingxiao was very busy, and might not be able to show up at this banquet. If you have anything you want him to convey, you can just say it. But what Mo Simon didn't expect was that the waiter in charge that night seemed to be disgusted with his servile appearance. He reported the matter to Xingxia through Wei Jia without notifying him. Xingxia reacted quickly and contacted Mo Simon directly through video. While telling him that he was indeed busy, he also secretly warned him, Mo Simon is now my best friend and my trusted right-hand man. Please treat him well, otherwise I will think you are very impolite guests. We have the right to expel such guests immediately. This has nothing to do with whether you are from the Federal Bureau or the feelings and interests between Vogue Planet and the Federal Bureau. Professor Esk said that you are here to make friends with me, so at least the banquet etiquette should be followed. The members of the killer squad apologized to Mo Simon and said that they really wanted to meet Xingxia. After all, some words that Professor Musk could convey were only one side of the Federal Bureau's intention. Xingxia set the time and place for the meeting between the two parties, which was in the private room on the top floor of the government hall, not far from the banquet hall. At the same time, the meeting time might be later due to work reasons. In this regard, the members of the killer squad were very patient and polite. Don't worry, no matter how long it takes, we will wait for you to come. As long as you come, everything will be over soon. The members of the killer squad did not embarrass Mo Simon and his team anymore, and even changed their tempers, and went to the meeting room under the guidance of the waiter. Of course, some of them returned to their rooms for some urgent matters, saying that they needed to get some documents or something. Everything was normal. Normal. Mo Simon thought about it, and always felt that something was very wrong. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Xingxia finally ended the meeting with the people from the Independence Army. At the same time, the members of the killer squad also received the news. One member sighed. No wonder the previous people couldn't assassinate this planetary commander. She is really a workaholic. Humph, I don't know what she is busy with. She has money to make but no life to spend. Anyway, just get rid of her. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door of the conference room. The members of the killer squad immediately became alert and looked at each other. They had carefully scanned the box to confirm that there was no monitoring equipment. After that, they successfully built a real-time tracking platform that can be used for monitoring and assassination. In a word, as long as Xingxia enters this area, the only one who can leave is her body. Before the members of the assassin team could speak, the door was pushed open. The person who came in could only be described in 2 words: evil beauty, the ultimate evil beauty. The deep dark brown eyes, and the great face, like a sculpture, made the members of the assassin team instantly excited. Are you here to serve us? Can there be a beauty like you on the planet Volker? The next second, Putt raised his gun and shot through the top of one of them. After that, without giving the other 2 people time to react or shout, he shot one after another, killing everyone in the box. After killing everyone in the box, Putt turned around and heard someone coming towards this conference room. At this moment, Mo Simon, who had waited until now because of worry, was thinking in his heart whether these pampered federal gentlemen were still waiting in the conference room, while walking alone towards. He came over here, but before he could reach the door of the conference room opened, and then Putt walked out leisurely with a gun. After turning around and seeing that it was Mo Simon, he elegantly took out a white glove in front of him and wiped off his fingerprints on the entire pistol. Then, as soon as his eyes met Mo Simon's, he took a step forward and put the gun into the hands of the puzzled Mo Simon with a fake smile. Then he turned around and left without saying anything. Mo Simon? ? He weighed the gun in his hand. The weight. It was definitely a real gun, and it was also equipped with a silencer. Could it be? As expected, as soon as he pushed open the conference room, he saw the bodies of the members of the investigation team sent by the Federal Bureau, who had completely passed away. Mo Simon stood there and thought for 2 seconds. Oh, it's over. He was just framed and killed these people? Chapter 89. When Xingxia arrived, she saw Mo Simon sitting on the sofa in the conference room, looking at the ceiling with a look of despair, and around the sofa. The bodies of these people had been dead for a while. Xingxia's first reaction was to ask in surprise, "Did you kill them?" Mo Simon moved, but did not stand up. He just weighed the gun in his hand unconsciously. "I said it was not me, the killer was someone else." "Do you believe it?" "I believe it." Xingxia was still confused. Who was the killer? "Did you see the other person's face?" Mo Simon turned around and found that Putt had returned to the door of the conference room without knowing when, and was looking at him with his hands folded and a half-smile on his face. At that moment, Mo Simon immediately raised his gun and said expressionlessly, and without any emotion, like a student reciting a text. I killed the person, let's close the case. Midsummer. Suddenly Putt stretched out his hand, and pulled on the sleeve of Midsummer. Midsummer couldn't help but sigh, turned around and patted Putt's forehead lovingly, routinely asking Putt about his physical condition today, whether he had eaten on time and other questions. Sometimes in front of Putt, Midsummer would feel like she had an extremely handsome pet. Generally, this pet also had an extremely severe separation anxiety disorder. Once she was a little busy at work, he would look resentful and sad when he saw her again, which made her unconsciously want to comfort him. Putt accurately grabbed Midsummer's hand, and then rubbed it with his face, looking very satisfied. When Midsummer looked at him in a trance, Mo Siming's cough brought Midsummer back to consciousness. In an instant, Xingxia felt that Putt's eyes became more resentful and a little cute, but business was more important. So Xingxia turned around and looked at Mo Siming again. At that moment, Xiaoai detected that there were a large number of contact weapons that could be used for assassination in this room, and even a monitoring platform had been set up. Xingxia. At this time, Mo Siming was about to touch the collar of one of the corpses in the room. Xingxia walked over quickly, and before she could call Mo Siming to stop, there was a bang. Putt stretched out his hand and hooked Xingxia back. The bullet grazed Mo Siming's face and shot out. Mo Siming. He subconsciously looked at Putt behind Xingxia. It seemed that things were much more complicated than he had originally imagined. Soon, Xingxia blocked the entire meeting site and notified Professor Musk, who was still in the melting cave, and was amazed at the 5-story building of the food area, of the investigation results, and the confirmation that the 3 people sent by the Federal Bureau had died. Professor Musk also promised Xingxia at the first time that he would never let the passionate people mess around again. They didn't understand the value of this place, nor did they understand the concept he had been insisting on. So he would solve the federal affairs, and Xingxia didn't have to worry about it. But I think much more than that. Midsummer looked unusually calm. Professor Musk looked at her nervously for a moment. Soon, Midsummer proposed a comprehensive internal self-examination plan for the Federal Bureau, in which most of the blame was put on the spies in the radical faction, but privately proposed that the Federation could rescue some of the illegal workers from Vogue who were still trapped in the surrounding star fields. It seemed that he did not expect that there would be illegal workers from Vogue in the deal proposed by Midsummer. Professor Musk was stunned for a long time before nodding and accepting the task as if he had just woken up from a dream. And Yuan from the Independence Army was very uneasy when he heard the news. He said frankly that the swords of the high-level forces in the surrounding star fields were dancing on Midsummer's face, and Midsummer did not even ask for a thorough investigation of the matter. If Mo Siming had not noticed something wrong and decisively killed these people first, then Midsummer herself would be in trouble now. However, Xingxia didn't listen to these words, because Xiai reminded her that the communication channel with the Space Bureau had been opened, and whether to contact the Space Bureau now. Of course. Xingxia took a deep breath in her office, and asked Xiaoai to contact her boss He Peng at the Space Bureau immediately. Soon, after a slight headache, she saw He Peng looking at her with a surprised face, and then immediately stood up and asked her, "Are you still alive?" Xingxia. Strange, why do I always feel familiar with this? Suddenly the picture in front of her shook. She seemed to look down at her body, and then replied uncontrollably, "Where am I? Where am I?" Xingxia. Some faint glowing fragments gathered around Xingxia, and then a familiar but now strange voice poured into her brain. "If your name is Xingxia, why don't you name me?" "Called insects?" "Why?" "Because in Midsummer, you can hear the sound of insects." When she looked up again, it was no longer the Spacetime Bureau in front of her, but a mirror image that could be seen through the Spacetime Bureau. On the other side of the mirror image, she was lying under a tree in a military uniform, and Putt was flying over her head as an NPC of the Spacetime Bureau, looking at her. "So you are the system? You chose me to carry out the mission. Why?" It was not until the Midsummer in the picture stood up that the Midsummer on the side of the Spacetime Bureau's mirror image noticed that her back was seriously injured and bleeding continuously. She just looked at Putt with a very vigilant look. "If you accept the mission, you can survive. No matter what my purpose is, isn't it the most important thing that you can survive now?" Putt kept persuading her, "Reject, I don't intend to let intelligent AI dominate my thoughts." After saying this, Xingxia in the picture wanted to get up and leave, but she fainted the next second. When she woke up again, Xingxia in the mirror of the Space Bureau found that she had merged with Xingxia in the picture, and the place where she was lying seemed to be the Black Mountain Melt Cave on the side of the Vogue-like planet's Independence Army. "Xingxia, are you okay?" Fortunately, when we went out to disrupt the enemy's target, we found that you had fainted in the Yunshan area." If it was later, you would have died of blood loss. Now hold on for another month, and in a month, those bastards will obediently return to the hot spring villa area. Xingxia, the way these people dress and the weapons they are using, this is not the Vogue-like planet's Independence Army. This seems to be the Vogue planet's Independence Army. You, Independence Army? Midsummer heard her own voice, a little dazed, as if her soul had not yet merged, but the person sitting next to her reacted strongly. Independence Army? Oh yes, this name is good, and it turns out that you, who have read books, can name our people. Midsummer. 3 hours later, Midsummer sorted out the current situation from the words and information of the people around her. She was a major general sent by the Federation to accompany the planetary commander, and this planet was indeed Vogue. 40 or 50 years earlier, after witnessing the underground human tissue trafficking and other black factory transactions on Vogue, she tried to resist the black industry chain actively participated in and built by the planetary commander, and also wanted to pass the news back to the Federation so that the planet commander would be punished, but unfortunately the Federation was indifferent to this. Probably because the planet commander of this term was more active in offering tributes, but fortunately, she was a member of the army. So she and the planet commander started a secret war. During the day, she was still a member of the planet commander's team, and at night, she would secretly come to the rebel camp to guide and lead them in the resistance. During this period, they opened a secret passage that could lead to the hot spring area in the cold season on the Volker planet. The significance of this secret passage was not only for assassination, but also for stealing the heating in the hot spring area at the same time, so that a large number of refugees from the Volker planet could be sheltered. However, such a force was still too weak in front of the powerful regular army, and they were almost defeated. In this situation, something like a system NPC suddenly came to the door and took the initiative to propose that if Xingxia was willing to bind with him and accept the corresponding system, they still had the possibility of turning the tables. This kind of weird thing. Xingxia obviously did not accept it at first, but after fighting with the federal army several times, Xingxia suddenly realized that even if she defeated or even captured some people in the federal army, it would not be a big deal for the incumbent planetary commander, and it could even be a reason for him to stay here. As long as the rebels kept making trouble, he would have an excuse to ask the federal government for subsidies, while continuing to expand the army and build his own underground black factory industry chain. It's simply shameless. While Xingxia was shaking with anger, Pud would never miss any opportunity to persuade her to sign a mission contract with him. In the end, after another great defeat, Xingxia accepted Pud's binding and accepted the mission issued by the Space Bureau. The mission required Xingxia to take over as the planetary commander of Vogue Planet and try her best to develop the planet. So far, Xingxia has embarked on the days of fighting side by side with Pud. When the cold winter came again, she successfully assassinated the incumbent planetary commander through the secret passage of the hot spring area with the blessing of the Pud system, and at the same time, she took over the position of the planetary commander of Vogue Planet with her identity as a major in the army. I have completed the current mission. What are the rewards? At that time, the newly appointed Xingxia was basically in a state of knowing nothing about government affairs, and due to the pressure from the Federal Bureau, she had to accept the auxiliary team left by the previous planetary commander. Although Pud persuaded her, she was very confident and said frankly that if Pud was around, she would definitely be fine. The system is not omnipotent, and you can't trust me so much. Pud seemed dissatisfied with Xingxia's answer, but Xingxia didn't take it to heart. As for the future direction given by Pud, Xingxia was thinking about how to quickly integrate the rebels, who had suffered so much into the existing society of Vogue Planet, as soon as possible. In the multiple choice questions of popularizing basic education and special commendation for the rebels, she neither selected all of them nor could she withstand the pressure from the Federal Bureau and the surrounding star field forces. She only promoted some of the rebels, who made greater contributions, but more people got nothing except regaining their citizenship of Vogue Planet. What's worse, her temper has become worse. She often questioned Pud, saying that she had been under great pressure and had finally protected the rebels, but why they would rather not give up the reward than obey her command. When Xingxia in the mirror experienced this scene, she felt powerless as if she couldn't reach into the screen. Chapter 90. After the cold winter, the surrounding star field forces jointly blocked the food delivery route, which directly led to the famine on Vogue Planet. Many people took to the streets to protest because of homelessness and hunger. As the then planetary commander, Xingxia had to lean more towards the Federal Bureau and ask the other party to deliver the corresponding food supplies. Under such a game, the partners of the Independence Army had to restart the original underground human body trading black factory to exchange rations with the Federation and the surrounding star field forces. Xingxia, who found out about this, faced the accusations of the partners of the Independence Army and felt nothing but heartache. You are right, we are no different from the past. But we have no choice. Have you seen the people outside the government hall now? Every day, every minute, every second, people are starving to death on this land. But the Black Factory was once the reason for our revolution. Then do you have a better way? Faced with the doubts of his partners, Xingxia was speechless and could only give in. But what she didn't expect was that before the next winter came, the people who once supported her couldn't wait to catch her, and when the federal government came, they sent her to the gallows with joy, shouting that her resistance was not just. Before she died, she looked at Put in the sky and asked him, "So my mission has failed?" Put lowered his eyes with some pity, and then a mechanical voice sounded, "Host death detected. Do you want to start the restart program? The price is..." Before Put finished chanting, Xingxia directly pressed the restart button. She was unwilling. After successfully overthrowing the federal rule for the second time, she stored food in advance to deal with the blockade of the food route and asked her partners in the Independence Army to deliver the food before the action. As a result, a simple conspiracy burned the granary. Although the traitor was caught in the end, it also made the people lose confidence in the future. Under such circumstances, she took the initiative to agree to reactivate the underground human body trading Black Factory that had been interrupted in the negotiation with the Federation. This move was unexpectedly strongly criticized by the partners in the Independence Army. What is the difference between you and the past? In a trance, Xingxia still remembered what she had said before, and she began to ask her partners uncontrollably. Companion, then can you come up with a better solution? Signing this contract now is better than dying together. If you agree to this contract, will the Federation provide us with continuous assistance from now on? This time, the partners of the Independence Army saw it clearly. Didn't they deliberately join forces with the surrounding star field forces to blockade us from the beginning? On this point, Xingxia actually didn't quite understand what the Federal Bureau was thinking. Perhaps, as the partners of the Independence Army said, the Federation only cares that this planet still belongs to them. And as for the lives of the people on this planet, they don't care. We must decouple from the Federation even if we starve to death this time. We will never be dogs of the Federation again. The partners of the Independence Army were very determined, and only Xingxia opposed it. Decoupling now will only make things worse. Don't be crazy anymore. The partners of the Independence Army looked at Xingxia with disappointment. Who are you? Are you still the same person you used to be? You taught us to resist to the end, but now you surrender first. Xingxia, After an unknown amount of time, the completely disappointed partners of the Independence Army left, leaving only a mocking yes. After all, you are from the Federation. In the final analysis, it is just an internal fight among you Federation people. What does it have to do with us? Everything seemed to have never changed, except that the person who became the comprador of the Federal Bureau was replaced by Xingxia from others. This was the general idea of the Independence Army and the people of Vogue Planet at that time. And as expected, this time Xingxia was assassinated by her trusted partner of the Independence Army. Now Xingxia looks back on this memory and feels deeply how wrong it was to reject the public education suggestions provided by Put and avoid the suggestions of the previous planetary commander's accompanying team from the beginning. As long as the people of the previous planetary commander's accompanying team are still with her, all good things will become bad things. In addition, without a complete food security plan and a systematic and fatal faith leader who pointed the way forward, the team she led, after achieving complete victory, seemed to have established rule, but in fact it was just a pile of loose sand. And the past memories are still rolling forward. Once, twice, 3 times, gradually, food crisis, economic stagnation, gang infighting and other problems occurred one after another. If a problem is avoided by the system, new problems will soon appear. At that time, Xingxia felt that she was seriously solving these problems every day. However, the Independent Army partners who used to follow her, those people. Some have been completely trapped in the sugar-coated bullets of the Federal Bureau in a corner that she could not detect, and began to indulge themselves every night. Some were completely disappointed with her, left her, and set up their own secret army. Some tried to wake her up but died due to continuous frame-ups or various accidents. She was forced into a lonely, desperate situation. The catastrophes on Vogue Planet happened repeatedly. With a population of 65 million, when it ended, there were often less than 20 million people left. What was even more ironic was that no matter how hard she tried, it seemed that her final destination was to be hanged in the eyes of the angry people. At the same time, Put also followed the agreement made by the Spacetime Bureau, and did not interfere too much with the host's choice. However, Put still felt that this mission was outrageous. After all, Xingxia, as a military personnel, had never had the experience of ruling a planet, and every restart now was consuming her life energy and every life after that. However, the problems on Vogue Planet were clearly not something that people of her level could solve. Putt asked his superiors why Xingxia was chosen as the host of this mission, but the Spacetime Bureau did not give a reply. Putt soon found out the answer. The Space Bureau was not targeting Xingxia, but him. Because when Xingxia asked for another restart, Putt stopped her for the first time and took her to read the restart price agreement carefully for the first time. But as expected, Xingxia still asked for a restart. In fact, the 5th time, you have a chance to leave Vogue. When Putt said this, he had already felt that he had violated the rules. Leave? I can't leave. After a pause, Xingxia told Putt that since she decided to sign a contract with Putt, she had thought that this might not be a way to go to the end, but she always felt that it was wrong for the federal authorities to treat the people of Vogue in this way. She wanted to bring hope to this land. Real hope, because life and people deserve respect. If she left this land and completely gave up this idea, she would no longer be herself, and no longer worthy of Putt signing a contract with her, right? Do you think I will leave, so you keep coming back? Putt widened his eyes, but Xingxia just smiled provocatively. What are you thinking about? I just simply have this idea, and then I want to do it. If you think too much, you will completely collapse. What have I done in these years? These repeated times? Putt just looked at Xingxia quietly. He once thought that the description of light and darkness in the Space Bureau was too absolute. There must be light in the place of pure evil. This group of people with pure souls did these things for no reason, just to prevent the further spread of evil. They just went all the way to the end, and Xingxia was just a person randomly selected from the thousands of people who should be selected. Putt looked at his energy ball again, and then without saying anything, he transferred his energy to Xingxia. Xingxia was confused, but she heard Putt's doting voice. Nothing this time, protect yourself well. Finally, this time, with Putt's assistance, they were finally about to complete the task of revitalizing the Vogue planet. But what they didn't expect was that a spy from the Federal Bureau, using the simplest assassination skills, arrived with the Federation's caravan to negotiate. Everything was normal, and then when he asked Xingxia to see the contract alone, he used the joint assassination platform to kill Xingxia. Xingxia, It's my fault. I didn't notice that there was a spy in the Federation's caravan. At that time, Xingxia saw the panic in Putt's eyes, and also saw the energy Putt constantly transmitted to her. Finally, she said that terrible ending. Forget it, I'm tired. Putt, please find someone else to sign the contract. I really can't do it. No, you can do it, you just lack some learning opportunities. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Xingxia's consciousness was a little fuzzy, but she could feel Putt's trembling voice. After that, she became an NPC guide in the Spacetime Bureau. No one mentioned another powerful NPC guide, who seemed to have disappeared in the Spacetime Bureau. It is said that he once made the Spacetime Bureau deeply worried because he went too deep into the darkness during his spacetime journey. In the Spacetime Bureau, in front of the desk of his boss Hepeng, he looked at his broken cup, and then at Xingxia, who was looking down at him. He only said weakly, "You hit my cup, so you can't hit me again." With a loud bang, Xingxia punched her boss's desk and broke it. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Hepeng talked about the significance of Vogue Planet to the Spacetime Bureau. According to spacetime calculations, if Vogue Planet collapsed, it would soon trigger a large-scale plundering war between star fields. Now the space energy in the star field can no longer meet the needs of the war, so collapse is a matter of time, unless Vogue Planet can run smoothly. Before Xingxia, the Spacetime Bureau had sent many personnel. To be honest, the combination of the veteran NPC guide Putt and her was the most stable. Seeing that Xingxia's fists were clenched tighter, Hepeng immediately talked about why he didn't let Xingxia retire before, because he was worried that Xingxia was still unable to change the future of Vogue Planet. Being unable to change the future would mean that Putt, who had been reincarnated as a human, would completely disappear. Fortunately, Xingxia, who had experienced multiple time and space, seemed to have done everything well. I will change the future. Similarly, since I have retired, let Vogue Planet be completely decoupled from the Spacetime Bureau. I didn't expect Xingxia to propose this condition. Hepeng was obviously stunned. You know that decoupling means that the energy of the Spacetime Bureau will be completely withdrawn from the entire universe, and no one knows what the future will be like. If you don't decouple, after this mission is successful, Putt will still be recalled to the Spacetime Bureau to face trial, right? Hepeng, Since the program can run even with a bug, don't touch the bug easily. Putt is no longer affiliated with the Spacetime Bureau. Chapter 91. Well, I've finally gotten through the hard work. After Xingxia left, He-Peng also took a look at his energy bar, and then couldn't help but pray in his heart, I hope everything goes well. After a burst of strong light, Put walked over to Xingxia's office on the Volker planet, and opened Xingxia's door. At the moment when he saw Put, Xingxia seemed to have a lot to say, but all the words finally converged into one sentence. You have survived well. Put immediately raised his hand to give Xingxia the farewell ceremony that he would perform every time she restarted, and waited quietly and devoutly for Xingxia to come to him. After pulling her hand to his lips and kissing it, Put looked up and asked Xingxia about her plans for the future of Vogue Planet and the entire universe. Xingxia said, as if she didn't care, fully decoupled, Vogue Planet, and this world will jump out of the energy monitoring of the Space Bureau. Out of monitoring? Put was stunned, knowing that Xingxia made this decision to protect him, but it was also very risky, because once it jumped out of the monitoring range of the Space Bureau, it would mean that the protection of space-time energy would be completely lost, including the system that Xingxia was still using, and Xiao Ai would completely disappear. Xingxia seemed to see through Put's worries, and while rubbing Put's head, he explained to Put, according to the laws of space and time, the universe after decoupling will re-enter the trajectory of continuous expansion, so that new cosmic energy can be obtained. Perhaps we will eventually move towards the inevitable cosmic singularity, but there is still a long time. Before that, let's finish what we should do. Put glanced at the energy bar on his arm, and after realizing that this was really the last time, he put his head close to Xingxia's arms with some attachment, closed his eyes, and smiled and asked Xingxia, so you have the confidence to stabilize this planet now? Yes. Xingxia answered very firmly, this planet and this universe will not be destroyed so soon, I promise you. Okay. Put nodded firmly in Xingxia's arms. Now both of them are ordinary humans, and Xingxia has also received an official notice from the Space-Time Bureau. According to Xingxia's request, the Space-Time Bureau will monitor and evaluate the stability of the universe in 3 months. If the universe where Volk's planet is located meets the stability standards, it can complete the full decoupling from the Space-Time Bureau and slide into the large expansion orbit. At the same time, there is also the blessing of the Space-Time Bureau. Happy retirement, Space-Time Guide number 2133. Xingxia, Put then looked out from behind Xingxia to read the notice, and fixed his eyes on the 3-month deadline. Then he asked Xingxia with a little concern that the 3 months of the Space-Time Bureau were calculated according to the deflation rate of space-time, which was approximately equal to 5 months on Vogue. In 5 months, it would be almost the cold season on Vogue again. Obviously, neither the Federal General Administration nor the top leaders of the surrounding star domain forces would let Vogue have another happy winter in which they could grow up in a sleazy way, so these 5 months would definitely be a time of bloodshed. By the way, the cold season on Vogue. Seeing Xingxia mention this, Put also took the initiative to tell her about the gravitational chaos that would occur on Vogue during the cold season. That was originally one of his means to avoid detection by the Space-Time Bureau. Of course, if Xingxia needed it, he could also use his homemade gravitational jammer to place in the universe for gravitational interference. Xingxia was stunned, but Put smiled and said that these were all his traditional skills. If Xingxia wanted to learn, he could teach her at any time. When Xingxia wanted to say something else, Put grabbed her hand and said, my memory is very long. We can wait until the future years, and I will slowly tell you. Seeing this, Xingxia smiled unconsciously and said without hesitation, then it's a deal. 3 days later, Agent Searles, who stayed on the planet Vogue, did not wait for the news that Xingxia was assassinated as expected, but instead waited for the return of the Independence Army. Such a big day, yes. Through the construction of basic livelihood projects such as power grids and water conservancy projects, Xingxia suddenly announced the decision to recruit all members of the Independence Army, and the word used was the relatively gentle and tender word return. Obviously, due to the past turmoil, our people have been divided for too long, and I personally talked with the leader of the Independence Army. Afterwards, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the members of the Independence Army had many similarities with our current soldiers. We also oppose violence, but when a planet has reached a life-or-death moment, there must always be brave people standing up on the front line. History is regrettable, but fortunately, from now on, we can say goodbye to history and move towards a new future. So, soldiers of the Independence Army, welcome you, you can go home. This is Xingxia's declaration. At a time when the internet was still expressing deep sympathy for the situation of Volker Planet's illegal workers, she ignored those remarks and directly announced that she would let the Independence Army return. Obviously, Xingxia could expect that her public opinion image on the internet would immediately polarize. Those who think Xingxia is good will question illegal workers abroad. She was just shouting to win sympathy. She didn't really want to return to Vogue. Moreover, Xingxia had even incorporated the independent army that had troubled all the commanders of the Federation planets. According to her usual temperament, she would never leave the illegal workers of Vogue alone. But those who slandered Xingxia thought that maybe it was not that she didn't care, but that she couldn't care at all. After all, Vogue was just starting out, and it was impossible for her to fight against the surrounding star forces. Naturally, she could only choose to ignore the blood and tears of those people and remain silent. Agent Sales had a hunch that the reason why Xingxia didn't care about the public opinion on the external network was that she wanted to further deteriorate her image so that she could take the initiative to attack the surrounding star field forces. Unlike the previous commanders of the Federation planet, she had her own clear ideas and methods, so she would never let the problem continue to ferment. But the problem was that she couldn't find evidence, and the assassination failed. The Federation didn't even have any extreme reactions. What was worse was that her arrogant superiors were still immersed in the angry speeches of the people who left the Vogue planet in the past and felt at ease. They handed over the corresponding smear video publishing account to this group of people who left the planet despite her objection. From assassination to public opinion war, didn't this suppress the situation that was about to escalate? But her superiors were very happy to see the tragedy of the masses overwhelming Xingxia, so they excluded her from the core decision-making circle. Although she could understand that the anger of this group of people was real, after all, seeing that the planet Volker, which she had despised so much in the past, had developed and even sent government-funded students abroad, while she had paid such a high price in the past to leave planet Volker, it was simply like a joke. It was like gritting her teeth and selling her past house, and working hard for half her life, only to turn around and find that the old house had appreciated in value at a rate far exceeding the value of her past hard work. It would be strange if she didn't go crazy. But the war of public opinion obviously had no impact on Xingxia. Could it be that she had overlooked something, such as someone among the people who left the Vogue planet who was ready to spend their own money to kill Xingxia? Otherwise, she really couldn't figure out where her superior's confidence came from when the situation had cooled down. At the same time, Ji Xuefeng contacted Xingxia and told her about the intelligence she had collected and the situation of the illegal workers on the Vogue planet scattered on the planets of the surrounding star fields. He also jokingly mentioned the situation of their hidden execution team. In a nutshell, if they don't close the net, they will become the boss. But have you really thought it through? If we really launch a black rescue operation on the planet of the surrounding starfield forces, the angry high level of the surrounding starfield forces will definitely take the initiative to declare war on you. While saying this, Ji Xuefeng did not forget to express his determination. I will do my best to make trouble within their sphere of influence, but once the war starts, sacrifices are inevitable. Have you thought about the price you have to pay? Xingxia, Just when Xingxia was silent, Put suddenly came over and said, in fact, if there is a golden fleet. Before Put finished speaking, Xingxia interrupted him. You have been silent on the Vogue planet for so long, but you are not really asleep. But due to the punishment of the rules of the Spacetime Bureau, you must also experience an assassination like I have experienced. So, do you want me to let you go back to deal with the internal affairs of the family? Put did not expect Xingxia to consider his situation so carefully. In the past, when he was her NPC guide, he always cared more about her. Now that his identity has changed, she takes care of him. He is really a little uncomfortable. After his face turned red unconsciously, Put coughed, thought about it, and then carefully asked a question that he was more worried about. Will Vogue Planet be decoupled from the Federation in the future? The answer to this question will directly affect his subsequent action plan in the Siros family. He actually wanted to give Xingxia enough time to think, but Xingxia answered quickly. No, in the past, in addition to asking the former Federation for debts and forcing the other party to directly designate Vogue Planet as a special economic zone, in your eyes, Vogue Planet can't have a high impact on the Federation? Put, shock. This means that in the future, Xingxia will use Vogue Planet as the core area to reversely influence the Federation, or even take over the Federation. Her ambitions are much greater than when she was still a host. Put couldn't help but tease Xingxia. Why do you think you were more handsome than ever before? Xingxia shrugged casually. Maybe I couldn't make up my mind in the past, and I thought compromise could bring temporary stability, but now I find that the old saying is right. You must have such courage to fight a punch to prevent a blank punch. Put's eyes widened for a moment. Xingxia said this because she had already thought of the possibility of confronting all opposition forces, including the Federation in the future. She was ready to fight the whole world. The fighting factors that still existed in the system in the past were constantly howling. Putt's heart trembled, and he knelt on one knee uncontrollably, and looked up at Xingxia. You will definitely get what you want, my master host. Chapter 92. Oh my god. At this moment, outside Xingxia's office, Mo Siming, and Yuan, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan, who accidentally witnessed this crazy scene, were so scared that they dropped the documents in their hands, and then they all bowed their heads and said humbly that they had something else to do, and would report back later. Suddenly, the emergency contact lights of Mo Siming, Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan lit up. It was an urgent message sent by Ji Juefeng. It was monitored that the planet headed by New Beeland was taking the lead in preparing to unite the forces of up to 12 surrounding planets and military groups to declare war on Vogue Planet and the federal forces behind it. The relevant official declaration of war is expected to be released on Vogue Planet at around 1800 hours that night. After Ji Juefeng sent this message, he cut off the corresponding contact. It is estimated that he was worried that this would be a bait, so he concealed it one step ahead. While Mo Siming, Wei Jie, and Fu Qianshan were discussing who should go in first, Putt had already walked over and opened the door to signal them all to come in. The high-level officials of the surrounding star domain forces are also very perceptive. The Independence Army just returned today, and they have united to issue a declaration of all-out war against us. It seems that they are already extremely anxious. The topic naturally turned to the intelligence sent by Ji Juefeng. And Yuan took the initiative to break the deadlock and said that if necessary, their Independence Army could go to the front line. Fu Qianshan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Xingxia. If I send you to the front line as soon as you return, isn't it just as the external public opinion says that I just want to find a reason to eliminate you all? And Yuan's heart moved, and he immediately retorted, I don't think so, sorry. I am too concerned. Xingxia didn't say anything more, but just issued a task to An Yuan and the independent army currently under An Yuan's leadership. They must complete the construction of long-distance power grids and water pipelines, heating, energy gas and other basic livelihood projects in the fastest time possible, but also under the premise of ensuring quality and quantity. No matter what kind of military and economic deterrence Volker encounters before your construction period, An Yuan, you must remember that you must quickly complete these basic engineering projects under tremendous pressure, because only after laying these basic projects and laying a solid foundation can we proceed to the next step. This is equivalent to handing over the rear area to himself. An Yuan, who realized this, looked at Xingxia with a different look. Xingxia looked at Wei Jie again. In order to avoid the exposure of Ji Juefeng and his actions, I will give a national speech in about 2 hours after the other side issues a declaration of war. Hearing this, Wei Jie thought about it, and looked at Xingxia with a little uneasiness. Xingxia noticed his uneasiness and asked him, What's wrong? We don't surrender. Wei Jie didn't notice that he had unconsciously crumpled the documents in his hand because of the force. As long as the war starts, sacrifice is always inevitable. Have you thought about the price you have to pay? Xingxia did not respond to Wei Jie's question at this time, but jokingly tested his attitude. Why, do you want to surrender? Of course not. Never surrender, even if I have to go to the front line. Wei Jie's hand holding the document became more and more forceful. After Fu Qianshan glanced at him, he saluted everyone in the conference room without waiting for Xingxia to say anything first. Don't worry, the front line can only be ours. And when Wei Jie looked over, Fu Qianshan was still in the mood to joke with him. Besides, you people who are busy with government affairs should stay in the rear. We are responsible for charging to the front line, and you are responsible for quarreling in the rear. Who would have thought that Wei Jie would turn against Fu Qianshan after hearing this? Who do you look down on? This joke is not funny. Mo Siming also interrupted at some point. Seeing this, and Yuan subconsciously looked at Xingxia again. She was waiting for Xingxia to speak, but Xingxia sat down directly, and looked at the streets of the main city of Vogue Planet, outside the window. Mo Siming noticed that she had calmed down. Wei Jie and Fu Qianshan did not continue to argue, but just looked in the direction of Xingxia's gaze. Public opinion? Perhaps this is what Xingxia is really thinking about. Indeed, if it is a full-scale war, it will not only affect them, and the current loyalty and quarrel seem too hypocritical. When the clouds of war really fall, can the people of Vogue, who have just emerged from the crisis of the melting cave, afford the price to pay? Mo Siming suddenly said, the war between star regions. If our current technology cannot stop the other side's warships that will drive straight into the planet's homeland, then in the end, we will still have to fight on the ground, which means that it will really affect everyone who still lives here. Fu Qianshan laughed at this time, and everyone's puzzled eyes fell on him in an instant. He couldn't help but sigh. This time I think we have to thank the spies of the surrounding star forces. They blew up the surrenderists in the mansion in the hot spring area, which really helped us a lot. Mo Siming, Wei Jia, and Yuan, Sheng Xia, Well said. Sheng Xia suddenly praised Fu Qianshan, and the atmosphere that was still somewhat tense relaxed again. However, Sheng Xia also mentioned that a real war is not something that can be overcome by simply shouting slogans. They must take this matter seriously, and have all the necessary plans. The equipment of the melting cave and underground nuclear engineering can be reactivated. In addition to the attitude of the Federation, in addition to the promise given by Professor Musk, she also wants a double insurance, which means that Put and Mo Siming must go to the Federation. At this time? Not to mention Put, even Mo Siming didn't want to leave. Put looked at Sheng Xia with a colder look, with some shock, pride, but also a little sadness and anger, as well as worry and reluctance. He hesitated to leave. They only heard Mo Siming yelling in their ears that he must not leave, but Sheng Xia still persuaded them. If the surrounding star field forces jointly declare war on us, there will definitely be big moves within the Federation. Who else would be more suitable than you to help us in the Federation? We don't necessarily need to rely on the military power of the Federation now, but we can't do without them. Besides, if you are in the Federation, you can help us canvass votes. Maybe you can get some assistance in private. If the Federation breaks off from us now, what's the difference between this and throwing us into the wolf's circle? Put, Mo Siming, I agree with Sheng Xia, and I think the attitude of the Federation in this war will directly affect the subsequent battle situation. With our own people in the rear, we will feel at ease. And Yuan also stood up at this time. It is not necessary to charge at the front line to make a contribution. If we want to win, we have to unite everyone and all the forces that can be united. Besides, it is not just you who are far away from Vogue Planet. Ji Zhuifeng and others are also waiting for us in the most dangerous place. A single military strike is the worst option. Economic turmoil and food security should be put first. Only the joint battlefield and joint system operations will make people unable to resist. Sheng Xia looked at Yuan with great satisfaction. It seems that the basic teaching in recent times has indeed improved her cognition and ability. In front of everyone, Put stretched out his hand to hug Sheng Xia into his arms, but Sheng Xia just pushed him and comforted him. Be good, Put. She has really changed, but Sheng Xia is still the stubborn Sheng Xia. It's just that after completing many tasks of the Spacetime Bureau, she has become more dazzling and more attractive to him. At the same time, at the high-level meeting of the surrounding star field forces, the representative of Nuberland was constantly persuading the representative of Alka to join the Feast of Encirclement and Suppression of Vogue. He expressed puzzlement that according to the Federation's consistent attitude of indifference to Vogue, even if the Federation would send the Golden Fleet or some other fleet to support the scene in the early stage of the war, the Federation would definitely not want to fight once there were too many forces declaring war. Besides, what we want is very simple. We just need to replace the current planetary commander. We can stop the war by replacing her. We can even discuss the sphere of influence on Vogue in the future. We can make money together. If you are worried about public opinion, then the public opinion of Volk's illegal work has already hit the planetary commander to a certain extent. After a long time, when the war ends and the contract is signed, who will remember her? Yes, if she dies, maybe she can be given a commemorative title of a pioneer revolutionary, so that everyone can commemorate her on the Star Network. The representative of the Tanya group, who said this couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing that the representative of the Alka planet was still silent, the representative of the Nubilan planet couldn't help but lower his voice. Even if the Federation is ready to go out in person at that time, we have already made a plan. The mercenaries of the SMED group are always willing to cause trouble around other star regions of the Federation. This means that no matter how the war goes in the early stages, Vogue will definitely fight us alone in the end. Think about it carefully, is Vogue likely to fight us? I am sure, and I am 100% sure that the people of Vogue, even the commander of this planet, will never dare to fight us head-on. Whether it is from the perspective of planetary scale, technological level, military strength or comprehensive national strength, Vogue Planet has no choice but to surrender. So don't hesitate anymore, sign your name on this declaration of war, so that you can legitimately participate in the subsequent negotiations on the division of spoils. Chapter 93. At about 1600 hours that night on Vogue, the sword that was hanging over everyone's head finally fell. 18 planets and military groups, led by Nuberland, jointly declared war on Vogue, on the grounds that the current planetary commander of Vogue, Sheng Xia, allowed the Independence Army to return without reason, which might cause chaos in the star field. For the sake of their own security interests, unless Xingxia agreed to publicly strangle the leader and members of the Independence Army and continue to strike the Independence Army in the future, they would send troops to Vogue within 24 hours of the declaration. This declaration is really not just talk. The warships of the 18-nation group have already jumped from the energy space gates of various star fields, and the ZCCL-class strategic crushing weapon, Miesher, which has the ability to directly crush the entire planet, has also entered a state of combat readiness. According to the estimation of the Nubilan planet representative, Xingxia should have been scared to death at this moment. After all, the power of the world destroying is not just talk. In addition, with the army approaching, she has no choice but to surrender. Of course, they also seem to have prepared a way for Xingxia to compromise, strangle the leader and members of the Independence Army. Anyway, they don't know who the leader and members of the Independence Army are in the existing intelligence. Also because they don't know, as long as Xingxia accepts this proposal, they can kill whoever Xingxia wants to kill. The unrest and the fall of Xingxia are just a matter of time. They really don't even want to act anymore. They don't care about their face. Faced with such a declaration, and Yuan was extremely angry, but she looked at Xingxia's expression and found that Xingxia was unusually calm. It seemed that she noticed in Yuan's puzzled look. Xingxia looked up and smiled at her. Not surprising, after all, justice is a reward for the victor, and they just want a name of aggression. After Wei Jie contacted Fu Qianshan, he turned around and told Sheng Xia that the signal communication support work for the Star Domain speech had been completed, and the Star Domain speech could start at any time. Well, before I give a speech, let me release this message first. Sheng Xia handed Wei Jie a note. Wei Jie opened it, and found that it was about the discovery of black gold mines in Guishan. Now releasing the news of black gold mine energy. It was simply a bombshell news at the level of shattering planets. And Yuan also calmed down and took another look at the list of planets and military groups that declared war. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that Alka, the most powerful planet in this star domain, was not on the list of declared war. Wait and see, after this news is released, who will eat who first. Sheng Xia looked at Yuan with a smile. And Yuan had a premonition that the star domain power giants headed by the Federation would fight for this priceless black gold vein in the Colosseum built on the Vogue planet. The more they restrain each other, the safer the Vogue planet will be. However, and Yuan asked Sheng Xia with a little doubt, if my intuition is correct, you are actually fully capable of provoking conflicts between the surrounding star field forces before declaring war, but you seem to be deliberately waiting for the other party's declaration of war? Sheng Xia nodded and admitted, we must take the initiative to hold the moral right of war in our hands, and have a legitimate reason for everything. And Yuan, On the Federation side, after the declaration of war by the 18-nation group, Professor Musk was very annoyed by the cold and unhelpful condemnation attitude, but he was forced by the power of the 18-nation group and its clear attitude of direct combat, as well as the privately proposed conditions for peace talks, replace Xingxia, and everything can be discussed. The Federation felt that this was a good choice. After all, Xingxia was too self-centered now, and the investigation team sent there was assassinated. Professor Musk even strongly advocated to protect Xingxia. All this made the situation out of control. The Federation had to consider whether it was really necessary to protect Xingxia. Moreover, the Golden Fleet, which had been blocking the front line, had not made any move to speak out. If this was really a good deal, why did the Golden Fleet remain silent abnormally? Of course, the indifference of the radicals and the opposition only lasted for half an hour. As Wei Jie claimed that he had dug up the black gold mine in the Ghost Mountain range of Vogue Planet, the radicals and the opposition were more radical than Professor Musk and demanded that the Federation must protect Xingxia at all costs. After all, if Xingxia fell, the black gold mine would likely fall into the hands of other forces. However, on the issue of sending troops, the radicals and the opposition still hoped to resolve the corresponding issues through negotiations. They hoped that Xingxia could remain silent first, and let the Federation come forward to negotiate with the 18-nation group that declared war. Unfortunately, Xingxia did not. 2 hours after the 18-nation group issued its declaration of war, Xingxia gave a Starfield speech, which can be summed up in one sentence. The current Vogue planet is in ruins. We don't want to fight this war, but the enemy has already reached our doorstep, so we have to fight. At the same time, the camera of the speech also gave the soldiers gathered by the Federal Security Bureau and the Vogue Planet Police Station in the audience. Now they have a new name, Vogue Planet Defense Army. The high-level officials of Nuberland Planet, who did not expect that Vogue Planet would really dare to fight and that there was a black gold mine on this planet that all group forces coveted, were a little confused for a while. So the warships of the 18-nation group, which had not been given a clear attack order, were frozen in the star field where Vogue Planet was located. On the star network, in the words of an Arca Planet netizen, it was the first time since I was a child that I saw so many warships stationed in this star field and towering over their heads. I hope that war will not break out. It is obviously not a just war. I am ashamed of the declaration of war by the 18-nation group. Their reasons for declaring war are simply ridiculous. Please, if there is really a black gold mine on Vogue, the entire starfield space may be torn apart once a war breaks out. I don't want to die with these idiots. Did the 18-nation group come up with a declaration of war on the spur of the moment? They are just a bunch of lunatics. Obviously Vogue has done nothing wrong. Why is the 18-nation group crazy? Public opinion is almost one-sided in favor of Vogue, but this is not the worst case. The worst case, according to Agent Searles' prediction, is that if Vogue really reaches the point of desperate action, if they directly announce that they would exchange the black gold mine for absolute security, then the 18-nation group headed by Nuberland would not be enough to be torn apart by external forces. They are just a bunch of idiots. Agent Searles, who was still on Vogue, cursed her boss in her heart, and couldn't help but get on the free shuttle bus to Ghost Mountain to check the situation. 10 minutes ago, she was just scolded by her stupid boss, who asked her why she hadn't investigated the situation of Ghost Mountain after being on Vogue for so long, and asked her to submit a detailed investigation report on Ghost Mountain immediately. What a coincidence. It seems that in order to show the black gold veins to the major groups in the star field in all directions, Xingxia took the initiative to open a free shuttle bus to Ghost Mountain, and actively invited the exploratory internet celebrities, who were still stranded on Vogue Planet to explore Ghost Mountain. To be honest, this is like a trap, said deliberately. Putting aside the danger of her identity being exposed, from Agent Searles' point of view, the current planetary commander of Vogue seems to be waiting for the 18-nation group to deliberately provoke a war, and then start a war. But why? Even if the people of Vogue have completely stood on her side, it is still too immature to go to war with the 18-nation group in terms of Vogue's current technology. But her intuition was not wrong. From the moment she arrived at Vogue, she saw the light in the eyes of the people on Vogue rekindled, and that light also gave them the courage to resist. Moreover, there was a plan for this war. From the moment the soldiers of the Federal Security Bureau came out to explain the routes that could be used for hiding and concealment once the war expanded, the people of Vogue were already prepared to be broken through by warships and have to fight a ground war. Yes, they were all ready to start a real war, and her superiors were still hoping that the simple military deterrence could make Xingxia retreat, not to mention that due to the existence of the black gold mine, Xingxia directly abolished their most deterrent military force, the ZCCL-class strategic crushing weapon Annihilation, which made the arrogant fantasy of Volk's crushing theory disappear. Be careful, are you okay? Agent Searles was stunned when she was about to fall, and was grabbed by someone. She looked up, and was surprised to find that the people guarding her were actually the guys from the Independence Army. Maybe others haven't noticed it yet, but Agent Searles, who had actually come into contact with the Independence Army many years ago, has recognized the identities of these people. She couldn't help but be shocked. Let the Independence Army guard such an important place as Ghost Mountain? Wait, no, the members of the Independence Army came here as volunteers to help. What's more terrifying is that there are still some people she had seen in the prison. Did Xingxia release all the prisoners in the past? As the group went deeper into Ghost Mountain, Agent Searles could no longer laugh, because she saw that the cutting-edge weapons that were once placed here as a rat hole were now directly displayed on the wall. What's more terrifying is that there are detailed weapon introductions and guides. At the same time, the content of these guides' explanations is very correct, which means that the military of Vogue Planet is no longer as weak and backward as they expected. On the contrary, relying on these weapons in the rat hole, it may really be possible to compete with the group of 18. What made Agent Searles even more upset was the commentator's words. The weapons we see now are only 1/10 of the total size. To be honest, we don't know how the weapons grew here, but we are sincerely grateful. It's great that these weapons can be put to temporary use now. At the same time, before the top leaders of the 18-nation group were dumbfounded, the frontline battle report arrived. Xingxia took action. Chapter 94. Some silos on the ground of Vogue Planet launched a large number of impact drones towards the battleship formation of the 18-nation group. These drones directly hit the outer surface of the battleship formation. Although the momentum was very strong, the actual effect was equivalent to hitting a stone with a rotten egg. It was useless. The Federation's Golden Fleet retreated a distance, as if to make room for this small friction, but this also seemed to imply that they would not intervene in this war for the time being. This is good news. The senior leaders of the planet Nuberland read the battle report and gave orders to the battleships in dissatisfaction, asking them to immediately open fire on the surface of the planet Vogue, so that these untouchables can feel what a real interstellar war is like. As a result, before the battleships can determine the corresponding firing targets, the second round of impact drones have been densely packed and overwhelmingly launched towards them. No matter what, clean up these drones first. The commanders of the 18-nation battleships originally thought so, but they did not expect that the strike missiles would hit the drones as soon as they were fired. The energy wave generated by the explosion in space directly caused the entire battleship to retreat and almost crash into the gravity spiral of the planet Alka. The planet Alka could not sit still and strongly requested the battleships of the 18-nation group to change their location, or not to drive all to the star field. Before the 18-nation group responded, the damage caused by the new round of drone collisions had caused the commanders of the battleships to submit corresponding maintenance requirements. The top leaders of the planet Nuberland proposed to use technological warfare to contain the densely packed swarm of drones that seemed to be free of charge, but the answer they got was, "There is no way." What do you mean there is no way? New Bellaland's high-level officials didn't understand, and the corresponding technology warfare experts had to explain. These drone groups are not equipped with the corresponding signal receiving and sending devices. Vogue uses the oldest delivery method, loading drones into the launch silo like artillery shells, and then launching them into space. Then the drones are allowed to use the thrust of the tail wing to fly in the direction of the gravity-attracting ball installed on the head machine. In short, using technical means to stop the drone group? This is like asking you to use a computer program to intercept an ancient firework tube. It is impossible. New Bellaland's high-level officials, to be precise, these are not called drones. It is an iron bomb filled with explosives, and then has a drone shell. Their tail wing has basic fuel as a driving force. After being sent into space, the metal at the tail automatically falls off, causing the fuel to explode and form thrust. As for the gravity attraction ball at the head, you only need to let it move in one direction when launching, then it will continue to move in that direction in space with increasing speed until it is destroyed. New Belland Planet Senior, It is worth mentioning that this offensive method is very smart, very cost-effective, and very efficient. Unless we can quickly detect the location of the gravity attraction ball when each wave of drones is launched, and use a second gravity attraction ball to interfere, and then make the entire drone group turn otherwise. You don't need to say anything more. New Belland Planet Senior can no longer listen and only asks one question. Can't we just fire directly at the place other than the Ghost Mountain on Vogue Planet? Of course, after all, Vogue still has key targets such as the main city and the melting cave. The Nubeland planet's high-level officials were silent. Attacking such a key target right away always felt like it would block the way for subsequent negotiations with the Federal Bureau. In addition to these two targets, are there any other places we can attack, such as their ammunition storage depots, command rooms, power plants, transportation hubs, and communication towers? The Nubeland planet's high-level officials laughed after saying this. Ammunition storage depot? Only Guishan seems to have an ammunition storage depot, but they can't attack it because the black gold mine is priceless, and they want to keep it. The command room, needless to say, must be in Volk's main city. Power plant? Vogue Planet does not have such a thing, not to mention that since the midsummer declared a state of emergency in the war, even the main city has used temporary flashlights that receive cosmic energy and convert it into electricity. Transportation hub? Now there is at most a foundation. It is not yet a hub of this scale. Communication tower? The communication towers on Vogue are all temporary and are put into pockets after use. Want to lock it with bombs? The scene is a bit funny. Bombing other mountains is useless. It would be heartbreaking if the black gold veins were bombed. After careful calculation, Vogue is too poor, too backward, and too dilapidated. There is no target worth focusing on. Maybe we can choose to attack their granary. The commander of the fleet suggested this, and the senior officials of Nuberland immediately adopted this suggestion and asked the commander of the fleet to contact Agent Searles on Vogue to determine the exact location of the granary. Soon, Agent Searles provided them with the exact locations of 25 granaries. This time, the battle fleet assembled by the group of 18 finally achieved some results. The roar woke up everyone living on the planet Vogue. People walked out of the bunkers and watched the bombs explode on the surface. The hatred in their hearts came much faster than fear. Although the military action of the group of 18 was opposed by a lot of public opinion, it did not stop them from taking action. They also sent a large number of drones while Vogue did not launch a counterattack, with the aim of penetrating into the core of Vogue and completing the attack on higher-level targets. But the happiness of the 18-nation group lasted less than a day. The next day, before the scolding on the Star Network subsided, Xingxia gave a Star Domain speech, announcing that the Vogue Planet Defense Army had intercepted all the drones sent to Vogue by the 18-nation group, with a total number of 5,688. These drones are well-equipped and have excellent combat skills. Although they were dismantled by us, the corresponding design drawings and disassembled parts have been put on the live broadcast room. If you need them, you can take pictures at any time. We will ship them after the war subsides. The top leaders of the 18-nation group were stunned. Is what Xingxia said a human language? Well-equipped and with excellent combat skills, even though we dismantled them? Dismantled? Just one day? Intercepted them all and still dismantled them? What made them even more angry was that Xingxia later announced that 18 of the places attacked by the 18-nation warships were disguised as ruined buildings and chicken farms, and the remaining 7 were abandoned factories, landfills, and prison wastelands. We were thinking that if we wanted to dispose of these ruins and rebuild, it would cost a lot of money. Now we have detected that these places have been completely blown up. There is no doubt that the 18-nation group has saved us this money. Before the top leaders of the G18 countries could faint, the counterattack from the planet Vogue came. Their silos did not launch drones this time, but launched a large number of missiles from the rat holes in the Ghost Mountain, and the target was very clear: the strategic class main ship of the planet Nuberland. You should know that in the previous drone bombing, the outer shell of the battleship of the planet Nuberland was not repaired at all. After all, the impact of the drone explosion on the outer armor of the battleship was very limited, so the armor of the battleship, which was slightly damaged, was directly blown out with a big hole. Now the fleet commander had to order to dock at the planet Alka for repairs. The top leaders of Nuberland were furious and issued orders to bomb the main city of Vogue in turns. At the same time, they also carried out indiscriminate bombing of the places outside the main city where the power grid and space energy converter were set up, and the launch silos scattered on the surface of Vogue were also bombed. As a result, Xingxia turned around and attacked the Nuberland military base on the nearest planet, Stya, using a homemade drone worth less than 3,000 star coins to trick the Nuberland military base into sending out a total of 68 interceptor missiles worth 50 million star coins each, with the main goal of letting Nuberland enjoy the joy of a luxury battleship hitting a bicycle. At the same time, 5 minutes after the edge of Vogue's main city was bombed, Xingxia excitedly announced to the public that from now on Vogue would only attack the warships of Nuberland, and would also launch an attack on the Nuberland military base on the nearby planet. Soon, the sharp-eyed Star Network viewers noticed that the drone swarm products that had been dismantled in Volk's official live broadcast room were no longer available, and the densely packed launch silos on Volk's surface were launching a large number of drone swarms towards the Nuberland military base on the nearby planet at an exaggerated speed that was indescribable. What's worse is that since this batch of drone swarms was transformed from the previously intercepted drone swarms, some of the drones were able to magically pass the verification of the Nuberland military base, and then directly bomb it to the Nuberland military base. As for the all-day bombing that the Nuberland high-level officials angrily requested, as long as the warships entered the range of the missiles of the Vogue planet would attack them as if they were free. Sometimes it was useless smoke bombs, sometimes it was drone swarms, sometimes it was old missiles, sometimes it was high-performance missiles, and some flares were interspersed in disorder to make the battleships of the 18-nation group have 2 heads. These improved smoke bombs, flares, drone swarms and old missiles can imitate the locking effect of starships, and the people in the battleships dare not bet whether this is a real starship attack. After all, one shot is enough for them to stop at the maintenance port for a while, and the income from bombing the main city of Vogue Planet is simply a business that loses a lot of money. You must know that this place is a ruin except for the government hall after the storm. Even if a part of it was built later, the previous bombing also destroyed that part. So bombing it over and over again, except for making this pile of ruins look more useless, it has no effect at all. What made the top leaders of the 18-nation group even more confused was that the war had already started for 4 days, and there were corresponding injured personnel in their battle fleets, but there was no definite report of casualties on Vogue. Although they asked Agent Searles on Vogue to submit the exact location of the civilian shelter as soon as possible, the strange thing was that Agent Searles had not provided the corresponding location coordinates until now. Chapter 95. Precise requirements for attacking civilians. If the contact information between the two parties was exposed, Agent Searles could not help but think that the cruelest guys in the black market would have to respect her boss as a living devil. At the same time, she was also somewhat concerned about her strange feelings at the moment. She didn't know if it was because she had been on Vogue Planet for a while, and saw the sincere warmth of mutual help that seemed to exist in this utopian world. She actually began to no longer want to provide such conscienceless attack coordinates. Moreover, the 25 granary targets she provided before had already made the Vogue Planet Defense Army focus on her. But the strange thing was that the other party did not do anything to her, as if they acquiesced to deliberately let her provide these coordinates. Facts have proved that these coordinates she provided were all traps. Fortunately, she was still unconsciously worried about the civilians of Vogue Planet and the possible famine, but in the end, she was really scolded by her boss again, and threatened her with her family. If she didn't provide some useful information, she knew the consequences. But what made her tired was that most of the useful information she provided was rejected by her immediate superior. Up to now, she didn't even dare to send a message back to inform her superior that there were no casualties on Vogue. Not only that, her immediate superior's random bombing even helped widen the roads in the main city of Vogue and solve the problem of the corresponding old sewer pipes being difficult to repair. Sometimes she couldn't help but think that the newly appointed planetary commander Xingxia was simply a genius. She cried so aggrievedly on the Star Network, claiming that her main city was bombed, the people were living in difficulty, and urgently needed external support. She also scolded the 18-nation group headed by Nuberland for wantonly interfering in the internal affairs of the Federation and brazenly using force, saying that they were simply a group of outright bandits. But what is the actual situation? The civilians of Volker had already stockpiled the corresponding supplies before the war began. The internet celebrities, who were still stranded on the planet, even received emergency response packages from the military, which included oxygen cylinders, oxygen masks, gas masks, heating lamps, hand-cranked satellite signal receivers and searchlights, a full set of toiletries, and military compressed food. According to her investigation, the Food Security Bureau secretly transferred the corresponding food supplies before the war began in preparation for emergencies. The Volker Defense Force had prepared the corresponding war plan in advance, which also included the design of civilian evacuation routes and the repair of safety facilities such as air raid shelters. Of course, the civilians were not idle either. Professors and students of the new University of Science and Technology on Volker collectively issued a complete set of military technical guidance manuals to the civilians. Among them, there are chapters about the modification and disassembly of drones. After the military seized the drones launched to Vogue by the G18 countries from New Zealand and other planets, they would be handed over to civilians for modification. At first, Agent Sales thought that Xingxia was dreaming, and civilians who had never touched military products were modifying drones. This was not just playing with sand on the beach. Civilians could not do professional work, but to her surprise, civilians could not only do it but also get started faster and faster. Everyone was immersed in the modification of drones, and occasionally discussed the defects of drones with professors of related majors. Those professional proposals sometimes made Agent Sales stunned, but the proposers were still the untouchables of Vogue Planet, who were unanimously believed by the top leaders of their planet to be able to do the lowest dirty work. Agent Sales asked these. The public has inquired about it. As early as 8 months in the melting cave, they have completed the corresponding basic science learning. Maybe they are not very good at writing the corresponding scientific and technological texts, but in terms of comprehension and hands-on ability, they are no less than the workers in professional military factories. If they encounter personnel who really can't learn, the security army will arrange them to help in the kitchen. What surprised Agent Sales was that the former prison personnel are now responsible for the preparation of lunch and dinner in addition to the maintenance of the corresponding military engineering projects. Of course, the preparation of meals is also separated according to the process. They do not participate in washing vegetables, side dishes, and the final dishwashing. The dishwashing work is done by civilians themselves. Even in the air raid shelter, the supply of clean water is non-stop day and night, and behind this, a strong power grid and water conservancy engineering hub are needed to ensure it. The relevant guaranteed parties follow Agent Sales' elimination method. If we calculate, it should be the responsibility of the independent army. So it seems that Xingxia had mobilized everyone on this planet long before the war. This ability of rapid military and collective mobilization in a short period of time is terrifying. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, even the exploration influencers stranded on this planet have unconsciously become tools for Volk's external publicity. They don't need to say much. Even if they just use the camera to casually shoot the lives of Volk civilians these days, they can gain a lot of traffic and attention. Moreover, the public opinion on the Star Network is very heartwarming, all of which are encouragement for Volk civilians, and strong condemnation of the war behavior of the 18-nation group. This kind of public opinion encouragement has also indirectly boosted the sales of specialties in the official live broadcast room of Volk. The increase in trading volume has in turn given the live broadcast room heat, forming a publicity matrix that integrates hotspot bombing, news dissemination, and specialty sales. In this regard, not to mention the 18-nation group, even the propaganda department of the Federal General Administration can't beat Xinxia. Finally, it's the dimensionality reduction strike in military operations. Xinxia made full use of the mentality of the 18-nation group not daring to focus on bombing the mountains, and frequently set up baits to make the warships of the 18-nation group constantly consume their own ammunition. At the same time, they used modified icebreaker police cars on the surface of the planet to carry the launch system, and formed a mixed cross-launch mode with the real launch silos underground, creating the illusion that the surface was full of launch silos. To put it bluntly, they were still cheating the ammunition of the warships of the 18-nation group, and constantly creating opportunities for their own side to consume the warships of the 18-nation group. Compared with traditional wars, Xinxia is using the lowest cost to increase the investment of the 18-nation group in this war, and she is also shamelessly clamoring that she is the weakest party. In fact, what she wants to fight is an invisible and intangible, but extremely deadly economic war. And from the current situation, she really hasn't suffered any loss. In terms of morality, public opinion, public confidence, and the price of ammunition and weapons, she has crushed the 18-nation group. If there is a disadvantage, there is probably only one: Volk cannot fight a protracted war. If the G8 blockades Volk starship port by force, the peaceful days inside Volk will collapse completely after the next winter season. However, the rising cost of war is also testing the G8's tolerance. In short, the two sides are now simply wasting time to see who falls first. After all, the profits of the black gold mine are right in front of them, and no one will give up easily. When Agent Sales thought of this, he unconsciously thought of the strange attitude of the Federation. Then he suddenly understood that Xinxia was preparing to fight the 18-nation group alone. If she succeeded, she was also intimidating the Federal Bureau in disguise. She was not going to decouple, but just wanted to increase the price of Volk Planet being reincorporated by the Federal Bureau. Then, the current frontline war was just a cover, and the real secret war was happening in the rear, on the side of the Federal Bureau. Yes, Agent Sales was shocked. The Federation had changed without them noticing. If the Federal Bureau was smart, and didn't want to be suppressed by Xinxia, they should have found them for a discussion within a few days. But now the Federal Bureau is very quiet, and Agent Sales, who was sent to the Federal Bureau, didn't send back any news. Just when she thought of this, she heard the people next to her talking about a piece of gossip. Have you heard recently that the eldest son of the Siros family went back to the Federation, and he was accompanied by our people? Who? Diplomat Siming, right? You should watch the latest news, not our station, but the text messages sent by the Federation. Speaking of which, I remember that Siming seemed to be a playboy before? Now he has become our diplomat, from the news screen. It's quite pleasing to the eyes. Agent Searles panicked. She knew too well the importance of this kind of brief news. Moreover, since Xinxia had already made up her mind to focus on the Federal Bureau, and the Federal Bureau was now quiet, it was obvious that Agent Searles, who they sent to the Federal Bureau, might have been arrested. Wait, she closed her eyes and realized that her thoughts were still half a beat behind. The worst thing was that the Federal Bureau and the Volk Planet launched wars at the same time. One was a secret war to eliminate spies, and the other was a frontal war to attract attention. That's right, this was in line with all the details she could get now, so the response method must also be transferred from Volk Planet to the Federal Bureau. If the spies in the Federal Bureau were completely eliminated, it would be an unacceptable and major loss for them. But just as Agent Seller slipped out to send a message to her boss, her hand could not help but pause. Even if she reported all her ideas to her boss now, would the boss who was furious listen to her? Maybe in the end, all the blame would be put on her. If she wanted to win this war, her unlucky boss must at least step down first, but this was impossible. So, it was about the same as if this war was destined to be unwinnable, which meant that she was destined to take the blame, and a big blame, the kind that could ruin her whole family. Agent Sellers, She glanced at the message her boss sent her anxiously, asking her to provide the exact coordinates of the civilian shelter. Really, it was like she had reached an important fork in her life. If the civilian shelter was really bombed, it might be a little bit of a boost for her boss, and the current war situation, but only a little bit. This war was still very likely to be lost, and in the end, it would not be her boss who would be charged with war crimes and sent to the gallows because of the madness of Midsummer. Agent Sales sighed, looked at the clear sky and the Vogue Planet Defense Force personnel standing upright not far away to protect the safety of this area. A bold idea came to her mind, but she quickly stopped it. Unfortunately, before another night had passed, accompanied by the threatening video and angry remarks sent by her boss to her family, Agent Sales finally made up her mind to walk towards the Vogue Planet Defense Force stationed at the end of the street. She wanted to surrender to the enemy. Chapter 96. Although she knew that surrendering to the enemy would cost her a price, Agent Searles never expected that she would be sent to the office of the planetary commander Xingxia under general anesthesia. Fu Qianshan straightened the platform where she was lying so that Xingxia could see her face, and then handed over a report to confirm that her appearance was not a desperate attempt to assassinate Xingxia, so she deliberately proposed the idea of surrendering to the enemy. Well, to ensure your safety, she will probably need half an hour to speak. Fu Qianshan glanced at Agent Searles, who wanted to roll his eyes at him, and once again firmly emphasized the necessity of anesthesia. Okay, I know, since there is still half an hour, let Wei Jie cut in line first. Agent Searles thought she would be sent away again, but Xingxia waved her hand and asked her to stay here. Fu Qianshan also found a seat in the room and sat down. Then Wei Jie pushed the door in with an angry face. What do you mean? We are seriously short of staff now. What do you want me to do? And you want me to go out with people? Facing Wei Jie's angry face, Sheng Xia couldn't help but sigh with wide eyes. Fu Qianshan seemed to have seen Wei Jie so angry for the first time, and he unconsciously moved his butt. After Wei Jie finished cursing, he realized that there were other people in the room. He glanced at Fu Qianshan, who silently looked away, and then at Agent Searles, who was lying next to him. After a few seconds of silence, he seemed to wake up from a dream and asked, "This person is a spy, definitely a spy. How many people have you sent to the planet Vogue? Where are your companions? Tell me the truth." Before Wei Jie finished asking, Sheng Xia stopped him and told him that it would be better to let Fu Qianshan do the interrogation. The issue to be discussed now was about government-sponsored students. Since our war officially began, do you know how many letters of enlistment I have received from government-sponsored students? Sheng Xia did not shy away from anything. She directly displayed the received e-letters on the big screen behind her in front of Agent Searles. On top of all the letters was a joint letter written in red blood, and underneath it were densely covered with bloody fingerprints of many people. It looked quite scary at first glance. Seeing Wei Jie's stunned look, Sheng Xia added, "Yes, this is the letter of enlistment of all members of your daughter's study team. I heard from Mo Siming that some of them went to smash the office of the agency set up by Nibberland in the Federation, and were detained by the other party. What about them? Mo Siming went to negotiate, and all the people were brought out safely, but he didn't dare to guarantee that they wouldn't make trouble next time." Fu Qianshan looked at Wei Jie's subconsciously clenched fists, feeling a little ashamed and very angry. It was not a bad thing to take the initiative to speak out to help. Smashing the other party's agency office showed that the younger generation had their own ideas. To be honest, I think so too. Xingxia raised the corner of her mouth. Although this matter seems impulsive, it also allows people outside Vogue Planet to see for the first time that the younger generation of Vogue Planet has the spirit of resistance. So rather than hurting their enthusiasm, I prefer to guide them. I still have the same old idea. The future development of Vogue Planet cannot do without the construction and improvement of the talent team of the entire industry. They seem to be studying carefree now, but in fact they are also responsible for the future of Vogue Planet. The war will always be over, and the moment they return is the moment when Vogue Planet really moves forward. Agent Searles listened quietly to Xingxia's words. Her tone was gentle but extremely powerful. In just a few words, she outlined a completely different future for Vogue Planet, just like the 5-year agreement she had seen in the government hall. Even in wartime, Xingxia did not give up her future plans because of the urgency of the war. Yes, this is a person who does great things, and she is not at the same level as her unlucky boss. This war will definitely make her boss pay a heavy price. Agent Searles just. Thinking of this, Xingxia continued to arrange work for Wei Jie. I let you go out not to protect you. On the contrary, it is more dangerous to leave under the current circumstances. But after thinking about it, I can only give such work to you and the diplomatic corps you have now led. You must go out in the official name of Volker Planet and persuade the government-sponsored students to study hard. By the way, you should also take a look at their current study and life conditions. If there are any difficulties, contact Mo Siming and put immediately. Of course, in addition to this, there is also a more important thing. For a long time, whether it is in the Star Network or the official consultations of various countries, there are few official personnel from Volker Planet to participate. This time you must go out and speak and shout everywhere. After all, this is the first voice of Volker Planet. You know, I mean at the political level. Wei Jie realized that this was the key point of this mission and subconsciously widened his eyes. At the same time, because he felt the importance of this mission, he unconsciously clenched his fist and put it on his chest. After you go out, you can continue to do the original propaganda work. I will hand over the mobilization work to the medical team. I will update the first-hand war report to you every day. How about it? You can rest assured now. Wei Jie nodded obediently to Sheng Xia, which made Fu Qianshan want to laugh. In order to liven up the atmosphere, Fu Qianshan stood up and pressed Wei Jie's shoulder. I have said it a long time ago, fighting alone is out of date. You are responsible for quarreling in the rear, and let everyone listen to our grievances. This is also very necessary. Agent Cyrus, But in fact, the group of 18 countries headed by the planet Nuberland suffer the most, right? Sheng Xia really took the war to a new height. After Wei Jie left, Fu Qianshan and Xing Xia turned their attention back to Agent Cyrus. Xing Xia looked at the time and found that she still had 3 minutes before she could speak, so she simply took her information and looked through it. Agent Cyrus number 1778, with multiple names and identities in multiple countries, currently using the name Xiao Rui, formerly a second lieutenant in the Tanya Group, currently the leader of the New Belen Planet Secret Operations Group, with a military rank of lieutenant. Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Xiao Rui had imagined many things that Sheng Xia would say after meeting her, such as why did you betray your country, or what information can you provide me, or how can I trust you, etc. But she never expected that the first sentence Sheng Xia said would be such a friend-like concern. She unconsciously wanted to clench her fists, as if she realized that Xiao Rui could not speak yet. Sheng Xia sighed, and lamented that her military rank was not low, from second lieutenant to lieutenant. If it was placed on the Vogue Planet Defense Force, her departure would undoubtedly be a major loss. If my boss can also realize that losing me is a loss, it would be great. Xiao Rui could feel her mouth was still stiff and numb, but she still had to tell Sheng Xia. Whether she believed it or not, these titles were nothing in these large groups and forces that were like a pile of loose sand. To put it bluntly, they were just mercenaries, or mercenaries with little choice. Xiao Rui didn't want to recall it anymore, and just told Sheng Xia, I saw you rescue the scouts they had trained in the prison before, and I also noticed that the secret lines we had buried in the Vogue planet had been completely cleared. There are many talents in it. You won't waste them in vain, right? Sheng Xia. Is this a test? You don't have much time and opportunity left. My family members have all been taken to the punishment room. If you save them, I will give you everything you want. Fu Qianshan sneered at this time, since the punishment room must be in the core. We dare not agree to your request even if you have confidence in us. No, the punishment room is at the front line. Xiao Rui's emotions suddenly became excited, and she showed signs of overbreathing. Sheng Xia noticed this, and subconsciously put her hand on her shoulder. Xiao Rui's emotions calmed down again. She said that she didn't want much. She wanted to stop the war for a while, and give her a fake message that she could reply to. Then she would arrange for her people to rescue her family from the punishment room of the frontline warship. If Sheng Xia's people could meet them on the planet Alka, she didn't mind handing her family over to Sheng Xia. This was also the best arrangement she could think of for her family. I bet you will win this battle. Instead of letting my family be hunted down in various places in the star field, it is better to come to the planet Vogue directly and reunite with us. Xing Xia, Fu Qianshan suddenly reached out to stop Xing Xia, saying that Xiao Rui said everything well, but there was a problem. How could they be sure that this was not a trap set by her and the senior staff of Nuberland Planet? Moreover, since she could arrange her own people to rescue people, did she really need their help? I need a ceasefire and false news. This is the premise for the success of all rescue operations. As for agents like us, we know too much and generally can't have a good ending. Anyway, we are being used by others. It's better to be used by you than by my stupid boss. If we lose this war, he will definitely put all the blame on me and the members of our entire team. Rather than taking the blame for him and dragging my family to death, I might as well rebel against him. Xing Xia, can you provide us with a complete list of the current senior officials of the Nuberland Planet? I can provide you with a list of the senior officials of the group of 18. If you can face my value, you will find that I can give you much more than you can give me. Fu Qianxin couldn't help but mocked. Since you are so useful, why does your boss treat you like this? You think my boss is also called Xingxia, right? Xingxia, who was suddenly named. Fu Qianxin. According to my idea, the current front battlefield is not worth mentioning at all. No, even earlier, I suggested to my boss that they clean up the people from Vogue Planet to avoid being passive, but they didn't. Your people must have left Vogue Planet, but this is not the most fatal. We are now fighting an economic war. You seem to be fighting the G18, but in fact you are fighting the Federal Bureau in the rear. Otherwise, there is no reason not to accept the assistance of the Federal Bureau. But now there is no movement, so the Federal Bureau must be going through a big purge. If it were me, I would decisively give up the front battlefield to stabilize the Federal Bureau's secret line. Xiao Rui said here, and saw that Xingxia finally showed interest and gave her a look to let her continue. So she continued to talk about her own inference. You announced the discovery of the black gold mine the day before the war. Our most powerful weapon was destroyed, but it is not impossible to break through. If my boss is not so eager to reap the fruits of his labor. First, blow up the melting cave. If you still don't surrender, blow up the ghost mountain that you claim to have the black gold mine. Xiao Rui saw that Fu Qianxin wanted to say something, and directly raised his voice to interrupt him. It is better to lose both than to win alone. Fu Qianxin couldn't help but exhale, you lunatic. But Xingxia spoke calmly at this time. But if such a big battle is just to drag us to lose together, then even if we win this battle, we will still lose. So this war cannot be won. My family and I will be killed because of this war. What's worse is that because of you, because of your unexpected behavior, my boss no longer trusts me. This is the most fatal thing for me. Xingxia, This time even Fu Qianxin couldn't help but remain silent. Xiao Rui looked at Xingxia again. How about it? Are you willing to accept my surrender? What I want is really not difficult for you to do. Fu Qianxin turned his head and looked at Xingxia, but Xingxia suddenly seemed to have nothing to do with him. Xiao Rui? After saying this, Xingxia stepped forward and patted her shoulder, then turned around and asked Fu Qianxin to take her away. Xiao Rui thought the negotiations had broken down and subconsciously squatted down and hugged Fu Qianxin's legs and refused to leave. Seeing this, Xingxia immediately added, arrange your own manpower. We will not cease the war, but soon they will have no time to take care of the battlefield on the front line. Xiao Rui. Then can my family still come to Vogue Planet? Chapter 97. If you can provide us with more valuable intelligence. When Xingxia finished speaking, Xiao Rui was obviously relieved and looked at Xingxia devoutly. Of course, find me anytime. Xingxia, Until Fu Qianxin returned, Xingxia was still looking at the battle report from the front line and thinking about whether to send people, and who to send to pick up the family Xiao Rui mentioned. In fact, Xiao Rui guessed correctly. After Ji Juefeng's activities, the Federation did send special operations personnel to cooperate with Ji Juefeng's secret operation team members to deal with the problem of Volk's illegal workers, who were kidnapped by the surrounding star forces. They will act quickly within 2 days to rescue all the illegal workers on Vogue Planet. According to Xingxia's strategic deployment, as the illegal workers are rescued, border harassment against the group of 18 will begin. At the same time, the Golden Fleet will directly overwhelm the current 18-nation group warships and intimidate them, and then the Federal Bureau will send starships to the Akka Starship port to settle all the illegal workers back to the Federation. This can be regarded as Professor Musk's compensation for Xingxia's assassination by the Federation, but the problem now is, it's too coincidental. The timing of Xiao Rui's surrender to the enemy and asking for rescue is too coincidental, even the starship port to go to. Do we really want to take the risk? Fu Qianxin looked at Xingxia's silence, and knew that she was still moved to rescue Xiao Rui's family. In fact, if Fu Qianxin made the decision, he should choose to ignore it. After all, Xiao Rui is Agent Searles. He has heard about the deeds of this organization from Mo Siming and in Yuan. Not to mention the strictness of the selection, and the outrageous degree of stripping of human nature, the degree of dependence of the high-level forces of the surrounding star fields on Agent Searles' organization alone determines that Xiao Rui's statement that her boss does not trust her is simply nonsense. But at the same time, and Yuan also pointed out that they all didn't know how fast the internal replacement of Agent Sailors was. If Xiao Rui was really facing the situation of being executed by the organization, then maybe she would really have the intention to surrender. According to the intelligence on the black market, the number of seats for Agent Sailors has always been very limited. At the same time, they also have the right to freely shuttle and even investigate in the surrounding star field forces far beyond other administrative agencies. Moreover, This is the consensus reached by the top leaders of the surrounding star field forces. Now such a person wants to surrender, which is undoubtedly a world-destroying nuclear bomb for the top leaders of the surrounding star field forces and the organizational framework of agent sailors. However, what Xiao Rui said had to be considered by them. What do you mean? Fu Qianxian didn't understand, and Mo Siming simply said, because their living environment has been locked, even if they really want to surrender, no one in the surrounding star field forces will accept their surrender. That is, even if they call for help, no one will pay attention, and naturally, it will create the illusion that they never surrender. And now the planet Voke is completely isolated from the existence of the surrounding star field forces. It just so happens that this agent Searles is on the planet Voke. The message she sent back was ignored by her superiors, but her family was tortured in the rear. Such punishment measures are also a cruel torture for her. After Yuan finished speaking, Mo Siming nodded and agreed without knowing what he was thinking. If Agent Searles' humanity is completely stripped away, how can the high-level personnel of the surrounding star field forces control the members of this organization? Only by artificially creating some weaknesses, and firmly controlling these weaknesses, the extremely smart Agent Searles will be willing to loyally obey their superiors. Fu Qianxian suddenly stopped when he heard this. Wait, so your two opinions are that Xiao Rui's surrender is real and not a trap? Mo Siming and Yuan looked at each other on the conference screen and shook their heads regretfully. Of course not. Maybe this is a trap designed specifically for her, making the best use of it, or this is her own suggestion. She would rather die for the future of her family. To be honest, there are too many possibilities. So miserable. And Yuan's meaningless murmur made Mo Siming and Fu Qianxian feel the cruelty of Xiao Rui's situation again. Sympathy is sympathy, but Xiao Rui's current identity is their enemy anyway, so they must be careful. Just as Fu Qianxian lowered his eyes and waited for Xingxia's reply, Xingxia stood up and looked at the cloudy sky outside. You have already contacted Mo Siming and Yuan and even put, right? Fu Qianxian nodded. Yes. What do you think? Too risky. I suggest giving up. Xingxia, After a while of silence, she sighed. It seems that everyone has the same idea. If we want to add the link of saving her family to the original action plan, once one of them is arrested, we will face a complete loss. Fu Qianxian lowered his eyes. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he could look at Xiao Rui's situation without any hostility. He unconsciously felt a little sympathy for Xiao Rui, especially in Mo Siming's words. The living environment has been locked. It accurately described Xiao Rui's past and the former Vogue planet. No matter how you think about it, the timing is too coincidental. Is it really not part of the plan? Xingxia seemed to be talking to herself, but just when Fu Qianxian wanted to say something else, Xingxia had already made the final decision. Since there are risks, how about we adjust the action plan? Fu Qianxian. On the 8th day of the war, the Golden Fleet advanced one step forward for no reason and directly entered the attack range of the 18-nation group's battle fleet, which shocked the 18-nation group. The high-level officials of the New Belen planet also began to contact Xiao Rui constantly, wanting to get the latest news about the planetary commander Xingxia. Xiao Rui looked at the "Give yourself a way out." She glanced at the photos of her family members that she had sent to her at the same time. Although she had come out of the punishment room, the marks of punishment on them had not been removed, and her sister was still asking the person who brought her out with numb eyes, "When will my sister come back?" Xiao Rui, She turned her head to look at the child, who was responsible for guarding her. The child was the same age as her sister. He was also a member of the Boy Scouts in the prison. He was only rescued by Xingxia. Now, I don't know if it was Xingxia's test, but she actually sent such a child to accompany her. 2 days ago, Fu Qianxian suddenly contacted her, gave her the corresponding civilian refuge coordinates, and mentioned that Xingxia was willing to cease fire for a period of time, so that she could take advantage of this time to send her own people to rescue her family, and then send them to the largest Cyban starship port on the planet Alka within 10 hours after the ceasefire. Remember, you only have 10 hours, and the code for the operation is Free Bird. What are you planning? Why did the action change again? Xiao Rui was keenly aware that something had been overlooked. Fu Qianxian looked at her worried look and suddenly said in a mocking tone that even Agent Cells would show an ordinary expression when facing his family problems. You are indeed planning something. Want to know? Xiao Rui knew that this was the first step of her surrender, and she shook her head to refuse. No need. Anyway, I believed in you first, so I bear the price I may have to pay for believing. Fu Qianxian, ask you a question. Fu Qianxian did not leave, but put his hand on the door of the temporary guardhouse. What would happen if your agent Cell's family died? Xiao Rui, Fu Qianshan asked herself this question with a little anger, but she still answered, live and die together. Generally speaking, our family members will be tortured carefully before we die, but if they are tortured to death by accident, then those of us who are on duty outside will also die. The top leaders of the group of 18 don't like to use disobedient but sharp knives. Fu Qianshan. He was stunned for a few seconds and seemed a little unbelievable. You are so powerful, will you still be abandoned? Seeing that Xiao Rui was completely angry, Fu Qianshan's eyes became clear. Sorry, I just think, well, after reading the ideas you and your boss proposed, I think you are really powerful and worthy of the position of leader of the special operations team. Huh? Are you stupid? Xiao Rui started to curse, but Fu Qianshan smiled instead. Anyway, I hope your family can be successfully rescued. I'm leaving, and you must remember to eat well today. Xiao Rui, if you don't know, you might think she's a child. However, will Xingxia really abide by the agreement and rescue her family, or will she continue to use her after rescuing them? Xiao Rui looked at the children, who were talking to Fu Qianshan with clear eyes not far away. They are currently going to the basic education college to study. Even in today's war years, these children have not been abandoned. Xingxia is still taking care of them, and even requires their basic grades. This is a seemingly insignificant and extremely small matter, but in terms of Xiao Rui's experience in performing missions on so many war-torn planets, this matter is simply weird and perverted. The better war-torn planets just let the children fend for themselves outside, and the better ones are to provide humanitarian aid to the children, or temporarily open up adoption channels. This is the upper limit. The lower limit is that people are more useful and durable than machines. But Vogue not only ensured the food supply for all members during the war, but also ensured that the children could go to school normally. The professor even went to the shelter to teach knowledge in person. Ah, the magic of this planet is really something that I dared not even dream of in the past. In short, I hope everything goes well. As the Golden Fleet moved forward, Xiao Rui's family was also taken away from the punishment room. The team members seemed to understand Xiao Rui's idea. The two sides had a tacit understanding, and took her family to the Saiban starship port on the planet Arca without any extra words. However, the team members still felt that the people from Vogue would not come to meet them. Xiao Rui's idea was a bit whimsical. Generally, the end of this step is death, but at least they have supported each other for so many years. Xiao Rui wanted to reunite with her family before she died, and the team members were willing to satisfy her wish. Saiban Starship Port. Although the number of flights in this starship port has decreased due to the recent maintenance of the warships of the 18-nation group, the overall number of passengers in the starship port has not decreased but increased a lot. A large number of internet celebrities and unknown people would rather stay in the starship port than miss the first flight to Vogue Planet after the war. Just when Xiao Rui's team members were hesitating about who to hand the people over, Xingxia appeared in front of Xiao Rui's team members in an extremely unexpected way. You? These are Xiao Rui's family members. Yes, the number is not as many as I thought, but they all look healthy. You? Free birds, you are welcome to surrender. After saying this, Xingxia turned around and left the terminal of Saiban Starship Port with Xiao Rui's 5 family members. After reacting, Agent Searles immediately asked Saiban Starship Port to immediately block the entire harbor, but the answer he got was, impossible. Xingxia has come to your starship port. Are you kidding? At this sensitive moment of war, why is the planetary commander of Vogue not commanding on his own planet? Is he here for vacation? Ha ha ha. I don't know if Alka deliberately favors Alka. Anyway, when Agent Searles reported all the intelligence and the 18-nation group turned to cause trouble for Alka, Xingxia had already driven her own ship alone and returned to Vogue safely via the route escorted by the Golden Fleet. To be honest, when Xingxia landed at the starship port of Vogue Planet, Xiao Rui just wanted to rush up and shout, "Are you really crazy?" When the commander of a planet went to pick up the family of an enemy who surrendered to him when the war broke out on this planet, and the future was unclear, Xiao Rui thought that this was a real madman, a madman that her boss could never catch up with even if he had to cultivate several lives. Everyone is here, and the green channel for consultation in the hospital has been opened for you. Hush, I know you have a lot to say to me and your family, and I still have work to do. You should finish talking to your family first, and then come to me. Cold. Quiet, calm down. Fu Qianshan stood beside Xiao Rui, watching her body trembling uncontrollably, and subconsciously reached out to pat her shoulder in a soothing manner, and at the same time comforted Xiao Rui's family. Don't worry, you are safe. Xiao Rui, shock. When she turned around to look for Xingxia, She found that Xingxia had left the starship port, and when she looked again, Fu Qianshan had also left the starship port, leaving only the doctors and nurses of the central hospital to comfort Xiao Rui and tell her that the clinic was ready. By the way, considering the mental health of Xiao Rui's family, they also specially prepared a pink clinic this time. Xiao Rui, question mark this. Is this reasonable? Isn't the Vogue planet at war? Chapter 98. Xingxia returned to her office and looked at the time again. Fu Qianshan followed in and said that he had checked with Ji Juifeng and there were no loopholes in every step of the operation, so the operation to rescue the illegal workers and Wei Jia's operation to the Federation would be successful. I hope the other party's top leaders will not suddenly grow brains. Xingxia was obviously a little tired after saying this. Alka Planet also sent the corresponding black gold mine transportation agreement. After reading the corresponding agreement carefully, Xingxia signed her name. Suddenly Ji Juifeng sent a contact request. When Xingxia was worried, she heard Ji Juifeng excitedly report, the operation has been a complete success. The illegal workers who were detained on the surrounding starfield planets due to the cold winter on Vogue Planet have all been rescued by the members of the Federal Special Operations Team. He personally went to check the relevant personnel. Now these personnel have secretly left Alka Planet and went to the Federal Headquarters. This is really good news. As soon as Fu Qianshan finished speaking, Wei Jia contacted him, saying that he had safely arrived at the core planet of the Federation. Professor Musk organized a welcome ceremony and also invited students studying here to participate. Everyone is in good condition, and they all seem to have gained some weight. They are full of confidence in their conversations. Well, none of them stopped seeking knowledge because of the war. Wei Jia sighed unconsciously when he said this, and turned to look at the international students, who all lowered their heads. He suddenly couldn't make up a story. Fortunately, Xingxia gave him another task at this time, asking him to go and see the illegal workers on Vogue Planet who were about to come to the Federation, so Wei Jia's lie was temporarily concealed. After the banquet was over and everyone else had left, Wei Jia walked up to his eldest daughter and asked her, "Tell me, what's wrong with you all looking so weird?" Wei Jia's eldest daughter, After a long silence, someone finally summoned up the courage to speak. We can't keep up with everything taught in the federal classroom. You also feel that coming here from Vogue is like coming to another world. On Vogue, icebreaker police cars should be considered the most advanced vehicles, and in the core planet of the Federation, there are 8 layers of completely different transportation routes and transportation tools from underground to the sky. When the international students arrived at the core planet of the Federation on the first day, they had no idea how to get to their college, and just slept together in the starship port for a night. Later, even though they were led by professors to the colleges they were admitted to, this country bumpkin-like dilemma could not be improved. The basic knowledge content in the classroom and the communication between professors and students were all very different. They simply couldn't understand the jargon that the students often used. The professor didn't discriminate against them, but the classmates in the same class were not necessarily the same. They would often ridicule them with words they couldn't understand. What's worse is that once they get high scores, these students will bully them directly like flies that see a crack, and threaten them to drop out immediately. Although we fought back on the spot against some of the rude bullies, the situation of being isolated collectively did not improve. What's more terrible is that some of them would pretend to be good friends with us to get close to us, but in fact they just want to laugh at us. The professor also said that we are all a group of amazing people. He doesn't understand why we don't even have basic scientific knowledge, but can understand more complex and professional content, so he suggested that we start from the basics, but this will take a lot longer to learn. When the Vogue planet is mired in the quagmire of war, we are still wasting time in the Federation to learn some basic knowledge. Is this really good? Wei Jia, I didn't expect that everyone would face so many difficulties and concerns, but in fact, he could empathize with what they said, including the feeling at the welcome ceremony today. Obviously, no one discriminated against them, and even welcomed their arrival. Everyone was very sincere, but they just couldn't talk to each other. There was a kind of thin sense of isolation. As expected of the core planet of the Federation, it is really prosperous here. Whether it is the towering buildings or the diverse transportation methods and the busy flow of people, he can definitely feel his insignificance and rusticity here. Standing in the crowd, he looks like an ancient person from another century. Moreover, everyone here dresses in their own style, and even speaks with different accents and modal particles. If you don't listen carefully, you will often misunderstand the corresponding meaning, and you need to explain it to multiple parties. This complicated communication method also makes both parties, in the communication very strenuous. Although Wei Jia held on today, no matter how much the other party wanted to talk about him behind his back or even in front of him, he kept in mind that he was now the diplomat sent here by the official Vogue planet, and he was also the chief diplomat. He had to maintain the whole scene without showing any fear, but he would feel collapsed after a long time. So thinking of this, Wei Jia did not blame the international students, but comforted them softly. You have worked hard. I'm telling you the truth. It's not like Vogue planet here. Vogue planet is indeed very backward. This is a fact we must admit. Remember what our planet commander taught us in the melting cave. Only by respecting reality can we make progress. As soon as Wei Jia finished speaking, an international student couldn't help crying. Can we really see Vogue planet catch up with the current technological level of the Federation before we die? The gap between us is really too big. Too big. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here any longer. Take us home. We can continue to study on Vogue planet. We really can't hold on any longer. Yes, the professors at home are no worse than those here. Let's not waste money here anymore. Listening to the requests of the international students around him, Wei Jia realized how strong the international students' desire to go home was, especially when he saw that even his eldest daughter couldn't help crying. The heartache and discomfort in his heart almost reached the peak, but after everyone had vented their emotions, he gave a hard-hearted answer. No. Every one of you here, every one of you has finally come out of Vogue planet. Do you know how much effort our planet commander has spent to let you go to school? Why don't you stay on Vogue planet to study? It's because we know the huge gap between us. Wei Jia said here, and the whole person couldn't help getting excited. Xingxiao often said that the future of Vogue planet needs a talent echelon of the entire industry. I didn't understand what this meant at the time. Now I understand. These are the basics. You need to make up for them. Start from the basics and move up step by step. This is an irreparable part of the current education on Vogue. Our professors are all experts in their respective fields. They must have used some tricks when teaching you. This is like a castle in the air. If you want to know why, you must study deeply. The international students who listened to Wei Jia's speech quietly, Professor Musk and his supporters who returned, I said that the people on Vogue have strong resistance and vitality. Do you believe it now? Professor Musk looked very proud. It's really not. Knowing what their planetary commanders told them, it was already amazing that they could hold out for so long, and now it seems that they are still unwilling to give up. Isn't this good? If Vogue planet rises, our position in the Federation as old acquaintances, who have helped them, will only be more secure than it is now. Then it seems that there is nothing to worry about. The illegal workers from Vogue planet will be here soon. Don't make it happen again this time. Really, I also staged such a scene to test whether this group of people are worth helping. It seems that you have one, Musk. Professor Musk ignored the compliment and just snorted coldly. The next day, when the 18-nation group was concentrating its firepower on denouncing the betrayal of the planet Arca, a piece of news that the Federation acted quickly and has rescued all the illegal workers on the planet Vogue suddenly appeared on the front page of the current affairs news in various star regions. Interestingly, when this news was exposed, Xingxiao also announced some of the achievements made by the planet Vogue since the war between the two sides began, including but not limited to using disorderly raids, scattered bombs, drone swarms, smoke bombs, flares, earth bombs, etc. The battleships of the 18-nation group were forced to repel the attack 232 times, penetrated one main battleship, 3 escort battleships, and 2 guard battleships, and seized 34,628 drone swarms. In addition, we have not suffered any casualties since the start of the war. The damage to equipment, such as silos and launch vehicles, is within the acceptable range. Important projects such as hydropower energy networks and communication facilities are still operating normally. Finally, we will continue to attack multiple military facilities and bases of Nuberland in the outer space, and continue to increase our attacks on Nuberland's battleship fleet. At the same time, we have open channels for material and equipment assistance. In the next 3 days, we will organize forces to launch a new round of attacks on Nuberland. Thank you for your continued attention. Good guy, putting these two news together, it feels like the underwear of the 18-nation group has been exposed. The netizens on the Star Network who were originally worried about Vogue are now speechless. At first, I was worried about Vogue, but now it seems that the 18-nation group should be more worried. I thought the 18-nation group had made a big deal, but it turned out to be a big deal. What a shameful guy. He still announced that he would use war as a means of attack. Duan invaded Vogue? You should take a rest and sleep as soon as possible. I am from Alka. I can testify that Vogue really penetrated so many warships, Because these warships are being repaired on our planet. So funny. So the warships of the 18-nation group rushed over and bombed for a long time. Did they bomb some air? If you ask me, the authenticity of these two news is beyond doubt. If the 18-nation group had the upper hand in this war, they would have jumped out to confront us long ago. After 2 weeks of fear, the result is just like this? Just like this. I'm curious about what kind of attack Vogue will launch on Nuberland next. Oh, after hearing what the above person said, I also think that Volk's tolerance before was because they cared about their own illegal workers. A new idea, I'm beginning to think so too. Damn it. In the high-level meeting office of Nuberland, the military general, who had been completely forced into a desperate situation and looked at his own debt, slammed the table and said fiercely, regardless of the black gold mine, it's better to lose both than to win alone, and he wants Xingxia to go to hell now. Chapter 99. 10 minutes later, all the senior members of the Nuberland planet, who had been forced into a desperate situation, jointly agreed to the double loss is better than a single win plan of destruction, and issued a formal notice to the Annihilation Weapon guarding the Annihilation Weapon, to secretly activate the Annihilation Weapon to crush the entire Vogue planet at 12:28 that night, which was the anchor time point when Xingxia announced a new round of attacks on the Nuberland planet. Obviously, they were all crazy. For minutes after the official notice was issued, this urgent intelligence was placed on Xingxia's desk. Xingxia looked at Fu Qianshan, who came to deliver the message, and Xiao Rui, whose eyes were still swollen as if he had just cried, and couldn't help asking Xiao Rui if he regretted surrendering. Xiao Rui looked at the result, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She didn't say anything else, but pushed the list of senior personnel and long-term action trajectory report on the military action and policy formulation of the new Belan planet that Xingxia wanted before to Xingxia. At the same time, the Star Network was completely in an uproar due to the sudden leakage of the original notice of the use of the world-destroying weapon. Not to mention the citizens of other planets. Even the citizens of the new Belan planet couldn't help but put up banners to protest the military's decision. If you want to die, please go to the side and don't take us with you. Return the sovereignty of the people of Vogue planet, and don't interfere in the internal affairs of other star regions. Oppose the military's abuse of world-destroying weapons. Oppose the military's aggressive behavior, and strongly demand the resignation of the current cabinet. At the emergency summit of the Group of 18, the military of the planet Nuberland said indifferently that all the opposition voices they could hear now were the only means that the planet Volker could use. Public opinion, condemnation, humanitarian aid, what else is left for the planet Volker? We should have been tougher in our attitude from the beginning so that the other side would give in. Indeed, even if the Federation suddenly intervenes, would they dare to take risks with their golden fleet? The black gold mine does have huge benefits, but our current military operations are too timid and stagnant. Wait, so is your notification plan a deterrent or something you are actually going to do? Hearing this question, the high-level representative of the Nuberland planet finally had a slightly relaxed expression on his face. He shrugged and said frankly that now the official notification has been sent out, and he saw the attitude of the Federation before the deadline. Humph. But the high-level representative of the Alka planet, who insisted on attending the meeting, pointed out disdainfully that such a secret official notification could be announced on the Star Network so quickly, and it was clear that the interior of the Nuberland planet had been infiltrated like a sieve, and now they are still saying this shamelessly. Enough, you have always acted as if it is none of your business. Not to mention that you deliberately let him run away before. The planetary commander of Vogue, I think you should be more worried. After Vogue, will you be the next to be bombed? Oh! Do you mean to declare war on our planet Arca? Seeing that the meeting was about to get into a quarrel again, the high-level representatives of other planets of the G18 could not help but stand up and leave the meeting. It was impossible for the high-level officials of Nuberland to say that they were not panicking after seeing this scene. What's more, the protest activities on their planet were also in full swing. But before the officials of Nuberland prepared the corresponding rhetoric, they received new war reports that their world-destroying weapons and the entire battleship fleet were locked. Locked? What does locked mean? The high-level officials of the planet Nuberland could not understand these two words. That is, all control panels are invalid, and the activation code of the world-destroying weapon is being plundered. What? At the front of the fleet of the 18-nation group, a silver sphere was slowly approaching them with an extremely slow thrust, and the sphere was emitting a strange magnetic force, which caused the panels of all the warships to enter an abnormal and uncontrollable state. The troops guarding the world-destroying weapon found that since the silver sphere appeared, the world-destroying weapon suddenly started up by itself, and then the related program was invaded. Although the technician in charge of the password had quickly logged into the internet, with his own authority to try to regain control of the world-destroying weapon, this overbearing intrusion program was obviously faster, and the calculation speed was faster. 15 minutes later, the technical staff. The staff were sweating because the world-destroying weapon had uncontrollably entered the self-destruction program. We have encountered a large-scale hacker invasion. It is hard for me to imagine that the planet Vogue has such an invasion capability. The technician had just finished speaking when the entire Golden Fleet suddenly entered combat mode. The main guns had been warmed up and could fire at any time. Not this kind of advanced war? Before the senior staff of the Nuberland planet could finish their words, the Golden Fleet had already opened fire on the battleships of the Nuberland planet without any warning. Driven by the Silver Sphere, the Golden Fleet's attack was as simple as driving stakes in deep space. They attacked while broadcasting a surrender broadcast. If you don't want to die with the battleship, please start the escape program immediately. This is standard electronic suppression, and it is also a technology that the 18-nation group originally envisioned that Vogue Planet would never have. Is the Federation angry? However, just after thinking this, Vogue Planet unilaterally issued a formal notice to the ruling high-level officials of Nuberland Planet. They have confirmed that they have invaded the military network of Nuberland Planet and initiated a destruction procedure for the world-destroying weapon. Now they are asking whether Nuberland Planet is willing to surrender. Are you kidding? Looking at the final surrender time clearly given by Xingxia in the live broadcast announcement, ironically, it is exactly 12:28 on the night when the high-level officials of Nuberland Planet are preparing to secretly use the world-destroying weapon to destroy Vogue Planet. When the time comes, if the ruling high-level officials of Nuberland Planet are unwilling to surrender, we will take over the entire Nuberland Planet fleet, and will attack the following military bases until they become ruins. I once again declare that this attack on Vogue Planet is a defensive attack, which is reasonable, legal, and compliant throughout the process. I advise the ruling elite of Nuberland Planet not to be stubborn and not to say that I didn't warn you. After Xingxia finished speaking, the satellite live broadcast camera rarely gave Vogue Planet's launch silo, and then everyone was surprised to find that the weapons and equipment deployed by Vogue Planet this time were no longer like the previous small fights that looked sloppy, but were all replaced with quantum star-field interval strike weapons and star destroyers. This kind of strategic weapon that can be sent through the star field and then directly and accurately strike any planetary coordinates in the entire star field, Vogue Planet not only has, but also so many. Public opinion on the star network exploded again. At the same time, due to the extremely beautiful and overwhelming electronic warfare displayed by Vogue Planet this time, related topics such as the hidden technological power of Vogue Planet were also brought to the hot search. Isn't Vogue Planet capable of fighting a technological war? What were those fancy things doing before? Is it because the illegal workers have not been rescued yet, so they have to attract the firepower of the 18-nation group head-on? So now Vogue Planet doesn't even pretend. Once the weapons are revealed, who cares? Worrying in vain, Nuberland Planet is embarrassed again. Nuberland Planet's ruling high-level people should surrender quickly. Well, the citizens of our planet Arca are all waiting to embrace Vogue and take the economic express train. The group of 18 must be dumbfounded. How did they do their intelligence work before? But to be honest, Vogue was indeed extremely backward. As a citizen of the same star field, I feel that Vogue is particularly divided now. On one side are soldiers who can fight advanced technology wars, and on the other side are the black workers who have just been rescued. It is not easy to revitalize Vogue. Just when the war on the front line of Vogue was at a critical point, Weijia was helping the Federation to settle the rescued black workers. These black workers still had the common characteristics of Vogue people in the past: dull expressions, numb eyes, like frightened birds, and anyone could go over and bully them. Now Weijia and the government-sponsored overseas students stood in front of these people, as if they were from two different worlds. Even if the illegal workers were rescued, they only cared about one thing: whether they could eat enough and whether they would have food to eat tomorrow. As for the future, they didn't understand such advanced words. Weijia felt heartbroken when he saw their numbness. Is this who we were before? It's hard to imagine that we have come so far. Weijia's eldest daughter stood beside Weijia and said this sincerely. Before Weijia could say anything else, she suddenly strengthened her will to continue studying. For the future, we should continue to stay here to study. Even without us, the frontline war on Vogue can be won. At 12:28, the ruling high-level officials of Nuberland issued a declaration to continue fighting, declaring that even if the alliance of the group of 18 broke down, military operations against Vogue would continue. Nuberland has entered an emergency war state, so conscription will be forced in the near future. We will not be afraid of the threat of Vogue. The citizens of Nuberland should unite. Now the question is thrown back to Xingxia. Should the battleships of Nuberland be fought or not? Should the military bases be bombed or not? If all this is done, the ruling high-level officials of Nuberland still. If they are unwilling to cease fire, will the scale of the war continue to expand to the civilian population? When Professor Musk contacted Xingxia to ask this question, Xingxia only replied, "Give me some time." How long? Professor Musk was obviously anxious. 3 hours? 2. Professor Musk. At the starship port of Nuberland, the 3 ruling officials, who had just delivered a conscription speech, had just stepped onto the exclusive starship prepared for them to go on vacation to the alien domain away from the cruel warfront. They found that the service staff on the starship tonight seemed a little different. At least when they came to deliver food, they had no rules or etiquette at all. Who are you? The ruling officials of Nuberland were quite dissatisfied with the attitude of the service staff in delivering food. The other party took off the exclusive hat of the food deliverman and introduced himself. "My name is Ji Juefeng, and I was once your secret agent planted on the Vogue planet." Secret agent of the Vogue planet? Then what are you doing here now? To send you on your way. Chapter 101. When Xingxia finished reading this number, the news about the assassination of the ruling high-ranking officials of the Nuberland planet popped up directly. When Professor Musk was shocked, Fu Qianshan opened the door and came in to report directly that the Nuberland planet wanted to hold a secret consultation meeting with her. Xingxia nodded and said that she would participate in the meeting and asked the other party to be prepared. In addition, the bottom line must be confirmed first. If the other party has no intention of unconditionally stopping the war, then the two sides do not need to talk anymore. Understood. After saying this, Fu Qianshan retreated. 6 hours later, the new ruling high-ranking officials of Nuberland came to power and issued an anti-war declaration, and assured the public that they were actively negotiating a ceasefire with the planetary commander of Vogue. The mistakes of the previous term should only be left to the previous term. Every citizen of Nuberland should enjoy a safe and comfortable living environment. In addition, the military budget of Nuberland this year has obviously been overspent. This meaningless military action should not continue. We will do our best to reach a ceasefire agreement with Vogue. On the Star Network, the news that the ruling high-ranking officials of Nuberland were assassinated has not been discussed enough. The news that the new Nuberland seems to have negotiated peace with Vogue is like a heavy bomb dropped in the deep water area, which directly blew up the high-ranking officials of the Group of 18 and Alka. After confirmation, the assassination of the ruling high-ranking officials of Nuberland was indeed true, but it was not sure who did the assassination. Has Vogue not issued a corresponding statement of responsibility yet? Wait, hasn't Nuberland found out yet? I heard the results of the investigation came out a long time ago, but they didn't announce it because they felt embarrassed. At the remote meeting, the representative of Alka had just finished speaking when the new representative of Nuberland came in. Facing the collective attention of the representatives of the 18-nation group, the new representative of Nuberland read out the resolution of the new ruling leaders of his planet expressionlessly. 3 hours later, at 9:28 in the morning marked by this star field, Nuberland will announce its unconditional ceasefire decision to the Federation and Vogue, and will also join the Interstellar Golden Corridor plan led by Vogue, and become one of its member forces. Is that all you want to say? The representatives of the 18-nation group all found it incredible, but the new representative of Nuberland did not stay for long. He only read out the resolution and disconnected the meeting contact. The 18-nation group, which obviously felt that they had been fooled, was eager to seek an explanation from the new ruling high-level officials of the Nubelan planet. However, to their shock, as soon as the new representative of the Nubelan planet left, Xingxia, the current planetary commander of the Vogue planet, came to their remote conference room. In addition to asking the representatives of the 18-nation group whether they were willing to unconditionally cease fire, she also promoted her own Interstellar Golden Corridor plan proposal. Why, if we don't want to, are you going to assassinate us again? None of the representatives of the 18-nation group gave Xingxia a good look. Xingxia said frankly with a confused look on her face that she didn't know what assassination operation was. Stop pretending. Facing the accusations of the representatives of the 18-nation group, Xingxia sighed deeply and nodded. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. Representatives of the 18-nation group, Xingxia crossed her hands and said bluntly that the 18-nation group could not win this war even if they wanted to, but the Volker planet did not want to continue to be stuck in the quagmire of war and not develop, so she prepared 2 plans. First, the Starfield forces of the 18-nation group are now surrounded by the Interstellar Forces group she hired and had some friendship with. If the 18-nation group is determined to continue to expand the war, then it will directly attack the core planetary territories of the 18-nation group. Second, for the core economic industries of the 18-nation group, the Federal General Administration has signed a joint sanctions plan with relevant allies to be issued. If the 18-nation group chooses to stop now, this bill will only become a piece of waste paper lying in the archives. As for the assassination you mentioned, who knows who will do it? Maybe they are dissatisfied with New Belen. What about the enthusiastic citizens of the ruling elite of the planet? But I heard that the 3 poor guys died on the exclusive starship to the holiday planet. They didn't even have a full meal before they died. Oh, how pitiful. By the way, I don't plan to destroy the world-destroying weapon, but I have rewritten its system. When will it be launched and who will it be aimed at? The distance in deep space is too far, and I'm not sure it can obey my command. That's it. The representative of the 18-nation group, The entire conference room was silent as Xingxia's voice fell. The representative of the Alka planet saw this, and directly left the remote conference room. Xingxia also left the conference room after explaining her entire plan. However, the representatives of the 18-nation group almost unanimously agreed to a ceasefire in the next 1-minute statement. After all, the New Berlin planet may have just talked about the world-destroying weapon, but Xingxia is a madman. If the weapon is in the hands of a madman, who knows if he will be the next one to be destroyed? 3 hours later, the 18-nation group led by Nuberland officially announced an unconditional ceasefire and the withdrawal of all warships in the star field. At the same time, they apologized for the losses caused to Vogue and the Federation by their previous reckless military actions, and promised to compensate for the corresponding military supplies consumed by Vogue during the war, including but not limited to silos, icebreaker police cars, etc. So soon? In the core planet of the Federation, the government-sponsored international students of Vogue were gathered together to watch the newly released news information this morning. When they heard the federal announcer introduce that this was a great and difficult victory, the eyes of each government-sponsored international student could not help but moisten, and naturally they did not notice that the news short message also quickly slipped past a piece of news. Nuberland's world-destroying weapons will also be dismantled today. Originally, they thought that this war would last for a long time, and they were prepared to protest and support Vogue for a long time. Unexpectedly, before the cold winter of Vogue arrived, this fierce interstar war came to an end so hastily. There are only 4 words to describe the evaluation of this war on the Star Network. A makeshift team. So did the ruling high-ranking officials of the Nuberland planet make decisions with their feet before? Anyway, we are still very happy that this war can end. Pray for the people of Vogue planet. No, this war has been going on for a long time, and no one on Vogue planet has died. Even the number of injured is very limited. This number of casualties must be fake. Vogue planet must have concealed the report. No, it seems to be true. Not only that, their wards are even pink. Nervous. The group of 18 countries also agreed to a ceasefire, so quickly? And they have to compensate the other party? What's going on? I don't know. Probably because the previous ruling high-ranking officials of the Nuberland planet were irritated by the high-ranking officials of the group of 18 countries. Yes, for these ruling high-ranking officials, the lives of civilians are worthless, but they themselves don't want to die. Have you seen the new news? The world-destroying weapon of the Nuberland planet is going to. It was dismantled. I bet the surrender of the 18-nation group must be related to this matter. I see, the dismantling of the weapons was jointly proposed by the 18-nation group. Yes, the 18-nation group now includes the planet Arca. Oh my god, Arca is simply winning without doing anything. Xingxia, the planetary commander of the planet Volker, gave a new speech and launched an interstellar golden corridor plan. Looking forward to the future of the planet Volker. In Xingxia's office, she stood by the window and watched the people below celebrating and waving their hands towards her office. She was gradually excited that she had finally broken the deadlock. Put's video contact came. On the other side of the video, he said frankly that he saw the illegal workers of the planet Volker celebrating on the streets of the Federation today. They may not know the significance of winning this battle, but because Volker won, they were all celebrating. They said this was probably the first time Volker won something. Put couldn't help but change the subject after saying this. So one battle will build up the people's confidence. This is your real purpose. Xingxia looked at Put's cold eyes and asked back, isn't this good? The people of Vogue have been kneeling for too long. If they want to stand up again, they must dispel the strong charm of the surrounding star field forces. With the victory of this battle, whenever they want to kneel down in the future, they will first think of this battle, the rainstorm before this battle, how brutal and unreasonable the surrounding starfield forces are, and how they have experienced despair and suffering before finally winning. They will never let their knees bend again. Put silently applauded Xingxia in the video context screen. After the applause, his expression unconsciously became nostalgic. In the Golden Fleet, the space energy monitor I placed showed that after the dismantling of the world-destroying weapon, the space energy was about to stabilize. By the next cold winter on the Vogue planet, this entire small universe should be out of the control of the Space Bureau and slide into an expansion orbit. Mingxia knew what Put meant by this, and she did not delay any longer and nodded seriously. Then, before everything is annihilated, we must hurry up and retire early to enjoy the future life. Put couldn't help laughing. That's what I want to say. After ending the communication with Put, Xingxia called Xiaorui and Yuan without stopping, and handed the interstellar golden corridor plan in her hand to the two of them, asking them to take the lead in doing this immediately, one in the light and one in the dark, and don't worry about failure. She will guarantee any problems. As for me now, since the war is over, then I will go to inspect the infrastructure achievements in various places first. Xiaorui, doesn't she need to rest? And Yuan, I thought she was an angel, but in fact, she is also a demon who can exploit people to a certain extent. Even during wartime, they have to be busy with infrastructure construction. This kind of hardship is indeed something only their independence army can endure. Chapter 101. With the end of the Vogue War, the Starship port was restarted, and a large amount of materials transported from the Federation and alien forces were able to enter the Vogue planet. At the same time as the second batch of government-sponsored students were sent out, the rescued Vogue illegal workers also returned home one after another. After Fu Qianshan had a deep understanding of the framework of the Independence Army, he incorporated them into the new National Defense Army system, and at the same time put forward the slogan of 1-to-1, so that every illegal worker who returned home would learn and master the corresponding infrastructure technology from the new National Defense Army. A unified and supporting basic adult education college starting from kindergarten and elementary school was built near the original site of the new University of Science and Technology, and the education system in Rongdong was directly moved here. It is worth mentioning that on the day when the new University of Science and Technology was built, the food street next door was also built. The stall owners were very happy to transfer all the food sales in their main urban area here, which made this place a new check-in place for travel bloggers for a while. When a new round of cold winter arrived on Vogue, the power grid, water grid, energy grid, heating grid and road grid were just connected and laid. Just when everyone in the Star Network was talking about this round of cold winter, and the people of Vogue finally didn't have to go back to the melting cave to spend the winter, Xingxia unexpectedly announced the structure of the melting cave to the alien forces, and invited the aliens, who were still on Vogue, and didn't want to leave to go into the melting cave to spend the winter together. To be honest, when the imposing 5-story food area appeared in front of everyone realized that Vogue's rise was traceable. Xingxia led all the people to Cat Inn. The 8 months in the melting cave were not a waste of time. In addition, the internal learning, living, entertainment, food supply and other areas were completely opened up. Therefore, in the words of most alien personnel, learning here can improve efficiency. The most important thing is that this year, the generous planetary commander has opened a self-study course channel for U.S. outsiders. See, this is the list of courses I can choose. All these courses are free, so it's a waste not to learn. This entire area is a space left by the planetary commander for citizens to study freely. Wow, someone is playing the violin here. It's so beautiful. Who can imagine that I am witnessing this relaxed and leisurely scene inside the melting cave of Vogue Planet? It's snowing heavily outside, and I'm eating hot pot in the hot pot restaurant here. After eating, I can go through the food area to the adult college for classes. I have a sense of calmness that I can study with peace of mind even in the cold winter. You learners are blessed. Surprisingly, the cold winter on Vogue Planet lasted only 5 months this year before thawing. Experts monitored. The chaotic gravitational phenomenon around Vogue is gradually fading. It is suspected that the large number of cosmic energy receiving networks and heating networks laid on the surface of Vogue offset the frozen soil conditions of previous years. But no matter what, Xingxia is actually very happy to be able to get out of the thaw cave early. As soon as she came out of the thaw cave, the main urban area, tourist area, scientific research area, investment attraction area, new engineering area, grain storage area, and new Starship port construction projects in the original 5-year plan began to be rapidly promoted. In order to ensure the smooth operation of these construction projects, 1 month before the start of construction, Xingxia summoned all the National Defense Forces to transform the original machinery by themselves, turning it into a construction machinery that can absorb the wall and push it fully autonomously, and in order to let the National Defense Forces understand the relevant knowledge of construction machinery. Putting the cart before the horse. The purchased part of the construction machinery was directly thrown to everyone so that everyone could dismantle it for fun. Logically speaking, relying on the sale of the black gold mine, Vogue Planet should have quickly accumulated a large amount of funds, and they could have introduced a complete set of industrial chains, but Xingxia did not. She simply spent money to cultivate the hands-on ability of the defense forces. This behavior undoubtedly sent Xingxia to the hot search again. Many people bet that this season is the learning season of Vogue Planet. Whether it is the people sent out by the government or the people who stay in Vogue Planet, they are all studying crazily. Therefore, Xingxia's idea of quickly promoting the implementation of construction projects is impossible to complete. If the knowledge of the corresponding construction machinery can be digested in 1 month, then those who have worked hard to learn for half a year outside the Star Network will not be able to complete it. What about people who have passed the construction certificate exam? A month later, the defense forces of Vogue Planet handed over cheaper construction machinery. These spider-shaped construction machinery were all made by disassembling and connecting drones and original detection dogs. However, because the integrated chips that obey orders are smaller in size, the overall weight is also lighter. Instead, they have shown amazing flexibility in printing construction projects. Xingxia was very happy and held a new science award ceremony for this. What was surprising was that there were not only the past black workers at the award ceremony, but also soldiers who were originally independent soldiers and had never learned any engineering-related skills. But what made everyone feel the most was that the experts in construction machinery that they had been looking for a long time were all sitting under the award podium, looking proudly at their students going up to the stage to receive the awards. On the Star Network, the architecture practitioners, who were broken down, shouted to Xingxia, asking Xingxia to quickly open a free visa model. They wanted to come to Vogue Planet to study now, and they couldn't wait even a second. Good man, the certificate I got before can only be considered as something I can pass, right? According to the official construction machinery procurement list released by Vogue Planet, we dare not touch these machines in the study room, but they can actually dismantle them for fun. I saw the professor I followed when I was in school. Let me go to Vogue Planet. I want to go wherever the professor is. As construction engineering practitioners, we wanted to ask the professor questions for half a year without any news, and guess what? They are teaching a group of novices who have no basic knowledge. I can't accept it. I can't accept it either. How can they communicate with our professor face to face? Damn it, I want to immigrate to Vogue Planet. Don't talk nonsense. Vogue is still desolate. Why are you moving people there? Haha, in less than 3 months, I bet Vogue will be quickly built into a new high-tech planet. Why? Because of our architecture professor sitting below. What kind of magic potion did Xingxia feed these professors? After the award ceremony, a group of construction machinery experts gathered in Xingxia's office to ask for their rewards. New construction machinery blueprints. At the same time, they were also required to sign a confidentiality agreement spanning 50 years. According to Xingxia, as long as they thoroughly study the contents of these construction machinery blueprints and publish corresponding papers, they can only use their own names. In addition, if there are physical objects, they can also receive corresponding awards without mentioning her in it. But Commander, who gave you these blueprints? The person I know is from the Federation. I won't say more. Anyway, the knowledge you want is here. Take it and study it first. I can't tell whether you will come up with results first, or the Federation will come up with results first. Oh, competition, right? Got it. Also, this is our citizenship application. We don't go to the Federation, but directly apply for a Volker Planet Special Zone passport. At the same time, you are sure to support dual planet citizenship, right? Xingxia nodded. She had already passed the approval materials for the corresponding Volker Planet Special Zone by Musk. The professor submitted it to the Federal Bureau. At first, the Federal Bureau reacted strongly. It was understandable, but since Putt came forward to hold a high-level meeting of the Federal Bureau, the controversy subsided. According to the privileges that Xingxia applied for in the approval materials, Vogue Planet has the right to independently review citizens and can welcome professors of various professional talents to join and become citizens of Vogue Planet in the form of dual citizenship at any time. It also has the right to independently appoint the planetary commander and the freedom to manage economic and social affairs. This means that Xingxia can choose her own successor for the next planetary commander. The Federal Bureau reacted particularly strongly to this, but Xingxia ignored their opinions and only told them that they had to approve this special zone even if they didn't want to, because they really owed Vogue Planet too much in its glorious history. If they wanted to repay them one by one, they might not be able to sit in their current position. 2 weeks later, when the main urban area, scientific research area, new engineering area, and food reserve area of Vogue Planet officially started construction, the approval of the Federal General Administration was also officially received. Vogue Planet has since become a highly free special zone among the member planets of the Federation. At that time, everyone did not understand what this special zone meant, and they were still immersed in the joy of rebuilding their homeland. Standing in the main urban area, everyone saw that the ruins of the collapsed buildings had been cleaned up, and the roads had been repaired and cleaned. At a glance, this was a grid-like plain that was a little dizzy under the sun, and the area had been divided, and the foundation had been laid. With a whistle, different construction teams moved into the construction site together. They opened their black boxes and released fully automatic construction robots. With the calculations of supercomputers, the new building complex that had only been seen on the blueprints of the government hall was now being built in front of everyone at an indescribable speed. After only half a day, the bases of all new buildings had been completed. The subsequent work needed to be manually reinforced and the strength verified before continuing. Therefore, the construction team stopped temporarily. From the satellite cloud map, the synchronous completion of the four-sided projects can be seen. The intelligent system in Xingxia's hand also silently calculated and added the current construction progress in the process of urbanization, 10%. Chapter 102. The logistical support work of the construction team was completed by the citizens and the former prisoners in the prison. When everyone sat together happily and enjoyed the food of Vogue Planet, the alien people stranded here couldn't help but comment that they seemed to have found the utopia of their dreams. The time for the afternoon work was confirmed at 2 o'clock. The whole process of artificial reinforcement and strength verification was not complicated. The personnel with relevant architectural knowledge in the alien domain found that in this city construction, the materials used in the new building complex of Vogue Planet were the high-strength earthquake-resistant and low-temperature-resistant environmentally friendly materials that had just been published internationally recently. But this kind of building material is not even available in the surrounding star fields. So Vogue Planet has it first? What made him speechless was that a group of people in charge of the construction tried to cover it up and wrap this material with an ordinary shell. When it was evening, the fully automatic construction robot began to build the second layer of the shell. At this time, except for those who had to watch in front of the supercomputer, the rest of the personnel gathered together for dinner. According to the aliens, after dinner, it was almost time to go home. If they were lucky, they might be able to enter the new buildings and broadcast the construction materials to the Star Network audience in detail. This was first-hand information. But they waited and waited. Until the next morning, when the faint light from the center of the city illuminated their dazed faces, they realized that the construction team on Vogue Planet was operating around the clock. That's right, because in addition to the construction period here, we also have the subsequent new Starship Port project. We can't hurry up. Don't look at the exterior buildings. There are still a lot of detailed work inside. We can't delay it at all. The construction team members interviewed showed their muscles to the people from the alien domain without any hesitation. They also said that they used to be illegal workers and did the dirtiest and most tiring work. After returning, they not only gained dignity, but also learned skills. Now, staying up late at night is easy for them, not to mention that they work in 3 shifts. Tired? They don't feel tired at all. When people build their own homes, they don't feel the passage of time. Do you know what moved us the most? We built this place, and then it will become our home. That's right. When it comes to this, the other people in the construction team are all moved. They said that the residential areas in the main urban area have been planned, and there will be space for expansion in the future. In addition, there will be public squares and parks here. The personnel from the alien domain looked at the construction team members, who were looking forward to the future, and carefully calculated their workload. They were embarrassed to discourage their enthusiasm. Even if they work in 3 shifts day and night, it would be difficult to complete the construction of these construction areas within a month, even if it is just the shell construction. At the same time, on the satellite monitoring screen of the surrounding star fields, a lot of new buildings suddenly appeared on the surface of Vogue, which was originally bare. In order to prevent people from panicking, and Yuan, who was in charge of the Interstellar Golden Corridor project, specially convened a high-level discussion meeting to explain, because of the use of new construction robots, the construction efficiency of Vogue will be faster than the normal speed in the past. How fast? This area and the new Starship Port will be built in 3 months. Before Yuan finished speaking, the participants at the meeting couldn't help laughing, as if they were mocking Yuan for thinking too much. But Yuan took the opportunity to ask everyone present if they wanted to bet that in 3 months, not only the main urban area that was currently under construction, but also the new Starship port could be built. Excuse me, I know how time-consuming it is to build a new Starship port. The 3 months you mentioned is impossible for a single Starship port, let alone other areas. And Yuan smiled, took a picture of the bet agreement, raised his head, and curled his lips. Then do you dare to sign this agreement? When the progress of urbanization construction reached 38%, and Yuan contacted Sheng Xiao. She was very happy to report to Sheng Xiao that the surrounding star field forces, including the planet Arca, had signed the corresponding bet agreement. If the official Vogue planet really built the corresponding new Starship port within 3 months, then all parties would unconditionally connect their trade routes to the Starship port. Otherwise, the official Vogue planet was willing to fully fund the purchase of these trade routes. Although the provocation method is quite useful, can we really complete the construction of the new Starship port within 3 months? I remember that it took 3 months to repair a channel in the old Starship port. Sheng Xiao looked at the statistics page of the intelligence system and said frankly that if there was not enough time, she would see people being transferred to the Starship port foundation to start construction, but judging from the current infrastructure speed, they have exceeded expectations. After all, the third manual reinforcement and strength verification process is being carried out in an orderly manner. After this process is completed, the project progress will reach about 50%. At that time, half of the personnel can be withdrawn first, and the rest of the work can be handed over to the robots. Is the robot fully automatic? And Yuan's tone was hesitant. Sheng Xiao raised her eyebrows, indicating that she could speak if she wanted to. And Yuan smiled a little embarrassedly, feeling that after she came out, she felt that the Vogue planet had changed too much, and she didn't know if she could keep up with everyone when she returned. Sheng Xiao suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud, and while laughing, she was threatening her. The changes will indeed be huge, with new buildings, new living areas, and technological explosion. Well, if you have time, you can also contact Ji Juifeng and others. I heard that they are going to participate in a new technology exhibition on Yuanhang Star recently, which is about communications. Okay, I contact him. A week later, when the prototype of the new building complex in the main urban area came out, the surrounding star field forces immediately found in Yuan, knowing that they had a high chance of losing and tried to break the contract. However, Yuan was not in this star field during this period, and the high-level forces of the surrounding star field were anxious like ants on a hot pot. Half a month later, the construction of the main urban area building complex was completely completed, and a grand groundbreaking ceremony was held for the new Starship port. The ribbon was cut in the morning, and it took almost only 1 afternoon from pouring the foundation to the prototype of the Starship parking runway. It was really amazing. The relevant construction video was uploaded to Starnet with the title, "Is this the speed that the construction industry can achieve?" A large number of Starnet viewers commented and left messages below the video, emphasizing that since Vogue Planet came into their vision, no matter what magical things happened, they would not feel strange. I said it long ago, since I can sit in the audience, the construction speed will not be slow. But I still have to say that it is a bit beyond my imagination. Fully automated construction. I have to say that this construction concept is still a concept and vision in our star field, but Vogue Planet. This little broken ball has actually realized it. Please publicly upload various research data. I can't wait. I want to go to Vogue Planet now. I really watched the construction video from beginning to end. I really want to say that this is impossible, but the reality is that they did it. Does anyone remember that Vogue Planet was at war before? They started infrastructure construction just after the war? With the black gold mine in hand, the world is mine. The future economy of Vogue Planet must not be underestimated. Immigration now. Perhaps the discussion on the Star Network was too heated. Soon after, the official Vogue Planet also uploaded a collection of interviews about the construction ideas of the new Starship port. From the collection, everyone can find that the construction of the Starship port, from the initial design to the start of construction, completely adopted the most cutting-edge design concept in the star field, focusing on fully automatic construction if possible. In addition, it also took into account the problems that may be caused by low temperature and natural disasters, so a new docking track technology was specially used at the Starship port. It is worth mentioning that this technology is still in a highly confidential stage among the star fields. But what cannot be stopped is that Sheng Xiao has reached a cooperation intention with the Starfield forces that keep the technology confidential. The inventor of this technology is still on Vogue Planet at this moment, and in the interview, he said frankly that he was very honored that his technology could be used in related infrastructure fields. The high-ranking officials of the surrounding star domains, The sky is clear, and the rain has stopped. They feel that they are doing well again. In the Federation, since Wei Jia was recalled to Voc, the government-sponsored students have begun their long journey of learning technology with a single-minded focus. Compared with other students, who already have a basic knowledge, it is obviously very difficult to learn the basics from scratch. Once a professor was so angry that he said to these government-sponsored students that if they could not learn the basic knowledge, they might as well go back to primary and secondary schools to take classes with the children. However, what surprised and impressed the professor was that the students really listened to his advice, without considering their own self-esteem at all, and took classes with the primary school children openly, and studied until late at night. This made the professor feel guilty, and then he took better care of these students from Voc. In less than 3 months, the two sides had gotten along like old friends, who had known each other for many years. He even lamented to his colleagues, "I understand why professors in the past like to teach these students. They are not fragile and full of enthusiasm for learning every day. Well, this is really full of emotional value." But his colleagues raised their eyebrows disapprovingly. "It's only now that these students can still pester you to learn. Just wait, it won't be long before we have to pack up and go to Voc Planet to learn cutting-edge technology." Well, according to what you said, all the high-tech research institutions of the Federation must be transferred to Voc Planet. Voc Planet is a district in itself. Nonsense. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but a month later, his colleague smiled like a fool and handed him the news about the Voc Planet Special Zone approved by the Federal General Administration. "Anyway, I'm going to Voc Planet first, you can go by yourself. We see what happens." What a fuss. The current Voc Planet is a ruin after the war. There are corresponding places to live and research, and even the Starship Port is in tatters. In less than 3 months, Voc Planet may rebuild a Starship Port? Wow, if you can really rebuild one, I call you daddy. Okay, you said that yourself. As luck would have it, when the professor passed by the architecture school classroom today, he was surprised to find that Voc Planet had built a Starship Port base in less than a month. Professor Lawrence? As luck would have it, the government-sponsored international students of Voc Planet also found him hiding outside the classroom, but with a shocked face. Professor Lawrence. Voc is not big, but he created a legend. No, then wouldn't he really have to say to his colleague, "Daddy?" Chapter 103. I took a look at the video being shown in the classroom of the School of Architecture. It was a video that had recently become a hot topic. Is this the speed that the architecture industry can achieve? Lawrence silently memorized the name of the video, and then looked at the group of Volker students, who turned to look at him out of confusion. He was a little surprised. These students didn't seem to be students of the School of Architecture. Just after thinking this, the professor of architecture who was teaching knowledge on the podium stopped his course content and looked at him, who was peeking at the back door, with some confusion. Professor Lawrence immediately waved his hand and retreated. The professor of architecture thought that he was just passing by and happened to be interested, so he listened for a while, but he didn't expect that after a short while, he came back again, interrupted his course content, and called the names of the Volker students in the audience, asking them to go to his office after the course. Professor Lawrence, they are all authorized to sit here and attend the class." The architecture professor misunderstood the reason why Lawrence said this, and especially argued for the international students. "Oh, of course, this is a matter of course, I'm looking for them for something else. It's not urgent, so go to class, study hard, and cheer up." After saying this, Professor Lawrence felt like he had slipped away like a mouse, and didn't even dare to look at the architecture professor's expression. After returning to his office and adjusting his mood, Lawrence turned on his light brain to search for Voc Planet's infrastructure. Surprisingly, the result currently ranked first in the search list was actually a live broadcast room, Voc Planet's official live broadcast room. But the difference was that this time the gift acceptance mode was turned off. All the trivial things are broadcast live all day long. Lawrence clicked into the live broadcast room while complaining, and then he saw 6 different windows all broadcasting the construction of the new Starship Port. That's right, the live broadcast content of Voc Planet this time was so plain and simple, without even a host. No, not even a background music, just broadcasting the infrastructure construction situation on the construction site without any interest, without even adding a filter. Lawrence just wondered how many people could watch such a live broadcast, but when he looked up, he saw the number of simultaneous online viewers, 2.8 billion, ranking first in the list of leisure and entertainment live broadcasts. Lawrence, know how many people? These people have nothing to do, and come to watch the Starship Port being repaired, right? And why is this live broadcast type classified as leisure and entertainment? Lawrence took another look at the live broadcast time of the live broadcast room. Wow, it has been live for 133 hours. It should indeed be classified as leisure and entertainment. After all, the current affairs section has never had such a long live broadcast time. No, what is there to see at this construction site? Lawrence jumped back to the live broadcast screen and watched the real-time scrolling barrage. It's really interesting. Hey, the two groups of workers over there should stop arguing. It's feasible to reinforce the outer layer first, or lay the pipeline system first. Oh, I'm so anxious. Aren't they in a tight schedule? Why are they arguing? Hey, the robots over there are on strike. Go and take a look. The workers of Vogue are really hardworking. They have been working 3 shifts for more than a month, and they are still so energetic. The name of the new machine has been decided. It is called Xiaohe. Will this Xiaohe excavator be sold later? It's so funny. Isn't it made of the scraps of the ice-breaking police car? Is Vogue really going to mass-produce it? To be honest, I have watched the live broadcast for so long that I have developed feelings for these broken machines. It's okay to sell peripherals instead of real objects. Ugly and cute ones. Yes, toy models, plush toys or other peripherals. Hello, is the planetary commander of Vogue here? Go here to leave a message. It is a message board specifically for people who want to immigrate there recently. The planetary commander of Vogue will check and reply from time to time. Professor Lawrence? When the students on government sponsorship arrived at Lawrence's office, Lawrence was still immersed in scrolling through the comments and looking at these strange, randomly assembled infrastructure machines. Suddenly, he looked up and saw that the students had all arrived in his room. He was shocked. Your classes are over? I have another class at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock? Lawrence glanced at the wall clock hanging on the wall of his office. Have you had dinner? The students shook their heads a little embarrassedly, saying that they were coming to Lawrence's office during dinner time, but it didn't matter. They could eat some bread and go to class later. How can that be possible? Come on, I treat you to dinner. By the way, what are your evening classes? Let me talk to your teacher. When he heard that the students were still, after taking additional courses in completely different directions such as economics, biology, and construction engineering mechanics, Lawrence could not help but frown. You can really digest all the knowledge you have learned, and why don't you specialize in one subject? The international student smiled honestly. The opportunity to study hard now is hard one. Our planetary commander also said that it is always good to learn more. Even if you can't figure out some problems now, you may suddenly understand them as long as you practice them in the future. Lawrence. Wow, so you still want to be a generalist? That's not the case. Lawrence curled his lips. Sometimes he really couldn't stand the lack of confidence of the international students when facing the professor. They were obviously better than anyone else, and they might be better than him in the future, but now they looked like they were easy to bully. I say, no matter what others say, you should hold your head high, okay? Besides, your planet Volker has changed a lot now. Look, the infrastructure work has been done beyond the circle, and 2.8 billion people are watching you build a new Starship port online. Hey, I say, this is a huge achievement, you should be proud of it, okay? The international students finally smiled at this time, and Lawrence took the opportunity to get up and take the international students out for dinner while talking to them about the recent infrastructure work on the planet Volker. I also read an interesting story that said that as long as this Starship port is built within 3 months, the trade routes within your surrounding star field will be connected to this port for free, which can save several of the annual GDP of the planet Volker in the past. After Lawrence said this, he found that the international students didn't know what they thought of, and their emotions suddenly became heavy, but what he said was obviously a good thing. Finally, a foreign student raised her head and explained to him, Professor. Actually, we all know that the gambling agreement was signed by our planetary commander, who deliberately provoked the people of the surrounding star field forces. They laughed at us for not understanding infrastructure, how much infrastructure work is, and how long it takes, but we also laughed at them for not understanding the history of Vogue Planet, and how much our people paid to stand up with dignity. She had just finished her words when her companion next to her was already forking food with a fork and asserting, the construction of the Starship port will only be faster, not slower. We are not only building a Starship port, but also a future that is divided into 2 parts from the past. Starting from us, the history of Vogue will be written in 2 halves. We are the future of Vogue. So no matter what, we must bring back the spark of hope for Vogue, and each major must have a solid knowledge foundation as a foundation. Well, although we started late, as long as we don't give up, we can always catch up with the average here. Lawrence, How to say it, he suddenly felt like he had been friends with these international students for several months, but now he really got to know them. In the end, it was Lawrence who called him to the office first, but in the end, except for treating these international students to dinner, he didn't ask or mention anything else. When he returned to the office, his colleague was indeed true to his word and sent him a message, asking him when he was going to call him Dad. Lawrence, After thinking for a while, Lawrence opened a video call with his colleague. How do you feel on Vogue Planet? You are so eager to call me Dad? The colleague was still joking. I'm serious. I'm full of curiosity about Vogue Planet now. Lawrence lowered his eyes. I heard that it's like a perfect utopia. Perfect? That's not necessarily true. Life is completely different from when we were in the Federation, but I'm much more fulfilled spiritually. To be honest, if I wasn't a citizen of the Federation, I would have wanted to apply for a citizenship of the Vogue Special District and just stay here to buy a house for investment. Without waiting for Lawrence to say anything, the colleague suddenly mentioned, Hey, do you know that recently on Vogue Planet, in addition to the Starship port that billions of people are watching, new construction has also started at the University of Science and Technology. Technology University? Lawrence became interested. Yes, I heard that the Federation has directly invested in this place, and is planning to build a large experimental ecological park next to the new Technology University. You know how valuable this is, right? Plus, the number of professors and scholars coming to Vogue is increasing day by day. I see that there are more flights from Alka to Vogue's old Starship port than before. I have to say that the planetary commander of Vogue is really amazing. He can arrange the infrastructure and reception work in an orderly manner, with so many people coming. The army here is also very interesting. They actually joined the construction team without hesitation and competed with the original black workers to see who is more powerful. What do you think? That night, my colleague talked a lot about his life and feelings on Vogue, which made Lawrence eager to move. After thinking for a whole night, Lawrence finally made a decision the next day. He also wanted to go to Vogue. Counting his annual leave and the vacation he saved because of the busy experimental period, if he is lucky, he can also see the completion of the new Starship port on the Vogue Planet. Well, as for the subsequent course arrangement, the network of Vogue Planet is very stable now, and he can teach remotely. After everything was planned, Lawrence wanted to check in for the flight to Vogue Planet that day, but he was told that the tickets were sold out, and the sale was sold out for half a year. Not only that, Vogue Planet has also issued a travel announcement, which roughly means, we are full and really can't accommodate you. Please stay calm and come back next year. Lawrence. He was still entangled and thinking deeply all night, but there was no ticket for him. Humph, this Vogue Planet is pretty awesome. After thinking about it again, Lawrence gritted his teeth and asked his assistant to book the trip ticket for next year. Let's go next year. Anyway, I have to go there to see it. Not only me, but the whole research team. I want to see what this Vogue Planet will become next year. Chapter 104. 3 months later, the new Starship port on Vogue was successfully completed, and the entire Federation Golden Fleet was directly received on orbit through a live broadcast across the entire star region. After seeing the entire Golden Fleet land safely on Vogue, both the top leaders of the surrounding star regions and the Federal General Administration clearly felt the change in Vogue's status, unique mineral resources, new Starship trade routes, the solid military security guarantee of the Golden Fleet, the people who are no longer mediocre and ignorant, the construction of the prototype of a new industrial system, and a safe and reliable social environment. Everything is telling one thing: Vogue has already entered the fast lane of rise. Putt landed on Vogue Planet with the members of the Golden Fleet. When he saw Xingxia for the first time, he couldn't wait to give Xingxia a big bear hug, but Xingxia was still as arrogant as before. She chatted with An Yuan and the others, and just gave him a polite hug and left in a hurry. Putt curled his lips in disbelief, and stayed in Xingxia's office that night, looking up at Xingxia's work like a golden retriever. 3 days ago, the Space Bureau's assessment of this universe has come out, and the universe's stability coefficient has reached the standard for departure. I was thinking that our retirement life could finally start sweetly, but... Speaking of this, Putt sighed, but the next second Xingxia's hand had already reached out, gently rubbing his head as if to comfort him. Isn't I working hard for this? Although the world-destroying weapon has been dismantled, it is essential to stabilize Vogue Planet if you want to have a good retirement life in the future. Besides, I still have to rely on Planet Volker for my pension in the future, right? Far-fetched. This reason is very far-fetched. Putt was dissatisfied. Whether it was for money or military power, to be honest, he had not spent so many years in this star field in vain, but the strange thing was that she accepted very limited help from him. Seeing that Xingxia ignored him, Put simply pushed his face in front of Xingxia. Don't you want to use me more? As a result, Xingxia directly reached out and pressed down his entire charming face. Don't disturb me while I work. Woo woo woo, I've been waiting for you for so long. Before he finished speaking, Xingxia's face suddenly came close to him, and Put's eyes couldn't help but widen. After more than 10 seconds, Xingxia retreated with a slightly red face, and asked Put while reaching out to wipe the corner of her mouth as if to cover up. Is this compensation enough? Put, He didn't say anything, but left obediently with satisfaction. A week later, when the overall infrastructure work on Vogue Planet came to an end, and Yuan and Ji Juifeng brought back the network communication system construction project that they had reached a cooperation intention at the Yuanhang Star New Technology Exhibition. The only problem at present is that the system can be built, but the corresponding communication and computer talents are relatively lacking. Speaking of this, how about my new military talent training and team leader plan? According to the plan, Xingxia will recall the students who have completed the basic communication knowledge learning and assessment abroad in batches. At the same time, for the military personnel on this planet who want to join the learning plan, the 3+2 model will be adopted. In short, 3 years of study and 2 years of practice. In addition, students who return from overseas study also have to go through the 1+2 mode, in short, 1 year of study plus 2 years of practice. But in this case, wouldn't it take 3 to 5 years to cultivate talents? Take a closer look. Ji Juifeng. Oh, practice means directly operating and building the corresponding communication system, right? You are the leader, and the personnel selection is also up to you. I calculated that if the latest communication technology is to be connected to the entire Vogue planet, a team of about 3,000 people can completely handle it. Of course, if you want to work easily in the future, you may have to find time to teach the students who come back after work. That's easy to say. I'm not afraid of not being able to learn, but I'm afraid that no one will learn. Ji Juifeng's expression was a rare relaxation. And Yuan stood by and looked at Ji Juifeng's energetic appearance. He was really happy that he could find the long-lost piece. They, a group of people who once lived in nightmares, can finally walk in the sun again. The matter here was just resolved. Before Xingxia could catch her breath, Wei Jie came to her with the entry and exit forms, and said frankly that there were too many tourists and professors and scholars, which seriously exceeded the load that Vogue Planet could receive. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be some spies mixed in. Didn't I ask Xiao Rui to help with this matter? Xingxia sounded a little strange. They used to be one of the top intelligence and spy teams. They should not have difficulty in catching spies. That being said, Agent Searles, she didn't distinguish it from the surrounding star fields. Anyway, I don't dare to believe her. Wei Jie straightened his neck and insisted on his accusation. It's not that he hadn't heard of Agent Searles. He was convinced by this mysterious organizational ability, but if Agent Searles was also operating inside Vogue Planet, then their war of independence with the surrounding starfield forces would be a complete failure. Vogue Planet should be a pure land. All the messy foreign relations and treaties in the past were reorganized in Xingxia. Why did Agent Searles stay behind? Although Fu Qianshan assured him that Xiao Rui really only wanted to do good for Vogue Planet, she was also a pitiful person. But Wei Jie didn't agree with this statement. Pitiable? Who of the citizens of Vogue Planet in the past was not more pitiful than Agent Searles? Humph. Wei Jie, I have to talk about you. Facing Wei Jie, who looked dissatisfied, Sheng Xiao lamented that his ideological awareness was not as good as in Yuan and Ji Juifeng. Xiao Rui stayed on Vogue Planet not because of the spark of Agent Searles' organization, but she and her family had already become citizens of Vogue Planet. Her old saying was, "We should unite all forces that can be united. Our enemies are not each other, but the higher level of irrationality." You see, Xiao Rui is not pleasing to the eye, but she is still trying her best to help you. There is nothing to say about this. Wei Jie's face was a little embarrassed, but he was worried that Xiao Rui and the others were pretending to surrender. After all, he knew too well the losses that a spy could cause, not to mention that Vogue Planet, which had finally stopped fighting, had a lot of things to rebuild. He didn't want to see Vogue Planet go back to the old path because of these espionage activities in less than 100 years. Xingxia seemed to understand his emotions and worries. She stood up and patted his shoulder, then suddenly changed the subject and asked him if he had talked with his daughters recently. Wei Jie also told the truth. He was so busy with work that he could not find time to chat with his family. Not to mention that his eldest daughter had been studying abroad and was busier than him every day. He was reluctant to disturb her. Then do you think that if society really regressed, would this group of young people be able to withstand it? Wei Jie fell silent. Xingxia sighed and discussed the current situation. It was true that the domestic war was over and the foreign war had come to an end. Everything was in ruins, and it was also the best time to be infiltrated. This was not a problem that only existed now, but would be a problem for a long time in the future. When the revolution was really successful, people would forget the reason for the revolution. But you had to believe that each generation would have its own wars to fight, but faith was eternal. The only thing they could do was believe. There is no lost next generation, only us who don't trust them. Wei Jia, Besides, Xiao Rui and the others have spent so much effort to find a home that can accommodate them. If you also reject her and cling to her past identity with tinted glasses, then uniting all the forces that can be united is just empty talk, and empty talk is the most annoying. Wei Jia, Seeing that Wei Jia was silent, but also thinking about what she said, Sheng Xia simply changed the topic and asked him with a smile to ease the atmosphere. The number of people moving in the starship port is now seriously overloaded. Speaking of which, I just heard a piece of news from the airlines. Do you want to know what it is? Wei Jia didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows at Sheng Xia in confusion. They told me that the tickets for the flight to Vogue Planet have been sold out until next year. Not only that, many famous research teams in the Star Domain organizations have bought tickets and are waiting to come to our Vogue Planet to find out. By then, not only will there be a mix of good and bad people, but we will even have to send warships to escort these researchers. So, the burden on your shoulders will only get heavier and heavier. Okay, you just want me and Xiao Rui to form a team together. I listen to you. Wei Jia's face turned red, and he looked like he was going to break the jar, but Sheng Xia waved her hand instead. Hey, Xiao Rui is in the team within Yuan. So does the Interstellar Golden Corridor plan have to continue? She's leaving. So what should we do? I admit that our technology and strength are indeed not as good as theirs. Seeing Wei Jia's embarrassed expression of turning away, Sheng Xia couldn't help laughing, and then contacted Xiao Rui directly in the office to ask Xiao Rui's opinion. According to Xing Xia's idea, the original infrastructure and the Interstellar Golden Corridor project could have started at the same time, but the number of talent teams coming to Vogue Planet was increasing, and with the start of the experimental ecological park, she had to worry that terrorist organizations would target these talent teams. So she thought that the Interstellar Golden Corridor project could be temporarily delayed. I obey orders, or I can do both. Xiao Rui answered very straightforwardly. Do both? You are not going to rest. I tell you that although I am a rollicker, this habit is not good, not to mention why you surrendered to us in the first place, to reunite with your family, right? I can't help you bring your family back, but let you not even see each other. That's too cruel. Xiao Rui didn't say anything, only a slight gasp passed through the sound tube of the communication equipment. Sheng Xia didn't know what she was thinking of, and asked her one more question. What do you think of Wei Jia? He is very good and very vigilant. This is the attitude a diplomat should maintain towards the outside world. Xiao Rui replied without thinking. At the same time, Sheng Xia turned her head and looked at Wei Jia, who was still listening to the communication between the two in the office. At this moment, Wei Jia couldn't listen anymore, and directly took Sheng Xia's communication equipment and told Xiao Rui that he was reporting to Sheng Xia at the moment. After saying this, he took a deep breath and said that he would treat Xiao Rui to a meal in a while, and hoped that Xiao Rui could come. Xiao Rui was not a stingy person. He probably understood the cause and effect, and agreed very readily, and said that he would bring his whole family to dinner. That's great. I bring my family with me. When Wei Jia finished contacting Xiao Rui and looked at Sheng Xia, he heard Sheng Xia teasingly say, Fu Qian should also invited her to dinner. You two are both very interesting. Wei Jia. Ah yes, now he is mentally balanced. A year later, when Lawrence and his research team from the Federation were finally able to board a flight to Vogue, the popularity of Vogue not only did not drop throughout the year, but would occasionally create some big things to stimulate the nerves of the people in the entire star field. Finally, it's our turn. It's not easy. Going there is like going on a pilgrimage. Just as Lawrence sighed with the people in his research team, he heard the members of the research team say in an extremely flattering voice, It's just a pilgrimage. Professor Sujia, hello, I didn't expect to be on the same flight with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer control himself and entered the starship. Lawrence turned around in disbelief. Wow, the people on the starship were all acquaintances and professional masters in his field who wanted to consult. Lawrence looked back at the name of the starship in disbelief. Volker Planet Direct Train. Is this definitely not a special flight for a scientific conference? After boarding the starship, Lawrence realized that this was indeed not a special flight for a scientific conference, because there were also ordinary people who wanted to invest or travel on Volker Planet on the starship, but the number of members of the research team was really a bit outrageous, so the starship actually set up a security department. And at the same time, when entering the star field where Volker Planet was located, there would be warships from Volker Planet to escort. Look, this is the new type of frigate we talked about in the conference channel. I heard that it is a new product led by Lightson's research team. Now the Federation's internal data on its various values are still kept secret, but the real thing can already be seen on Voke. It's so powerful. What is inside Voke that needs to be well protected? Humph, you are ignorant. According to the Federation's internal data, the black gold reserves inside Voke account for about 23% of the entire planet. That is a golden ball. But to be honest, the development of Voke has been too rapid in recent years. The newly built city is great. The distribution of each district is clear at a glance, which makes people feel happy. We are here. That is Voke. As he said this, Lawrence subconsciously looked out the window of the starship. He saw that the entire Voke planet was emitting a soft light against the dark background of the universe. The place that was once like a barren land is now illuminated by various lights. Not only that, there are also a large number of commercial starships waiting to land outside the new starship port. As soon as they landed at the starship port, members of Lawrence's research team began to take pictures crazily, saying that the design of this starship port is the most cutting-edge art. To be honest, this does not require high-rise pillars. The protective barrier design formed by splicing the arcs on both sides is enough for the architectural research masters to study for a long time. Hey, that's the track-changing shuttle bus. Oh, I didn't expect that our research topic has been made on the planet Volker. The planet Volker is indeed rich and powerful. I heard that as long as you have an idea, the planet commander here is willing to spend money to let you try it. It's just that the current immigration policy has been tightened. Otherwise, why do they say that the brave will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation? The first batch of people who came to the planet Volker were really brave and courageous. It was originally agreed that the students would pick up Lawrence, but now he is in the starship port. After seeing everything that was completely different from what he had imagined, he wanted to go out for a walk alone, so he decisively notified his students, and the students' response was very heartwarming. No problem, the Voke planet is very safe now, you can take a walk if you want. Lawrence, Just as he was about to leave the starship port, Lawrence realized the safety here. How safe it is. Guns, gambling and drugs are completely banned. All their luggage must go through security checks. Even the experimental equipment must go through one. There are SWAT personnel on duty at the starship port. Lawrence thought about it. After all, this place is special. It is normal to have SWAT guarding it. But when he turned around, he found that someone was still giving children to the SWAT. And what was even more weird was that the SWAT took it with a smile. And then a group of people helped to look after the children. Volker Planet is a bit weird. After leaving the starship port, Lawrence stood there to check how to get to the city center. Suddenly, a young man wearing a red armband came up to ask him if he needed help, and said frankly that he was a volunteer here this week. Confused travelers, like him, can be seen almost every day. If you want to go to the city center quickly, you can usually buy a ticket and take the interregional train. Yes, you can bind this software to your optical brain. If you have any questions during the whole journey, you can ask the self-service intelligent AI above, or you can use this optical brain account to complete a series of operations such as payment. You see, this also has one-click navigation and multiple suggested solutions. Basically, now on Volker Planet, you only need to wear your optical brain and go out. Lawrence, After taking the interregional train that amazed all the star fields, Lawrence looked out the window. He originally thought that Volker Planet was because it is small and concentrated, the optical brain's collection system can work so well. But after a real look, he found that the Volker Planet had grown into a multidimensional magical planet without his knowledge. Various tall and uneven buildings of different shapes were coiled in the mountains, and the interregional special train he was sitting in was shuttling among these different buildings. The intelligent system on the optical brain also actively reminded him of the names of different areas. There was an experimental ecological park, like a forest canopy, a bustling university town, a special micro-industrial zone, a new technology zone, and a large-scale entertainment activity zone. The energy zone he was more concerned about was built in layers, from top to bottom in an overlapping manner. He remembered that this overlapping construction design caused quite a stir at the time, and some people argued that it was impossible, but a month later, the Volker Planet implemented this design and gradually released the land that was originally occupied for energy. After exiting the interregional train, he looked at the city center surrounded by high-rise buildings and magical buildings. There are a lot of parkland and corresponding restaurants open to the public. The hotel area is uniformly demarcated outside the city center, but there is a special hotel free shuttle system. Yes, it still relies on the optical computer positioning system in his hand. The hotel's transparent ball-like shuttle eggshell car can autonomously locate his position, and then safely send it to the corresponding hotel. It is fully automatic, and there are also special roads for these shuttle eggshell cars. Lawrence looked at the people walking in the city center. They all looked light and confident. He heard that the employment rate of Vogue Planet has reached 100%, not to mention other benefits. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a utopia for mankind. But this should not be all about Vogue. Lawrence decisively contacted his old colleague and asked him, who had lived on Vogue for a year, to come and tell him whether the good things in the city center were specially performed for them. The colleague came in dusty, and took Lawrence to the hot pot restaurant in the city center without saying a word. While they were eating hot pot, the colleague talked to Lawrence. All the buildings and designs he saw now had been planned on Vogue 5 years ago. Not only that, even in the ward the water, electricity and energy networks were all laid. Since the infrastructure construction came to an end more than half a year ago, and the new technology communication system was introduced, Vogue has been on the fast track, and the lives of citizens have become more and more convenient. I dare not say anything else, but at least the promise of the planet commander Xingxia, take from the people, and use it for the people has really come true. And after getting in touch with her, you will find that her thinking is not only mature, but also forward-looking. The semi-open market, and the main idea of the special zone construction plus the central government's guarantee of funds have made the local economy take off again. At the same time, her cautiousness in introducing foreign capital has also prevented the economy from falling into trouble. In addition, guns, drugs, gambling and pornography are prohibited here, and everyone's personal rights are fully respected. These places of humanistic care are the reasons why I feel that I really love this place. You don't have to rush. Since you are here, stay for a while and look around. This mysterious utopia has just unveiled its veil to you. Lawrence, He looked out the window unconsciously, and found that the place where he ate hot pot was facing the government hall of Vogue Planet. When his colleague saw him looking over, he mentioned that it was open to the public on Sundays. If you want to go, just make an appointment. You can see the new 5-year plan of Vogue Planet after entering. New 5-year plan? Yes, the planet commander said that the original 5-year plan has been completed within a year, so a new 5-year plan was introduced, covering a lot of areas. If you are interested, I can give you an electronic version. They are really busy. At the same time, in Xingxia's office, she looked at the development of Vogue Planet displayed by the supercomputer, and felt that Vogue Planet was developing fast, but it was too fast. So now she couldn't directly announce the news of her resignation. At least she had to wait for another 2 years. Put looked at Xingxia's days, and wanted to laugh. At the same time, he also brought a piece of news that made Xingxia jealous. Xingxia's boss, Put's boss, He Peng from the Space Bureau, had retired gloriously, and it was said that he would come to their universe next year. Not him? He was originally a staff member rehired by the Space Bureau, but he didn't expect that the first mission issued, which is the mission you and I are going to perform, was stuck. Because of this mission, he has not been able to retire. Now that this universe has been decoupled from the Space Bureau, he can naturally retire gloriously. His grandson, he has been exploiting me before, but I haven't retired yet, but he retired first? Facing Xingxia's distorted expression, because of wanting to retire, Put smiled evilly. Then do you want to capture him and bring him to work? Can we? Xingxia looked at Put in surprise. Originally, it was not possible. No, it was even impossible. Put smiled and looked at Xingxia, but I can now. So, can I invite my beloved to date me?